Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Kingdom of Goya. In the year 1517 of the Oceanic calendar, the Kingdom of Goya, a garbage dump by the East Sea, a diminutive figure tumbled down from the mountain of refuse, drenched in filthy water. The boy struggled to rise from the muck, only to collapse heavily onto the ground once more. In the deep of night, the boy, soaked in sewage, managed to stand up and proclaimed, "I am Qianlan, an orphan left to fend for myself, Goya Kingdom, Windmill Village, the garbage dump. Have I traversed into the world of One Piece?" As Qianlan pondered this bewildering situation, a technologically advanced holographic screen materialized before him. Host, Qianlan. Level none. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, none. Kaijutsu, none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Novice gift pack, awaiting activation. Qianlan was taken aback to find himself in the world of One Piece, only to discover that he had acquired a system reminiscent of that from Naruto. However, he resolved to embrace his circumstances, determined to survive in this new world. With a flick of his finger aimed at the sky, he noticed the bottommost page of the interface shifting. Novice gift pack, Jin and Chakra amount, body replacement technique. In an instant, a warm flow surged into Qianlan's body, coursing through him. After a considerable pause, Qianlan finally regained his senses and clenched his fist fiercely. Is this what power feels like? Now, I possess a modicum of strength to protect myself in this world. Just as Qianlan acclimated to this newfound strength, two shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. A scrawny figure approached Qianlan. "Jiren, the brat you pummeled earlier is still alive and kicking. Are you losing your touch?" "Doll, shut your mouth. I could take care of this little squirt with one hand," replied another, more robust figure, as he moved closer to Qianlan. Both men regarded Qianlan with intrigue, seemingly curious as to why he still drew breath. Having absorbed the memories of his original self, Qianlan understood the situation despite being a dump. This place was still frequented by scavengers. Jiren and Doll had claimed this area rich in refuse due to their youth, and the original owner had perished here after being beaten by them while attempting to scavenge. Mission: eliminate Jiren and Doll to avenge the original owner. Mission level: E. Mission reward: 10 mission points. Upon seeing the system notification, Qianlan realized what he needed to do. With his heart racing, he gripped the iron shard in his hand, the sole reward from a day spent scavenging, which had led the original owner to his untimely demise. This made Qianlan acutely aware of the harshness of this world. Doll, eyeing the motionless Qianlan, chuckled, "Jiren, did you knock this kid silly? Should we just toss him into the sea for the fish?" No sooner had Doll spoken than Qianlan, who had been biding his time, erupted into action, the iron shard slicing across Doll's neck, spraying crimson blood across Qianlan's face. Jiren, taken aback, reacted instinctively with a powerful punch aimed at Qianlan's face. However, Ziren's momentary shock provided Qianlan with a golden opportunity. Substitution? Jiren was astonished to witness Qianlan transform into a mere wooden log, while the real Qianlan deftly positioned himself behind Jiren. With a swift thrust of a sharp iron shard, Qianlan pierced Ziren's neck before violently withdrawing it. Mission reward: 10 mission points, now credited to the shop. After discarding the iron shard, Qianlan wasted no time and began to search the bodies of Jiren and Doll. Ultimately, his search yielded a meager sum of 100,000 berries, alongside 2 seemingly practical short blades. As Qianlan shifted his focus back to the system interface, it had transformed as well. Host, Qianlan. Level, Genin. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Kaijutsu, none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Surveying his mission points, it seemed his options were limited to the first 3 items, as the items beyond the ellipsis were likely beyond his means. Ding! Host spends 10 mission points to purchase 10 kunai. Qianlan stowed the kunai in his pocket, dragging his weary form to the beach after cleansing himself. He lay down upon the sand and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, awakening, Qianlan foraged for wild fruits from the trees to satiate his hunger with his current strength. He was ill-equipped to venture into the ocean, lest he be devoured by the sea kings. Wiping his mouth, Qianlan retrieved the kunai and began his training, for having acquired a system necessitated personal effort. Thus, the trees of the forest suffered greatly. Qianlan's kunai proved quite formidable, and after dozens of throws at a single tree, it was left riddled with gaping wounds. After 2 hours, midday arrived, and Qianlan concluded his training, lying on the beach to bask in the sun, only to soon feel an insatiable hunger. Perhaps I should venture into town to purchase some clothing and enjoy a hearty meal. With this thought, Qianlan sprung to his feet and made his way towards the city. Upon entering the town, Qianlan quickly found a clothing shop and spent 10,000 berries on a decent outfit, which transformed his appearance from that of a beggar. After wandering the streets for a while, Qianlan found no sign of a devil fruit at any of the fruit stalls, indicating that luck was not on his side. He reflected on how many individuals had fortuitously stumbled upon exceptional devil fruits in their youth, like Baby Five and Robin, who served as prime examples. Choosing a nearby restaurant, Qianlan stepped inside, hoping to indulge in a simple meal. However, upon entering, he was met with an exceedingly kitsch scene. A brutish man was gripping a young girl's wrist, while an elderly man in an apron pleaded with the brute to release her. "Bastard, why won't you let Beth serve drinks? Do you look down on me?" The hulking man spat, splattering the old man with a mouthful of alcohol before kicking him across the room, shattering the table behind him and spilling drinks everywhere. The other patrons, witnessing the scene, were filled with rage yet too intimidated to act, for the man's towering height of 2 meters was imposing. This was a stark contrast to the world of One Piece, where individuals taller than 2 meters were often considered powerful, in contrast to Dragon Ball, where Vegeta and Goku stood at 158 and 172 meters respectively, and the tallest character in Naruto, Jiraiya, was merely 19 meters. Chapter 2. A fortuitous encounter with Ace and Luffy. The girl named Beth, witnessing her father being knocked down, bit down hard on the brute's arm in pain. The brutish man raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, ready to strike the girl. As terror gripped the onlookers, Qianlan sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to the brute's side. "Shorty, do you know who I am? I am Urk of the Iron Fist Gang. The moment you laid hands on me, your fate was sealed." Urk roared, attempting to instill fear, yet his swaying figure rendered his threats devoid of menace. In a flash, Qianlan sidestepped and pressed the kunai to Urk's throat, startling him into half-sobriety. "Get lost!" With a furious shout, Urk scrambled out of the tavern, while the other patrons who had not intervened hastily settled their bills and exited. The fallen elder was helped up by Beth, and they both knelt before Qianlan in gratitude. Observing this, Qianlan hurriedly assisted them to their feet. In truth, Qianlan couldn't stand idly by as others were victimized, even if he didn't consider himself a good person. His principle upon traversing into this world was akin to that of Yu Huanshui. "Whoever provokes me, I shall retaliate." The father and daughter expressed their heartfelt gratitude by treating Qianlan to a meal, while he awaited the arrival of the so-called Iron Fist Gang. As Qianlan sat quietly in his chair, picking at his teeth, a group of thuggish individuals stormed in, led by a man resembling a boxer. Urk, now akin to a sycophant, pointed at Qianlan. "Herdos, this is the brat who interrupted my collection of protection fees, claiming he would eradicate us Iron Fist Gang." Qianlan chuckled at this. "Herdos? What name? It sounds like a warning against overindulgence in drink. Consume less, or you might just meet your end." As Qianlan spoke, the system interface suddenly materialized before him. Mission: eliminate the Iron Fist Gang. Mission level: E. Mission reward: 60 mission points. Although the mission was of the same E rank, the rewards were considerably more lucrative, indicating that the mission's difficulty was based on complexity, while the reward's richness correlated with the number of opponents involved, thereby enhancing Qianlan's understanding of the system. Herdos, misinterpreting Qianlan's silence as fear, relaxed his expression. "Kid, if you can cough up 100,000 berries, I can let this matter slide. Otherwise, you might find yourself missing a few unnecessary appendages." As Hidoros relentlessly swung his fists, it appeared that this fellow might have once been a boxer. Meanwhile, Qianlan was deeply pondering how to better accomplish his mission. If this group of ruffians were to flee from him, wouldn't that signify the failure of his task? With this thought in mind, Qianlan abruptly shattered a window and dashed out of the restaurant. "Pursue him." At Hidoros' command, 13 of his minions immediately bolted after Qianlan, all of them roaring as they sprinted in his direction. Unfortunately for them, the agile Qianlan merely kept them at a leisurely distance behind him. How could a gaggle of small-time thugs possibly match the speed of a seasoned shinobi? Moreover, the still unfolded Qianlan was even more nimble. Thus, the chase ensued, leading Qianlan to guide the Iron Fist Gang into a narrow alleyway. "Hidoros, the path ahead is a dead end." Hidoros said nothing further. Instead, he quickened his pace. At last, Qianlan came to a halt in the cul-de-sac, remaining motionless, while the members of the Iron Fist Gang panted heavily, clearly exhausted from their earlier exertions. As the leader, Hidoros leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and chuckled. "You've wasted so much of my time. Kid, I will definitely take you down today." Then, to the incredulous eyes of the Iron Fist gang, Qianlin's figure transformed into smoke and vanished, only for the real Qianlong to materialize behind them, where the last four gang members lay lifeless on the ground. The time for slaughter begins now. With a swift motion, Qianlong wielded his two short blades. Once more the Iron Fist gang, still reeling from their earlier exertions, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. And soon enough, only Hidoros remained alive amidst the carnage. Yet, this moment of slaughter allowed Hidoros to forcibly regain his composure. It seemed this fellow had some skill to have risen to the position of leader among these dozen men. Fa! Hidoros spat a thick wad and glared menacingly at Qianlong. You shouldn't have given me a breather. Kid, you shall die. With that, Hidoros launched a heavy punch toward Qianlong, who simply extended his hand and grasped Hidoros' fist. What? Qianlong disdainfully smirked. You're truly overconfident, aren't you? It's you who will meet your end. With a surge of strength, Qianlong yanked Hidoros forward and, in an instant, pivoted to drive his kunai into Hidoros' chest. Mission reward: 60 mission points, credited to the store. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 60 mission points to purchase 6 explosive tags. Ah, how impressive, big brother. Be quiet. Luffy, immediately after, Ace covered his mouth, as if he had inadvertently revealed Luffy's name. Qianlong, intrigued by the two, had not anticipated encountering these brothers just a day after his arrival. Aren't you too frightened by the sight of me killing so many? Aren't you afraid I might slay you as well? As the elder brother, Ace stepped protectively in front of Luffy, declaring, the ones you've killed are part of the gang here. I'm somewhat familiar with them, right? I know these guys too. Does that mean this big brother is a good person? Luffy inquired, pointing at Qianlin's face with a foolish expression. Qianlong, slowly wiping the blood from his kunai, flashed a sinister smile at the two. Do I strike you as a good person or a bad one? Startled by Qianlin's demeanor, Ace and Luffy bolted away, failing to respond to his question. At their age, Luffy and Ace were merely accustomed to minor brawls facing someone who had just slaughtered a dozen men without batting an eye. Surely instilled a profound fear within them. Their appearance indicated that Sabo had already been rescued by Dragon, and Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit, also known as the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, Nika form. As for the departing duo, Qianlong paid them little mind to him. The kingdom of Goa was nothing more than a novice village. Once he honed his combat instinct sufficiently, he intended to depart from the East Blue. In the days that followed, Qianlong began his reign over the forests of the Goa kingdom, occasionally completing minor tasks to enhance his combat experience, while also dealing with small pirate crews that landed ashore. Chapter 3: Technique of Misconcealment, Chakra Fruit. A week later, within the mountainous outskirts of the Goa kingdom, a tall figure was in pursuit of a wild boar measuring 3 meters in length and weighing over 800 pounds. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball crashed into the wild boar. Unfortunately, it had little effect, merely inciting the beast's fury. Further observing this, Qianlong promptly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. Boom! The explosion sent the wild boar tumbling to the ground, blood oozing from its charred form. It must be said that in the world of One Piece, even wild boars grow extraordinarily large. Mission reward: Technique of Misconcealment, now mastered. Receiving the ability to utilize the technique of misconcealment for taking down such a sizable wild boar brought Qianlong great joy. It seemed his fortune was indeed favorable in the absence of an opponent possessing haki. The technique of misconcealment would sufficiently enable Qianlong to contend with many adversaries, at least ensuring his dominance in the East Blue without significant trouble. Qianlong placed a wild boar on his grill and began to roast it soon. Boredom led him to check his system panel. Host: Qianlong. Level: Genin. Attributes: Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin-Yang. Ninjutsu: Body Replacement Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Mind-Severing Technique, Technique of Misconcealment. Taijutsu: None. Kekkei Jinkai: None. Summoning Beast: None. Weapons: Space Scroll, 10 kunai, 5 explosive tags. Store: kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. While Qianlong was reviewing his system panel, he suddenly sensed the presence of others nearby. Ah, with so much wild boar meat, how can I possibly eat it all by myself? Qianlong, let me help you eat it. Luffy's figure emerged from behind a tree, his gaze fixated on the roasted boar. Ace stepped out, face-palming at Luffy's antics, feeling a sense of helplessness as an older brother. This is the second time I've caught you too. What is it that you seek? Is this a ninja technique? I saw it in a book that Makino gave me. Ace remarked, having followed Makino's teachings closely, especially regarding etiquette, yet he still couldn't decipher Qianlin's methods. Qianlong, do you wish to become a pirate or a marine? I, for one, aspire to be the Pirate King. As Luffy stated this with utmost seriousness, he was instantaneously distracted by the aroma of the roasted boar. Pirate? Marine? What path should his future take? Was he simply meant to eat, sleep, and play games after his arrival in this world? Unbeknownst to Luffy, his question nearly overloaded Kiamlin's CPU, almost plunging him into a philosophical quandary. The pirate at the forefront gazed at the cup containing only a sip of liquor, his face betraying a hint of displeasure and ferocity. However, he uttered no words. Instead, he seized the cup with a swift motion and downed the fiery spirit in one gulp. The intense flavor of the wine evidently astonished him, yet in the next moment, he burst into a raucous laughter. Ha! This wine is truly delightful. Bring me a few more barrels. His laughter was jarring, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth that elicited a sense of revulsion. Suyu remained unfazed behind the bar, responding with calm indifference, of course. But this glass of wine cost 100,000 berries. Do you have enough money? Upon hearing Suyu's words, the group of pirates erupted into laughter, as if they had heard a particularly amusing joke. The pirate captain, still chuckling, retorted, "You fool. I am a pirate. Do you think we need money to buy wine?" A subordinate chimed in, "Our captain has a bounty of 120 million berries. Boss, have you taken leave of your senses to ask us for money?" Another echoed, "Exactly. Be smart and quickly serve us the wine while we're in a good mood, or else. Hurry up and bring out the wine, you scoundrel. Do you want to die, you fool?" In an instant, the once quiet bar was filled with the cacophony of their raucous noise, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Rayleigh sat quietly, observing the scene as if it were a play, completely unaffected by the tension, curious to see how the bar's owner would handle such a situation. It is important to note that this was the Grand Line, not just any sea. Pirates with bounties over 100 million were true great pirates. While such might seem trivial to someone like Rayleigh, it still held significant weight within the Navy, comparable to that of a captain, with stronger ones even surpassing a rear admiral. Suyu sighed, pondering whether these pirates were fools, brazenly provoking someone without discerning their strength. He leaned his elbow on the bar, supporting his chin, and wearily stated, "I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I may spare your lives." Abel, the captain, cupped his ear, convinced he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. How dare this brat speak to him in such a manner? "You insolent fool, you dare mock me? Come and die." Abel cursed viciously, brandishing his great sword as he charged towards Suyu. His lackeys were ecstatic, envisioning the moment their captain would decapitate Suyu. Ha! That fool is done for. Who told him to provoke the captain? The last person who angered the boss met a gruesome end. One of them even shouted at Rayleigh, "Old man over there, better step aside before you get splattered with blood." By now, Abel had reached the bar, observing Suyu's stillness, mistakenly believing he had rendered him speechless with fear. A cruel smile crept across his face as he raised his sword, preparing to cleave Suyu in half. The blade descended closer and closer to Suyu's head, and the pirates seemed to envision the blood splattering, their faces alight with bloodlust, cheering loudly. However, disappointment awaited them. Just as the blade was about to make contact, it was suddenly halted by an invisible force, producing a sharp clang. The sound resonated throughout the bar, eerily clear. The lackeys were struck silent, as if someone had tightened their throats. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the nature of Suyu's ability. The powers of devil fruits were varied and extraordinary, so he was not surprised. He simply calculated Suyu's strength in his mind. Abel's earlier expression of delight froze for a moment, but being a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he quickly regained his composure, retracting his blade and stepping back. "Unexpected. You possess some strength. You must be a devil fruit user." Seeing Suyu's silence, Abel assumed he was correct and erupted into arrogant laughter. "You dare provoke me, thinking your devil fruit powers make you formidable? I've dealt with many like you. Go to hell and regret your insolence." As he spoke, he exerted force, causing a layer of black substance to extend from the hilt of his sword, enveloping it entirely in darkness. The sight ignited the lackeys into a frenzy once more. This is serious. The captain is going all out. Armament hockey. Raising the sword imbued with armament hockey above his head, Abel summoned all his strength and swung it down towards Suyu. Regrettably, it was futile, with another clang. The dark blade was once again thwarted by the invisible barrier. The lackeys stared in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? The captain's strike could once cleave a ship in two. They trembled, cold sweat pouring down their faces. How can this be? Abel, unable to comprehend the scene before him, staggered back a few steps, finally locking eyes with Suyu, whose calm gaze resembled that of a person observing mere insects. It seemed Abel's sanity snapped under Suyu's unwavering stare, prompting him to lash out wildly, swinging his sword again and again. This cannot be real. It's all a lie. Cut through it. Yet, reality would not bend to his will. Every attack was effortlessly blocked. Have you chopped enough? Suyu's calm voice seemed to awaken Abel from his delusion, and he finally ceased his futile efforts, drenched in sweat and staring at Suyu in terror. Then, as if struck by a revelation, a maniacal grin spread across his face. I understand. Your ability is purely defensive, lacking offensive power, which is why you remain motionless. Pretending to be formidable. You cannot intimidate Captain Abel. Upon hearing Abel's desperate explanation, the lackeys found their confidence renewed, resuming their taunts towards Suyu. Suyu sighed in resignation, finding the group utterly foolish. He decided to stop observing and slowly raised a hand, gently grasping the air. In an instant, Abel and his lackeys fell silent, rendered immobile, floating helplessly in the air. Though they could not control their facial muscles, the terror in their wide eyes was unmistakable. After all, losing the ability to resist would terrify anyone. However, they could not even plead for mercy, as their voices were lost. Even if they could speak, Suyu would not spare them. He had already offered them a chance. Rayleigh watched in astonishment, speculating if this was the ability of a Logia-type air fruit. Suyu then pushed his hand forward, sending the entire group hurtling out of his bar. Turning to Rayleigh, he casually remarked, "Old man, keep an eye on the shop for me. I'm off to see the Navy." Having heard that there was a bounty on this individual, Suyu decided to exchange it for berries at the naval base, considering it merely as his drinking money. Thus, he strolled towards the nearby naval base with a group of floating companions behind him. This peculiar sight immediately captivated the attention of all passers-by, drawing countless glances. However, the residents of the Pirate King's realm, seasoned by numerous trials, were merely intrigued and not intimidated by the spectacle. Upon reaching the naval base, the soldiers, upon noticing Suyu approaching with a motley crew of levitating figures, instinctively raised their weapons in caution. Suyu set Abel and the others down on an open space and proceeded to explain his intentions. The soldiers promptly retrieved the wanted posters to compare the photographs. And upon discovering that he indeed had captured a notorious pirate with a bounty of 120 million, the surrounding naval personnel gazed at Suyu with a mixture of awe and respect. To apprehend such a formidable pirate, this seemingly youthful bounty hunter must possess extraordinary prowess. With the base commander as a witness, Suyu smoothly collected his bounty and graciously declined the commander's offer to join their ranks. Meanwhile, Rayleigh waited for a while at the bar until Suyu returned leisurely. "You possess remarkable skill. That was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet he offered no resistance against you," Rayleigh remarked. "Old man, you jest. A character of that caliber might not even withstand your conqueror's haki." Suyu chuckled lightly, returning to the bar to pour another drink, placing it in front of Rayleigh. "This one is on me. Thank you for watching the shop." Rayleigh accepted gratefully, genuinely enjoying this particular drink. "Then I shall thank you, young man," he said before downing it in one gulp. "Though the wine is exquisite, its exorbitant price of 100,000 berries per sip is quite daunting." Setting down his glass, Rayleigh gazed at Suyu, suspecting him to be a user of the air fruit ability. Such strength, if not demonstrated, was nearly imperceptible. The sudden appearance of such an unpredictable factor in his secluded life left Rayleigh with a slight headache. He had no desire to attract trouble. At his age, all he wished for was to enjoy a peaceful retirement with Xiaoqi. Thus, he casually probed, "With such prowess, what brings you to open a bar here?" Chapter 4. Merely a matter of interest, young man. Given your remarkable abilities in youth, what compels you to establish a bar? Suyu smiled softly. "It's merely a matter of interest, old man. No need for concern." He then added with a hint of depth, "Moreover, I am not as young as I once was." Rayleigh found himself uncertain whether to believe him. Typically, those possessing such strength harbored ambitions that matched or exceeded their might. Yet, strong individuals often acted capriciously. Perhaps this one truly was motivated solely by interest. As for Suyu's last remark, Rayleigh dismissed it, attributing it to youthful sensitivity regarding age, hoping he would not stir up any trouble. However, he considered himself merely an ordinary old man, and this did not concern him. Should complications arise, he could simply flee with Xiaoqi. With this thought, Rayleigh felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then ordered 4 more glasses of wine, savoring the rich flavor as he sighed contentedly, "What a fine wine." Subsequently, he paid 500,000 berries, rose, and leisurely made his way back to Xiaoqi's bar. Inside, Xiaoqi was habitually smoking. Upon seeing Rayleigh return, she inquired, "Where did you go today?" You're back quite late. I visited that new bar, he replied. What did you think? Is the wine good? Is the owner male or female? The wine is indeed delightful, though it is darker than yours. A single sip costing 10,000 berries. TSK, TSK. Xiaoqi exhaled a smoke ring, fixing her gaze on Rayleigh as she asked, So, is the owner male or female? Rayleigh chuckled helplessly. It's a young man. His strength appears quite formidable. Oh? Xiaoqi squinted, realizing that if Rayleigh deemed his strength notable, this individual might not be an ordinary character. It seemed necessary to investigate further. Noticing her contemplative expression, Rayleigh guessed her thoughts and remarked, This person is somewhat inscrutable. He recognizes who I am. Moreover, there is a notice board in the bar stating that if the reward is sufficient, the owner can grant any wish. This individual is not simple. We are now enjoying our twilight years. Let us not provoke such dangerous figures. He recognized you? Yes, but rest assured, I can sense no hostility from him. Xiaoqi, feeling somewhat reassured by Rayleigh's words, replied, I merely wish to investigate his background. Don't worry. I want to draw his attention. Besides, the ability to grant any wish. Aren't you curious? Rayleigh nodded resignedly, trusting Xiaoqi's judgment, and decided to let it be. In the bar, after Rayleigh's departure, Xi was left alone. His claim of not being young was no jest. He had lived for an extensive time, perhaps even millennia. His response to Rayleigh was truthful. He genuinely found the idea of running a bar appealing. However, his intentions extended beyond mere hospitality. As stated on the notice board, for a sufficient price, he could assist patrons in fulfilling their desires. Certainly, upon completing such transactions, he would not only receive compensation but also gather willpower. This was Su Yu's true objective. Willpower refers to the collective desires of sentient beings, akin to the power of faith, yet distinct. While faith emerges from devotion to a deity, willpower is derived from the determination and aspirations of individuals seeking to accomplish specific endeavors. In essence, it is a tier below faith. Su Yu's pursuit of willpower was aimed at achieving divinity. Unlike the pretentious deities such as Zeus or Poseidon, or mere folk deities, he aspired to become a true god, immortal and omniscient, wielding absolute power within his divine domain. This endeavor necessitates the gathering of an immense collective will from the multitude, and the realm of pirates alone is far from sufficient. However, it is fortunate that the mightier the individual, the greater the will they produce, thus facilitating Su Yu's task of accumulation. The establishment of this tavern by Su Yu is intended to await the arrival of fated individuals. As for the definition of such fated individuals, little ones, today's harvest is quite satisfactory. Let us proceed for drinks. A chorus of cheers erupted as a group of pirates, clutching bags in hand, ambled away, their arms draped over one another's shoulders, still bearing the stains of freshly spilled blood. Surrounding them lay a wasteland of destruction, smoldering ruins and fallen villagers bleeding upon the ground. Within a house, its doorframe and windows shattered, both the husband and wife lay motionless in a pool of blood, their grievous wounds suggesting they were unlikely to survive. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from beneath the bed, and a boy of about 15 awkwardly crawled out. His countenance was ashen, streaked with tears, and his lips oozed crimson blood, an injury inflicted upon himself to stifle his cries as he witnessed the tragic fall of his parents before his very eyes. Just yesterday, the three of them had enjoyed a harmonious dinner together, with his father having specifically procured a bottle of sweet and tangy wine from the merchant, which both he and his mother cherished. Yet, all of this serenity was shattered by the sudden onslaught of ruthless pirates. The defenseless villagers, paralyzed by fear, dared not resist. They had willingly laid forth their provisions and valuables at the feet of the marauders. Nevertheless, the merciless pirates continued their slaughter, seemingly deriving amusement from the senseless violence, acting without reason, simply for the sake of it. Though the pirates had discovered his hidden presence beneath the bed, they chose to spare him, without rationale. Much like their indiscriminate killings, how could a rational human fathom the twisted thoughts of such brutal marauders? Overwhelmed by grief, he had witnessed the most cherished figures in his life perish before him, leaving him utterly alone. Anguish mingled with fury filled his heart. How could this injustice befall his family, who had lived contentedly? Why should they suffer when they had already surrendered their possessions? After a night steeped in contemplation, he meticulously cleaned his parents' remains, erecting a modest tombstone to honor them before laying them to rest. His emotions had somewhat stabilized, yet his eyes bore an emptiness that belied his tender age. He yearned for vengeance, but as a frail youth, how could he possibly confront those ferocious pirates? Nevertheless, He resolved to try. He would set sail in search of ways to grow strong. He would become powerful. He would forever remember the name of the pirate crew and their flag, the fearsome wolf pirate gang. He had heard them mention being an affiliate of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although he was familiar with the term from newspapers, its true nature eluded him. However, he knew that the 7 warlords were sanctioned by the Navy. It seemed that seeking aid from the Navy was not an option. Where could he turn? He was uncertain, yet he felt compelled to venture out to sea. Remaining here would lead to nothing. The remaining villagers had hoped to persuade him to stay, arguing that survival was better than the alternative. Yet, the boy had made his decision. Without avenging his parents, what purpose did his life hold? Recognizing his unwavering resolve, the villagers ceased their pleas and gifted him a small boat along with provisions, fresh water, and some wine. This farewell might very well be eternal. He accepted their offerings, for he was devoid of possessions. As he boarded the vessel, he cast one last glance at the village, at the place where he had grown up. Although much had been destroyed, the outlines of his home remained discernible. With an impassive expression, he took a final look before severing the ropes that bound the boat. The small craft, propelled by the winds, gradually drifted away, becoming increasingly distant until the island faded from view. Chapter 5. The bewildered youth. Time flew, and a week had passed. Suyu had also been in the Shambadi archipelago for a week, and his bar had gradually gained a reputation among the crowds. People began to accept this peculiar establishment. There were instances when intoxicated patrons or those lacking common sense attempted to stir trouble within the bar, only to find themselves incapacitated without the need for the owner to intervene. Those who instigated chaos crumpled to the ground as if their bones had been shattered, their eyes wide with terror, faces contorted in agony, yet unable to utter a sound. Ultimately, they met a fate akin to that of Abilene, being delivered to the naval base in exchange for a bounty. It is worth noting that among them were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. This has thoroughly intimidated the pirates and some unscrupulous individuals involved in illicit enterprises, resulting in a markedly more harmonious atmosphere within the bar. In just a week, a multitude of notorious pirates has been dispatched to the naval base to exchange their bounties, all accomplished by a single individual, which has swiftly captured the attention of the base commander. He has been frequenting this establishment lately, hoping to recruit Suyu, who, of course, has declined his offers, while casually selling him a glass of wine priced at 100,000 berries. Moreover, Rayleigh has become a daily patron of this tavern, utterly captivated by that exquisite drink priced at such a staggering sum. According to the owner, it seems to be called vodka or something akin to that, an oddly pronounced name. Others have shown interest in the matters inscribed on the notice board. However, they have all been waiting for the first brave soul to inquire. Yet none have dared to voice their questions. They cannot shake the feeling that it might be a ruse or a jest by the owner, and should they inquire, it would result in a significant loss of face. For these individuals, maintaining one's dignity is paramount. After all, in the realms of the sea or the streets, one's reputation is of utmost importance. On this day, much like any other, it was an ordinary occasion. In Suyu's bar, a few patrons were scattered about, and there sat Layli, comfortably positioned at the bar, savoring his strong drink. At that moment, the door of the bar swung open, and a figure clad in a naval uniform entered. Judging by his insignia, he was a rear admiral, the commander of a nearby naval base named Abel. Upon entering, he cast a grim glance over the few pirates seated in the bar. Though he yearned to apprehend them immediately, the bar forbade any form of violence, and he lacked the strength to subdue these rogues. He could only sigh in silent frustration. Regaining his composure, he approached the bar and warily eyed Rayleigh, who was seated and drinking. Deliberately choosing a seat at a distance, he was fully aware that the pirate king Rayleigh was in hiding here. Rayleigh, indifferent, continued to sip his drink, embodying the demeanor of an ordinary old man. After ordering a drink, Abel resumed his attempts to persuade Suyu, who, as expected, declined his offers. Yet, Abel did not mind. His primary focus had shifted from Suyu to the potent spirits that filled the bar. As long as Suyu caused no trouble, that would suffice. He lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, exclaiming in satisfaction. Setting down the empty glass, he prepared to order another when the bar's door opened once more. A frail figure stepped inside, a teenager, perhaps in his early teens. He surveyed the surroundings and the intimidating pirates, fear flickering in his eyes. An impulse to flee surged within him, but a sudden resolve overtook him. He was certain that leaving now would lead to regret. With gritted teeth and clenched fists, he steeled himself and walked toward the bar, ignoring Rayleigh and Abel, focusing instead on Suyu. "Excuse me, are you the owner here?" Suyu smiled slightly and nodded, confirming his role as the proprietor. So, is it true that all wishes can be fulfilled here? The boy's eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline, unsure yet desperate to grasp it. Upon hearing the boy's words, those in the bar perked up, including Abel and Rayleigh, both intrigued by the unfolding scene. Suyu did not disappoint the boy. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I can fulfill wishes, but in return, you must pay an appropriate price. It is only fair, is it not? At Suyu's words, the boy's previously radiant eyes dimmed momentarily. He was, after all, utterly destitute. Fortune had not favored him. A storm had wrecked his ship, leaving him without resources. Yet, he had been fortunate enough to be rescued by a kind merchant crew that shared the same destination, the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, he had worked as a sailor, trading labor for food and fresh water, arriving here penniless. However, he was unwilling to accept defeat. Owner, might it be possible to have credit? I promised to work hard to earn the money. Are you saying you have no money? Yes, that is correct. So you fell silent, fingers rhythmically tapping on the bar as if contemplating something profound. Observing the scene, those nearby grew disinterested, returning to their drinks, while the boy stood quietly, head bowed. The sound of Suyu's tapping resonating like the tolling of a judgment bell against his heart. As time passed, the light in his eyes faded, hope slipping away. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Suyu spoke. In honor of you being my first customer, you may stay here to work off your debt. After all, the first to take a leap of faith deserved a bit of leniency. Startled, the boy looked up at Suyu, astonishment blooming on his face. Thank you, owner. I will do my best. Speak your wish. Seeing a glimmer of possibility, the others in the bar turned their attention back to the unfolding drama. The boy wasted no time. I want to become stronger. Stronger? How strong do you wish to be? The boy faltered for a moment, only desiring strength to avenge himself against the pirates who had ravaged his village and killed his parents. Yet, he lacked a clear understanding of what strong truly entailed. Indeed, he was the very boy whose village had been devastated by pirates, leaving him bereft of family. In his quest for vengeance, he had set sail. On the very first day, he discovered a message in a bottle containing an enigmatic parchment, the words unknown yet strangely comprehensible, indicating that a magical bar existed in the Sabaody archipelago that could grant any wish. Uncertain of its truth, he felt compelled to seek it out. A drowning man clinging desperately to a lifeline. Following a fierce storm, he was rescued by a merchant crew, leading him to this very moment. Suddenly, the boy recalled that the pirates belonged to a crew affiliated with the 7 warlords of the sea. He hesitantly declared, I wish to possess the strength to rival the 7 warlords. The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, filling the bar with their raucous mirth. Ha. Do you even understand what the 7 warlords represent, kid? Where did this naive little brat come from? Go home and get some rest. They are the 7 most formidable pirates in these seas, second only to the 4 emperors. Ha. You crack me up. Chapter 6, Astonishing, the boy boldly declares. The pirates continued to mock the boy's ignorance. Even Rayleigh and Abel glanced at him, not out of disdain, but rather recognizing the deep-seated hatred in his voice. In that instant, they seemed to understand, sharing a silent sigh. As the boy endured the ridicule, he felt akin to a fragile blade of grass swaying in a storm, slowly grasping the true significance of the 7 warlords. His heart sank, yet he stubbornly sought Suyu's response. Suyu, observing the boy's eyes filled with vengeance, remained silent for a moment, already suspecting the truth. In this world of pirates, human life held little value, a reality he had witnessed countless times over his long existence. He had learned to regard such matters with a calm demeanor, though he could not suppress a sigh of empathy. What is your name? He inquired. My name is Milland. Your wish is simple. I shall grant you power to rival the 7 warlords. In exchange, you will work for me once you have accomplished what you desire. The pirates who had initially gathered to spectate were left dumbfounded. What did he mean by simple? How could the strength of the 7 warlords be so casually dismissed? They longed to retort, Boss, stop joking, but recalling his formidable capabilities, they sealed their lips in silence. Yet they resolved to observe how their employer intended to fulfill this fantastical promise, for in truth, none believed it possible, each secretly anticipating a spectacle of failure. Rayleigh and Abel fixed their gazes intently upon Suyu, determined not to miss a single detail. Mylander stood frozen, his mind reeling from this abrupt reversal of fortune. Just moments ago, he had teetered on the brink of despair, and now, this dizzying turn of events left his thoughts in disarray. Without granting him time to process, Suyu stepped from behind the counter, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal azure glow. Raising his palms downward, His hands too began radiating the same cerulean light. From the empty air, a bronze-hued thread materialized, tracing delicate arcs as it gradually outlined the form of a cubic container roughly a meter in dimension. With a sudden flash, a fully formed bronze chest manifested midair before crashing onto the floor with a resonant clang. The onlookers gaped, utterly dumbfounded. What manner of sorcery was this? What ability could conjure such a marvel? Rayleigh's astonishment ran deeper still. Having witnessed Suyu's prior display, he had presumed him to wield the powers of the air fruit. Yet this defied all known logic. Could Suyu have consumed 2 devil fruits? The very notion seemed impossible. Mylander stared blankly at the ornate chest, its surfaces adorned with intricate engravings, emitting a gentle luminescence. The panel facing him bore the majestic relief of a winged stallion, a creature of divine elegance and mystique. Behold, the Pegasus cloth. Indeed, Suyu had crafted for Mylander the legendary armor of the Pegasus constellation, though he had never traversed the realm of the saints. He had once wandered through a peculiar dimension where he encountered not only the tales of pirates, but also the epics of Saint Seiya and countless other sagas. Given his current mastery, fashioning such a relic posed no challenge. Truth be told, Suyu found certain aspects of the saints' lore rather bemusing. The notion that bronze saints could unleash sonic speed punches capable of cleaving the heavens or kicks that sundered the earth, all achieved by protagonists barely into their teens, struck him as particularly absurd. What had he been doing at 13? Likely playing in the mud somewhere. As for the gold saints, their feats bordered on the ludicrous, casual strikes at light speed. All while the narrative insisted they remained mere mortals. Mortals who could casually throw punches at the velocity of light? Preposterous. Suyu chalked it up to artistic license. After all, the creator was but a comic artist. What could he possibly understand about the true nature of saints? Observing Mylander's bewildered hesitation before the sacred chest, Suyu spoke calmly. Pull the handle downward. The means to attain power lies within. Snapping from his daze, Mylander complied. A mechanical click echoed as the chest unfurled, revealing a pulsating radiance that gradually dimmed to unveil a resplendent, winged Pegasus wrought in argent and gold, a masterpiece of articulated armor, both majestic and hollow, as though woven from celestial plate. The majestic Pegasus radiated an aura of enigmatic nobility, evoking an involuntary glint of avarice in the eyes of the pirates. However, upon meeting the indifferent gaze of Suyu, who scrutinized them intently, their greed swiftly dissipated. Mirande, once you don this sacred armor, you shall possess the might of the 7 warlords, Suyu declared, conjuring a suit of Pegasus armor with deft precision. Although it lacked the grandeur of the original, it was more than sufficient to contend with a warlord. Awakening from his stupor, Mirande extended his hand, gently caressing the armor that formed the Pegasus. As if sensing its master's touch, the Pegasus erupted in a dazzling radiance, and the air echoed with the fierce whinnies of a stallion. In an instant, it disintegrated into a myriad of armor pieces, the headpiece, arm guards, chest plate, and leg armor, all soaring towards Mirande. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the armor had assembled itself around him, transforming him into a Pegasus saint. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Mirande's mind, a youthful figure clad in shimmering silver armor, striking an unusual pose. With a mighty roar of Pegasus meteor fist, Mirande felt as though he beheld a flurry of star-like fists, shattering all adversaries before him into mere fragments. This is also the masterpiece of Suyu. As a Sagittarius saint, how could he possibly lack the signature move? The Pegasus meteor fist? After receiving the inherited memories, Mylander came to his senses, gazing blankly at the armor adorning his body, then at his hands encased in it. As if caught in a dream, had he truly acquired the strength to rival the 7 warlords? Yet, the youth from that vision appeared formidable. Furthermore, this armor felt incredibly light, almost as if he weren't wearing anything at all. The onlookers, witnessing the utterly transformed Mylander, sensed that something peculiar had just transpired. This armor indeed seemed extraordinary, even donning itself automatically. But could mere armor enable one to face the 7 warlords? Surely, that was a jest. Abel, intrigued, glanced at Mylander's sacred garment and proposed to test its strength. Mylander, equally perplexed, was eager to discern the true nature of this armor, so after a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Seeing the two prepare to engage, Suyu clapped his hands to capture their attention. You wouldn't intend to fight right here, would you? Abel chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I momentarily lost control. I hope you can forgive me. As he motioned to lead Mylander outside, Suyu halted them once more. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, he clasped his hands, and the space within the tavern suddenly expanded, transforming from a bar into a vast plaza. The abrupt change in environment startled everyone, who quickly looked around. Upon realizing there was no immediate danger, they temporarily relaxed, albeit with a sense of fear and wariness directed towards Suyu. His display of power had genuinely astonished them. He altered their surroundings without their notice, truly frightening. Even Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, having failed to perceive the shift with his observation haki, marking this as yet another extraordinary ability. However, Mylander exhibited less reaction than the others, being merely a novice unacquainted with the reverence that power commands. Very well, let us commence. You may begin. Suyu's calm voice resonated. Abel regained his composure, positioning himself opposite Mylander, approximately 10 meters apart. The battle commenced. Chapter 7, Domination. The spectators encircled the arena. While Abel and Mylander stood face to face in the center, a distance of 10 meters separating them. Mylander, still a youth untested in battle, stood bewildered and motionless, lacking even a basic stance. In stark contrast, Abel was a seasoned warrior, a veteran of countless skirmishes, exuding an aura that made Mylander's legs tremble. Without further delay, Abel swiftly closed the distance, delivering a punch aimed at Mylander's abdomen, exerting merely 10% of his strength. Mylander had no time to react and was struck. Bracing himself for the impending pain, yet after several seconds, he felt nothing. Unbeknownst to him, Abel noticed that upon impact, the struck portion of the armor emitted a gentle glow, and he felt as if his punch had dissipated into nothingness. He mused silently. No wonder Suyu presented such an item. It is indeed remarkable. He retracted his fist and unleashed another strike, this time employing 70% of his strength. Mylander remained in a daze, and once again, he was hit. However, just like before, he felt no sensation whatsoever. Abel, disbelieving, summoned all his strength, even enveloping his fist in armament haki, and launched a third attack at Mylander. Mylander, seemingly testing the armor's defensive capabilities, stood firm, bracing himself for the blow. The onlookers anticipated the sight of the youth being sent flying. Yet, despite Abel's full-force assault, it proved ineffective. Mylander merely swayed slightly. Abel was truly astounded, after all. He was no ordinary individual, but a distinguished rear admiral. Moreover, he was among the most formidable of rear admirals. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned as the commanding officer of the base at the Shambadi archipelago. Yet, what had just transpired? He had not held back in the slightest, utilizing even his armed haki, yet the adversary, Milland, had appeared completely unfazed, not even retreating an inch. It was essential to note that Milland had previously been a frail youth. Was this armor truly so miraculous? He swiftly retracted his hand and took several steps back to create distance. Abel's astonishment mirrored that of the onlookers, who too were bewildered. This was nothing short of miraculous. Setting aside the lack of offensive capabilities, the defensive prowess of this armor was undeniable. The eyes of the pirates glimmered once more with avarice. Rayleigh too gazed in astonishment at Milland's armor, feeling a twinge of desire to test it with a strike of his own. As for Milland, he touched the spot where he had been struck, and an overwhelming surge of confidence welled up within him as he looked at Abel, brimming with fighting spirit. Abel, observing Milland, no longer harbored any contempt. At the very least, he acknowledged that he could not compete with the lad's defensive capabilities. And it seemed that he had no means to breach that defense. He glanced at the boy's exposed cheek. It appeared that was the only target left. Though it is often said one should not strike the face, yet he felt he had no other choice. Subsequently, he executed the sixth technique, sorrow, and instantaneously appeared in front of Milland, intending to strike his face before Milland could react. However, it was clear that Abel had not watched Saint Seiya. For had he done so, he would have understood that all saints possess a standard passive ability. The same technique is ineffective against them. As Abel seemed to vanish from sight only to reappear before him, Milland's vision sharpened remarkably. He felt as though Abel's movements had slowed considerably. He watched as Abel slowly withdrew his hand into a fist and then aimed it at his face. Instinctively, Milland dodged to the side, and in that moment, he even perceived the astonishment and disbelief in Abel's eyes. Then, almost instinctively, Milland retaliated with a punch directed at Abel. Abel, unable to evade in time, instinctively activated his iron block, yet he thought little of Milland's punch, believing that his defense would suffice. Alas, before he could finish that thought, he was already sent flying. In this scene, the spectators were astonished as they witnessed Mylander deftly evade Abel's attack, subsequently retaliating with such speed that it appeared as if he had left an afterimage. Abel sprang to his feet, clutching his chest with a trickle of blood escaping his lips, gazing at Mylander in disbelief. How could this be possible? Was this truly the same frail youth capable of delivering such a blow? Mylander himself was equally incredulous, staring at his own fist in astonishment. Had he truly just sent a brigadier general flying with a single punch? Moreover, he felt as though he had barely exerted any effort at all. Transitioning from having withstood the full force of a brigadier general's strike unscathed to effortlessly knocking him aside with a casual punch was a remarkable transformation brought about by donning the armor. His confidence surged to unprecedented heights, as if revenge was within his grasp. Indeed, he believed he now possessed the strength to avenge himself. In that moment of realization, he cast a grateful glance towards Suyu, acknowledging that all of this was a gift from him. Seeing Mylander's intent to continue, Abel hastily waved his hands in surrender, having completely abandoned any notion of further combat. Although conceding as a brigadier general was somewhat humiliating, the fact that he had withstood Abel's full assault without a scratch, only to be felled by a single strike from Mylander, rendered the situation absurd. The speed and reflexes displayed were beyond the norm. What was the point of continuing this fight? Yet, a flicker of ambition ignited within his heart. If this armor could be mass-produced, it seemed imperative to report this discovery to the marshal upon returning. Riley was equally astonished. A completely untrained youth had transformed into a formidable adversary capable of effortlessly defeating a brigadier general, all within the span of acquiring a piece of armor. He glanced at Suyu, realizing that the man's capabilities surpassed his wildest expectations. Initially, he felt their chances were evenly matched, but now, he recognized his earlier presumption was misguided. As Mylander noted Abel's reluctance to continue, he felt a twinge of regret. He had yet to fully assess his newfound prowess. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates were consumed by greed, their eyes gleaming with avarice at the thought of the so-called sacred armor, capable of both offense and defense, enhancing reflexes. It was nothing short of a divine artifact. They fantasized about what it would mean to possess such power themselves. Caught in their ambitions, they cast furtive glances at Mylander, malice brewing in their gazes while becoming acutely aware of their rivals. However, they failed to consider whether their own strength could truly match Mylander's to seize the sacred armor from him. In their minds, the only rationale was that the world was vast, and dominance was a matter of strength. If they lacked it, it was merely a reflection of their own weakness. Furthermore, they perceived a significant flaw in the armor. It did not envelop the entire body, leaving exposed areas that, if struck, would surely lead to victory. Each pirate crew resolved to prepare their forces upon returning, planning to ambush Mylander the moment he left the tavern, seizing the armor for themselves. Once successful, they would escape the Sabaody archipelago, disappearing into the sea, confident that even the tavern owner would be unable to find them. Chapter 8. The bullet aimed at the forehead. The pirates began to envision the power and bounty that would accompany their acquisition of the sacred armor, contemplating how they could usurp one of the 7 warlords and ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. Observing the unrestrained arrogance reflected in their expressions, Suyu could only shake his head. He glanced at Mylander, whose expression hinted at an insatiable desire for further combat, and addressed the pirates. It appears you are all quite interested in the sacred armor. Would you care to test your mettle? Whoever defeats Mylander shall earn the armor's acknowledgement. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Mylander's heart skipped a beat, but being a seasoned youth, he quickly realized Suyu's intention, to allow him to familiarize himself with the armor's power. His eyes sparkled with determination. The sight of pirates now ignited an inexplicable fury within him. The pirates, thrilled by the prospect, exchanged eager glances at one another, each vying to be the first to step forward. Tension mounted as they glared at one another, and had Suyu not been present, a brawl would have likely ensued. Ultimately, Suyu could no longer bear the spectacle and casually selected one individual to step up. The chosen pirate beamed with delight, while the others begrudgingly watched, unable to voice their discontent. This pirate was burly, his muscles rippling, and he donned spiked gloves, glaring menacingly at Mylander. Remember this, boy. The one who defeats you is the bone crusher, Sada. Normally, he would not consider leaving any survivors, but uncertain of Suyu's stance towards Mylander, he refrained from uttering threats of death. Mylander stood before him, their contrasting physiques starkly apparent, as the fierce aura emanating from Sada felt almost tangible, pressing against Mylander's resolve. Yet, Mylander was no longer the frail boy he once was. After his earlier experience, confidence surged within him. If his employer claimed that this armor could rival the 7 warlords, then he was certain he could triumph over this pirate. Thus, he chose to charge forward. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Sada, delivering a powerful punch. Sada was taken aback, but being a seasoned pirate, he quickly enveloped his fist in armament hockey, bracing himself for the impact. A resounding clang echoed as Mylander's fist struck Sada's arm, propelling him backward. His feet skidding against the ground, creating sparks. Yet, he managed to block the blow. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, Sada regarded Mylander with newfound seriousness. He acknowledged that the power he had just witnessed exceeded his expectations. This battle would not be as easy as he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, Mylander had only exerted 50% of his strength with that punch. Mylander, now fully committed, swiftly vanished again, this time appearing not in front of Sada but behind him, delivering another punch aimed at his lower back. Although Sada's observation haki was locked onto Mylander, the latter's speed had doubled since their last exchange. Sada barely had time to react, hastily gathering his armament haki to shield his lower back, preparing to absorb the blow before countering. However, the force behind Mylander's punch far exceeded his expectations. He felt an overwhelming force slam into his back, reminiscent of a sea monster's might. Suddenly, his lower back went numb, and he found himself airborne, propelled forward by the sheer impact. Once again, Mylander vanished, reappearing directly in Sada's path, ready to deliver yet another blow. Sada was utterly incapable of responding, compelled to summon all his strength to fortify his defense with armament haki. One punch sent him flying, followed by another, and yet another. To be candid, after enduring 5 or 6 blows, Sada could no longer withstand the onslaught. He yearned to plead for mercy. Yet words eluded him entirely, and Milan had no intention of sparing him. Thus, one punch after another, Milan delivered a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes before finally pausing. With his cessation, Sada, devoid of any remaining vigor, collapsed to the ground. His face bore the marks of bruises, blood oozed from his mouth, nostrils, and ears, and his eyes rolled back, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Remarkably, it had been less than a minute since he had dared to provoke Milan. Observing Milan's swift and decisive defeat of Sada, the remaining pirates felt a chill run down their spines, while Abel was equally astonished, realizing that the young man had not even exerted his full power. Milan, gazing at the fallen Sada, felt neither fear nor discomfort. Instead, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He had harnessed power, and he could now exact his vengeance. Is this reasonable? After all, it's a child from the world of pirates. It makes perfect sense. Then, Milan gazed at the remaining pirates, waiting for the next fool to step forward. The pirates exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence shattered and courage drained after witnessing Milan's earlier display. All they desired now was to flee the tavern as quickly as possible. Seeing their hesitation, Suyu gave them an extra nudge. If you're too afraid to fight alone, you can all come at once. It's fine. The pirates hesitated, then gritted their teeth. Go for it. Take the risk, and maybe fortune will favor the bold. Abel opened his mouth as if to say something, but after glancing at Suyu's calm expression, he remained silent. Milan faced the 6 ferocious pirates without a trace of fear. The pirates exchanged looks, then 4 of them charged at Milan, attempting to overwhelm him, while the remaining 2 stayed back, drawing their guns and aiming at the unarmored parts of his body. Though his armor was sturdy, Milan still dodged their attacks as best he could. But he was still just a boy, inexperienced, and the cunning pirates soon found an opening. One of them seized him from behind, while the others swiftly pinned down his limbs. Struggling in vain, Milan had no time to react before the gun-wielding pirates took their shot. Bang! Bang! The bullets flew toward his face in an instant. Panic flickered in his eyes. But the pirates held him too tightly. He could only watch helplessly as the bullets struck his forehead. Chapter 9. The boy who longed for vengeance trapped in the pirate's grip. Milan could do nothing as the bullet struck his forehead. It all happened too fast. Neither Abel nor Rayleigh could intervene in time. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets clinked against his forehead as if hitting steel, then ricocheted harmlessly away. For a moment, silence fell over the room. This is, of course, a given. After all, it is the sacred armor. All its components unite to form a whole, and any attack directed at the exposed parts of the body is redirected to the armor. In simpler terms, as long as the armor remains intact, the body of the saint cannot be harmed. Mirande's heart raced. He truly believed he was on the brink of death moments ago, a sensation that is indescribable. Fortunately, the armor proved to be quite formidable. Seizing the moment while the pirates were still in shock, Mirande broke free from their restraints and distanced himself from them. The pirates, now dazed, realized that what they perceived as a weakness was, in fact, a flawless defense, leaving them in despair. However, Mirande paid little heed to their thoughts. Although the armor had shielded him from bullets, the fear of impending death ignited his anger. He yearned to unleash his fury, drawing from the memories passed down to him. He executed a series of peculiar movements, and upon completion, he retracted his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and unleashed a Pegasus meteor fist. At that moment, the pirates facing Miranda appeared to witness shooting stars streaking across the sky, adorned in blue flames, cleaving through the heavens. Yet, the scene was far from beautiful, for the impact points of those meteors were none other than themselves. Hundreds, if not thousands, of meteors crashed down upon the pirates, their bodies thrashing uncontrollably in the air. Blood seeping from their wounds and splattering throughout the sky, ultimately pooling on the ground. Once everything settled and the brilliance faded, Miranda stood there, maintaining his striking pose. While behind him lay the mutilated pirates, silently resting in a pool of blood. They had met their end in a manner befitting their fate, after all. How many could claim to have been struck by stars before departing this world? Miranda retracted his fist, the exertion of the Pegasus meteor fist having drained much of his stamina, leaving him slightly breathless and his chest heaving. He turned to gaze at his handiwork, his eyes shimmering with remarkable brilliance. Rayleigh looked on in astonishment at Miranda. The power of that Pegasus meteor fist had genuinely shocked him. In his observation, the force exhibited was at least comparable to that of a great swordsman's strike. Ever since arriving at this tavern, Rayleigh had been engulfed in a state of constant astonishment. As for Abel, he had become numb. Even if Miranda took flight at that moment, he would not be surprised. Gradually regaining his composure, Miranda approached Suyu, wishing to kneel and express his gratitude with several bows, but just as he was about to do so, he felt an invisible force restraining his body, preventing him from proceeding. Suyu regarded Miranda with a nod. You performed rather well. There's no need to thank me. This is merely a transaction. I granted you the power of vengeance, and you are to serve me in return, an equitable exchange. Miranda opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking, choosing to harbor his gratitude within his heart. With the matter concluded, Suyu snapped his fingers, and the space contracted, returning everyone to the tavern. Several pirates and underworld members who had not participated fled the tavern at the sight of their return, exhaling in relief as if they had finally escaped death. Subsequently, Abel summoned a few soldiers to remove the lifeless pirates, leaving the tavern himself. Rayleigh, satisfied with the drinks and the spectacle he had witnessed, departed contentedly, leaving only Suyu and Miranda behind. Miranda glanced at Suyu, hesitating to speak, but Suyu, understanding his unvoiced thoughts, inquired, Miranda, are you curious as to why I offered you this opportunity? Indeed, Miranda had calmed down. As a penniless and frail youth, he pondered why Suyu would choose him. Although this power came at a price, the cost felt almost like a windfall, as he had no further obligations after exacting his revenge and no home to return to. Suyu had not only granted him strength but also a refuge. What, then, were Suyu's true intentions? Hearing Suyu's direct question, he hesitated briefly before nodding. Suyu casually replied, the reason is quite simple. You are the first true patron of the Wish Tavern. Being the inaugural visitor, certain privileges are to be expected. Miranda paused in surprise. He did not believe that someone like Suyu would deceive him, nor did he think himself worthy of such trickery. He then addressed Suyu. Mr. Suyu, I wish to take my revenge. The youth, emboldened by newfound power, could not afford to wait any longer. Suyu ambled over to the bar, settled onto a stool, and lazily regarded Miranda. Do you know where your enemies are now? Miranda, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, had overlooked the crucial question of how to locate them. Suyu shook his head and tossed Miranda a recording pointer. This pointer will guide you to what you seek. Be swift in your return. Miranda clumsily caught the pointer and carefully stowed it away. He then respectfully bowed to Suyu and turned to leave. Suyu suddenly recalled something and called out to Miranda. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, if you silently wish for the armor to retract, it will automatically disassemble into a pendant. The same procedure applies when you wish to don it again. Oh, and you can fly while wearing the armor. Suyu was uncertain whether the original armor possessed the ability to fly, but he surmised that since it had wings, it likely served a purpose beyond mere decoration. When he crafted it, he had conveniently added the capability for flight. Upon hearing this, Miranda immediately tested the armor's retraction mechanism. The retracted armor transformed into a pendant the size of a coin. He silently wished to equip it, and in less than a second, the armor adorned him once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that even without the armor, his physique had significantly improved, brimming with newfound strength. A passive enhancement of the armor, no doubt. After mentally wishing to retract the armor once more, he bid farewell to Suyu and exited the tavern. The previously raucous tavern returned to its tranquil state. Suyu settled into the plush sofa he had prepared for himself, sinking into its softness as drowsiness enveloped him. Suddenly, a sign appeared on the tavern door indicating it was closed for business, and Suyu closed his eyes, ready to indulge in the bliss of slumber. Chapter 10. The call from the Warring States. Miranda made his way to the coastline, pulling out the pointer Suyu had given him. He observed that it pointed to the northwest, slightly to his right. He gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with hatred. Just wait, Wolf Pirate Crew. I am coming to collect your lives. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then summoned the Pegasus cloth once more. With a powerful beat of the wings behind him, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of silver light that rapidly vanished into the horizon. Simultaneously, Abel returned to his naval base. Upon his arrival, he hurriedly made his way to the office and retrieved a din din mushi, dialing a number. The characteristic sound of the din din mushi resonated, and soon after, the call was answered. The creature mimicking the appearance of the person on the other end, a pair of glasses, most notably adorned with a long, braided beard. Hello, this is Sengoku. A serious and composed voice emanated, instilling an innate sense of reassurance. This was Admiral Sengoku. Admiral, this is Abel, commander of the Sabaody Archipelago base. I have something of utmost importance to report. Oh, what is it? Admiral, do you believe that a frail, untrained youth could instantaneously possess the strength to rival a rear admiral, even a vice admiral? What? Abel, are you joking? This is hardly amusing. It was evident that Sengoku perceived Abel's statement as a jest, for it defied all logic, and without witnessing it firsthand, one could hardly fathom such a claim. I am not jesting, Admiral Sengoku. I witnessed it with my own eyes. After Abel's persistent assurances, Sengoku reluctantly began to believe his words. Abel, recount the details to me. Yes, Admiral. A week ago, a young man opened a bar in the Sabaody Archipelago, claiming that any wish could be granted for a sufficient price. However, few believed it, and no one dared to try. Today, the first customer appeared. Abel then recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Sengoku listened in silence. He had previously received reports about the wishing bar and its proprietor, Suyu, but had dismissed them as mere tales of arrogance, common among those with a modicum of power. However, if Abel's account held true, and Suyu possessed the ability to instantly transform an untrained individual into a formidable rear admiral, the situation would indeed become troublesome. If this were the case, it would imply that Suyu could potentially fabricate an army at will, although the limits of Suyu's powers remained unknown. And whether such bestowed strength bore restrictions or side effects was uncertain, the implications were staggering. Furthermore, Abel mentioned that Suyu himself exhibited impressive strength and showcased spatial abilities, along with what appeared to be the powers of the air fruit. The notion of possessing two devil fruit abilities simultaneously was unprecedented, suggesting that this might be a newly cataloged devil fruit, yet to be documented. If such an individual were to join the Navy, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. He deemed it necessary to converse with Suyu, even if he could not persuade him to join. It was imperative to prevent him from being swayed by pirate factions, or worse, entangled with revolutionary forces. Admiral Sengoku? Abel's voice roused Sengoku from his contemplation, reminding him that he was still on the line. Ahem, Abel, please inform the bar owner, Suyu, that I wish to speak with him. Have him call me when he is available. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Subsequently, Abel returned to Suyu's bar with the din din mushi, only to find it closed for business. Undeterred, he knocked on the door, but received no response, prompting him to return to the base and plan to visit again the following day. The next morning, Abel arrived at Suyu's bar, yet it remained shuttered. However, he was unperturbed, for the opening hours were notoriously unpredictable, varying each day without any set schedule. By 6:30, Abel stood before the bar, and it was only after 8 that Suyu, yawning, finally opened the door, noticing Abel waiting outside. Ah, you arrived quite early. Without acknowledging Abel's weary expression, he turned and re-entered the bar. Rolling his eyes, Abel followed him inside. Would you like something to drink? The usual. No. I'm not here for drinks today. Oh, do you still want a drink then? Of course. Suyu presented a glass before Abel, who downed it in one gulp, sighing in satisfaction. Afterward, Abel placed a din din mushi on the bar. Boss, our admiral wishes to speak with you. Do you have the time? A glimmer of interest sparked in Suyu's eyes. Admiral Sengoku, you say? He is indeed one of the pinnacle powers in the pirate world. If he wishes to converse, I certainly have the time. Relieved by Suyu's agreement, Abel dialed Sengoku's number. The call connected swiftly, and the din din mushi resumed its mimicry of the admiral. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Abel. I'm at the bar, and the owner, Suyu, is right beside me. Abel signaled to Suyu before stepping outside to await the conversation. In the quiet bar, so you picked up the din mushy receiver. Admiral Sengoku. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I have certainly heard of you, Tsuyu. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Admiral, I imagine you are quite busy. So what prompts this call to a nameless individual like myself? I've heard that you possess a means to grant ordinary individuals the strength to rival a vice admiral. Is there truth to this? Indeed, it is true. But surely, with your strength, Admiral, you would not be concerned with mere vice admirals? Tsuyu, you jest. A solitary vice admiral is not a matter of concern for the Navy, but what if it were a multitude, or even greater strength? What is it that you wish to convey, Admiral? Please, speak plainly. Very well. Personally, I would prefer that you consider joining the Navy. With your abilities, I could assure you the rank of vice admiral, and should your strength prove sufficient, the prospect of a future promotion to admiral is not beyond reach. Admiral Sengoku, I am but a man of modest aspirations, wishing only to run a bar and live a leisurely life. The Navy is not for me. Sengoku pondered Tsuyu's declaration of modesty, yet he understood that capable individuals often possessed a sense of pride. He did not expect to ensnare Tsuyu so easily. Since you have your own plans, I shall not press you. However, as long as you do not oppose the Navy, our doors will always remain open to you. Thank you for your kind offer. If there is nothing else, I believe we can conclude this conversation. Tsuyu was aware that Sengoku was undoubtedly interested in the sacred armor. However, he refrained from voicing this and decided to wait for Sengoku to inquire himself. Sure enough, he soon heard Sengoku's voice from across the table. Hold on. Chapter 11. You truly dare to name a price. Sengoku continued. Tsuyu, I have another matter to discuss. Oh, what is it? I wish to learn about the sacred armor. What price must I pay for you to share the method of its creation with the Navy? Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Tsuyu silently chuckled. It was just like Sengoku to directly seek the method for creating the sacred armor. Yet, even if he divulged it, they would struggle to procure the necessary materials. Furthermore, this world lacks Athena. To be honest, Tsuyu had never ventured into the world of the Saint Seiya, so he was unaware of the actual creation method. He had merely fabricated a set of sacred armor based on his formidable strength and his understanding gleaned from the manga. Sengoku, the cost of this creation method may exceed your expectations, and even if I were to share it with you, you would be unable to forge the armor. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's initial reaction was to think that Tsuyu was unwilling to part with the method. However, after some contemplation, he considered that Tsuyu's claim might hold some truth, perhaps even linked to the powers of his devil fruit. Consequently, he resolved that, if the method was unattainable, it would be prudent to purchase a set of sacred armor and have Dr. Vegapunk study it. Thus, he inquired of Tsuyu if the method cannot be obtained. Then what would be the price for a set of sacred armor? This is not a method that can be directly purchased, so one might consider acquiring a complete set for research purposes. Suddenly, Tsuyu recalled the enigmatic Dr. Vegapunk, who, according to the original text, possessed technology that was 5 centuries ahead of the world. Despite Vegapunk's high prestige, he could hardly produce anything related to the Saint Cloth, an artifact that should not exist in this world. However, Tsuyu remembered the so-called steel Saint Cloth featured in the Saint Seiya series, a true marvel of technology. Perhaps the miraculous Vegapunk could conjure a miracle? Yet, that was a matter for another time. Tsuyu chuckled mischievously and then quoted his price to Sengoku. Oh, so the wish of Admiral Sengoku is to acquire a set of Saint Cloth? Sengoku was somewhat puzzled as to why Tsuyu was so fixated on the concept of wishes. Could it be that his fruit was a wish fruit, or something similar? Nevertheless, Sengoku indulged Tsuyu's obsession. Indeed, my wish is to obtain a Saint Cloth like that of the young boy. This wish is quite simple. A set of Saint Cloth is inexpensive, requiring merely 3 nature-type devil fruits, or phantom beast-type animal fruits, or 5 paramecia-type fruits, or 7 ordinary animal fruits. You certainly dare to set such a price. Do you think devil fruits are as easy to come by as cabbages? And you demand 3 at once. Lord Tsuyu, isn't your price a bit outrageous? Not at all. For an ordinary person to consume a devil fruit, even the rarest nature type, extensive training is required to become combat ready. And the duration of this training is unpredictable. In contrast, the Saint Cloth can instantly grant an untrained individual formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, Admiral Sengoku, your assessment of the mid-level combat power is inaccurate. Abel may not have informed you that the Saint Cloth not only provides impeccable defense but also accompanies a skill comparable to that of a great swordsman as strike. Although this skill consumes a significant amount of stamina, there are few great swordsmen in the Navy, and I believe Admiral Sengoku is well aware of this. Upon hearing this, Sengoku gasped. The Saint Cloth, was indeed terrifying. With it, one could unleash attacks rivaling those of a great swordsman. It seemed he had underestimated the power of the Saint Cloth. Reflecting for a moment, Sengoku found Tsuyu's reasoning compelling. After all, he understood all too well the extensive time required to cultivate a mid-level combatant, which involved years of arduous training, with no guarantee of success. As for the great swordsman, that depended purely on innate talent. Mere diligence would not suffice. Thus, he momentarily deemed the price quite reasonable. Lord Tsuyu, I accept your price. I will send someone to retrieve the Saint Cloth, and I will hand over the devil fruits at that time. The two exchanged polite farewells before hanging up. Tsuyu then called Abel back in. Seeing Tsuyu's calm demeanor, Abel sensed that the conversation had gone smoothly and sighed in relief before taking his leave with the snail phone. Meanwhile, in the office of the Admiral at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone and addressed the burly figure lounging in his office, munching on rice crackers. What do you think? Haha. Sengoku, you now resemble a serious goat. Carp burst into laughter, spitting crumbs and saliva everywhere. Sengoku glowered at his irreverent old friend, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he ultimately restrained his anger, saying, This bar owner is no simple character. He can instantly create mid-level combat power and unleash attacks comparable to those of a great swordsman. The most critical point is that, given sufficient cost, he seems capable of producing combat power without limits. A troublesome individual. After Carp finished laughing, he continued to munch on rice crackers, mumbling, My intuition tells me that this fellow is extremely dangerous, but I believe he harbors no hostility towards us, at least not towards the Navy. Sengoku, hearing Carp's words, fell silent, his expression dark and uncertain, lost in thought. Tsuyu was undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Not only was his own strength formidable, but he also possessed the strategic ability to instantly generate combat power. If such a person fell into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, the Navy would face significant challenges. However, one could either seek to control such a figure directly or, if that failed, strive to maintain a cordial relationship. Alas, he hoped Tsuyu would not create difficulties for the Navy. With these thoughts, Sengoku realized he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion for the time being and decided to obtain the Saint Cloth first. Thus, he said, Carp, this time you will take a team to Sabaody. Before Sengoku finished his sentence, he noticed Carp had developed a large bubble of mucus from his nose while still chewing on a piece of rice cracker. This old man. Sengoku was nearly driven to a heart attack. He took several deep breaths to calm himself. After knowing Carp for so many years, he had built up a tolerance to his antics, otherwise, he would have succumbed to a heart attack long ago. Subsequently, Sengoku chose to ignore the old fool who could fall asleep even while eating rice crackers and called in Kizaru. Kizaru, take a warship to the Sabaody archipelago to retrieve an item. Oh my, what item requires a vice admiral's personal escort? How frightening. Hearing Kizaru's flippant tone, Sengoku felt dismay. Sigh, the only reliable ones around him were Crane and Akiji. He had initially intended to send Akiji, but unfortunately, Akiji was not at headquarters. This is confidential. Retrieve the item first. Oh, and bring back 7 animal-type devil fruits to hand over to that bar owner. Kizaru, upon hearing this, shot Sengoku a surprised glance, but remained silent. He nodded in acknowledgement and began to prepare. Though Kizaru was somewhat laid-back and averse to trouble, he was not without intellect. He sensed the seriousness in Sengoku's tone and recognized the importance of the matter, so he slightly reined in his casual demeanor. Sengoku sighed deeply, hoping Kizaru would exercise caution and avoid conflict with Tsuyu. Simultaneously, on a small island northwest of the Sabaody archipelago, a bloody massacre was unfolding. Chapter 12, Do you still remember that village? With a thunderous crash, a muscle-bound man burst through the tavern wall, flying out from within. Judging by the blood on his body and his somewhat grim expression, this was clearly not of his own volition. Following him, a much smaller figure emerged from the gaping hole, clad in resplendent, striking metallic armor, complete with a pair of metallic wings that shimmered in the sunlight. This is undoubtedly the vengeful Mylander. The burly man lay on the ground, struggling futilely to rise, gazing up at Mylander, who approached him slowly, his eyes filled with terror. Half an hour earlier, guided by the pointer, Mylander arrived on a small island after a night of flight. The pointer indicated that the person he sought was on this very island. He folded his wings and landed, his feet sinking into the soft earth. Strangely, despite a sleepless night, he appeared invigorated and spirited. He retracted his sacred garment, stretched his limbs, and then took out the pointer, striding purposefully in the indicated direction. Eventually, He entered a tavern, immediately assaulted by the nauseating stench of sweat and alcohol, which starkly contrasted with the slightly fragrant air of the small bar owned by the proprietor he remembered fondly. Suddenly, a frail, delicate youth entered, drawing the attention of the raucous pirates, their malicious and lewd gazes fixated on him. However, Mylender paid no mind to their stares. A brief glance revealed familiar faces he would never forget, those of the wolf pirates, the murderers of his parents. Mylender's eyes reddened instantly as he stepped closer to the infamous crew. With a fierce glare, he addressed them. "Do you remember the village named Aquin? Do you remember me?" The crew, their drunken eyes bleary, sneered. "Who are you, kid? Are you here to ask for candy?" Their mockery elicited laughter from their companions, who clearly regarded Mylender with disdain. After all, as pirates, they had slaughtered countless villages, and Mylender was merely a fleeting memory to them. Yet their nonchalance snapped the final thread of restraint within Mylender. In an instant, he donned the armor of Pegasus, exuding a formidable aura that silenced their laughter. The seasoned pirates, instinctively aware of the danger, sensed he was not to be trifled with. But they were too slow. Mylender was faster. With a furious punch, he struck the loudest pirate in the face. If captured in slow motion, one would see Mylender's fist connect, the pirate's face deforming grotesquely as it caved in, ultimately sending him crashing into the wall. Though it appeared to last an eternity, the entire encounter transpired in less than a second. By the time the remaining pirates regained their senses, the unfortunate pirate lay motionless, his face a gaping void. "You bastard!" roared the captain of the wolf pirates, brandishing a massive serrated blade aimed directly at Mylender's throat. However, Mylender had already noticed the captain's approach and swiftly evaded the strike, launching a powerful kick that sent the captain sprawling backward. Ignoring him, Mylender charged at the other pirates who had once invaded his home, dispatching them with decisive blows. "You're seeking death. I am the captain of the wolf pirates. Do you think you can defeat me just because you're wearing some bizarre armor?" The captain's fury boiled over, not born from concern for his fallen crew, but from Mylender's blatant disregard for him, an affront to his pride. He rushed forward, his weapon imbued with haki, swinging down viciously at Mylender's face. 10 minutes later, Mylender delivered a crushing kick to the captain's abdomen, sending him crashing through the tavern's wall and into the street. Inside, the members of the wolf pirates lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them in a scene of utter carnage, while other pirate crews merely observed, offering no assistance. Outside the tavern, the captain struggled to rise, his earlier bravado extinguished, reduced to the pitiful state of a wounded dog. He gazed up at Mylender, whose expression betrayed no emotion, his eyes filled with dread. This youth had dispatched his crew with effortless precision, and his own attempts at retaliation had proven utterly futile. What manner of monster was this? "Please, spare my life. What offense have I committed against you? I have treasures aplenty on my ship. I will give you everything. Just spare me." Faced with impending death, the captain abandoned all semblance of dignity and begged for mercy. Mylender fixed his gaze on the captain. "Do you remember the village of Aquin? I once had a happy family until your crew, the wolf pirates, ravaged our home." As he spoke, his teeth clenched, fists tightened, and a murderous intent flared in his eyes. The captain's heart sank as he realized the gravity of his situation. This was a vendetta, a deep-seated grudge. Yet he was no ordinary pirate but a subordinate of the Don Quixote family. You cannot kill me. I am affiliated with the Don Quixote family. My captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. If you slay me, you will be opposing a warlord. Doflamingo? The captain believed Mylender would be intimidated by the name, and his confidence surged once more. Indeed, Doflamingo. You understand what it means to be one of the 7 warlords, don't you? You may be formidable, but compared to them, you are still. Before he could finish, he would never speak again. For Mylender raised his foot and mercilessly crushed the captain's skull, leaving him with a twisted smile of relief forever etched upon his face. The horrifying scene instantly terrified the onlookers, who shrieked and fled in panic. Miranda stood frozen in place, taking a moment to gather himself, only to be struck by a wave of confusion. He had finally avenged himself, yet, after the initial exhilaration, his heart was now filled with an overwhelming emptiness. Then, a thought struck him. He was not devoid of purpose. He still had work to return to for his employer. With this realization, Miranda seemed to discover a newfound meaning in life, and his eyes gradually sparkled with renewed vigor. He left ample compensation for the tavern owner. For while he himself possessed no money, the deceased pirates had ample treasure. With a powerful beat of his wings, he soared into the sky, heading towards the archipelago of Sabaody, leaving behind the tavern in disarray. Chapter 13. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? On this day, the sky was a brilliant blue, offering splendid weather, at least in the archipelago of Shambodi. Riley, as usual, occupied his almost habitual spot at the bar, sipping on his drink. He spent extravagant sums, often exceeding hundreds of thousands of bellies, on liquor, a sum far beyond the earnings of a mere coding artisan. Consequently, during this period, Riley had resorted to selling himself 3 times. The slave auction house and those seeking to purchase slaves must have suffered considerable losses. Indeed, this is quite gratifying. Abel, as per his routine, arrived at the tavern, but this time he was not alone. Accompanying Abel was a tall figure with short black hair, slightly curly. He wore sunglasses, sported a stubbled face, and stood nearly 3 meters tall. Clad in a suit adorned with bright yellow and deep yellow stripes, complemented by a purple tie and a dark green shirt underneath, while his feet were adorned with white leather shoes. The man exuded an air of languid frivolity, appearing much like an innocuous middle-aged uncle. However, one should not be deceived by his appearance, for his name is Borisolino, a moniker not many might recognize, while his epithet, Kazru, is widely known. Those seemingly cute syllables have become a nightmare for countless pirates, as he is one of the 3 foremost powers of the Navy headquarters, the Admiral Kizaru. As Kizaru stepped into the tavern, the pirates, who had been indulging in drunken revelry, were abruptly roused from their stupor. More precisely, they were frightened awake. A cold sweat broke out upon them, and an overwhelming sense of confusion filled their minds. Why would an admiral of the Navy headquarters grace this place with his presence? While they might have been willing to confront the 7 warlords, facing an admiral rendered them utterly devoid of any rebellious thoughts. The might of the Navy headquarters is no trifling matter. They understood power and thus held it in reverence. Yet, Kizaru seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere within the tavern, casually making his way to the bar, where he set down a large box. At that moment, he suddenly turned to Rayleigh, feigning surprise, and exclaimed in a tone that lacked subtlety, "Ah, is this not the legendary Pirate King's right hand, the Dark King Rayleigh? How terrifying it is to encounter such a notable figure in a humble tavern." His words were not lost on the other pirates, who were momentarily pulled from their fear as they processed Kizaru's declaration. Rayleigh, the disheveled old man? For pirates, the Pirate King represents their dreams and legends. And as the right hand of the Pirate King, Rayleigh's reputation is equally formidable. They could not fathom that an admiral would speak falsely, thus concluding that the seemingly mundane old man before them was indeed the Dark King Rayleigh. To their astonishment, they found themselves fortunate enough to encounter such a figure. But upon glancing at Kizaru beside Rayleigh, they cursed their wretched fate. Rayleigh, however, remained unperturbed, sipping his drink with measured grace. After all, he needed to conserve his supplies. Selling himself short too often could prove detrimental to sustainable development. "I am but an ordinary old man. The title of Dark King is merely a remnant of the past," he remarked. Kizaru chose not to contest this, well aware that Rayleigh was indeed in Sabaody Archipelago, a fact that was hardly a secret among the higher echelons of the Navy. A certain naval hero had even ventured to Sabaody to share a drink with Rayleigh. Nevertheless, the Navy had no intentions of apprehending Rayleigh, as the costs outweighed the benefits. Capturing him would necessitate at least 2 admirals and a blockade of warships, and the repercussions of a desperate counterattack from a top-tier powerhouse would be unfathomably catastrophic, an expense the Navy could ill afford. Moreover, what good would capturing Rayleigh do? The Pirate King himself was already deceased, thus, there was little necessity in pursuing his right hand. Furthermore, Rayleigh had been quite discreet, residing in Sabaody without causing any trouble, leading the Navy to adopt a policy of benign neglect towards him. Kizaru then shifted his focus to the bartender. "Suyu, you must be the proprietor of this establishment. Admiral Sengoku has sent me to retrieve an item, and I have brought this along," he said, pushing the large box towards Suyu. Suyu steadied the box and opened it, revealing 7 oddly shaped fruits, the devil fruits. Having successfully completed a transaction, Suyu appeared in good spirits, offering a smile before exiting the bar. He performed a similar maneuver, dropping a bronze box onto the floor and gesturing toward Kizaru. "This is the item requested by Admiral Sengoku, sir. Please." However, the bronze box bore intricate patterns rather than the image of a soaring Pegasus. Kizaru gazed curiously at the scene before him. He had activated his observation haki to its fullest extent yet felt nothing amiss. He scrutinized Suyu intently, though his tone remained as casual as ever. "Your abilities are truly remarkable, quite impressive." Suyu smiled faintly and returned to the bar, choosing silence. Kizaru reached out to touch the bronze box, feeling the ordinary texture of bronze. He lifted it, noticing its weight, heavy yet possibly empty. However, he reasoned that the proprietor would not dare deceive a fleet admiral or an admiral, suggesting it must be some lightweight material. He then handed the box to Abel. addressing Suyu. "Well then, I shall return to report. Yet, it seems your tavern is rather populated with pirates. Perhaps I could assist in clearing them out." Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Abel felt an urgent desire to intervene but was at a loss for how to articulate his objections. Kizaru's speed was overwhelming, leaving no room for protest. At the sound of Kizaru's nonchalant remarks, the pirates who believed they had evaded calamity were now paralyzed with fear, their muscles stiffening. Cold sweat pouring down their backs, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance, only wishing to flee. Alas, Kizaru, possessing the speed of the light fruit, rendered their escape futile. A blinding radiance erupted from him as he vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside one of the pirates, poised in a classic stance to deliver a kick. The unfortunate pirate heard a whisper that felt like a death sentence. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" In truth, Kizaru's intention was not merely to assist Suyu in clearing the tavern, but rather to demonstrate the might of the navy. Given that there was a transaction between the admiral and Suyu, it implied that Suyu possessed something of interest to the navy. Thus, Kizaru sought to showcase power in hopes of swaying Suyu's allegiance towards them. However, it was evident that this decision displeased someone significantly. Chapter 14. In a dire predicament, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The words, akin to the whispers of death, rendered the unfortunate pirate, selected by Kizaru as the first to experience the light-speed kick, utterly frozen in place, fear stripping him of control. He could only shut his eyes, awaiting his impending judgment. Yet, Kizaru's light-speed kick never materialized. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Suyu, saturating the tavern with an intense force. What kind of pressure was this? It felt as though one were at the mercy of a predatory beast, an ancient creature awakening from slumber, its ferocity palpable as it opened its maw to roar. The scent of blood wafting through the air. It was an absolute pressure that transcended the very essence of life itself. In an instant, the atmosphere within the bar seemed to solidify. The weaker pirates had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while the stronger ones, though still conscious, knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their hearts racing and sweat cascading down their bodies. Their minds were blank, filled solely with an overwhelming sense of terror. Should they miraculously survive this encounter, they would likely never muster the courage to return to this establishment again. Among them, Kizaru, who was being singled out by Suyu, despite being one of the top powers in the pirate world, found himself on one knee, propped up by his hands to avoid collapsing entirely. He was drenched in sweat, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight that belied his status as a top-tier naval force. The one in the best condition was Rayleigh. However, even he was rigid with shock, staring at Suyu with a face full of disbelief. Beneath his astonishment lay a flicker of dread, not a fear of death, but rather an instinctive fear of a being that towered above him in strength. It was a primal reaction. In truth, the oppressive aura Suyu had released was but a fleeting moment. Had he sustained it longer, Kizaru and his companions would have faced even greater despair. Yet, even without the pressure, they remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Noticing that Kizaru had been sufficiently intimidated, Suyu spoke, "Lord Kizaru, I appreciate your concern, but violence is not permitted within my bar. You should return to report, otherwise, Admiral Sengoku may grow impatient." Suyu's calm voice shattered the frozen tension, allowing the frightened patrons to exhale with relief. The previously ominous bar suddenly felt as though spring had arrived, and the pirates, who had been sprawled on the ground, appeared to receive a reprieve, scrambling to escape as if pursued by a dreadful specter. In their haste, they even remembered to carry off their unconscious comrades, displaying a hint of camaraderie. Kizaru, with some difficulty, managed to rise to his feet. The earlier confrontation had left him somewhat injured. Had he not possessed the natural Logia abilities, he might have sustained severe damage. He cast a glance at Suyu, his eyes reflecting profound shock and fear, before departing hastily with Abel, who mirrored his own trepidation. Their once confident demeanor was now reduced to a disheveled retreat. Soon, only Suyu and Rayleigh remained in the bar. Rayleigh scrutinized Suyu, remnants of astonishment still flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had misjudged the young man from their initial meeting, initially perceiving him as a formidable adversary, then contemplating the possibility of parity, before ultimately realizing that he was outmatched. Today's events unveiled the depths of hidden strength, revealing the ignorance of a frog in a well, and imparted a sense of helplessness and despair. Rayleigh had never fathomed that someone could exert such pressure merely through their presence, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Now, he found it hard to believe, as the experience felt dreamlike, almost surreal. He considered himself one of the world's strongest, yet here he was, astounded by a youth's sheer might. Suyu discerned the incredulity in Rayleigh's voice and offered a reassuring shrug. "I am merely a bar owner. Helping others fulfill their wishes, nothing more. Rayleigh chuckled wryly. Nothing more? Young man, the aura you unleashed today was utterly terrifying. Truly. There are always greater beings beyond our grasp. He continued, and you are so young. It's remarkable. Suyu smiled gently, old man. Do you recall the words I spoke when we first met? Rayleigh paused, searching his memory, but the recollection eluded him, as age had dulled his memory of events from merely a week prior. Noticing Rayleigh's forgetfulness, Suyu reiterated, I mentioned that I am no longer young. Rayleigh blinked. Grasping the implication, are you suggesting that? You are quite old? Suyu nodded, affirming Rayleigh's conjecture. Rayleigh mused. So this is also a facet of your fruit's ability? It makes sense. It's inconceivable for someone so young to possess such extraordinary strength. If you were indeed older, everything would fall into place. But still, it's remarkably unfair. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle again. Even if you are not a youth, your power is still astonishingly exaggerated. I dare say that even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, would be overshadowed in your presence. Old man, you still fail to grasp the full measure of my words. My age may surpass your wildest imaginings, Suyu replied with a mysterious smile. Rayleigh, taken aback, inquired directly. Just how old are you, then? With a wistful tone, Suyu responded, I am nearing 10,000 years old. Rayleigh instinctively nodded, processing the bombshell. Oh, so you are approaching 10,000 years. Then it hit him. Wait, 10,000 years? Chapter 15. Rayleigh's paradigm shifts. Suyu's light. Melancholic voice echoed in Rayleigh's mind. I am nearing 10,000 years old. 10,000 years. For a moment, Rayleigh believed his ears had betrayed him. He glanced at Suyu, who nodded affirmatively, confirming his age was indeed approaching 10 millennia. Rayleigh opened his mouth, struggling to comprehend such staggering news, as his mind seemed to stall in disbelief. This is a celebration of 10,000 years. Not 100 years, nor 1,000 years, but 10,000 years. How brief is the span of world history? In fact, the very existence of humanity may not even reach 10,000 years. A point that even the most esteemed scholars find uncertain. Is this truly not a jest? Can humanity genuinely endure for such an extended duration? Do the fabled devil fruits exist, granting individuals such longevity? Or is it possible that Suyu is, in fact, not human? If Suyu has indeed lived for nearly 10 millennia, to what heights might his power ascend? Was the formidable aura he just exuded a manifestation of his full strength? Moments ago, I discerned a hint of melancholy in Suyu's voice. What an extraordinary melancholy it was. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through Rayleigh's mind, his emotions wholly consumed by astonishment. He did not perceive Suyu as a deceiver. There was simply no rationale for such a charade, nor would it serve any benefit to Suyu. Therefore, it is likely that what Suyu claimed is indeed true. Suyu, displaying remarkable consideration, refrained from interrupting Rayleigh further, granting him the space to absorb the shock and regain his composure. Truth be told, witnessing someone become so astounded by one's remarkable qualities is rather gratifying, is it not? Could this be what is referred to as ostentation? Nonetheless, Rayleigh, being a seasoned warrior with a wealth of experience, gradually transitioned from initial shock to a composed demeanor. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Suyu still bore a tinge of disbelief and astonishment. In Rayleigh's perception, a being like Suyu, who has nearly reached the age of 10,000 years, transcends the realm of humanity. It is truly hard to fathom that my esteemed boss is of such advanced years. I had unwittingly taken advantage of him all this while. How amusing, now that he is aware of Suyu's true age. Rayleigh found it inappropriate to continue addressing him as young man. Unable to conjure an appropriate title, he opted for boss instead. Fear not. While my actual age may be considerable, my mental and physical age remain harmoniously aligned. Thus, you may regard me as a youthful individual if you wish. Rayleigh let out a wry smile, feeling as if today had been consumed entirely by incredulity and astonishment. It was as though he were destined to exhaust all his astonishment in this single day, for the day's revelations were overwhelmingly profound. Henceforth, he might find it challenging to be astonished by anything he encounters. Before I could ascertain your age and capabilities, I regarded you as a youth. Now that I have come to understand, how could I possibly remain composed? Rayleigh remarked, Boss, though it may be somewhat impolite to inquire, I must ask, are you certain you are still human? Suyu pondered for a moment and replied, In fact, you may perceive me as a deity. In this world, I could very well be considered a god. The primary reason lies in the relatively low hierarchy of the pirate world. With my current strength, I am virtually omnipotent here. Upon hearing the term god, Rayleigh's first reaction was to think of the deity of Skypiea, a title pertaining to its ruler. His second thought turned to the celestial dragons, those foolish beings who claimed to be descendants of gods. Yet, it was evident that Suyu bore no relation to either. Could the god he spoke of truly be a divine entity? After nearly 10 millennia of existence, potentially surpassing the entirety of human history, could he be considered the god of humanity? Did he perhaps create humankind? Was the devil fruit also a product of his design? In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded Rayleigh's mind. However, having endured prior revelations, his capacity for shock had increased, and he found himself surprisingly unfazed. After all, if he were indeed a god, Suyu's previous displays would appear quite normal. Although Rayleigh had begun to believe, he could not suppress one final question. "Boss, are you truly a god?" Suyu responded. "Ah, by my own standards, I am not quite there yet. However, in this world, I can indeed accomplish anything, which must align with humanity's definition of divinity." Rayleigh momentarily lost his train of thought. Indeed, if a being could achieve anything that could rightly be deemed a god, the youthful figure before him was, astonishingly, a deity. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? Should this news spread, the entire world would surely tremble. No wonder he spoke with such audacity. Claiming he could fulfill any wish, he is, after all, a god. Then, Rayleigh recalled a specific phrase the boss had reiterated, "this world." Did he imply that he did not belong to this realm? Adopting a principle of inquiry, Rayleigh asked, "Boss, you mentioned that in this world you can be regarded as a god." Suyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am not a native of this world, but rather hail from beyond its confines." Thereafter, Suyu elaborated on the concept of worlds, enlightening Rayleigh about the infinite realms that exist beyond their own. On that day, Rayleigh's worldview was irrevocably shattered. He suddenly perceived the vastness of the world, an expanse so immense that it instilled within him a profound sense of dread. His own strength seemed to diminish to insignificance. Yet, he soon reminded himself that he was merely an indigenous inhabitant, even within his own realm. He could not claim absolute invincibility nor transcend the barriers of his world to venture into others. He likened himself to an ant, whose entire universe consists of its nest, perhaps extending to a modest garden or the backyard of a certain home. This limited space represents all that the ant can perceive and is the entirety of its existence. Even if that small garden or backyard is but a mere pixel on the grand canvas of Earth, and even if beyond it lies a multitude of vibrant worlds, such expanses hold no significance for the ant. Rayleigh now found himself in the position of that ant, and with a bitter smile, he accepted the overwhelming influx of information. His mindset and reason profoundly affected by it. These revelations, once absorbed, merely become tales to him. They belong to another's life, the life of his employer, not his own. With that realization, he felt a sense of liberation and returned to the familiar persona of old Lei, the coding craftsman with a penchant for drink. Suyu observed how swiftly Lei regained his composure and silently nodded, recognizing the steadfastness of his character, unperturbed by external influences. Chapter 16. The Quiet Office Rejuvenated. Lei gazed at Suyu with a look of complex emotions. This is indeed a deity, a term that evokes an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. When Rayleigh first encountered the word deity, he experienced a surge of anxiety, largely due to the association with the celestial dragons. This instinctive reaction instilled within him a somewhat negative sentiment towards the term, as he feared that this sudden emergence of a god might share the same arrogance and caprice as the celestial dragons, wielding an unassailable strength that would render resistance futile. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated in Rayleigh's mind, as he recognized that such worries were futile. Reality would not shift simply because of his apprehensions. His anxiety would not magically endow him with the power to rival Suyu. If Suyu truly embodied such divinity, then perhaps it would be better to resign himself to fate. Moreover, through his recent interactions with Suyu, Rayleigh deduced that this god bore no significant difference from humanity, displaying rationality rather than the mindless destruction of a lunatic. As he adjusted his mindset, Rayleigh felt the sunlight outside grow a tad brighter, and even the wine seemed to taste sweeter, prompting him to order another glass. Alas, he realized he had exceeded his budget for the day. Fortunately, Suyu discerned Rayleigh's predicament and graciously waived the bill, sparing him from the embarrassment of being unable to pay. Even though this old fellow had long since lost any semblance of dignity, after all, who with integrity would resort to selling themselves for money? Subsequently, Rayleigh bid farewell to Suyu and departed from the bar, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information he had absorbed that day. He felt the need to retreat and reflect quietly. He had no intention of sharing this revelation with others. The truth was, even if he did. No one would believe him. People tend to trust only what they can witness with their own eyes, clinging to their preferred beliefs. In the bar owned by Xiachi, she was, as usual, smoking a cigarette when she noticed Rayleigh's return. However, her keen intuition picked up on something amiss in his demeanor. "Rayleigh, is something the matter?" she inquired. "Ah, no, I merely realized today that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." "What happened? That doesn't sound like you." Xiachi replied, her casual tone laced with a subtle concern, feeling the need to share his unsettling experience. Rayleigh chose Xiachi as the confidant and recounted the day's events in their entirety. Upon hearing his story, Xiachi was left in a state of shock. Unable to comprehend that a god resided right outside her door, it was nothing short of magical. However, the moment she learned of Su Yu's divine nature, her first thought was to consider whether she could visit him to wish for eternal youth. In the evening, the vengeful Milland finally returned to the bar. By all accounts, he should have arrived the previous day, but after exacting his revenge, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue that seemed to seep into his very soul, accompanied by an irresistible drowsiness. His previous eagerness for vengeance had led him to unwittingly exhaust his physical and mental resources, and now that the deed was done, he felt a profound relaxation wash over him, along with its inevitable toll. Finding a secluded spot, Milland lay down and succumbed to sleep, which lasted the entire day. When he pushed open the bar's door, he found it devoid of patrons, save for Su Yu, who was comfortably ensconced in a sofa, engrossed in a book. The soft, warm light illuminated the space around him, casting his shadow upon the pages. Upon noticing Milland's return, Su Yu looked up and casually remarked, "You're back." This simple sentence filled Miranda's heart with warmth, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred his very soul, nearly bringing him to tears. For some inexplicable reason, the modest bar, with its inviting warm light, and the owner lazily engrossed in a book on the sofa, instilled in him a profound sense of belonging. With a voice slightly trembling, he replied, "Ah, I am back, boss. Indeed, it seems all is well. I've prepared a room for you. The one at the far end of the second floor will be yours from now on. Your work begins tomorrow, serving drinks, providing service, and cleaning will all be entrusted to you." "All right." Miranda fought back the tears that threatened to spill over and ascended the stairs. How wonderful it felt. It was as if he had found a home once more. Meanwhile, in the office of the Admiral at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was reviewing documents, while Garp sat beside him, crunching on rice crackers, providing an accompaniment to Sengoku's endeavors. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and a tall, slender figure entered, clutching a bronze box. It was Kizaru, returning from the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku, noticing Kizaru's arrival, set aside the documents in his hands, his attention drawn to the peculiar bronze box. Kizaru placed the box on the ground and stood there, appearing somewhat subdued. His usual nonchalant demeanor seemed to have diminished. Calm, recognizing Kizaru's unusual demeanor, inquired directly, "What's wrong, Kizaru? You look as wilted as an overpickled salted fish." Kizaru opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent. This matter was rather embarrassing, as he had attempted to act impressively only to be met with a stark reality that left him with a bruised ego. This experience was indeed jarring for him. He had always considered himself quite formidable, a user of the Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi, boasting unparalleled speed. He believed that even if he could not defeat Whitebeard, it would not be a simple task for Whitebeard to subdue him. In a sense, he felt invincible. Yet today's events shattered his long-held confidence and pride, revealing that there existed individuals capable of exerting such overwhelming presence that it rendered him incapable of resistance, leaving him paralyzed and even injured, albeit not severely, despite his Logia powers. Before today, had anyone told him such a thing, he would have dismissed it as utterly fantastical. At this moment, Sengoku also noticed Kizaru's strangeness and directed a questioning glance towards him. Under the weight of scrutiny from both powerful figures, Kizaru could no longer bear it. After a moment of hesitation, he recounted the entire incident to Kong and Sengoku. The two listened in stunned silence. Even Sengoku, known for his composure, appeared momentarily lost in thought, while Kizaru's expression grew increasingly serious. "This is truly astonishing. Who is Kizaru? He is universally acknowledged as one of the highest combat powers within the Navy. Even Sengoku and Garp cannot assert that they would emerge victorious against him. Moreover, Kizaru's speed is particularly vexing. He glides like a fish." And what did he just say? That bar owner, merely through sheer presence, rendered him incapable of resistance? He was even injured. Is this the latest joke? Are those two old fellows out of touch? However, they both know that, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor. Kazara does not joke about critical matters, and indeed, he appears quite disheartened. Thus, this matter must be true, albeit somewhat exaggerated. In an instant, the office fell into silence, save for the sound of a few breaths. Chapter 17. What do you think, Garp? The atmosphere in the office grew rather tense. Sengoku's expression fluctuated between various emotions, leaving one to ponder his thoughts, while Kazara's demeanor was also far from right. Wishing he could dig a hole to bury himself in, how utterly awkward. He could only stand there, lost in thought, striving to diminish his presence. Only Garp, after initially being taken aback, reverted to his usual carefree self, even resuming his consumption of sunbae. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of sunbae echoed throughout the office. Sengoku couldn't help but scowl. What kind of participant is this? Here he was, troubled by the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent, contemplating the future direction of the Navy. And Garp was simply munching away. Garp, noticing Sengoku's gaze directed towards him, assumed he too desired some. So he generously offered a piece of the sunbae that rightfully belonged to Sengoku. Sengoku, eyeing his unreliable old friend, felt the urge to express his frustration but ultimately sighed in resignation. What a helpless situation. He accepted the sunbae and began to eat it. After all, it was his own treat, and if he didn't partake, this old rascal would consume it all. What do you think about this matter, Garp? I don't care to think. Sengoku looked at Garp in confusion, not grasping his meaning, and gestured for an explanation. Garp, chewing on the sunbae, replied, according to that young rascal Kazuru, the bar owner can render him powerless merely through his presence. Thus, should we engage, even employing a strategy of sheer numbers would be futile. Meaning we are utterly helpless against this owner. Haha. Sengoku, observing the spittle and crumbs flying about, felt exasperated. Yet, he understood Garp's implication. Indeed, such a character rendered himself, or rather the Navy, entirely powerless against him. He was simply too formidable, and there was no one within the Navy capable of countering him. Nor did they even know what his weaknesses were. Thus, even if one racked their brains, what could be done? This matter is not one that I ought to ponder. The intentions of that individual are beyond my control, and resistance is futile. I can only passively accept the situation, so it is perhaps best not to dwell on it. As for harnessing the power of ancient weaponry, success may lead to his demise, yet what if we fail? Ancient arms possess tremendous might, but we remain unaware of this individual's true capabilities. Should we succeed, all would be well. However, a failure could spell disaster for the Navy. Fortunately, at present, this individual has not displayed any hostility towards the Navy, nor has he shown favor towards any particular faction. This is undoubtedly the most fortuitous news. Maintaining a cordial relationship with him is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Zhangguo sighed, realizing that his cleverness had led him astray. Such a simple truth had eluded him. Yet, despite the old rascal's seemingly erratic demeanor, he proved to be quite astute when it mattered most, reliable indeed. Subsequently, Zhangguo cast aside his worries and redirected his attention to the bronze chest. Initially, he had harbored some skepticism regarding the power of the sacred garments. But upon learning of this individual's strength, he suddenly found himself a believer. Zhangguo approached the bronze chest, its texture akin to ordinary bronze. However, he could not shake the sensation that it felt unusually cold to the touch. At this moment, Garp, intrigued, joined him, inspecting the chest with keen interest. How does one open this chest? Zhangguo turned his gaze towards Kazuru, who was discreetly attempting to minimize his presence nearby. Understanding the unspoken cue, Kazuru followed Abel's instructions, grasping a handle on one side of the chest and pulling downwards. With a crisp click, the bronze chest slowly opened, revealing its hidden contents. As the chest creaked open, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. Inside lay a swirling mass of blue light that hissed with frigid energy. Suddenly, the glow intensified, prompting the three men to instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, the light had vanished, replaced by a magnificent avian figure composed entirely of armor, a divine white bird. This ethereal creature resembled a swan, its entire form crafted from an unknown metal that shimmered predominantly white with hints of purple, exuding an enchanting allure adorned with golden patterns. Not only that, but a dense aura of cold surrounded the bird, reminiscent of the ancient ice of the eternal night. Frosty crystals had formed around its vicinity. And perhaps it was not merely an illusion. The three men seemed to glimpse snowflakes gently descending around them. Behold, the celestial swan armor. It is said that the celestial swan armor was born from the eternal ice walls that have never melted. The wearer, utilizing the art of ice combat, is said to be Ice River, who has transcended absolute zero, capable of conjuring it solely through willpower, an extraordinary feat indeed. Yet, even such an illustrious figure often finds himself inexplicably kneeling, only to unleash a cataclysmic surge of power that annihilates his foes in an instant, truly perplexing. As the three men gazed in awe at the extraordinary armor, they felt a profound sense of shock. This was no ordinary suit of armor. Karp, unable to resist, reached out to touch the celestial swan armor, but the moment his hand made contact, he was struck by a chill that penetrated his very soul. From the point of contact, a layer of ice rapidly crept up his arm, and in the blink of an eye, his entire left arm was encased in frost. Zhangguo shouted in alarm, "Karp!" At this moment, Karp finally reacted, hastily retreating from the sacred armor, causing the icy layer to cease its relentless spread. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Karp enveloped his left hand with armament haki and, with a powerful tremor, shattered the ice layer, which gradually melted into water upon hitting the ground. However, a faint chill still emanated from his left arm. He clenched his hand and found that it was not severely injured, yet, in such a brief span, his left arm had become quite numb from the cold. Sengoku and Kizaru, upon seeing Karp unharmed, also relaxed, though the three of them shared a lingering apprehension as they gazed at the swan armor, which was indeed terrifying. Their impression of Siyu deepened significantly. Merely a seemingly casual creation nearly inflicted serious injury upon Karp. Such power was simply outrageous. Once their emotions settled, a sense of unease returned. How were they to utilize this sacred armor? They did not believe Siyu had deliberately crafted this to thwart them. After all, if Siyu truly sought the devil fruit, he could easily seize it without such complications. Thus, this must be an inherent characteristic of the armor. Or perhaps it was selecting its master. Karp was deemed unsuitable, hence the backlash from the armor. Soon after, Sengoku and Kizaru cautiously approached the armor, of course, after donning their armament haki. Regrettably, it appeared they too had been rejected by the armor. Their hands felt slightly tingly, and they themselves felt a bit dazed. Possessing a divine artifact but being unable to wield it was quite disheartening. Just as the three were silently contemplating the armor, the office door swung open, and a tall man entered. The trio turned in unison to regard the newcomer, their eyes suddenly lighting up. Chapter 18, Sengoku. How infuriating. The newcomer had a darker complexion, a lean, tall figure standing around 3 meters. Dressed in a white vest and a deep blue shirt, with curly hair adorned by a green eye patch at his forehead. He exuded an aura of lethargy, as if he might fall asleep standing at any moment. This man was none other than Admiral Akiji, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Upon seeing Akiji enter, the three who had previously been at a loss regarding the armor suddenly brightened, their gazes fixated on him with shining eyes. To understand the nature of their expression, one might imagine Luffy's eyes when he spots meat. Thus, Akiji, having just entered, found himself rendered speechless by the trio's peculiar stares. Why were Sengoku and the others so excited, as if they had stumbled upon a new continent? It was, of course, because Akiji happened to be a user of the Logia-type ice fruit. This seemed to align perfectly with the attributes of the armor. Or rather, it appeared that only this ice user, who was impervious to cold, could utilize the armor. Marshall, Senior, Palusolino, everyone. Why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? Akiji finally could not endure the odd atmosphere and spoke first. Hearing his words, the three realized that their previous expressions had indeed been somewhat abnormal. They awkwardly cleared their throats, and Sengoku gestured for Akiji to come over and take a look at a great treasure. Akiji stepped forward and noticed a peculiar object in the office, a strange bird made of metal, emitting white vapor. What was this? Observing Akiji's puzzled expression, Sengoku coughed and said, "Ahem, Kazan, hold your comments for now. We'll explain later. First, please touch this sacred armor." Sacred armor? Is this what you mean by the strange, hissing, vapor-emitting bird? This thing is called sacred armor? It hardly resembles clothing. However, it does appear quite beautiful, exuding a sense of nobility and refinement. Yet, since the marshal asked him to touch it, he complied. Kazan extended his hand, slowly reaching for the armor, while the gazes of Sengoku and the others followed his fingers as they inched closer. Finally, Kazan's fingertips brushed against the swan armor, and in that instant, the armor erupted in a brilliant light, dazzling Sengoku and the others who were intently watching. The next moment, as the radiance diminished, they seemed to hear the melodious call of a swan, and then the swan armor instantaneously disintegrated, its pieces transforming into light that surged toward Kazan's torso, arms, legs, head, and feet. Kazan was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively retreating, yet he could not escape. The armor swiftly caught up with him, clanging as it rapidly adorned him. Thus, the second Saint Seiya of the pirate world was born. He was the swan Saint Seiya, Kazan. The three who had been dazzled blinked back tears but refused to miss this spectacle. They beheld Kazan clad in an extraordinary and striking armor, which perfectly enveloped him. Complete with a pair of wings that diminished his lethargic aura, resembling a warrior from mythological times, he appeared simply magnificent. Gazing at the dashing Kazan, the three could not help but feel a twinge of envy. How infuriating that the armor did not choose them. Kazan himself stood in a daze, marveling at his transformation. He activated his observation haki to assess his condition and found that he felt remarkably well, sensing an unprecedented enhancement in his abilities, as if he had not progressed in ages. He then turned to Sengoku, his eyes filled with confusion. Marshal Sengoku, may I inquire about what just transpired? Sengoku, observing Kazan's bewildered gaze, felt a pang of frustration. How infuriating. He too desired such a stunning armor. However, being a marshal, he quickly composed himself and proceeded to explain the events that had unfolded. At this moment, Kazan's previously stoic demeanor began to waver, primarily due to the astonishing revelations presented by Sengoku, a bar capable of granting wishes, an immensely powerful proprietor whose mere presence could subdue a vice-admiral. In the existence of such a wondrous holy garment, all of these elements felt almost surreal. However, Kazan, having navigated through significant events in the past, quickly acclimated to the overwhelming influx of information. Just then, an uncontrollable vision surged into Kazan's mind, prompting him to shut his eyes. Within this vision, a young boy with golden hair donned armor identical to that which Kazan currently wore. The boy executed a series of peculiar movements, resembling an enigmatic dance, before placing his hands together in a fist at his chest and forcefully thrusting them outward. At that moment, it was as if snowflakes, beautiful like stars, cascaded down, enveloping everything in a pristine white. The ice crystals sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of diamonds, exuding beauty yet harboring lethal intent. Suddenly, 5 words materialized in Kazan's mind. Diamond Star Fist. The gruff voice of Garp roused Kazan from his reverie, marking the end of his transcendent experience. Upon regaining his composure, he observed the concerned gazes of his companions and conveyed the vision he had just witnessed. Sengoku inquired, "Are you suggesting that you saw a boy demonstrating a technique in your mind?" Kazan nodded, and Sengoku recalled that this holy garment was rumored to bestow a technique rivaling that of the legendary swordsman S/, which likely referred to what Kazan had seen. Subsequently, Sengoku expressed a desire to test the power of the holy garment. The group of 4 proceeded to an empty training ground. Initially, Sengoku intended for Kazuru and Kazan to spar, but Kazuru claimed he had yet to fully recover, leading to Garp stepping in instead. Kazan felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Garp, fully aware of his formidable strength. Those iron fists could inflict considerable pain. Nevertheless, Kazan steeled himself to engage. The outcome, however, exceeded everyone's expectations. Half an hour later, the training ground had transformed into a frozen cavern, adorned with ice crystals that sparkled like diamonds under the moonlight, casting an ethereal glow. Kazan's freezing aura had plunged the temperature to below 0, compelling Sengoku and Kizaru, who were merely spectators, to activate their haki for warmth. Inside the training ground, Kazan leaned against his knees, panting heavily, clearly exhausted and on the brink of physical depletion. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating that even the holy garment could not completely shield him from Garp's iron fists. Yet, Kazan's primary concern lay in his immense energy expenditure. His injuries were minor, and with his physique, he would recover by the next day. In contrast, Garp appeared far worse for wear. His chest heaved as he struggled to catch his breath. Having expended considerable energy, his face, now tinged with purple from the cold, was littered with shards of ice, and his clothing lay in tatters, revealing frostbite on his skin, though these were superficial injuries and not life-threatening. The holy garment not only granted Kazan impeccable defense, but also amplified his martial prowess and enhanced the power of his abilities. The so-called Diamond Star Fist proved to be a formidable technique, catching Garp off guard. Chapter 19. The eerie laughter after a brief respite in the icy training ground. Both men regained their breath. In truth, their earlier exchanges were merely exploratory. Otherwise, half an hour would not suffice, and given their close relationship, they would not genuinely strike each other. Nevertheless, the results astonished both them and the observing Sengoku and Kizaru. It was well known that Garp's strength had previously overshadowed Kazan's. During their sparring sessions, Kazan had never gained the upper hand, often being easily subdued by Garp's might. Yet this time, they had engaged in a remarkably balanced exchange, with Garp seemingly on the defensive without resorting to lethal moves. The enhancement is rather remarkable. Kazara suddenly shivered, both from the chill and a tinge of fear. Had he engaged earlier, he would have been mercilessly routed across the battlefield. Initially, he believed that the sacred garment merely represented a mid-admiral's prowess, augmented by a technique rivaling that of the greatest swordsman, thus placing it at the pinnacle of mid-admiral strength. To his astonishment, however, with Akiji's capabilities, donning the sacred attire significantly amplified his power. The disparity between Akiji and Garp transcends mere mid-admiral strength. Ha ha ha, what a fine lad. To think you could leave me in such disarray. Garp, having regained his composure, erupted into hearty laughter, unfazed by his disheveled appearance, instead reveling in Akiji's newfound strength. Akiji, initially embarrassed by Garp's tattered garments, felt his discomfort dissipate with Garp's laughter, prompting him to scratch the back of his head and shrug. My apologies, senior. I had no inkling the power would be so formidable. No worries, no worries. Haha. This sacred garment is indeed impressive. The two then approached the viewing platform to reunite with Sengoku and Kizaru, who still bore expressions of astonishment. The effects were undeniably remarkable. However, the explosive power was exchanged for 7 devil fruits, albeit the most commonplace of the Zoan type. One could only wonder whether it was a loss or a gain. At present, it seems this sacred garment is suited solely for Akiji, as if it were custom-made for him. This was, in fact, a deliberate choice by Tsuyu. He pondered upon the 3 great admirals of the Navy. One embodies light, another ice, and the third fire. Both ice and fire are complemented by their respective 5 powerful saint armors. Ice is represented by the Swan constellation, while fire is embodied by the Phoenix constellation. However, while perusing the manga, Tsuyu found himself somewhat repulsed by Akainu. Although Akainu is undeniably authentic, exuding an iron-willed military demeanor and a ruthless tenacity, he is devoid of any sense of humanity, resembling a mere automaton. His singular purpose is the annihilation of pirates, willing to sacrifice countless innocent soldiers in the process. Such a character is profoundly detestable to Tsuyu, who harbors no fondness for him. Moreover, is a dislike necessitated by reason? Absolutely not. In contrast, Akiji appears more human, despite his many flaws and past mistakes. Thus, Tsuyu decisively excluded Akainu from consideration and chose the Swan constellation armor instead. The Swan armor indeed exhibits remarkable strength when combined with Akiji, allowing it to contend with the likes of Akainu without the necessity of a life-or-death struggle. It might even be capable of overpowering the Red Dog, at least to some extent. However, Sengoku's perspective is that, given the armor's extraordinary efficacy, he fervently hopes that Vegapunk can develop something innovative. If they were to uncover some core technology, it could potentially lead to the mass production of Vice Admiral-level combat power. Alternatively, it may even enhance the pacifists, transforming them into genuine instruments of war. In response to this, Tsuyu merely chuckled, conceding that if they were to discover something, it would be tantamount to his defeat. Yet, when it came to donning the armor, it simply enveloped him with a swift motion. How then would one remove it? Would it also come off in a flash? Just as Akiji pondered this, the armor emanated a gentle radiance, and indeed, with a swift motion, it detached itself from his form. Each piece of the armor transformed into a shimmering light, ultimately converging to reconstitute the previously imposing Swan, exuding an aura of coldness. At this moment, the Warring States once again infused his hands with the color of armament, and upon touching the sacred garment, he realized that although his hands remained quite cold, they would no longer freeze. This brought Sengoku a sigh of relief. If it had remained as before, freezing anyone who touched it, what would be the point of research? Even formidable warriors like them couldn't withstand it, let alone Vegapunk, an ordinary man who would have turned into an icicle upon contact. Now, though still frigid, at least it posed no mortal danger. Subsequently, the sacred armor was carefully wrapped, and Sengoku summoned someone to deliver it to Vegapunk, with Kizaru accompanying as usual. The Savage Wolf pirates had been annihilated, their captain slain, and the perpetrator turned out to be a slender youth clad in peculiar armor. Though the Savage Wolf pirates weren't particularly formidable, they had connections, backing from one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As long as they didn't overstep, few dared provoke them. Yet this time, they had been utterly wiped out, sending shockwaves through the underworld. Swiftly, The news reached the ears of the Don Quixote family, and then to Doflamingo himself. In a lavish chamber atop the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, savoring red wine. Yet his expression bore no trace of enjoyment. Though his lips curled into a smile, it was a chilling, hollow grin that sent shivers down the spine. This was due to the recent report he received from his subordinate, which left him somewhat displeased. A pirate crew under his command had been annihilated. He was indifferent to the crew known as the Wolf Pirates. Their demise meant little to him. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that, according to his subordinate, the captain of the Wolf Pirates, a young wolf cub, had revealed his name to the assailants just before meeting his end. Astonishingly, the assailants disregarded this proclamation entirely and crushed the wolf's skull without a second thought. This was tantamount to trampling on Don Quixote Doflamingo's dignity. This is no longer a matter of whether one wishes to take action. It has become an imperative. If I do not act, I will truly lose face. Doflamingo, allow me to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. At that moment, a piercing voice resonated beside Don Quixote Doflamingo. The speaker, possessing a physique starkly contrasting with the sharpness of his voice, donned an armor that appeared rather austere, complemented by long, wavy hair and a helmet adorned with a cross-visor. This individual was none other than Pica, one of the 4 executives of the Don Quixote family. He was a stone man, having consumed the stone fruit, a remarkably formidable power, akin to a Logia type despite being classified as a paramecia. Though anger simmered within him, Doflamingo maintained his composure, chuckling darkly. Ha. It has been quite some time since anyone has been so audacious. Pica, please have someone investigate that little brat. His chilling laughter sent shivers down the spine, yet Pica appeared unfazed, acknowledging with a nod before departing. At this moment, only Don Quixote Doflamingo remained alone in the room, gazing out at the scenery beyond the glass, lost in contemplation. Chapter 20. The approaching night demon. On the surface, Doflamingo was a vassal of the world government, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, yet he harbored another identity, that of Joker, a figure of immense influence within the underworld, whose dominion stretched across the globe. The so-called underworld is, in essence, the realm of darkness, rife with activities deemed unacceptable by the world government, such as arms dealing and the manufacture of artificial devil fruits. Both the underworld and the legitimate world rely heavily on this shadowy domain, underscoring the vastness of this clandestine world, where Joker stands as a formidable leader. Thus, for a family as renowned as the Don Quixote family, obtaining information on an individual was a task of simplicity. Soon enough, the dossier on the peculiar armored youth from the Wolfbane pirates, known as Mirande, was laid before Doflamingo. He perused the documents, which chronicled Mirande's departure from the merchant convoy that had rescued him amidst a tempest, his arrival at a strange tavern, and the subsequent bestowal of a miraculous suit of armor from the tavern's proprietor. The record detailed the events that transpired that day, with other witnesses present, leading to Mirande's venture out to sea, culminating in the obliteration of the Wolfbane pirates. The last known location of this youth was a tavern on the Sabaody archipelago, where it seemed he had taken residence. As Doflamingo examined the dossier, he remained inscrutable behind his orange-tinted sunglasses, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. The information revealed yet another tavern owner, whose profile suggested that wishes could be granted for a price, with the young lad being the first customer. Doflamingo dismissed such tales of wish fulfillment, scoffing at the notion that one could consider themselves a deity. The mere thought of divinity soured his mood further. However, the fact that this tavern owner had casually provided the youth with armor, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate the Wolfbane pirates, indicated that the proprietor was likely a formidable character. Doflamingo pondered whether Pica could handle the situation alone. While he often acted with brazen arrogance, he was not a fool blinded by hubris. Such folly could not have led him to his current standing. He surmised that the tavern owner was likely stronger than Pica. Yet the information at hand was insufficient to ascertain the extent of that strength. Given the circumstances, dispatching only Pica would surely prove inadequate against the two of them. However, Pica was, aside from himself and Virgo, the strongest individual available. Virgo remained entrenched within the navy, necessitating caution. Did this mean he must take matters into his own hands? In that moment, Doflamingo hesitated, plagued by an unsettling feeling reminiscent of the times before he became a warlord, whenever he encountered that detestable old hag, Crane. Ultimately, he concluded that he must intervene personally, not merely for his own sake, but for the reputation of Joker and the 7 warlords. Failing to act would signal to the underworld that no one would honor his standing, rendering him a laughingstock among pirates. and jeopardizing the status he had labored for over the years. Doflamingo could not allow himself to be reduced to such a state. Thus, he set forth with Pica and Diamante towards the Sabaody archipelago. At the Wish Tavern on the Sabaody archipelago, following Mirande's exploits, tales of the tavern's wonders began to circulate within select circles. Leaders of various nefarious factions had visited the Wish Tavern. Yet upon learning of the exorbitant price for the holy armor, they lamented their insufficient funds, promising to return another time. Indeed, the price is exorbitant, and even the affluent feel a twinge of pain. As for coercing the owner through intimidation, they have yet to fully experience the consequences. The Wish Bar is notorious, and they are somewhat aware of its reputation, particularly that the owner effortlessly dealt with several pirates who had bounties exceeding $1 billion. Regarding the incident where he overshadowed Admiral Kizaru, only the individuals involved are privy to that. The pirates who witnessed the entire event fled the bar and set sail immediately, not daring to linger even in the Sabaody archipelago. Henceforth, the Wish Bar and its proprietor became a taboo for them. It is no wonder that Don Quixote Doflamingo still dares to seek out Ciu to light a candle for him. However, if one overlooks the fact that the owner is quite formidable, the Wish Bar remains an excellent establishment for leisurely drinking, as its atmosphere is far purer than that of other taverns, and no one dares to instigate trouble here, ensuring personal safety. Furthermore, it boasts an exquisite selection of potent wines. Although a glass costs a staggering 100,000 berries, indulging in a few sips occasionally is indeed a delightful experience. The staff at the bar consists solely of the owner, Suyu, and Meland, but given its modest size, one server suffices. Meland has gained a degree of renown, particularly after his brutal handling of the ferocious wolf pirate crew, with numerous onlookers present at the time. He is now affectionately dubbed Meland the Armored Boy. Suyu finds this moniker somewhat amusing, believing it to be less than flattering. Yet, with the addition of a staff member, Suyu's laziness has fully manifested. He relegates all responsibilities to Meland while he luxuriates on the sofa, perusing an obscure book and occasionally savoring a fine drink. What a blissful indulgence. Nevertheless, Meland harbors no grievances. After all, this is the price he pays for the power to exact his revenge. Moreover, his current lifestyle feels fulfilling. Although he exchanges few words with his boss each day, there exists a warmth reminiscent of home, which brings him great comfort. On this day, Suyu, as per his usual routine, nestled on the sofa. However, instead of indulging in a book, he was meticulously counting the willpower he had accumulated over the past few days. In appearance, willpower manifests as soft, luminous orbs, varying in size, which correlates with the strength or life level of the individual generating it. The willpower produced by ordinary people is approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, while the largest orb Suyu had collected thus far, contributed by the Warring States period, was the size of a grown man's fist. Nevertheless, ordinary individuals cannot perceive willpower. Only those whose life levels have reached a certain threshold can sense it. As Suyu counted the orbs he had gathered, he found there were 12 in total. Yet this amount was still far from sufficient. It is worth noting that each world has a limit to the willpower that can be collected, as gathering willpower is akin to siphoning the nutrients of that realm, albeit through a gentler approach. Once Suyu reaches this limit, it will signal the time for him to depart from the pirate world. Simultaneously, several unexpected guests arrived on the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 21. Will this not draw more attention? Within the confines of the bar run by Shaki, both Rayleigh and Shaki were present today. The reason Rayleigh opted not to visit Suyu's bar for a drink was rather simple. He was out of money. The prior ventures had been quite ruthless, and he needed to allow time for his finances to recover. At that moment, the door to the bar swung open, and 3 individuals of varying heights, clad in deep green cloaks, stepped inside. Their entire figures were shrouded in the fabric, exuding an air of mystery. The 3 enigmatic figures approached the bar with an air of sophistication, while Shachi and Layli quietly observed their ostentatious advance, their hearts untouched by any turbulence. Shachi even exhaled a ring of smoke. Subsequently, the trio uniformly lifted their hoods, revealing their true identities. The individual in the center possessed wavy golden hair, a scar adorning his left eye, and a subtle smile gracing his face. To his left stood another with adorable short orange hair, topped with a large hat outfitted with goggles, beaming sweetly. The last figure, distinctly larger than the other 2, could be described as an XXXL compared to their XL. He boasted long aquamarine curls and fish fins protruding from his head. Indeed, he was a merman. The visitors were none other than members of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, Carla, and the Merman Haku. The 3 individuals were evidently acquainted with Rayleigh. exchanging greetings and a few words before he led them out. Their destination was unmistakably the Wish Bar. Indeed, given the bar's burgeoning reputation, it was inconceivable that the Revolutionary Army, with its members dispersed across the globe, remained unaware of its existence. As an organization fervently seeking talent, the Revolutionary Army naturally wished to explore the possibility of enticing this individual to their cause. The reason for the Revolutionary Army's cautious approach, despite their reputation for wariness, lies in the fact that their leader, Dragon, had first established contact with Rayleigh, who resides in the Shambadi archipelago, to verify the information. Rayleigh assured him with unwavering confidence that the bar's proprietor was no pawn of any faction, citing simply that the owner was exceptionally formidable. Dragon, taken aback by Rayleigh's assertion regarding Suyu's strength, briefly pondered it but dismissed the thought. Assuming Suyu was merely on par with the 7 warlords of the sea, a level of power that seemed adequate in the vast ocean, yet insufficient in his eyes. Little did he realize that Rayleigh's description of strength referred to someone who had transcended the limits of power. Nevertheless, Dragon placed great trust in Rayleigh's judgment, which led him to dispatch personnel without hesitation, sending none other than Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, to underscore the importance of this negotiation. The quartet arrived at the Wish Bar, which retained its usual ambience, fresh air permeating the space. Miran stood at the bar, ready to serve guests, while Suyu, the proprietor, reclined on the sofa, engrossed in an obscure book, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Upon noticing the arrival of familiar patrons, Miran nodded at Rayleigh and poured a drink for him, indicating it was meant for him. Rayleigh touched his nose, initially unprepared to indulge in another drink. However, the sight of the glass already filled, within easy reach, combined with the tantalizing aroma wafting from it, swiftly shattered his wavering resolve. At that moment, the initially drowsy Suyu approached. Upon seeing her, Rayleigh attempted to offer an explanation, but Suyu, with an air of nonchalance, merely nodded at him, signaling him to cease his words, and then gestured for them to ascend the stairs. Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the realization that, being a deity, her peculiar abilities were hardly surprising. Thus, her awareness of his intentions was not unexpected. The 3 cloaked figures trailing behind exchanged glances, presuming that Rayleigh had informed their employer of their arrival in advance, and without further contemplation, they followed him upstairs. The peculiar individuals certainly piqued the interest of the patrons drinking on the first floor, evoking an air of clandestine dealings. However, despite their curiosity, even with a surge of courage, they would not dare to pry into the secrets of the establishment's owner. Mr. Suyu led the 4 individuals to the second floor. Entering a small room that barely accommodated them all, with just a few modest sofas and a small table, even Haku, with his imposing physique, found it a bit cramped. Once seated, Sabo and the others removed their cloaks hoods, revealing their true identities. Greetings, Mr. Suyu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sabo. And these are Keela and Haku. Upon being introduced, Keela and Haku promptly greeted Suyu, with Keela flashing a charming, sunny smile. Suyu responded with a warm nod. So, this is Master Haku and the legendary second sister, Sabo continued. Perhaps you are already aware, but yes, we are members of the Revolutionary Army. Our previous concealment of our identities was a necessity, and we hope for your understanding. As Sabo uttered the words Revolutionary Army, the trio scrutinized Suyu's expression, seeking any sign of reaction. Unfortunately for them, Suyu's expression management could earn full marks. They noticed nothing amiss. In truth, a storm of emotions brewed within Suyu. Far from the calm facade he presented, it was not the revelation of Sabo's affiliation that unsettled him. He had long been aware of that. Rather, it was the metaphorical lump caught in his throat that almost escaped, which he stifled to maintain an air of composure. You claim that your concealment is understandable. Yet do you not realize that 3 figures robed in cloaks, fully shrouded, only serve to draw attention? Is it not evident that you are practically shouting, "Look at us. We are suspicious"? Suyu inwardly lamented. Noticing Suyu's unchanging demeanor, Sabo and his companions felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nevertheless, Sabo pressed on, Mr. Suyu. We have come at the behest of our leader. We wish to procure a set of armor akin to that of the young lad you possess. And we have brought with us some devil fruits. As he spoke, Haku placed a bag he had been holding on the table and opened it, revealing 7 gleaming devil fruits. Indeed, as leaders of the Revolutionary Army, both Sengoku and Dragon had opted for the most common Zoan-type devil fruits. Yet, this choice proved to be the most pragmatic, for the Logia-type fruits were exceedingly rare, holding value yet remaining elusive. Consuming any would at least bestow the fundamental ability of self-preservation. As for the mythical zoan types, their rarity surpassed even that of Logia. The paramecia fruits, while often deemed less effective, sometimes exhibited powers that could rival Logia in strength and offered a plethora of functional abilities that, while not necessarily augmenting combat prowess, could bear strategic significance in the theater of war. Thus, the choice of zoan-type devil fruits stood as the optimal selection. As Suyu gazed at the bag containing the devil fruits, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as though they were being sold in bulk. Sabo, misinterpreting Suyu's silence as reluctance to associate with the Revolutionary Army, felt an urgency to clarify. Mr. Suyu, although the world government endeavors to tarnish our image, branding us as criminals, the allegations are merely fabrications, a distortion of truth imposed upon us. Many transgressions attributed to us are, in fact, the machinations of the world government's agents. Suyu raised a hand, gesturing for Sabo to cease. You need not elaborate. I am merely a bar owner, unperturbed by such matters. I simply wish to confirm, is it Dragon's desire to acquire a set of holy armor? As a reader of the manga, Suyu had long harbored disdain for the celestial dragons in the world government, viewing the former as the embodiment of all that is vile. The antics of these individuals had thoroughly disgusted him. However, acknowledging that these were the affairs of the pirate world, he refrained from intervening too forcefully. Had he acted upon his feelings upon arrival, he might have delivered a few choice blows to the celestial dragons on his very first day. No. Merely delivering a few strikes would be too lenient. They deserved to experience the most profound suffering imaginable. As for bestowing armor upon someone who did not belong in this world, would that not alter the course of destiny? Not necessarily. Should Suyu simply hand it over, it would indeed alter the world's trajectory. However, by offering a wish and fulfilling it, Suyu would establish a causal relationship with this world. Thus, once the inhabitants of the pirate world paid their due price, he could extend commensurate assistance, a principle recognized by the world's laws. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Sabo felt a pang of frustration. His purpose in coming was not solely to acquire the armor, but also to entice Suyu to join the Revolutionary Army. The potential of someone with Suyu's abilities held significant strategic value. The cost of 7 devil fruits and a suit of armor was exorbitant, and they could not afford to purchase extensively. However, if Suyu were to ally with them, they could benefit from his skills without expense. Yet, Suyu's earlier remarks suggested a stance of neutrality, implying he wished to remain uninvolved, even if the Revolutionary Army found itself in conflict with the world government. Alas, such is the nature of circumstances. Often, before they even begin, they have already concluded. Regardless, Sabo, as the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, quickly adjusted his mindset, silencing Kila, who was eager to negotiate further. He addressed Suyu again. Yes, our leader's wish is indeed to acquire a set of holy armor. Though puzzled by Suyu's insistence on the concept of wish, they were willing to indulge his peculiar fixation since they sought his assistance. Suyu, with an air of casual superiority, replied, that wish is quite simple. This phrase, borrowed from another manga, echoed in Suyu's mind. He remembered how the Dragon Balls summoned a dragon that effortlessly declared any wish to be simple. It struck him as a rather pretentious statement, yet now, as he assumed the role akin to that of a dragon, he found the phrase oddly appealing and dignified. After his moment of ostentation, Suyu raised his hand, conjuring a beam of light that materialized into a cubic shape. With a resounding thud, a bronze chest landed before them. For Sabo and the others, this was their first encounter with such a marvel, and they gazed curiously at the chest, which appeared to be an ordinary bronze box adorned with intricate patterns, one side depicting a mystical dragon whose whiskers seemed to dance in the air. Riley, who had remained silent and inconspicuous, observed with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Initially unaware of Suyu's true identity, he had thought this spectacle was merely the manifestation of a peculiar devil fruit ability. However, now aware of Suyu's divine essence, he realized that this act was nothing short of a miraculous creation from thin air. Curious, Sabo and his companions touched the box, realizing that their purpose had been fulfilled. They bid farewell to Suyu and departed. To avoid drawing attention, they retrieved a burlap sack and placed the sacred garment box inside, proceeding to carry it away. Rayleigh followed suit, wary of lingering any longer lest he succumb to further temptation. As they walked away, Kila could not contain her curiosity and inquired, Sabo, why didn't you let me speak just now? If I had tried a bit harder, perhaps the owner would have agreed. Sabo smiled helplessly. Mr. Suyu has clearly expressed his intentions. No amount of persuasion would have been effective and would only serve to annoy him. Deep down, Kila acknowledged Sabo's reasoning. Yet she felt a twinge of discontent. With this irritation bubbling within her, she felt compelled to vent. Are you implying that I'm bothersome? She retorted. Where's that coming from? Please, don't act unreasonable. Oh, so you're impatient now, are you? I am not. How dare you scold me? I did not scold you. No, stop pinching. Don't bite. Meanwhile, Haku remained aloof, feigning ignorance to the playful bickering between the two. Youth is indeed a blessing. However, once Sabo and the others had departed, the Wish Bar welcomed new guests, though this time they were of a more sinister nature. 3 individuals approached, led by a man with golden hair, wearing orange sunglasses, clad in a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, resembling a flamboyant flamingo as he strutted forward. Following him were 2 companions, one towering at approximately 5 meters, adorned with a fringed hat, sporting tribal facial markings, and draped in a red cloak, while the other, slightly shorter, donned a menacing cross-faced helmet and wore shameful samurai armor. These 3 individuals are none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Nightmare, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, Pica and Diamante. The 3 individuals entered the Wishful Bar with an imposing demeanor, forcefully pushing the door open. As they stepped inside, the previously boisterous atmosphere of the bar fell into an immediate hush. It was the 7 warlords of the sea, the Night Demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The visage of the 7 warlords, particularly that of da Flamingo, was well known among pirates, making his entrance instantly recognized and effectively silencing the crowd. After all, he was the infamous 7 warlord, the Night Demon. Chapter 23. Depart. Under the wary and fearful gazes of the patrons, Da Flamingo swaggered toward the bar, flanked by his 2 subordinates. Behind the bar stood Miranda, who had previously seen Da Flamingo's photograph in the newspaper. He recognized him at once, as the fierce wolf pirate crew was notorious under Da Flamingo's name, a name that left a lasting impression. Observing the trio, whose expressions suggested they were clearly seeking trouble, Miranda felt a surge of determination. In an instant, he donned the sacred armor of the Pegasus constellation, intently watching their every move. Beneath the youth's somewhat anxious demeanor lay a subtle, yet palpable hatred. After all, these were the subordinates of his nemesis. Although he did not strike the blows himself, without Da Flamingo, the fierce wolf pirate crew would not have been so audacious. However, being in a bar, he knew that the owner, Suyu, disdained any form of violence on his premises. Thus, he gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his emotions while keeping a vigilant eye on Da Flamingo. The atmosphere in the bar grew tumultuous once more, as many patrons, sensing the brewing tension, hastily departed. Yet, some pirates, confident in their strength, remained behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama while continuing to imbibe. Fufufufu, so you are the little brat who has been bullying my pirate crew, Da Flamingo remarked. In his signature attire, Da Flamingo instantly recognized the youth before him. Da Flamingo. Miranda remained unresponsive to Da Flamingo's words, his gaze filled with a mixture of wariness and disdain. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Despite having gained confidence from previous battles, whether he could truly contend with Da Flamingo remained uncertain. Especially considering he was not alone, the 2 subordinates accompanying Da Flamingo appeared formidable as well. Noticing Miranda's silence, Da Flamingo's smile widened. Yet the veins on his forehead betrayed a turbulent mood beneath his seemingly cheerful facade. Diamante could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Doff, stop wasting time with him. Let me take action." Just as tensions escalated between the 2 factions, Suyu finally descended from the 2nd floor, leisurely making his way down the stairs, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous atmosphere surrounding him. Upon Suyu's arrival, Miranda exhaled in relief and positioned himself behind him. Meanwhile, Da Flamingo had already activated his observation haki. Yet he felt nothing unusual. It was as though Suyu did not exist in his perception. Nevertheless, his eyes confirmed Suyu's presence, an anomaly that instilled an unsettling sensation within him. If Kaido appeared as a blazing sun in his observation haki, then Suyu resembled a harmonious black hole, drawing everything into its depths without a trace of feedback. "Gentlemen, do you intend to engage in conflict within my establishment?" Suyu stated matter-of-factly, although his tone was calm. It sent an inexplicable chill through Diamante and the others, akin to the ominous aura of a ferocious beast. The words they had intended to utter were lodged in their throats, silenced by an unshakable fear. Within this unremarkable scene lies an aura of authority that gradually weighs down Da Flamingo's heart, plunging it into despair. It seems that fortune has turned against him this time. He has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Fufufu, your subordinates have slain my men, and I have come to seek justice on their behalf. This seems rather reasonable, does it not? Oh, and what of it? Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, the taunt from Siyu rendering him incapable of even a cold smile. Yet, seasoned by his experiences, he managed to force a semblance of a grin. Surely the boss ought to provide me with an explanation? Upon hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, Siyu erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. You want an explanation? You are no longer a child. Refrain from uttering such absurdities. With that, Siyu's mirth faded, and he fixed his gaze upon Doflamingo, coldly uttering a single word, scram. Where was your concern when your subordinates bullied my kin? Now that your own lackeys have been vanquished, you dare come here seeking an explanation? How shameless. Have some dignity. Did you think my family was devoid of guardians? Were it not for my intention to leave you for Mirande, I would have long since crushed you under my finger. Humph. It is merely that Mirande's current strength is somewhat lacking and requires further honing. Otherwise, I would have already dispatched him to Dressrosa to raise your home to the ground. What of it? I, Siyu, am indeed protective of my own. If you possess the capability, then dare to challenge me. The words ignited a profound fury within Doflamingo and his companions, yet before their wrath could erupt, it was extinguished in an instant. Siyu's eyes expanded endlessly within their gaze, enveloping their entire world, and they were struck by an unparalleled aura that quelled their anger. Leaving only a chilling sense of dread and trepidation, Doflamingo was reminded of his own encounter with Kaido, a moment that felt eerily similar, like a fierce, famished ancient beast fixating upon him, intent on swallowing him whole, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Yet, this was Kaido, the indomitable emperor of the sea, standing alongside Whitebeard, the universally recognized strongest man in the world, known as the immortal Kaido. Had this boss truly ascended to the level of an emperor? Doflamingo felt his shirt dampen with sweat, a cold sheen forming on his brow. At that moment, fear gripped him. Siyu was beyond his capacity to confront. Retreat was imperative, for to remain would surely spell his doom. Having effectively intimidated the trio, Siyu paid them no further heed, diverting his gaze as he made his way to his sofa. Finally regaining their composure, Doflamingo and his companions exchanged glances at the figure seated on the sofa. And not daring to utter a harsh word, they silently retreated from the scene, leaving in disarray. This time, he has truly lost face. Mirande gazed at Siyu in silence, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. The surrounding pirates, however, wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a pig whole. It is exceedingly challenging to convey the depth of their shock with mere words. In their eyes, Siyu had uttered just a few words that utterly intimidated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, compelling him to flee in utter disarray without daring to utter a sound. What has become of this world? Is the apocalypse upon us? They cast a furtive glance at Siyu, swallowing hard. This boss is truly terrifying. Doflamingo, Pika, and Diamante stood by the shores of the Sabaody archipelago, their spirits weighed down in silence. They had come seeking a venue, yet somehow, events had spiraled into this disarray. Pika and Diamante exchanged glances at the taciturn Doflamingo. Their lips parted in an attempt to offer words of comfort, but what could they possibly say? Wouldn't their well-meaning solace merely serve to aggravate the wound? Thus, they remained in shared silence alongside Doflamingo. Could they truly allow this to be the conclusion? Chapter 24. Unable to bear the indignity, Doflamingo gazed out at the sea, enveloped in silence. His eyes, shielded by sunglasses, concealed the tumult within. Yet the tension in his clenched jaw and the throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed the storm brewing beneath the surface. How could he remain tranquil? This was no mere matter of lost face. It felt as though his very identity had been torn asunder and trampled upon, only to be spat upon in disdain. And it seemed that he had willingly walked into this humiliation. Since childhood, after enduring the jeers and scorn of all the celestial dragons due to his father's disgraceful actions, he had never faced such degradation again. Silence, indeed, was a double-edged sword. One could either perish within it or erupt in defiance. Doflamingo was on the brink of an explosion. He yearned for an outlet. His heart was a cauldron of boundless malice, fury, and hatred, clamoring for release. In the next moment, the world around him seemed to fade, and a commanding aura, unparalleled in its dominance, emanated from Doflamingo. This was the conqueror's haki. Behind him, Pika and Diamante trembled, struggling against the overwhelming force unleashed by Doflamingo's wrath. Even with their formidable strength, they were engulfed by trepidation. The surge of Conqueror's haki lasted for a full minute before Doflamingo seemingly exhausted his outburst, retracting the overwhelming power. In that moment, the previously tranquil sea erupted into turmoil. and several colossal sea beasts surfaced, their eyes transformed into a spiral pattern, indicating they had been rendered dazed. Pika, Diamante, let us return to Dressrosa. Having released his pent-up emotions, Doflamingo now managed to maintain an inscrutable facade, concealing any trace of anger, and even if he harbored resentment within, he refrained from directing it towards Pika and the others, whom he regarded as family. Seeing Doflamingo restored to his former composure, Pika and Diamante quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Their fears of him succumbing to despair were alleviated, and fortunately, he had regained his strength. Truly, he was the master they had chosen to follow. Subsequently, Doflamingo cast 2 threads to bind Pika and Diamante, while with another hand, he launched a thread skyward. And soon they found themselves suspended in midair, gradually drifting away into the distance. This technique was developed by Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. He is a former user of the string fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, which allows him to create countless threads as fine as a hair, nearly invisible to the naked eye. These threads are not only incredibly resilient but also exceptionally sharp. The technique that enables him to soar through the air is known as the sky path. The principle behind it involves using these imperceptible threads to tether the clouds above, allowing the resultant traction to propel Doflamingo, enabling him to swing through the air in a manner akin to flight. This mode of movement is remarkably swift, significantly outpacing that of a ship. However, it bears a critical flaw. In the absence of clouds ahead, he finds himself suspended in midair, left to contemplate life or retrace his steps in search of another cloud-laden direction. As for the scientific viability of binding clouds with threads, as well as the ability to haul several robust individuals weighing 400 or 500 pounds, this delves into the realm of differing world rules. The world of pirates is undoubtedly a paradoxical existence, embodying elements like Dr. Vegapunk's scientific endeavors alongside the extraordinary phenomena of devil fruits, accompanied by illogical meteorological occurrences and islands that can perch upon clouds, buoyed by powerful currents. It can be described as truly wondrous. Hence, Doflamingo's capability to bind clouds with his strings and utilize them for flight aligns seamlessly with the worldview of the pirate realm as he dangles beneath the clouds, reminiscent of a soaring flamingo. This time, Don Quixote Doflamingo has undoubtedly suffered humiliation at the hands of Suyu, and it is certain that he will not let this pass lightly. After all, he is a man endowed with the conqueror's haki. While he may choose to retreat or compromise in certain matters, possessing such power signifies a strong will rather than a lack of intellect, save for that certain straw-hatted individual. However, this restraint is merely a strategy to preserve his own strength, biding his time to strike decisively against his adversary. Doflamingo understands that, with his current abilities, he stands no chance against Suyu. The imposing aura he recalls still sends shivers down his spine. This feeling of powerlessness is a sensation he has experienced only thrice in his life. The first was when, as a child, he killed his own father and brought his severed head to Mary Geos, seeking to reclaim his status as a celestial dragon, only to be met with rejection and humiliation. The second instance occurred when he faced the Emperor Kaido. Therefore, if he harbors thoughts of vengeance, he must seek external assistance. To contend with a monster, one must enlist another monster. In this vein of thought, Doflamingo clenched his teeth in frustration at his insufficient power. On a distant island, upon a beach strewn with jagged rocks, a figure akin to a giant sat, one hand gripping an oversized jug, larger than that of an average human, as he poured its contents into his mouth with abandon. This being, merely seated, stood nearly 5 meters tall, his physique extraordinarily robust. He sported a pair of horn-like protrusions and a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. Adorning his left arm was a tattoo resembling dragon scales, while his upper body remained bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. The overall impression he conveyed was that of a demon emerging from the abyss, exuding an aura that felt as deep and foreboding as the depths of a prison. His mere presence evoked feelings of despair in his enemies, as if he were an impregnable fortress, instilling a sense of hopelessness that could only be described as a formidable defensive barrier. Indeed, this was Kaido, the governor of the Beast's pirates, famously known as the strongest creature in the world, transcending both land and sea. The world of pirates, abundant in its array of marauders, is dominated by 4 formidable figures known as the 4 Emperors, who reign supreme over the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. Their pirate crews are collectively referred to as the 4 Emperor Pirates. The prowess of these 4 Emperors of the Sea can undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled in the realm of piracy. Moreover, Their individual strength is complemented by the vastness of their respective forces, which boast subordinates who can rival, if not surpass, the 7 warlords of the sea. Other pirates, upon merely catching a glimpse of the flags belonging to these 4 emperors, are struck with an overwhelming sense of dread, often breaking into a cold sweat. These 4 individuals are none other than the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard, the formidable Big Mom, Charlotte Limlin, the most imposing figure, Shanks the Red-Haired, and the immortal Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido sits here, imbibing copious amounts of alcohol, a flush gracing his face, indicating that he has already consumed quite a substantial quantity. At that moment, the sound of the transponder snail echoed suddenly from his body. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 25. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido was enjoying his drink when the transponder snail began to ring. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound, Kaido set down his wine jug, which crashed to the ground, creating a sizable dent. In contrast to Kaido's hand, which was larger than a fan, the transponder snail appeared diminutive, resembling an ant, with Kaido's fingers dwarfing it. He answered the call, the scent of alcohol wafting from his mouth as he bellowed, "Hello? Who's looking for me?" The transponder snail transformed, adopting a cocky and mischievous demeanor, complete with sunglasses. "Fufufu, Kaido, it's me." "Oh, it's you, little brat. What do you want? Is the new batch of devil fruits ready?" "The devil fruits are still being cultivated. It will take some time." "Then why are you bothering me? Don't interrupt my drinking." Kaido, looking perturbed, was about to hang up and resume his drinking when Don Quixote Doflamingo quickly stopped him. "Wait, Kaido, I have something that will surely pique your interest." "Oh? What is it? Speak up. If you're lying to me, I swear I'll beat you up." Kaido's nonchalant demeanor persisted, even though he had business dealings with Doflamingo, including reliance on him for artificial devil fruits. He showed no signs of subservience, ready to unleash his wrath at will. Upon hearing Kaido's brusque remarks, Doflamingo felt a pang of frustration. However, for the sake of his own ulterior motives, he patiently explained the situation to Kaido. "Fufufu, you will be thoroughly satisfied. There's a bar in Sabaody Archipelago." "Huh? Such bravado. You insolent little brat." Kaido's voice grew louder, unconsciously infused with his conqueror's haki, causing the clouds above him to dissipate. "The bar is located at 13 Red Tree in Sabaody Archipelago, Fufufu." Having delivered that line, Doflamingo hung up. The transponder snail, having endured until the very last moment, finally succumbed to the pressure of Kaido's haki, fainting in the process. In a sense, this transponder snail was quite remarkable, as even some notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion could not withstand Kaido's pressure for long. Kaido cast aside the unfortunate transponder snail and lifted his colossal wine jug, finishing the remaining alcohol in one gulp. "A bar that can fulfill every wish, huh? Quite the claim," he muttered to himself. Kaido harbored a dream. Though perhaps dream was too grand a term, it was more of an obsession. He had a penchant for courting death, exemplified by his reckless acts as a pirate, such as storming the Navy headquarters alone, only to be captured but not killed, which left him in an awkward predicament. He had even leapt directly from Skypiea. Yes, Kaido sought to end his own life, but his formidable physical strength rendered him virtually immortal. Infuriating, indeed. Now, having learned from Doflamingo about a bar claiming to grant wishes, Kaido's interest was piqued. Despite his brawny exterior, Kaido was not foolish. He merely possessed the strength to act without thinking. In truth, he was cunning and shrewd, as evidenced by his strategic exploitation of Wano's resources and its formidable sea stone processing technology, while suppressing public interest in the outside world to solidify his reign. Thus, while Doflamingo did not explicitly state it, Kaido had already deduced that Doflamingo had suffered a setback at this location and had called him to relay this information with ulterior motives. Although Doflamingo's power paled in comparison to his own, he was undeniably capable. If even Doflamingo had faced difficulties here, it suggested that the newly emerged bar possessed some merit, perhaps promising a delightful experience for Kaido. Indeed, Kaido, in addition to his suicidal tendencies, relished combat and war, an absolute battle fanatic, a fervent warmonger, a terrorist against the world. With the realization that this bar might harbor formidable individuals, Kaido felt a surge of excitement and resolved to visit it for some revelry. As for Doflamingo's schemes, he would deal with that later, after indulging himself. He had heard that Dressrosa was a splendid place. Tearing it apart should be exhilarating. However, little did Kaido know that this venture might spell his doom. Subsequently, Kaido hurled the now empty wine jug to the ground, creating a significant crater and shattering the vessel into pieces. He then slowly rose, reminiscent of a small hill suddenly rising. stretching his slightly stiff muscles before his form began to transform. Scales gradually emerged across Kaido's body, his horns elongated, and his stature underwent a monumental change, exuding an air of mystery and nobility, shifting from sheer dominance to an enigmatic grandeur. Then, with a surge of strength, he lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky where dark clouds had gathered, lending an oppressive atmosphere. As Kaido continued to metamorphose, he plunged headlong into the clouds. The heavens churned, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the ominous mass, revealing something massive within. A resounding roar resonated, mingled with thunder, imbued with lethal nobility and unparalleled authority. As though the sky itself were shattering, the clouds above swirled more violently, suggesting something immense was stirring within. Finally, a claw, covered in scales, emerged from the cloud, revealing part of a mysterious creature's form. Another thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal head broke through the cloud cover, adorned with intricate scales, 2 pairs of horns, flowing whiskers, and fearsome teeth. This was a majestic dragon. Indeed, the concealed entity behind the clouds was a legendary creature, a dragon. As the saying goes, the wind follows the tiger. The clouds follow the dragon, thus, the dragon's appearance amidst the dark clouds was entirely fitting. Chapter 26. What is this sudden sense of schadenfreude? The clouds rolled as the dragon swam through the mist, periodically revealing segments of its body, exuding an aura of unmatched mystery and power. And this, indeed, was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido was also a user of a devil fruit, and not only was his inherent strength formidable, but the devil fruit he consumed was of the highest caliber, the Uo no Mi, an ancient Zoan-type fruit in the form of an azure dragon. Kaido's fruit is undoubtedly a rare mythical beast type, even more so than the natural type, and it takes the form of a supreme azure dragon. Just contemplating this reveals the terrifying power that Kaido possesses. After swimming amidst the clouds for a while, it seemed as if he had sobered up, and then he discerned the direction of the Sabaody archipelago, swiftly soaring towards that destination. Given the extreme danger posed by a creature like Kaido, the Navy would never allow him to stray from their watchful gaze. Several kilometers away from the small island, Navy intelligence personnel were stationed, tasked with monitoring Kaido's movements. It is far from simple to surveil a being as formidable as Kaido. It's akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. For a powerful individual, observation hockey is standard, let alone for a top-tier powerhouse like Kaido. Thus, the Navy's surveillance team kept a considerable distance from him, yet they remained in a state of constant anxiety, fearing discovery. Initially, Kaido was merely drinking on the island, and the watchers felt relatively at ease. But suddenly, Kaido exhibited unusual behavior. Was he perhaps intoxicated? Though they had witnessed his dragon form upon his arrival at the island, seeing it again now made them momentarily lose their composure. This creature was simply perfect, its streamlined body, robust limbs, commanding visage, and an aura of mysterious nobility, truly deserving of the title as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. The watchers quickly steeled themselves, attempting to keep pace with Kaido, but his speed was so overwhelming that despair washed over them, compelling them to abandon the pursuit. Observing the direction in which Kaido flew, they hastily consulted their instruments. That path seemed to lead to the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago? Damn it, why would Kaido go there? Quick, inform the Admiral. At the Navy headquarters. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, he was meditating. The Swan Zodiac holy armor had been sent to Dr. Vegapunk a few days prior, and he recalled the report from Kizaru, who relayed Vegapunk's evaluation of the armor. He described it as a creation so perfect that it seemed divine. Divine creation, Sengoku pondered, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. He understood that Vegapunk's reference to divine did not pertain to the despicable individuals, yet he could not help but be lost in thought. He had heard from Kizaru that the boss had easily subdued him, a Marine admiral, without lifting a finger. Such power could indeed be described as godlike. Thus, it was unsurprising that no significant results had emerged from the research on the armor, and with the passage of time, hope for breakthrough seemed increasingly dim. Just then, a phone bug in his drawer began to ring. Sengoku quickly halted his musings, opened the drawer, and answered the call. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Team A of the Kaido Surveillance Unit. Just a few minutes ago, Kaido suddenly flew towards the Sabaody archipelago. What? I understand. Well done. After hanging up, Sengoku's expression was grave, yet tinged with an oddity. Carp, who was habitually sneaking in to pilfer some senbei, noticed Sengoku's unusual demeanor and inquired, What is the matter? Is there a problem? Kaido is heading to the Sabaody archipelago. This news startled Carp as well. Even he, with his formidable strength, did not possess absolute confidence in confronting Kaido directly. If Kaido unleashed chaos upon the Sabaody archipelago, the extent of the damage would hinge on how long his rampage lasted. Yet, he suddenly recalled something, regaining his composure. Pahaha. Could it be that Kaido has heard about the bar owner? Is he heading there for him? Sengoku entertained a similar thought. The only distinct aspect of the Sabaody archipelago compared to before was the presence of Sue Fish. And Kaido's sudden choice to go there likely pointed towards Sue Fish. However, considering Sue Fish's strength, this might very well be Kaido walking into a trap. If Kaido truly provoked Sue Fish, this Yonko could potentially become one of the three emperors instead. A sudden sense of schadenfreude washed over him. Yet, this remained speculation. No one could truly comprehend what that madman Kaido was thinking. Thus, Sengoku dispatched a team. It would be best if Kaido were indeed seeking out Sue Fish. If not, Kizaru, with his speed, could at least engage Kaido and draw him away from the Sabaody archipelago. Initially, Kizaru had refused the mission to the Sabaody archipelago due to his past experiences there. But ultimately, he succumbed to the Admiral's pressure. After all, he still needed to collect his salary, and this mission was aimed at Kaido, not Sue Fish's bar, which alleviated his concerns. The island Kaido had just departed from was quite distant from the Sabaody archipelago, and given that Kaido was not a speed-oriented fighter like Kizaru, it would take him some time to arrive. Kizaru was in no rush to set out. He needed to prepare himself mentally first. The Sabaody archipelago, with its picturesque scenery, embodies both beauty and darkness, such as slave-catching squads and auction houses, which pique the interest of the celestial dragons. They frequently visit to indulge in leisure or participate in auctions, purchasing slaves that catch their fancy. For them, slaves are mere consumables, earning the archipelago the moniker of the Celestial Dragon's Garden. For the inhabitants of the Sabaody archipelago, each visit from the Celestial Dragons presents a severe trial, with their fates resting upon chance and the whims of the dragons. Each time they venture out, they are accompanied by dedicated bodyguards or elite members from the CP department to ensure their safety. Before the Celestial Dragons, all must kneel and prostrate themselves. And if they take a liking to any strikingly attractive commoner, they will snatch them up as a slave, with the family of that commoner unable to resist, lest they face execution on the spot. For the Celestial Dragons, commoners are not of their kind, and they can treat them as they please. They consider themselves the descendants of gods, unwilling to share the same air with ordinary folk, hence they perpetually don bubble helmets. The plight of the commoners is unbearable. Yet they remain powerless, for both the world government and the navy are effectively under the thumb of the Celestial Dragons, leaving no avenue for grievances. Upon learning of Kaido's impending arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, Admiral Sengoku swiftly notified the world government, urging them to prevent the Celestial Dragons from visiting the archipelago in the near future. Although the Celestial Dragons are tyrannical, many among them are foolish. Yet some possess enough sense to recognize Kaido as a mad and who does not differentiate between commoners and Celestial Dragons. Thus, family heads from various clans promptly decreed that no one should set foot in the Sabaody archipelago for a month. Chapter 27. A little too lightheaded. Dragon in an unknown region of the Grand Line, there exists a peculiar island, characterized by its white sandy soil and strewn with yellow sand and rugged stones, presenting a desolate appearance. Here lies the island of Baltaigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The members of the Revolutionary Army are scattered across the globe, and this place serves as the gathering ground for the principal leaders. It is here that the Supreme Commander, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, resides. After successfully acquiring the sacred garments, Sabo and his companions hasten back and have finally returned to Baltaigo. Upon hearing of their return, Dragon awaited them in his office. Soon after, Sabo and the others entered Dragon's office, carrying a bronze chest. "Chief, we have returned. You have worked hard. How did it go?" The transaction was quite successful, but Mr. Suyu explicitly expressed his reluctance to join the Revolutionary Army. "Is that so?" Although slightly disappointed by Suyu's lack of interest in joining, Dragon found solace in the fact that Suyu did not harbor a negative attitude towards the Revolutionary Army. This was indeed a silver lining. Sabo then placed the bronze chest on the ground, proclaiming, "This is the fabled sacred garment." Dragon approached, intrigued, and touched the chest, but it felt like an ordinary box to him. According to the information they had received, the Iron Arm Boy possessed a set of sacred garments, and Admiral Kizaru had previously visited a bar, reportedly leaving with a chest as well. Thus, it was inferred that the Navy possessed another set of sacred garments. making the one before him the third. Following Sabo's instructions, he opened the chest. The same extraordinary effects unfolded. Though the light emitted was not blue, but rather a vibrant green. The brilliance surged momentarily before rapidly dimming, revealing a winged dragon before the group. This dragon shimmered in green hues, exuding a metallic luster, enveloped in an air of mystery and nobility. This is one of the sacred armors of the 5 little giants. The sacred armor of the dragon constellation. Is this truly the legendary armor? Kurla could not help but exclaim in astonishment, and the others were equally taken aback. Sabo instinctively reached out to touch the armor, but as his fingers grazed the body of the flying dragon, the armor suddenly emitted a brilliant light, repelling his hand. Sabo, are you all right? Everyone gasped in surprise, and Kurla hurriedly grasped Sabo's hand, anxiously inspecting it to confirm he was uninjured. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. After the initial shock, Sabo regained his composure, acknowledging that while he felt no significant harm, the sudden jolt had been quite painful. Once Kurla confirmed Sabo was indeed unharmed, she relaxed and released his hand, subsequently expressing her displeasure. What is the meaning of this armor? Could it be that the owner did this on purpose? Dorag's gaze flickered. He had never seen this Suyu and could not precisely determine who he was. However, given his ability to create such extraordinary armor, it was unlikely he would resort to such tricks for a mere handful of devil fruits. After pondering this, Dorag decided to try for himself. Enveloping his hand in armament haki, he reached towards the armor. To his astonishment, the moment he made contact, the armor erupted in a dazzling radiance that temporarily blinded him and the others who had been intently gazing at it, their eyes watering from the brightness. Unbeknownst to them, they were not the first victims of this phenomenon. As the light dimmed, the majestic dragon disassembled into its full suit of armor, each piece transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards the limbs, torso, and head of the still-dazed Dorag. The clang of armor resonated as it seamlessly integrated. And Dorag, already resembling a formidable villain, now donned the sacred armor, exuding an aura of divine might akin to a dragon soaring through the skies. His demeanor transformed profoundly. At that moment, the third sacred warrior of the pirate world made his appearance. He was the bronze saint of the dragon constellation, Monkey D. Dorag. Sabo and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fully armored Dorag, who himself was equally astonished, staring at his hands. As someone who had experienced this transformation firsthand, he could appreciate its significance. It was not merely a matter of wearing armor, but he sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities. This augmentation was not limited to physical prowess. He felt a considerable increase in his control over and the potency of his devil fruit powers. It is essential to understand that, at his level of strength, even a slight enhancement could have a decisive impact in battle. Yet, he perceived that his improvement was far beyond a mere fraction. It must be at least 5-fold, if not more. Just then, an inexplicable vision flashed into Dorag's mind. The image depicted a long-haired man with bandages wrapped around his dual faces, preparing to strike. And as he did, a fearsome dragon erupted from his fist, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, 5 flamboyant characters appeared behind him. Lushan Shenlongba. With that, the vision concluded. Lushan Shenlongba. Dorag instinctively murmured these words, feeling an overwhelming sense of power. Captain, are you all right? Dorag had suddenly closed his eyes, falling silent, which caused Sabo and the others to feel a pang of anxiety. At last, Dorag opened his eyes, prompting a sigh of relief among them. Upon noticing their concerned expressions, Dorag shook his head to indicate he was fine, and then, as if sighing, remarked, "This armor requires only 7 animal-type devil fruits. It truly speaks to a sense of integrity." Huh? Integrity? 7 devil fruits for a suit of armor? And that's integrity? Kurla was somewhat perplexed. Dorag clarified. This is no ordinary armor. I can distinctly feel that my strength has significantly increased. Upon hearing this, the others were astonished. They understood how formidable Dorag was. And to think that such power could be noticeably enhanced by this armor was truly remarkable. In truth, they had previously believed the armor was only beneficial for the average person, and even Dorag had harbored that notion. Who could have anticipated that this armor would bring them such a tremendous surprise? Wearing this armor, Dorag even felt capable of confronting his father. However, it was evident that the sudden surge of power had made Dorag a bit overconfident. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Kizaru had already arrived and was on standby. But he did not approach the red tree number 13. He merely settled near Abel, haunted by shadows of the past. On that day, what began as a splendidly sunny weather was abruptly overshadowed by a gathering storm cloud in the distance. which rolled ominously as if concealing a colossal and mysterious creature within. Kaido, having embarked towards the Sabaody archipelago 3 to 4 days prior, was now on the verge of reaching his destination. Chapter 28. Kaido's Arrival. A small, ominous cloud drifted across the horizon, while the skies above the Sabaody archipelago remained blissfully clear. The lookout personnel at the naval base spotted this bizarre cloud and promptly reported it to Admiral Kizaru, whose previously languid demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness. Channeling his observation haki, he reached out towards the rapidly approaching cloud, sensing a ferocious, volcanic-like aura emanating from it. Even he, with all his prowess, felt a twinge of anxiety in its presence. It became painfully clear who this was, the very reason for his journey to the Sabaody archipelago, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Upon learning of Kaido's imminent arrival, both Kizaru and the soldiers within the base were overwhelmed with despair. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. In these waters, the name of the 4 emperors was synonymous with invincibility, and the mere thought of one of them arriving filled their hearts with an insurmountable sense of helplessness and dread. Fortunately, the presence of Admiral Kizaru rekindled a glimmer of hope. Kizaru understood that for a figure of Kaido's caliber, these ordinary soldiers, indeed, even Rear Admiral Abel, were as fragile as paper dolls, easily crushed by a mere flick. Numbers were but a hollow statistic in the face of such overwhelming might. Thus, he instructed the soldiers and able to be vigilant and, if necessary, to assist civilians, avoiding direct confrontation with Kaido at all costs. Meanwhile, he remained fully alert, ready to divert Kaido's attention should he descend into madness. If Kaido was indeed here for the sake of Sueyu, then perhaps it would lead to a favorable outcome for all. To this moment, Kizaru had yet to witness Sueyu in action, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment that he had not yet warranted such a display. However, he believed that Kaido's brashness alone could not overshadow Sueyu's potential. Perhaps it would compel him to reveal his abilities. Kaido had now appeared at the juncture of sea and sky. Although it looked distant, the gap had narrowed significantly. The ominous cloud loomed larger and larger, ultimately blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the entire red tree number 13. The island's inhabitants looked up in alarm at the sudden appearance of the dark cloud, panic and fear written across their faces. Those on the streets scrambled to return home, while those already inside felt no greater sense of security. Fortunately, the Navy stepped in to calm the residents and organized personnel to facilitate their evacuation from Red Tree number 13. Kizaru was already exuding an aura of readiness, fully alert to the situation. Yet, remarkably, it seemed Kaido was oblivious to his presence and headed straight for Red Tree number 13. This offered Kizaru some relief. It appeared Kaido was not in a frenzy, but rather had a clear objective. After all, Sueyu's bar was located there. Unbeknownst to many, a hidden powerhouse resided in Red Tree number 13, Silver's Rayleigh. As the proprietor of Shaki's bar, he naturally made his home there. Even Rayleigh felt the weight of Kaido's presence, for who would wish to confront a berserker with such formidable defenses and offenses? A mere scratch from him might hardly faze Kaido, while a single punch could spell doom for Rayleigh. Yet, at this moment, Rayleigh harbored no concern. Even enjoying a drink within Shaki's bar, he was well aware of the formidable figures concealed within Red Tree number 13. Kaido's choice to unleash his wrath upon the Sabaody archipelago, particularly at this location, was nothing short of a reckless invitation to disaster. Inside the bar, a handful of pirates sat scattered about, having noticed the commotion outside and the ominous cloud overhead. Though they were notorious pirates, they remained calm, wary of the unfolding events but lacking the panic that gripped the civilians. Milan glanced anxiously at Sueyu, who met his gaze with a reassuring look, silently communicating that all would be well and that he could handle whatever came their way. Whether Milan could decipher such intricate emotions was another matter. While Milan could not comprehend Sueyu's complex thoughts, the latter's calm demeanor dispelled any lingering anxiety within him. If Rayleigh sensed Kaido's approach, Sueyu undoubtedly had as well, for Kaido was notoriously ostentatious, his formidable presence unmistakable, radiating like a spotlight in the dark. Yet, if Kaido was to arrive, Sueyu could surmise the reason behind it. After all, a troublesome guest had recently graced the establishment, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had long-standing dealings with Kaido. It was plausible that after being humiliated, da Flamingo had incited Kaido to seek retribution, a fitting role for someone of his character. Sueyu could also deduce da Flamingo's motivations. Kaido was a man with a penchant for self-destruction, or rather, a wolf in human guise. While Sueyu's bar claimed to grant any wish, an alluring proposition for someone like Kaido. At that moment, within the confines of Red Tree number 13, time seemed to accelerate. plunging into darkness as the cloud obscured the sun, leaving only the artificial lights to illuminate the island, casting an eerie gloom. The storm cloud roiled above, and suddenly, a fissure tore through it, yet what emerged was not the sun, but the grotesque visage of a colossal dragon's head, its eyes glowing in ominous crimson, a harbinger of bloodlust. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, all present were struck dumb, their hearts brimming with terror. What was that? My heavens! Is this the end of the world? Some pirates, recognizing the signature silhouette, discerned the identity of the figure above, but this realization only deepened their despair. It was Kaido, the Four Emperor himself. The dragon's devil fruit could belong to no other. Damn it! How could this monster appear here? I'm not ready to die. As the surrounding crowd absorbed the fearful words, the terror spread like a contagion, gripping all with dread. At that moment, the Azure Dragon, still concealed within the clouds, emitted a resonant roar that reverberated throughout the entire Shambadi archipelago, scattering the clouds in its wake. That little rascal, Tsuyu, come out at once. Chapter 29, Dragon Breath. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido, having uttered those words, opened his massive jaws and tilted his head back as if gathering power. A brilliant light coalesced within his mouth. And then he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath aimed directly at the colossal red tree number 13. A searing and formidable beam of energy erupted from Kaido's maw, hurtling toward the tree with terrifying speed. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble under the immense force of this energy, quaking violently. This is bad, Yellow Ape exclaimed, alarmed by Kaido's assault. However, the speed of the attack was so swift that he could not reach it in time, leaving him to witness helplessly as the beam struck the massive trunk of the red tree. Even if he had arrived sooner, he harbored no confidence in being able to deflect such a dreadful beam. In his eyes, it seemed beyond the capabilities of any human to unleash. The onlookers, both civilians and pirates alike, gazed in wide-eyed horror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them, filled with despair, many reduced to tears by fear. As the beam collided with the enormous red tree, an eerie silence enveloped the world for a brief moment. Then, an indescribably colossal sound erupted, shaking the very islands themselves. The point of impact appeared to twist reality, collapsing inward as if striving to condense into a singularity. In the next instant, the contraction halted, and an explosive expansion began, radiating outward from the epicenter, accompanied by a blinding brilliance. A surge of energy erupted from the center, swiftly cascading outward, rendering the entire red tree no. 13 akin to a frail boat tossed about in a tempest, pitifully vulnerable and helpless. At that moment, the struck area blossomed into a massive sphere of energy, with wind pressures comparable to a typhoon wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. The calamity endured for an extended period before gradually subsiding. As the smoke dissipated, the once verdant area where the red trees stood was left desolate, reduced to a vast, gaping chasm. Fortunately, it was situated at a considerable distance from the residential zone, sparing the inhabitants from any casualties. The residents and pirates, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed at the immense pit with lingering trepidation, trembling in silence, as the monstrous entity in the sky seemed capable of cataclysmic destruction. Kizaru, too, felt a pang of dread, muttering, "How truly terrifying this is." Rayleigh silently shook his head. Acknowledging the creature's extraordinary power, such an assault was indeed rather excessive. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled that the monstrous being had uttered something before the attack, as if it had been searching for someone. At this moment, the pirates still lingering in the Tsuyu bar had just recovered from their panic. Their gazes turned towards Tsuyu, whose countenance remained serene as if nothing had transpired. The emotions flickering in their eyes were intricate, a blend of fear, schadenfreude, and bewilderment. Clearly, they had overheard Kaido's earlier proclamation, igniting their curiosity about how this previously arrogant proprietor would respond when faced with the Emperor of the Sea. Would he grovel in humility, begging for mercy, or would he, like the unfortunate red tree, be reduced to nothingness by Kaido's dragon breath? Boss. Meland approached Tsuyu, still shaken and uncertain of what to do. He had witnessed the devastating power of that breath attack and understood that even with his Pegasus cloth, surviving such an onslaught would be a remarkable feat. He was certain that the boss possessed greater strength. Yet he remained uncertain whether Tsuyu could withstand the might of that celestial beast. Rest assured, wait here for me. I shall venture outside, Tsuyu comforted his subordinate. With a creature like Kaido, even if he stood still and allowed him to act as he pleased, he would be incapable of breaching Tsuyu's defenses. The surrounding pirates held varying expressions. Some wondered if Suyu was merely putting on a brave front or if he genuinely exuded confidence. However, Milan placed unwavering trust in Suyu, and upon hearing his words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Suyu set aside the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa with composure, and strolled towards the exit. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds. Though the recent explosion had cleared a significant portion of them away, Kaido's form was now visible, a colossal azure dragon, over 100 meters in length, coiling and twisting majestically in the skies. All were spellbound by the sheer enormity of Kaido's presence, staring in at the sinuous dragon, mouths agape, oblivious to the drool escaping their lips. "Brat, come out here." After exhaling a plume of dragon breath, Kaido seemed somewhat subdued. Though he continued to bellow, his tone lacked the initial ferocity. Emerging from the bar, Suyu wasted no time. Soaring into the air and positioning himself several hundred meters in front of Kaido's dragon head. "What do you want from me?" His voice resonated through the air, amplified as if by an unseen force, rivaling Kaido's own booming voice. Seeing Suyu finally emerge, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. As for the fact that Suyu was flying rather than using the moonwalk technique, he had long since lost the capacity to be astonished. After all, given Suyu's formidable strength, flying was entirely reasonable. At this moment, Kaido also noticed the small figure before him. Hearing Suyu's impolite words, Kaido was immediately enraged. A man of few words yet ferocious in nature, he opened his mouth and unleashed another breath of the dragon, aimed straight at Suyu. The crowd below was filled with dread as they gazed at the familiar beam of light, silently mourning for Suyu, who stood before it. To them, his demise seemed inevitable. The pirates who knew Suyu were largely filled with schadenfreude and malice. In truth, regardless of who occupied that position, as long as it was not themselves, they would revel in the death of another. Such is the essence of true pirates. Suyu watched the beam of light rushing toward him, preparing to open his mouth. Yet, halfway through, he abruptly closed it tightly. He had initially intended to swallow the dragon's breath, as it would create a more visually striking effect. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that this beam of light was indeed spewed from Kaido's mouth. The thought sent a chill through Suyu. If he were to accept it, it would be tantamount to swallowing Kaido's saliva. Such an act was utterly unacceptable. Fortunately, he redirected his actions just in time. Then, Suyu extended his right hand, which was delicate and fair, forming a stark contrast against the explosive beam of light. Despite appearing fragile, this seemingly powerless hand stood resolutely before the beam. Witnessing Suyu's casual stance, extending merely a hand, Kaido erupted in fury. "You little thief! How dare you insult me so?" With that, he intensified his output, causing the already formidable dragon breath to swell even larger. Kaido believed that this individual before him was deliberately humiliating him, igniting a furious blaze within his already volatile temperament. Consequently, he amplified his dragon breath, transforming the once terrifying beam into an even more fearsome spectacle. On one side stood the terrifying breath of the dragon, and on the other, a frail human hand was extended. The vast disparity between the two seemed to seal the outcome. The pirates watched with exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with a cruel and bloodthirsty light, while the common folk wore expressions of sheer terror, as if they were witnessing their own impending doom. Even Rayleigh and Kizaru, who had a general understanding of Suyu's strength, instinctively felt their hearts leap to their throats, anxiously observing the spectacle. Though the events unfolded at a seemingly slow pace, the distance between Suyu and Kaido was merely a few hundred meters, making the entire encounter a matter of mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light that Kaido had just unleashed was already upon Suyu. As the beam collided with the outstretched hand, the outcome defied Kaido's and the pirates' expectations. They did not witness Suyu being engulfed and obliterated by the beam. Instead, the dragon breath was halted by Suyu. With but a delicate hand, he intercepted it. He had indeed stopped it. The dragon breath struck Suyu's palm. Yet he did not yield an inch, his body remaining steadfast and unshaken. With unwavering resolve, he effortlessly blocked the attack of the Emperor Kaido, halting the very dragon breath that had previously annihilated a massive red tree with ease. Kaido, taken aback by the ease with which Suyu had deflected his assault, instinctively increased his output once more. The dragon breath continued to batter against Suyu's palm, yet that seemingly ordinary hand stood unmoving, like a submerged reef amidst a turbulent sea, impervious to the fiercest of waves. The powerful winds whipped through Suyu's hair and clothing, and where his palm met the dragon breath, a brilliant radiance erupted. In that moment, Suyu's slender figure appeared remarkably upright, akin to an unyielding fortress, resisting the swirling chaos around him. If an artist were to capture this moment, it would surely be a masterpiece, depicting the confrontation between a fearsome dragon and a mere human. The apparent underdog effortlessly thwarting the dragon's assault created a striking contrast that was nothing short of breathtaking. All eyes were glued to this astonishing scene, as the onlookers struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. This dragon was Kaido, the legendary Four Emperor. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly destroyed a colossal red tree. Who could possibly explain the bewildering sight before them? Were they mad, or was the world itself in a state of madness? Only Rayleigh and Kizaru remained unfazed, having witnessed Tsuyu's terrifying prowess before. Their expressions conveyed a sense of inevitability, yet their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Knowing of his strength was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The spectacle was simply overwhelming. Seeing that his dragon breath seemed incapable of truly harming Tsuyu, Kaido ceased his exertions, and the fearsome beam gradually dissipated, ultimately fading away within Tsuyu's palm. With Kaido's retreat, Tsuyu retracted his hand and wiped it with a cloth. Although he understood that the dragon breath was devoid of any actual saliva or moisture, the mere thought of it left him feeling uncomfortable, prompting him to cleanse his palm for a sense of relief. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes fixated on Tsuyu. Had the pirates below faced that terrifying gaze, they might have been paralyzed with fear. Kaido parted his lips, and a deep, thunderous voice echoed forth, reminiscent of a distant storm. "You are the owner of that bar, Tsuyu?" "Indeed, Kaido. Instead of remaining in your lair, you come here to wreak havoc. Do you seek death?" Tsuyu's audacious retort sent shockwaves of fear through the ranks of pirates below. However, Kaido did not erupt in fury as before. Having witnessed Tsuyu effortlessly absorb his dragon breath, he acknowledged the strength of his opponent. Kaido was a warrior who respected those he deemed formidable. He could overlook minor offenses. Moreover, in a certain sense, Tsuyu was not entirely incorrect. Kaido indeed found himself incapable of taking his own life, thus seeking confrontation with Tsuyu. "You audacious little brat. I've heard that you can grant any wish here, and so I've come. Let's see if you can either kill me, or if I shall kill you." "Huh, just a mere reptile. I fear that even a slight exertion on my part would be too much for you to bear." The onlooking pirates were utterly astounded. Before them stood Kaido, the fearsome Four Emperor. Could Tsuyu not temper his arrogance? "You insolent wretch." Kaido was undeniably provoked by Tsuyu's taunts, opening his massive jaws once more to unleash an attack that rivaled a natural disaster. "Huh." Kaido exhaled, releasing a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades, reminiscent of a scythe strike. Each blade was unparalleled in sharpness, each capable of rivaling the mightiest swordsman's slash. One blade might be manageable, but the sheer multitude transformed the assault into a genuine calamity. Faced with a tempest of razor winds, Tsuyu remained unperturbed. He raised his hand and lightly pressed the air before him, causing the space to shatter like a mirror in an instant. With a subtle exertion, he gently pushed forward, and the fragmented mirror began to slowly confront the oncoming winds. Those seemingly sharp and invulnerable blades collided with the mirror, yet vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea, leaving no sound, no ripple, and showing no signs of slowing down. The fractured mirror, though appearing to move slowly, swiftly approached Kaido. In response, Kaido intensified his output, unleashing more wind blades, but to no avail. His observation haki was in a frenzy, alerting him to the terrifying power of this impending attack. However, as the mirror neared him, his massive form rendered him incapable of transforming into his human form in time. He desperately summoned his armament haki, fiercely guarding his head and vital organs, bracing himself to withstand the assault. Chapter 31. Is this defeat? As the advancing shattered mirror approached, Kaido's dragon scales bristled, akin to the hairs on a human's nape standing on end. Yet, within him, there was not an ounce of fear or anxiety. Rather, he felt exhilaration, truly a madman of battle. He strained to marshal his armament haki, relinquishing full-body defense to focus on his heart and head, preparing to endure Tsuyu's strike. In the next moment, that seemingly fragile yet immensely terrifying shattered mirror reached Kaido, and slowly yet inexorably collided with his body. The impact did not produce a tremendous noise nor stir any waves. It was as if everything unfolded with serene inevitability. The colossal mirror struck Kaido's seemingly indestructible form, shattering silently, while Kaido appeared entirely unscathed, not even a hair out of place. The onlookers were left bewildered. The previous display had been so spectacular, and Kaido's attack had seemingly had no effect. Was this truly the outcome? Everyone held their breath, and the combatants ceased their movements. As the world around them fell into a profound silence, contrasting the earlier clamor, Kizaru and Rayleigh exchanged puzzled glances, pondering why the attack, which appeared to possess immense power, yielded such a lackluster result. Suddenly, they noticed something peculiar. Why was Kaido, after receiving the strike, standing utterly still? No, not entirely still. With their keen eyesight, they perceived that even Kaido's flowing mane seemed frozen in midair. He was not merely motionless. He was rendered immobile. The entirety of his dragon form appeared to be ensnared in the fabric of space itself, like a three-dimensional painting. Realizing this, both men gasped in shock. This technique was profoundly terrifying, for it seemed to have rendered Kaido directly incapacitated. They had witnessed his previous struggles against attacks, which were futile. So did this imply that the only option was to escape the range of the attack at an extraordinary speed? But would Tsuyu leave such an obvious opening? Certainly not. In truth, Tsuyu had not unleashed the full fury of his power. Otherwise, the very fabric of the pirate world would have been unable to withstand it. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by a sharp crack, reminiscent of breaking glass. The sound continued to echo, and the source was none other than Kaido himself. What had once been an intact form was now riddled with terrifying cracks. His dragon scales exploded in fragments, and scorching dragon blood surged forth as if it were free-flowing, cascading like a torrential red rain, a truly exaggerated outpouring. It is not yet over. Kaido's dragon claws have lost their original form, resembling mere remnants of decayed flesh clinging to his abdomen, barely connected to his body. The horns upon his forehead have shattered, leaving only fragments behind. And the once mighty Kaido now appears as a grotesque serpent, a pitiful sight indeed. At this moment, Kaido seems to have thawed, finally able to move. A heart-wrenching dragon's roar echoes through the heavens and the earth, bringing tears to the eyes of those who hear it. Subsequently, the gravely injured Kaido lacks the strength to remain aloft, plummeting directly to the ground. The sight of Kaido descending from the sky sends shockwaves through those below, for his impact could very well claim lives. Fortunately, due to his severe injuries, he lacks the energy to maintain his beastly form, and thus reverts to his human shape during his fall. The restored Kaido, though in human form, presents a more tragic visage than before. His limbs, while relatively intact, are nearly unrecognizable, marred by deep fissures. Thankfully, the cracks on his head and chest are not excessively profound, but the loss of blood is considerable, staining his body crimson. Thus, a towering figure, over 7 meters tall, descends freely from a height of hundreds of meters, crashing into the earth and creating a substantial crater. As the dust settles, what remains in the pit is a Kaido on the brink of life and death. Kizaru, observing the fallen Kaido, stands in shock, muttering in disbelief. Kaido has been defeated? The remaining onlookers, the pirates, are nearly paralyzed by astonishment. What has transpired? What indeed has occurred? The beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has simply fallen. After enduring but a single blow, he has succumbed. At this moment, Kaido, who had previously appeared near death in the pit, stirred slightly. Then with remarkable determination, began to rise once more. As he slowly stood, the wounds on his body began to heal gradually, and his limbs slowly regained their strength. It is worth noting that Kaido's injuries had been so severe that they could hardly be described as anything less than fatal for anyone else. They would have surely succumbed multiple times over. Moreover, he had plummeted from a height of over 100 meters. However, given Kaido's history of leaping from heights, he might possess some form of immunity. Yet, even without considering his previous leaps, the mere fact that he remained alive is nothing short of extraordinary. Now, not only was Kaido alive, but the wounds on his body were nearly non-existent. Aside from the bloodstains, it was hard to discern that he had ever been injured. His fruit may have been misnamed, but his nickname was certainly well-deserved. He truly lives up to the moniker of the immortal Kaido, despite having risen and fully healed. The weariness and frailty etched upon Kaido's face suggest that the recovery from such astonishing injuries did not come without its own costs. This terrifying ability to recover is partly attributed to Kaido's inherently extraordinary physical prowess, and partly due to the so-called awakening of the devil fruit. The transformations following the awakening of different types of fruits vary significantly. For paramecia users, awakening allows their powers to influence the surrounding environment, while natural-type users experience enhanced elemental control and a substantial increase in offensive capabilities. For Zoan-type users, awakening grants them an astonishing regenerative ability, significantly amplifying their combat prowess, a phenomenon that is particularly evident in Kaido. However, awakening does carry the risk of failure. For instance, if a Zoan-type user fails, they may never revert to their human form. The grotesque guards resembling koalas and zebras within impelled down are unfortunate souls who have suffered from failed awakenings. At this moment, Tsuyu gradually descended to the ground, positioning himself before Kaido, while the residents and pirates who had previously occupied the area had long since retreated. Now gazing at Tsuyu as if he were a deity, is this not akin to a deity? In their eyes, Kaido was nothing less than an apocalyptic demon, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. Yet Tsuyu, who vanquished the demon with but a single effortless gesture, had ascended beyond the limits of their imagination. Chapter 32. The Immortal Kaido. Kaido steadied himself, still bearing grievous wounds, yet significantly recovered. With thunderous steps, he emerged from the crater he himself had forged. His gaze locked upon the impassive figure of Tsuyu. His expression was grave, his eyes burning with solemn intensity. Never had he encountered a warrior of Tsuyu's caliber. Kaido had crossed blades with Gold, Roger, the pirate king himself, and clashed with Whitebeard. Yet even the tremors of the Gura Gura no Mi paled in comparison to the sheer devastation of Tsuyu's casual strike. The most unsettling truth? Tsuyu had barely exerted himself, merely lifting a hand with effortless grace, and Kaido had been brought to his knees. Kaido had always prided himself as one of the world's apex combatants. And yet this? But rather than fear, Tsuyu's overwhelming power ignited something within him, exhilaration. Fear was a concept foreign to Kaido, a man whose very essence was madness, a battle-hungry lunatic who thrived in the throes of combat. Truth be told, he had long yearned for a worthy adversary. The few who could challenge him, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks, had all left him unsatisfied. Whitebeard's tremors left his skull ringing. An unbearable discomfort. That hag Charlotte's devil fruit abilities were nothing short of revolting. And Shanks? Their styles clashed. Kaido craved the raw brutality of fist against flesh, while Shanks was a swordsman through and through. One might argue, what of Garp, the marine who embodied sheer physical might? Alas, the Navy played by different rules. A duel with Garp would inevitably escalate into an all-out assault from Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals. Hardly a fair fight, only frustration. But today, Tsuyu's arrival had set his blood aflame. Though humiliated by his inability to withstand even a single strike, the thrill was undeniable. And there was no shame in admitting defeat before such overwhelming strength. Ha ha ha. Glorious. Again, Kaido threw his head back in roaring laughter, his conqueror's haki erupting uncontrollably. Across the entirety of Grove 13, civilians collapsed unconscious, while weaker pirates succumbed instantly. Those who retained their senses staggered back, putting even greater distance between themselves and the two titans. Then Kaido charged. His movements, deceptively swift despite their bulk, carried him forward with terrifying momentum. In his grip materialized a spiked club, crackling with arcs of lightning, descending upon Tsuyu with devastating force. Rata hack. This is Kaido's signature move, the Thunderbagwa, wherein he simultaneously channels both armament haki and conqueror's haki into his spiked club, delivering a strike of remarkable swiftness and immense power. However, this fierce assault is effortlessly halted by a slender finger. Tsuyu leisurely raises his finger above his head, effortlessly absorbing Kaido's formidable blow, remaining utterly unperturbed. Since you wish to fight, I shall indulge you. Tsuyu suddenly smiles, his interest piqued. He resolves to engage Kaido using solely his physical strength. Considering him an excellent punching bag, though, he must temper his force. Upon witnessing Tsuyu's grin, even the fearless Kaido feels a pang of unease, his hair standing on end as he senses a wave of malevolence. He hastily attempts to withdraw his attack, but it is too late. Tsuyu, having caught hold of the spiked club with his hand, gently squeezes it, and the once resilient weapon, crafted from solid iron and honed by Kaido's years of training, crumbles like a model made of mere tofu. One might envision the scene where Hela crushes Thor's hammer, seeing his cherished weapon slip away. Kaido experiences a fleeting pang of sorrow, yet seizes the opportunity to distance himself from Tsuyu. However, as he steadies his gaze, he realizes that the spot where Tsuyu once stood is now empty, filled only with air and dust. This revelation sends a jolt of alarm through Kaido, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Yet it is evidently too late. Tsuyu has somehow appeared behind him. With a stylish side kick, he strikes Kaido's lower back, sending him hurtling through the air. He skids along the ground for several meters before regaining his balance. However, as he looks up again, he finds Tsuyu has vanished once more. Resigned, Kaido abandons the thought of evasion, striving to shield himself with armament haki. Just as he manages to complete this defensive maneuver, An irresistible force strikes his lower back once again, propelling him away. Thus, he soars left and right, continually airborne. Unable to catch sight of Suyu, left only with the sensation of being battered. This sensation brought to mind his earlier venture into the naval headquarters, where he was besieged by the old curmudgeon Sengoku, accompanied by Garp and 3 admirals. No, this was far more grievous. At that time, he was still able to retaliate. Whereas now he found himself reduced to merely enduring blows, unable even to perceive his assailants. It was utterly humiliating. The injuries, too, were considerable. Meanwhile, the pirates who had gathered at a distance observed like fools, their minds rendered blank, staring vacantly at the spectacle before them, their gazes instinctively shifting with the movements of the 2 combatants. Yet, this could hardly be deemed a fight. It was more akin to play. Suyu was the one playing, while Kaido was merely the plaything. Kizaru and Rayleigh also appeared somewhat dazed. In their lifetimes, they had never witnessed such a scene. This could not continue. Kaido, airborne and spewing blood, risked being pitifully defeated if he did not devise a means to extricate himself from this predicament. After being kicked away by Suyu once more, Kaido summoned the powers of his devil fruit, enlarging and weighing his body. Finally regaining his balance and breaking free from the relentless cycle. Dazed and staggering, he retreated several paces, and at last, he caught sight of Suyu once more. Clad in a pristine white shirt, he remained as immaculate as at the outset, standing in stark contrast to Kaido's current disheveled state. At that moment, he became aware of a terrifying reality. When confronted with Suyu, his observation haki seemed to have failed him. For within the realm of his heightened senses, there appeared to be no one before him, even as he gazed helplessly at Suyu, who stood leisurely in front of him. Meanwhile, Suyu scrutinized Kaido's current form. At this juncture, Kaido's arms were adorned with azure dragon scales, his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. His once human visage now bore a pronounced jawline, densely covered in scales, with a pair of dragon horns sprouting from his forehead, resembling a fusion of dragon and human. This is the 3rd form of Kaido's Zoan type, the Dragon Man form. Chapter 33. Watching the battle comes with risks. This resembles a state that is a fusion of man and dragon, specifically Kaido's dragon-human form. Zoan type devil fruit users possess 3 distinct forms. The first is the human form, wherein consuming a Zoan type devil fruit results in enhancements to strength and physical capabilities, including recovery, stamina, and speed, offering a comprehensive yet foundational improvement. The second form is complete animalization, which boasts the greatest strength and grants the user special abilities corresponding to the animal. The third form is the hybrid form, where physical attributes and strength are significantly amplified while largely retaining a human appearance, making it the most suitable form for one-on-one combat. In Kaido's dragon-human form, his defensive capabilities, recovery, and strength are markedly enhanced. Moreover, in this state, Kaido's speed becomes extraordinarily formidable. While Kaido's original speed is impressive, it pales in comparison to some top-tier fighters, as he could be outmaneuvered by opponents like Kizaru. However, upon transforming into his dragon-human form, Kaido's speed becomes terrifyingly swift. In this form, Kaido may not match the unparalleled speed of top-tier fighters like Kizaru, yet he remains only marginally slower than Shanks. Moreover, Kaido possesses an astonishing physical strength coupled with a terrifying regenerative ability, almost resembling a glitch in the fabric of reality. When it comes to sheer physical power, Kaido is undeniably among the elite. However, this does not imply that Shanks is weaker. As one of the 4 emperors, his conqueror's haki is likely unparalleled. And as a swordsman renowned for his offensive prowess, his attacking strength far surpasses Kaido's. Honestly, Suyu finds the visage of this dragon-like figure somewhat unattractive, awkwardly endearing, perhaps. Yet, this opinion may be uniquely his own. Others, when confronted with Kaido, are either paralyzed by fear or filled with anxiety and solemnity. Kaido spat a mouthful of blood, panting heavily. Although he appeared unscathed, the injuries were internal. His organs ached, and despite the recovery granted by the awakening of his fruit, he had exhausted a significant amount of stamina. Even for someone as resilient as Kaido, who could endure a fight lasting several days, he was beginning to feel the strain. Nonetheless, Kaido was reluctant to concede. He felt a profound frustration, as throughout the battle, he had been relentlessly pummeled, not even managing to lay a finger on Suyu. Kaido was beginning to question his very existence in the face of such humiliation. Therefore, he was determined to land at least one punch on Suyu. At that moment, Kaido noticed Suyu seemed momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido silently urged himself on. Unleashing his utmost speed, and darting towards Suyu, only to swiftly pass him by and position himself behind, channeling a surge of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki into his right hand. Dark crimson lightning crackled into existence as he unleashed a full-force, unrefined version of his Thunderbagwa aimed directly at Suyu's head. As that colossal fist drew ever closer to Suyu, Kaido felt a victorious grin creeping onto his face, convinced that this blow would surely land. However, to his astonishment, Suyu raised his hand with an imperceptible speed, catching Kaido's seemingly inevitable punch. The sheer force of Kaido's fist collided with Suyu's palm, which appeared almost childlike in comparison, yet it created no disturbance, no sound, no movement, rendering the scene utterly awkward. Kaido gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength forward, yet Suyu's hand remained immovable, as if a divine decree barred him from progressing. With no choice but to withdraw, Kaido refused to accept defeat. He began to circle Suyu, moving with such rapidity that he vanished from the sight of the onlooking pirates, leaving only Rayleigh and Kazara capable of perceiving Kaido's movements through their observation haki. As he maneuvered around, Kaido unleashed a barrage of punches towards Suyu, each strike fueled by a desire to create an opening. Kaido also possessed a formidable technique known as the Diamond Arrow, which involved wrapping haki around his kanabo and striking with a force akin to swordsmanship. Regrettably, his beloved kanabo had been shattered by Suyu at the onset of the battle, forcing Kaido to resort to a simplified version of the Diamond Arrow through his fists. While lacking the destructive power of the kanabo, it offered greater convenience. Every punch aimed at Suyu was effortlessly deflected, showcasing an air of nonchalance that highlighted Suyu's ease. However, Kaido anticipated this. His aim was to disorient Suyu and create an opportunity for himself. Consequently, he no longer focused on precision, merely directing his blows in Suyu's general vicinity, with some even narrowly missing him. One such punch, while failing to strike Suyu, fortuitously collided with an unfortunate pirate nearby, sending him flying several hundred meters, blood erupting from his body like water as he soared through the air. Before he could even hit the ground, he succumbed to unconsciousness, and given the amount of blood lost, his survival was uncertain. The remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear. They had thought themselves safe at a distance, yet the residual danger was palpable. Previously, witnessing Suyu handle Kaido's attacks with such ease had led them to underestimate the Four Emperors' might. Now, they realized that even stray blasts could threaten their lives, reinforcing the notion that a Four Emperor, even when bested by a divine being, still commanded a godlike presence. They gazed in awe at the battle between these two titans, retreating to a safe distance where they could only observe Suyu through telescopes. Suyu continued to receive Kaido's attacks with a sense of boredom, even stifling a yawn. Now was the moment. Observing Suyu's yawn, Kaido recognized a rare opportunity. He lunged towards Suyu, this time opting not to strike, but to embrace him. Channeling all his haki into his arms, tilting his head back, he opened his mouth wide, gathering energy within, and unleashed a breath of dragon fire. Such a short distance, and with Suyu's movements currently restrained, this technique is bound to succeed. This unexpected turn of events left Suyu utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Kaido would resort to such a repugnant tactic. If struck, he would surely emerge unscathed. Chapter 34. All blame lies with Doflamingo. As Kaido's saliva sprayed toward his face, Suyu erupted in fury. He swiftly wriggled free from Kaido's iron-like grip and darted away, his speed so remarkable that it created visible rifts in the black space around him. In his struggle, Suyu inadvertently shattered Kaido's tightly coiled arm, its dark, armored hue resembling obsidian, now marred with cracks akin to genuine stone. Witnessing Suyu's effortless escape from his grasp, Kaido felt a mixture of helplessness and disbelief. He had believed that his hold would at least restrain Suyu for a moment, yet it had barely lasted an instant. However, with the arrow already knocked, he was compelled to release his dragon breath, decisively unleashing it towards Suyu. Yet, once again, Suyu merely raised a hand to block the onslaught, resolutely advancing toward Kaido, his approach slow yet unwavering. As Suyu drew nearer, Kaido's small eyes betrayed a hint of panic, an emotion seldom associated with him. In a frantic response, he instinctively intensified his output, but it proved futile. Instead, he felt his foundation wobble, ultimately being pushed back several meters by his own unleashed breath. Kaido found himself in an awkward predicament. He understood full well that his dragon breath was ineffective against Suyu, yet he could not cease its release, resulting in a stalemate. But would Suyu allow this impasse to persist? Certainly not. In the midst of Kaido's growing alarm, a shadow emerged from Suyu, a perfect doppelganger of Suyu's clone. Suyu number 2 approached Kaido, who remained preoccupied with blocking Suyu's real form. Despair overcame Kaido as he watched the clone seemingly teleport beside him, delivering a lightning-fast uppercut to his jaw. The impact was catastrophic. Kaido, unable to halt his dragon breath, felt his mouth forcibly close, the energy exploding within, rendering his face unrecognizable and obliterating his teeth and jaw. He was sent spiraling into the sky, propelled over 100 meters high, leaving trails of sparks in his wake. Moments later, he plummeted to the ground like a small meteor, creating a rough crater upon impact. Lying in the pit, Kaido stared blankly at the sky, feeling utterly powerless for the first time in his life. In terms of strength, speed, and skill, he had been comprehensively overpowered. As for his recovery abilities, they remained untested, for he had not managed to inflict even a single scratch on Tsuyu. At this juncture, Kaido had entirely relinquished the notion of continuing the fight. If given the choice, he would simply wish to escape this place of despair. However, since he had instigated the confrontation, it was uncertain whether Tsuyu would grant him mercy. As Kaido returned to the ground, Tsuyu too merged back with the original, who approached the edge of the crater, gazing down at Kaido, who had surrendered all resistance. What is this? Not continuing? I have yet to satiate my appetite for battle. At Tsuyu's words, Kaido instinctively tensed, his muscles reacting involuntarily. You haven't had enough? I've been thoroughly beaten. It was not that he lacked the ability to retaliate. Rather, he had been on the receiving end of a relentless assault. He could detect a hint of disappointment in Tsuyu's tone. Disappointment? How could he possibly feel that way when he had been so easily vanquished? I concede. Do as you wish. There was no alternative. Tsuyu had decisively and overwhelmingly defeated him. It was not merely a victory, it was a complete annihilation. A chasm of strength between them. Kaido, ever a man of resilience, accepted his defeat, perhaps even out of fear from the overwhelming assault he had endured, an experience he hoped to encounter only once in a lifetime. Tsuyu pondered how to address Kaido. Although Kaido held significant stature in the world of pirates, he had instigated this confrontation. Thus, a causal link had emerged between them, granting Tsuyu the liberty to eliminate him without consequence. However, considering Kaido's formidable presence, was it truly prudent to extinguish his life? In the future, Tsuyu intended to depart the pirate world, leaving behind only Milan, and perhaps it would be wise to find Kaido a companion. Kaido, do you wish to die? If you desire to kill me, then make your move without hesitation. Kaido himself was uncertain whether he genuinely wished for death. He had repeatedly engaged in reckless behavior, akin to a game, albeit one fraught with peril. As a normal person, he still harbored an innate instinct for survival, and thus he likely did not wish to perish. Yet, contemplating such matters was futile. His fate was no longer in his hands. Although he boasted of being indestructible, he recognized that Tsuyu possessed the means to end his life, a feat that might be no more challenging than squashing an ant. While Kaido did not seek death, he was also unafraid of it, which afforded him a certain calmness in the face of danger. Tsuyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. I find the notion of killing you somewhat regrettable. Upon hearing this, Kaido's composure shattered. His muscles involuntarily tightened as he shivered. What did somewhat regrettable imply? Was Tsuyu not finished with him yet, intending to use him as a mere punching bag? Kaido envisioned a grim scenario in which he became Tsuyu's target, enduring hours of unrelenting punishment, bloodied and battered, only to recover swiftly due to his formidable resilience, thus inviting a second round of torment. The mere thought filled him with despair as he felt his very essence dimming. In that moment, he suddenly loathed the version of himself that had decided to seek out Tsuyu. How utterly misguided he must have been to invite trouble from such a formidable adversary. As for Doflamingo, who had informed him of this predicament, Kaido now wished nothing more than to rend him asunder. Chapter 35. Let us forge a contract. Upon witnessing Kaido's sudden transformation into a pallid figure, his eyes devoid of luster, Tsuyu found himself at a loss. Did Kaido truly wish for death? Was he so disheartened simply because Tsuyu had no intention of killing him? Nevertheless, Tsuyu remained unconcerned with Kaido's existential desires. The latter had already forfeited his freedom. Kaido, your life no longer resides within your own grasp, so relinquish any delusions of grandeur. Tsuyu elucidated Kaido's current predicament before continuing. As for you, I shall spare your life, provided you sign this contract, after which you may depart. With a subtle gesture, an ancient parchment materialized in the air, adorned with myriad enigmatic symbols that served both as embellishments and embodiments of the oath's power. Tsuyu gently nudged the parchment, allowing it to float gracefully before Kaido. As Kaido scrutinized the document, he noted its sparse lines of text. Although he had never encountered such script, its meaning was unmistakable. Essentially, it stipulated that from this moment forth, Kaido would nominally belong to the Wish Bar, forbidden from actions that might jeopardize its interests, and obligated to provide aid should the establishment face peril. This left Kaido somewhat perplexed. With you at the Wish Bar, who would dare to provoke you? If you perceive everyone who arrives as a formidable opponent, then what difference does it make whether Kaido appears or not? He simply could not fathom the significance of this contract. As for whether this contract possessed the power to bind him, Kaido had no doubts. He could sense the immense energy concealed within the parchment, something eerie and mysterious. This was certainly not an ordinary piece of parchment. Deep down, Kaido sensed that he could never contend with this force. Unbeknownst to Kaido, even if he racked his brain, he would never realize that Tsuyu was not a native of the pirate world and would eventually leave this realm. At that time, the Wish Bar would be left with only Mylander. If I signed this contract but failed to fulfill its terms, what would happen? Death. Upon hearing the word death, Kaido's eyes sparkled. Death, what a splendid concept. At this moment, he even contemplated deliberately breaching the contract to escape Tsuyu's clutches. However, just as Kaido relished this thought, he suddenly heard Tsuyu's devilish whisper in his ear. Death, that is out of the question. How could I commit such a cruel act? Rest assured, you shall not perish, merely endure excruciating pain until you pass away from natural causes. Moreover, this contract comes with the added benefit of treating hidden ailments and enhancing your physical condition, allowing you to live longer. How does that sound? Happy? Happy? Do you think I would be happy? What kind of devil are you? I beg you, be a bit more merciful and grant me a swift end. Just as Kaido was about to refuse, he realized that if he did not sign the contract, his fate could be far worse. Yet, having signed it, he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, plunging him deeper into despair. Observing Kaido speechless with astonishment, Tsuyu nodded and snapped his fingers, causing Kaido's hand to move of its own accord. Kaido's left hand forcefully pulled back his right, his face reddening from the effort, but to no avail. In the depths of his despair, his right index finger automatically pierced itself, blood flowing forth and staining the contract. In an instant, the parchment disintegrated into a series of intricate and mystical runes that floated towards Kaido, leaving behind a small tattoo on his body. At this point, Kaido sat up, gazing at the newly formed tattoo on his chest with a complex expression. Now, not only had he lost the battle, but he had also suffered a significant setback. Instinctively, he touched the tattoo, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Now, do not wear such a mournful expression, as if I have wronged you. The contract does not bind you to the Wish Bar. You are free to do as you please. Just refrain from harming Mylander or damaging the bar's property. And if someone foolish comes to cause trouble, you must assist Mylander. Kaido wished to argue that this was indeed a form of bullying, but he felt it would undermine his fierce persona, so he held his tongue. Yet, upon hearing Tsuyu's words, his mood lightened somewhat. After all, it was not much different from before. He was still the captain of the Beast Pirates. Then, Kaido appeared to realize something. One person? What about you? As for me, when the time is ripe, I shall take my leave. Kaido longed to inquire where Tsuyu would go, but ultimately refrained. With nothing more to discuss, Kaido prepared to depart, for his pride had been thoroughly sullied. He stood up, ready to transform into his dragon form, but then Tsuyu called out to him, and he instinctively halted his actions, cursing inwardly. Oh, right, Kaido, it was Doflamingo who sent you here, wasn't he it? If you seek to take your anger out on him, remember to go easy on him. Do not kill him. He is a prey specifically left for Mylander and cannot be dealt with as a mere outlet for your frustration. Kaido was perplexed. Had there not been some prior conflict between Tsuyu and Doflamingo? Why would he specifically want Kaido to spare Doflamingo's life? Unable to comprehend, Kaido decided not to dwell on it, as he had not intended to kill Doflamingo anyway, given that he still relied on his artificial devil fruit technology. He grumbled in agreement, and then transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the sky towards the horizon. The onlooking pirates stared in disbelief at the departing Kaido, as if caught in a dream. The events that had just transpired were too surreal. Even witnessing it firsthand, they struggled to believe it was real. A transformation was taking place. As for Kazuru and Rayleigh, they quickly regained their composure after the initial shock, having already caught a glimpse of Tsuyu's formidable power. Rayleigh was even aware of Tsuyu's true identity. Tsuyu surveyed the surroundings, noting the cratered landscape left in the wake of the battle, resembling the surface of the moon. Although he was the victim of Kaido's rampage, he felt a sense of responsibility to restore the environment. With a clap of his hands, a gentle glow enveloped him, and the light gradually detached from his body. Traveling towards the damaged buildings and the severely disrupted ground, as well as the innocently battered red tree. Where the light touched, it was as though time reversed, restoring everything to its original state before the astonished eyes of the pirates, Kizaru, and Rayleigh. Chapter 36. Shock. Everything, the buildings, the ground, and the massive red tree had returned to its former glory. Had they not remembered the earlier shock, they might have believed that Kaido had never set foot there at all. Once Tsuyu restored the environment, he nodded in satisfaction and then turned back towards his bar, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck onlookers. The spectators were genuinely astonished. While immense power could be explained, this miraculous scene could not be merely attributed to strength. Could there truly exist such a wondrous devil fruit? A divine fruit? The only one privy to the truth, Rayleigh, could not help but murmur, "Truly, one is worthy of being called a deity." The might of the divine is indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Inside the bar, several pirates lay sprawled on the floor, having been knocked unconscious by Kaido's conqueror's haki due to their insufficient strength. The remaining pirates gazed at Tsuyu with expressions resembling that of worshipping a deity. They felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, having previously cursed Tsuyu to be reduced to ashes by Kaido. Now, witnessing Tsuyu so effortlessly subdue Kaido, they were terrified and dared not linger in the bar, hastily pushing and shoving each other to escape. Mylander, though originally weak, had been endowed with robust mental fortitude by the holy garment, rendering him immune to the effects of the conqueror's haki. At this moment, he looked up at Tsuyu with admiration. He had always known Tsuyu was powerful, but he never anticipated he would be so extraordinarily formidable. The four emperors were figures who stood atop this vast sea, yet his boss had so effortlessly defeated one, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless. Mylander felt a profound sense of pride swelling within him. Mylander, throw out all these unconscious individuals. Yes, boss. In truth, it is not solely the Navy that keeps a vigilant watch over the movements of dangerous individuals. News agencies also partake in this endeavor. However, it would be more accurate to describe their efforts as a form of attentive observation rather than outright surveillance. These perilous figures are often at the center of compelling news stories, and the news organizations employ specially trained avian reporters, thereby facilitating their monitoring activities. As for Kaido, one of the four emperors, his arrival at the Sabaody archipelago remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the mere fact of his presence in such a locale is newsworthy enough to capture public interest. Yet, the members of the news agency could hardly have anticipated the explosive nature of the news that would soon unfold, something far more sensational than the might of the bomb fruit itself. It is essential to recognize that Kaido is no ordinary individual. He is universally acknowledged as one of the four emperors of the world. This title is not merely a featherweight designation. It is one forged through fists and bloodshed. Now, the formidable Kaido has been vanquished by an individual who previously dwelled in obscurity, and the ease with which this defeat occurred is nothing short of astonishing. While there exists a hierarchy among the four emperors, they generally operate within a similar realm of power. Even the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would have found it impossible to so effortlessly conquer Kaido, even at the zenith of his strength. Thus, does this imply that the title of the world's strongest man is about to change hands? The president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgan, was taken aback by the news relayed by the frontline personnel. However, being a seasoned journalist, he swiftly commanded the abandonment of the already typeset draft that was ready for printing, opting instead to feature the report on Kaido as the headline, ensuring it was printed with utmost urgency. Subsequently, this newspaper, containing information potent enough to shake the world, was disseminated far and wide by countless news carriers. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, shortly after Kaido's departure, Admiral Kizaru left the Sabaody archipelago and returned to the Marine headquarters to report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is it true that Kaido was easily defeated? Sengoku mused, reflecting on his vivid impressions of the formidable Kaido, who was the first pirate to dare invade the Marine headquarters alone, and likely the last. Sengoku himself had participated in the joint operation against Kaido. The sense of impact was remarkable, yet his own contribution seemed to have little effect on Kaido, who appeared largely unfazed. Although one could not dismiss the damage inflicted, it remained minimal, and by the end, Sengoku and Carp were utterly exhausted, while Kaido had already recovered from his injuries. This scene left the assailants seething with rage. Ultimately, the five of them had no choice but to concede defeat, while Kaido, seemingly satisfied from the fray, simply plopped down on the ground and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Indeed, This audacious individual dared to sleep soundly amidst the encirclement of numerous naval forces. As it stands, Kaido has been vanquished, and he fell at the hands of a single adversary, suffering a devastating defeat with no opportunity to retaliate. Merely enduring the blows that stained the soil of Sabaody Archipelago with torrents of his blood. According to Kizaru, had Tsuyu shown no mercy in the end, Kaido would have met his demise, implying that if Tsuyu so wished, the legendary tale of Kaido's invincibility could have been brought to a definitive close. This left Sengoku feeling somewhat wistful. He had long anticipated this outcome. After all, he had gleaned some understanding of Tsuyu's capabilities through the incident involving Kizaru, and one could catch a glimpse of the truth from that sacred garment. Thus, he was not at all surprised by Kaido's defeat. Amidst his reflections, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that it was Tsuyu who had vanquished Kaido. Tsuyu had always been positioned as a mere bar owner. He was neither a pirate nor a revolutionary, and certainly not a member of the Navy. He resembled an ordinary citizen, yet also appeared as a deity observing the struggles among various factions from a lofty perch. For someone like him to conquer the Yonko Kaido was arguably the best possible scenario, aside from the Navy intervening directly. It is worth noting that although Kaido is referred to as one of the four emperors, at his core, he remains a pirate. Had another pirate been the one to defeat Kaido, it could have thrown these seas into disarray. Yet now, perhaps those pirates would remain more subdued. In a chamber within Mariewa, 5 elderly figures were seated. One donned a black suit, his white, curly hair resembling a collection of sticks, complemented by a fluffy white beard and a flat hat. A scar adorned his left cheek. Another was clad in a deep blue suit, with long, straight white hair and an equally lengthy beard. The third wore a deep red suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a beard to match, marked by a scar across his chest. The fourth was dressed in a dark green suit, bald on top, sporting 2 forked tufts of mustache, with a birthmark on his forehead. Lastly, the fifth individual was attired in a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and cradling a long katana in his arms. The 5 individuals before us represent the overt highest rulers of the world government, the 5 elders. At this moment, they are seated on a sofa, while a man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask stands before them, delivering an alarming report. Chapter 37. The Astonished 5 Elders. What? Are you certain you are not jesting? Exclaimed the blonde-haired elder upon hearing the masked man's report, his voice echoing with disbelief. The remaining 4 elders, though silent, wore expressions of shock as they gazed at the masked figure. Indeed, this account comes directly from the third observer on the Sabaody Archipelago. Kaido had been defeated by the owner of the Wish Bar, Tsuyu, and throughout the entire encounter, Kaido had not retaliated in the slightest. Moreover, after Kaido's departure, the bar owner inexplicably restored the damage caused during their battle. A profound silence enveloped the room as the 5 elders absorbed this information, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a few moments, the curly-haired elder finally spoke. Very well. We understand. You may leave now. Yes, replied the masked man, who then exited the room. Now, only the 5 elders remained, exchanging glances, their eyes still reflecting the remnants of astonishment. In truth, they regarded the 4 emperors with a measure of disdain. The Navy possessed formidable strength, and the world government was not devoid of military might, not to mention their control over the ancient weapon Uranus, the elite intelligence agencies CP and the clandestine department CP0. Along with the 5 of them, were more than capable of rivaling the likes of Sengoku and Garp. Thus, if they so wished, they could effortlessly obliterate a single emperor. The rationale behind allowing the 4 emperors to persist lay in the potential for the remaining 3 to unite in vigilance against any threat to one of their own. The combined might of 4 such powerful figures would be immense, and the cost of neutralizing them would be exorbitant. Additionally, the existence of the 4 emperors served to counterbalance one another, rendering it unnecessary for the government to provoke them. In essence, the anticipated costs far outweighed the potential benefits. Thus, Kaido's defeat was not particularly shocking. What was truly alarming, however, was the simplicity with which it had transpired. According to the earlier description from CP0, the encounter could hardly be classified as a battle. It was more akin to a complete rout. It is crucial to note that even if they could easily annihilate a 4 emperor, it would require the full might of the world government or the Navy. Yet, Tsuyu accomplished this single-handedly and with such nonchalance. Furthermore, the combat performance indicated that Tsuyu had exhibited numerous abilities, exhibiting the power of flight and a technique capable of shattering the very air around him. He also demonstrated the capacity to restore the devastated surroundings, rendering it impossible to ascertain which devil fruit he might have consumed or even if he had ingested more than one. Additionally, his speed was reportedly extraordinary, potentially rivaling that of Kizaru. His physical prowess was equally formidable, though its exact strength remained indeterminate, yet it was at least on par with Garp. Most critically, the sheer ease with which the battle unfolded, Kaido being thoroughly pummeled, left them questioning whether Suyu had revealed the full extent of his power. The elders exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to approach the enigmatic figure of Suyu. "I believe it is best to report this to Lord M," one suggested, and the others readily concurred. Indeed, it has been previously stated that the 5 elders are merely the visible highest authorities of the world government, for above them lies a mysterious figure known as Lord M, as referenced by the 5 elders themselves. The news agency, being a global entity, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. The newspapers chronicling Kaido's defeat, thanks to the diligent efforts of numerous newsbirds, gradually made their way across the world. One can only imagine the astonishment that would ensue upon the revelation of such news. In an unknown region of the Grand Line, a colossal ship glided smoothly across the surface of the sea. This is a colossal 3-masted sailing vessel, adorned on either side with menacing cannon ports, while the bow resembles a whale seemingly grinning with bared teeth. This iconic sailing vessel, known as the Moby Dick, symbolizes an extraordinarily fearsome man, who is also referred to as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. This is the ship of the 4 emperors, the vessel of the Whitebeard pirates. At the heart of the deck lies an enormous chair, upon which sits a man resembling a small giant. He is clad in a black headscarf, and his beard resembles a crescent moon, while his bare torso bears several scars. Leaning against him is a colossal Naginata, seemingly ordinary yet classified among the supreme blades of the 12 great swords, known as Yunxia, which rivals the black blade Yasukani wielded by the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. This is Edward Newgate, better known as Whitebeard. Whitebeard's title as the strongest man in the world is well-deserved. His mastery of the 3 forms of Haki is just the beginning. Although his regenerative abilities may not match others, his physical strength is undoubtedly on par with Kaido. Furthermore, Whitebeard is a devil fruit user, having consumed the tremor fruit, granting him the capacity to create powerful tremors and even cause earthquakes, a power capable of conjuring natural disasters. His skill with this fruit has led to it being regarded as the strongest of all paramecia types. However, this formidable ability is a double-edged sword. The vibrations it generates can also harm his own body, affecting his internal organs. Thus, compared to the 70-year-old Monkey D, Garp, who retains peak strength, Whitebeard requires intravenous support to maintain his condition, indicating that the title of the world's strongest man has lost some of its luster. Despite this, none dare challenge Whitebeard's authority. His reputation has been forged through countless battles, and even in his frail state, his destructive power remains immense. Moreover, the captains of his various divisions are among the most formidable warriors. Marco, the 1st division captain who possesses the mythical Zoan-type Phoenix fruit, Portgasti, Ace. The 2nd division captain who wields the Maramara Nomi, a Logia-type fire fruit, and Diamond Jozu, who has consumed the diamond fruit. These individuals are fearsome in their own right, with Marco even capable of contending with admirals. At that moment, Whitebeard sat in his chair, and 4 drip attached to him. Though he exuded an aura of authority, a trace of hidden fatigue was evident in his gaze. After all, he is 70 years old. Suddenly, a trembling subordinate rushed over, his face a mask of terror. Marco, enjoying the sea breeze nearby, remarked, "Sass, be more composed in front of Dad." However, the trembling subordinate could not maintain his composure, having just received shocking news. He gasped, stammering, "D-Dad, Kaido. Kaido has been defeated." Chapter 38. Whitebeard is no longer the strongest. What? The deck erupted into chaos, disbelief, and shock echoing among the crew. Marco, the fastest, dashed forward and snatched the newspaper, the front page emblazoned with a striking image. There lay Kaido, covered in blood, his face a grim sight as he lay in a large pit, while a young, handsome man in a crisp white shirt stood at the edge, gazing down at him with indifference. The headline read, "Crushed. The 4 Emperor Kaido's utter defeat." This single image, coupled with the bold headline, conveyed a monumental amount of information. Marco stood frozen, while others crowded around him, straining to catch a glimpse. Those who beheld the photograph, like Marco, fell into a stupor, their eyes wide as saucers. It was as if their rationality had been shattered by this explosive news. Just moments ago, the deck had been alive with chatter. Now, it was silent save for their heavy breathing. What had they witnessed? That was Kaido. Do they comprehend what it means to be one of the 4 emperors? He stands at the pinnacle of this vast ocean. And now, They are told that Kaido has been defeated. Not merely defeated, but crushed. They were reluctant to accept this reality, for Kaido was on par with their father. Yet, the source of this news was the most authoritative news agency. They had no choice but to believe it. What a sensational claim. Bring the newspaper here. Even Whitebeard, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. However, his extensive experience soon allowed him to regain his composure. His commanding voice gradually calmed Marco and the others. As Marco snapped back to reality, he hurriedly passed the newspaper to his father. The once sizable newspaper appeared diminutive in Whitebeard's colossal hands. He meticulously examined the paper, absorbing every word concerning Kaido, his brow furrowing in contemplation, leaving him momentarily speechless. Marco and the others, witnessing their father's solemnity, fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Whitebeard was well acquainted with Kaido. Many are unaware that they once sailed together, alongside other legendary figures such as Big Mom and the infamous pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. It is indeed difficult to fathom that a single ship could simultaneously harbor 3 of the future emperors of the sea, alongside a legendary pirate on par with them. Beyond these notable figures, there are indeed other formidable characters aboard, albeit less renowned. The captain of this astonishing pirate crew is known as Rox DZ, a name that once resonated as a true maritime overlord several decades ago, yet now few recall it. Rox openly opposed the world government and possessed the strength to overthrow it, but his ambitions were rooted in a desire to become the sovereign of the world, rather than aligning with the revolutionary ideals. Nearly 40 years prior, Rox led his crew, the Rox Pirates, in an assault on the Celestial Dragons, only to be thwarted by the combined forces of Garp and the future Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This confrontation resulted in the annihilation of the Rox Pirates. And due to his heinous deeds, the existence of Rox was expunged from the annals of history by the world government. Consequently, apart from the higher echelons of the world government and witnesses to the events of that time, no one remained aware of Rox's existence, and thus, the connections between figures like Whitebeard and Kaido became obscured. However, to presume that the mere fact of their past camaraderie as shipmates implied a deep bond would be a grave misjudgment. Their relationship was merely cordial. Thus, upon witnessing Kaido's brutal defeat, Whitebeard felt no sorrow for him, nor did he experience any sentiment of empathy. Instead, he was primarily astonished by the strength of the individual who had vanquished Kaido. For it is well understood that being recognized as one of the 4 emperors implies undeniable power. Even during his prime, Whitebeard knew that a clash between himself and Kaido would likely result in both being utterly exhausted, with Kaido narrowly losing. In the present context, Kaido could deplete himself to the point of self-destruction. It is precisely because Whitebeard occupies a similar echelon that he comprehends the immense strength of the 4 emperors, allowing him to grasp the terrifying prowess of Tsuyu, who so effortlessly overwhelmed one of their ranks. Yet, it is remarkable that such an extraordinarily powerful individual had seemingly emerged from obscurity, as if conjured from thin air. Whitebeard was unaware that his intuition was correct. Tsuyu had indeed materialized into this world abruptly. Most astonishing to Whitebeard was Tsuyu's youth. From the photograph, he appeared to be no more than 20. A stark contrast to his extraordinary capabilities. Whitebeard could not fathom how one so young could possess such formidable strength. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, Whitebeard did not dwell excessively on worry, for he understood that given Tsuyu's ability to decisively overpower Kaido, the notion that he could not eliminate Kaido was implausible. Yet, the outcome was that Tsuyu refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to spare Kaido. Thus, as long as his sons did not provoke Tsuyu, he believed they would be safe. The possibility of Tsuyu being affiliated with the world government never crossed Whitebeard's mind. Such a notion seemed more far-fetched than the celestial dragons undergoing a transformation into benevolent beings. After the initial shock subsided, Whitebeard's brow unfurled, and he tossed the newspaper aside, erupting into a hearty laugh. Gururara, it seems my title as the world's strongest man may soon be lost. In truth, Whitebeard did not place significant importance on this title, as it was merely a designation. Possessing it would not enhance his strength in the slightest, nor would he cease to be Whitebeard without it. With a chuckle, the previously tense atmosphere on the deck dissipated, and his crew members exhaled in relief. However, upon hearing Whitebeard's remarks, they felt a twinge of discontent. While Whitebeard dismissed the title, they still valued it greatly. Though they yearned to voice their dissent, the sight of Kaido's pitiful state displayed in the newspaper, rustling in the wind, rendered them speechless. They opened their mouths, yet ultimately, no words escaped, leaving them with expressions of complexity. Chapter 39. The frantic moonlight Mariah in the realm of Wano. A formidable presence looms. The Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom, Charlotte Limlin. Mama, look at this. Big Mom, indulging in her sweet treats, was approached hurriedly by one of her 4 sweet commanders, Katakuri, brandishing a newspaper. Though somewhat displeased by the interruption, Big Mom held a fondness for Katakuri, thus refraining from expressing her irritation as she accepted the newspaper to read. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as the uncontrollable surge of Conqueror's haki erupted forth. Even Katakuri, positioned before her, found himself compelled to summon his strength in resistance. From this perspective, it is evident that Big Mom's composure pales in comparison to that of Whitebeard. After a few moments, she managed to regain her tranquility and accepted the reality before her. It appears that yet another remarkable figure has emerged upon the vast ocean. In the treacherous Bermuda Triangle, a region perpetually shrouded in dense fog, there lies a hidden isle. However, this island is not merely land. It is a vessel of immense proportions, known as the terrifying 3-masted ship. Excluding the sunken Noah's Ark near Fishman Island, this formidable ship stands as the largest in the world. Observing the environment upon this island, one notes that it remains engulfed in fog year-round, devoid of sunlight, and perpetually cloaked in darkness, truly embodying the essence of an eternal night island. Moreover, the island is littered with graves and dilapidated structures, creating an atmosphere steeped in the macabre. Yet, in this forsaken place, where even birds dare not defecate, resides an individual, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. He possesses the powers of the shadow fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, which grants him the ability to steal the shadows of others. Those deprived of their shadows, if exposed to sunlight, are reduced to mere ashes. Each year, numerous vessels mysteriously vanish within the Bermuda Triangle, all victims of Moria's shadow thievery, condemned to dwell within the sunless confines of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Meanwhile, within the castle at the heart of the island, a colossal bowling pin with an onion-like head is exhibiting erratic behavior, alternating between fits of laughter, tears, and fury, occasionally indulging in destructive antics, smashing objects in its path. The giant, resembling a bowling pin, is none other than the master of this fearsome 3-masted ship, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. A few of Moria's subordinates, including Perona, are lurking outside the room, observing Moria's evidently unhinged demeanor with palpable concern. Absalom peeks into the room, catches a glimpse, and quickly retreats, only to have a vase narrowly miss his ear, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening, Perona? Lord Moria was perfectly fine before. I have no idea. Perona taps her head thoughtfully, then adds, oh, right, a new newspaper arrived earlier. Could it be that Lord Moria saw something shocking in the news? The newsbird that delivered the paper truly deserves an award for its outstanding service. On the disheveled floor of the room lies a newspaper, prominently featuring a harrowing photo of Kaido lying tragically in a pit. As one of the 7 warlords, what connection could Moria possibly have with the Emperor Kaido? Well, there is indeed a connection. Long ago, Moria once dared to challenge Kaido. Back then, Moria was not the grotesque figure he has become. He was a well-proportioned young man, albeit rather tall, nearing 7 meters. As for the outcome, it was, of course, a failure. Not only did he lose, but all of Moria's subordinates were annihilated by Kaido, leaving Moria as the sole survivor. From that moment, Moria was instilled with fear, his confidence utterly shattered by Kaido. Despite his fearsome appearance, complete with small horns resembling a demon's, Moria had a soft spot for his subordinates, and the loss of them due to his own reckless ambition to challenge Kaido weighed heavily on him. Perhaps it is this very trauma that has led to his years of indulgence and the transformation of his physique. He occupies the Devil's Triangle, secretly amassing strength with the intention of avenging himself against Kaido in the future. Yet now, his lifelong nemesis has been defeated by some unknown kid, causing Moria's emotions to spiral into chaos, resulting in his current state of laughter, tears, and rage. Perhaps even now, he has yet to forgive his past self, weeping for his own weakness, for the loss of his subordinates, and for the years that have slipped away. Yet, the thought that the once invincible Kaido has met his downfall brings him a twisted sense of glee. However, it was not he who vanquished Kaido. He has not yet had the chance to confront him again. How could Kaido be defeated without him? After all, outside the room, several subordinates watch with worry, while Moria continues to lose his grip, his eerie, rasping voice echoing through the walls, even dispersing the long-standing fog outside. In Alabasta, Crocodile, another of the 7 warlords, resides in a room, contemplating a newspaper while smoking a cigar, lost in thought. Behind him stands a woman with dark skin and a cowboy hat, her face etched with intense shock. The Baratai, a floating restaurant, is also the place where Sanji first arrived. The scene remains unchanged from the past, save for the absence of a certain fellow with a penchant for smoking and a distinctive mustache. At this moment, Zep, the proprietor of the seaside restaurant, is engrossed in a newspaper. Having traversed the Grand Line himself, he is acutely aware of the significance of the four emperors, and now he finds himself transfixed by the image of a figure clad in a white shirt. Who could have imagined such a personage? In an uncharted expanse of ocean, a small sailing vessel glides across the water, its bow adorned with the whimsical visage of a sheep. Yet, with the pirate flag billowing above, it is evident that this ship belongs to a pirate crew. At that moment, a newsbird alighted upon the window, tapping gently with its beak. Oh, yet another piece of news, indeed. A fellow with curled eyebrows opened the window, offering the newsbird a few coins in exchange for a newspaper, which he casually began to peruse. Upon glancing at the cover, he was taken aback. Being somewhat acquainted with the context, he inherently understood the significance of the four emperors, thus comprehending the sheer terror of those capable of vanquishing them. He gazed at the serene visage of Su Yu in the photograph, his heart stirred with an enduring tumult. To think he had once encountered such a formidable figure. Sanjia, what intriguing news do you have? At that moment, a boisterous voice darted over to Sanji, leaping about in an eager attempt to catch a glimpse of the newspaper. Chapter 40. The miserable fate of Don Quixote da Flamingo thanks to the diligent work of the news coup. This newspaper, brimming with explosive revelations, became known far and wide, leaving all who laid eyes upon it in utter shock. Meanwhile, Su Yu and his Wishing Tavern gradually gained notoriety among the populace. Despite Kaido's defeat, his status remained unshaken. He was still feared as the Emperor of the Seas. The ease and dominance Su Yu exhibited while confronting Kaido led many to perceive the two as existing on entirely different planes of power. Consequently, the public began to regard Su Yu as the White Emperor, surpassing the four emperors, particularly since he donned white during his confrontation with Kaido. The notion of a single emperor among the four quickly garnered widespread agreement, solidifying into a widely accepted truth. However, Su Yu remained unconcerned with such titles. His primary focus was on the true business of the Wishing Tavern, which had finally begun to flourish in the market. Following his victory over Kaido, the banner proclaiming the fulfillment of wishes became increasingly accepted, for in a world that reveres strength, the words of the powerful are inherently more persuasive. Thus, Su Yu found himself reaping small offerings daily. These wish powers generated by customers, though modest in quantity, accumulated over the years to yield a significant collection of willpower. As for Kaido, the other principal figure in this news, he departed from Sabaody Archipelago but did not return immediately to his lair. Instead, he made a detour to Dressrosa. According to the onlookers, a fearsome dragon suddenly descended upon the island that day, unleashing its fiery breath and reducing the royal palace to ruins. Following this, the Azure Dragon transformed into a human form, and thereafter, their king, Don Quixote da Flamingo, valiantly attempted to fend off the invader, but found himself utterly powerless, suffering a grievous defeat, even shattering his beloved sunglasses in the process. After vanquishing the king, the invader morphed back into a dragon and soared away, leaving behind a landscape of destruction and a significantly rounder king. During the assault, da Flamingo was utterly bewildered. He had been savoring exquisite wine in his palace when a torrent of dragon breath descended upon him, transforming his regal abode into an open-air swimming pool. Not only was da Flamingo dazed, but his subordinates were equally perplexed, questioning what had transpired. One blink, and the palace was gone. Why was he inexplicably coughing up blood? Had his numerous misdeeds finally summoned divine retribution? Before they could comprehend the situation, a greater calamity struck. A lively Kaido, one of the four emperors, descended from the skies. Although Kaido's attire remained tattered, it was evident he had washed away the blood before his arrival. With a thunderous crash, he landed amidst the ruins, his feet crunching upon the remnants of the palace. The surviving underlings were paralyzed with fear, transformed into mere statues, their minds blank. However, the higher-ranking officials, such as P-Cap, were more seasoned. Having previously encountered Kaido, they steeled themselves, inching closer to him. Yet, halfway through, they faltered, rooted in place like their junior counterparts. They sensed that today's Kaido exuded an unsettling volatility, his eyes swirling with a molten fury, his face as grim and implacable as a legendary slayer, radiating an oppressive aura and an overwhelming presence that signaled his exceptionally foul mood. As Kaido advanced, the lower-ranking officials began to lose consciousness one by one, collapsing to the ground with eyes rolled back, leaving only Picab and a few others to struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Doflamingo emerged from the ruins. Though he possessed unparalleled strength, he found himself in a most disheveled state. Kaido had aimed his dragon breath directly at him. Had it not been for his extraordinary observation haki, which provided a frantic warning at the last possible moment, allowing him to envelop himself with threads imbued with armament haki, he might have met a dire fate. Moreover, Doflamingo could sense that someone was relentlessly fixating on him. The presence of this individual was exceedingly tumultuous, and their current mental state was evidently far from serene. The essence of this presence was unmistakably distinctive, allowing him to immediately identify its owner. The realization that this lunatic had arrived on his island and was evidently still in a state of madness left him feeling a wave of dismay and an overwhelming sense of frustration. At this moment, Kaido caught sight of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and instantly, his aura intensified explosively as he charged directly towards Doflamingo. "Kaido, what madness has overtaken you?" Although fully aware he was no match for Kaido, Doflamingo refused to remain passive. He summoned all his strength, unleashing an inexplicable wave of energy that rippled through the surrounding environment. Everything nearby transformed into impossibly delicate threads, resembling an ocean of silk. These threads converged into numerous pillars, hurtling towards the rampaging Kaido with astounding speed. The tips of the white pillars glimmered with a dark sheen, suggesting tremendous power. However, much to Doflamingo's dismay, Kaido proved even more formidable. When the pillars collided with him, he merely slowed slightly, while the pillars were shattered upon impact. Damn it! Doflamingo cursed inwardly, astonished by Kaido's sheer physical might. Yet, there was no time for a change of strategy. He released countless threads to ensnare himself, hoping to mitigate Kaido's onslaught. However, what Doflamingo anticipated was not the fierce collision of Kaido. Instead, Kaido halted before him and seized one of his legs, provoking an ominous premonition within Doflamingo. Then, with a sudden, forceful tug, Kaido lifted Doflamingo into the sky and smashed him down onto the ground. Considerate as ever, Kaido enveloped the ground in armament haki to prevent further damage to the already battered surface. One strike was undoubtedly insufficient, so Kaido continued to slam Doflamingo down repeatedly. By the end, Doflamingo was left dazed, his sunglasses shattered, several teeth missing, and his face swollen beyond recognition. This is a deliberate act of Kaido's, as he consistently ensures that Don Quixote Doflamingo meets the ground face first. At this point, Kaido was thoroughly satisfied. He casually tossed aside the person in his grasp and departed, uttering not a single word throughout the entire encounter. At this moment, the astonished Pikachu and others hurriedly approached Doflamingo, flustered and disoriented. Chapter 41. A pineapple head. A few days later, the bandages that enveloped Doflamingo's body were finally removed. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary resilience exhibited by the formidable beings in the world of pirates. Just days prior, Doflamingo had been left gasping for breath after a brutal assault from Kaido, but astonishingly, he had nearly regained his strength in such a brief span of time. Now, with only the bandages on his face remaining, Doflamingo silently observed a newspaper while adorned with a new pair of sunglasses. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Kaido had unexpectedly assaulted him a few days prior. No one understood the terror of Kaido better than Don Quixote Doflamingo, especially since he had just endured that brutal encounter. The sensation of utter helplessness, akin to a child struggling in the grasp of an adult, left a profound impression upon him and instilled a deep-seated fear. He could scarcely fathom that such an overwhelmingly formidable being as Kaido, akin to an invincible demigod, could one day find himself in such a dismal predicament. This was a power he found almost unfathomable. He suddenly recalled his first meeting with Suyu at the pinnacle, which hadn't been particularly pleasant. Kaido's return to provoke Suyu stemmed from his inability to swallow his pride, seeking to leverage Kaido's might to ensure Suyu faced dire consequences. If Kaido were to strike with lethal intent, that would undoubtedly be ideal. Yet, who could have anticipated that a seemingly inconspicuous bar owner was, in fact, an extraordinary powerhouse capable of overpowering Kaido? Such prowess, and yet he chose to dwell in a modest establishment far from the new world. Doflamingo, who had always carried an air of invincibility, suddenly felt an authentic sense of dread, as though someone had grasped his throat. He was uncertain whether Suyu was aware that Kaido's chaotic rampage was incited by Doflamingo himself. If he did, Doflamingo's demise would be inevitable. Should Suyu harbor intentions to eliminate him, no one would dare to intervene. nor possessed the capability to withstand Suyu's wrath. However, Doflamingo believed that, given Kaido's temperament, he would likely refrain from mentioning this incident to Suyu. It was probable that he would endure the silence of receiving a beating from Suyu just as he had before. Thus, he speculated that there might still be a glimmer of hope in the situation, for he had never overtly offended Suyu. In fact, he had lost face in front of him. Regrettably, Doflamingo remained oblivious to the fact that Suyu had already deduced he was the mastermind behind the chaos. And even without this incident, Doflamingo had already secured a place on Suyu's blacklist. The reason was straightforward. Doflamingo's subordinates had bullied Suyu's kin. Yet, Doflamingo was unaware that in Suyu's eyes, he had become a target for elimination. While he pondered what gift he might offer to Suyu to ease the tension between them, time passed serenely, and before long, a month had elapsed. On this day, within the confines of Suyu's bar, a renowned guest from the vast ocean graced the establishment. He boasted a magnificent mane of golden hair, styled into an impressive punk cut that, from a distance, resembled a pineapple. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a muscular chest adorned with a fearsome tattoo, a cross with a crescent moon mustache. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize the significance of this tattoo. It symbolizes the infamous Whitebeard. Indeed, the illustrious visitor was none other than Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The figure before us, scruffy and resembling a disheveled middle-aged man, is none other than the true second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Those who venture to the Sabaody archipelago are not without discernment. They are undoubtedly aware of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus, upon Marco's entrance, every pirate in the bar immediately recognized this renowned powerhouse. However, pirates are still pirates. Despite being cognizant of Marco's superior strength, this formidable individual capable of rivaling an admiral, they remain unperturbed by the potential for violence. The very nature of their camaraderie as pirates fosters a sense of security, redirecting a significant portion of their attention from their drinks to Marco himself. Marco surveyed the bar's environment, paying little heed to the small fry pirates with bounties in the mere hundreds of millions. His gaze settled upon Suyu, seated quietly in a corner. Engrossed in a book, seemingly isolated from his surroundings, his expression slightly complex. How could it not be? Just a month prior, this dashing young man had wrested the title of the world's strongest from his father. Though his father is remarkably broad-minded, Marco, as a son, felt a twinge of discomfort. For every child desires their father to be the strongest in the world. Marco had hesitated to come, wrestling with his thoughts for over 10 days. Yet ultimately felt compelled to visit, not for frivolous reasons, but because his father, Whitebeard, was steadily deteriorating. Although Marco's flames are known as the flames of regeneration, they are powerless against the afflictions afflicting someone like Whitebeard. Thus, Marco resolved to seek his fortune with Suyu. In the world of pirates, strength is the ultimate currency. And the words of the powerful carry considerable weight. Their prowess serves as irrefutable evidence. When Kaido put Suyu's strength to the test, the claims of his ability to grant any wish began to gain acknowledgement, which is precisely why Marco chose to take a chance. Previously, others had come seeking wishes for prolonged life or rejuvenation, dreams that seemed fanciful, although Suyu could indeed fulfill such desires. Those individuals lacked the means to offer a commensurate price. Thus, Marco remained uncertain whether Suyu could indeed perform such feats, yet he was willing to try, confident that the Whitebeard pirates could afford the requisite cost. This, then, elucidates Marco's presence here. He glanced at the pirates in the bar, furrowing his brow before clearing his throat to capture the attention of all but Suyu and Mylander. Apologies for the imposition, but might I request that you vacate the premises for a while? The pirates exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yet, they dared not provoke the Whitebeard pirates. While it was understood that violence could not erupt within the bar, remaining indefinitely was not an option. If they lingered until closing time, it was likely that, without Marco's intervention, Suyu would eject them himself. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the pirates complied and vacated the bar. Now, only Marco, Mylander, and Suyu remained. Chapter 42. A clash of rivals at this moment. The bar housed only the silent Mylander at the counter, Suyu, who continued to read, and the languid, pineapple-haired uncle. Marco and Mylander were acquainted. Over the past month, Suyu had ensured that Mylander gained a proper understanding of this world, its notable figures, and the intricate relationships between various factions, successfully liberating Mylander from the shackles of illiteracy. Mylander recognized that, despite his boss's engrossment in literature, No subtle shift within the bar could escape his keen perception. Therefore, even though Marco's actions jeopardized the bar's interests, Mylender refrained from voicing any objections. Given that Siyu had not directly opposed Marco's request, at this moment, Siyu set down the book in his hands, rose gracefully, and stretched languidly before turning to face Marco. Captain Marco, you've inexplicably chased away all my guests. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose? The boss chuckled. With someone of your stature, would you truly concern yourself with money? Nevertheless, Marco produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to Meland. Consider this a token of apology. There are matters I prefer to keep private, hence the need to send the others away. I trust the boss will be understanding. Marco, though a pirate, maintained a degree of politeness towards those who were not his enemies, embodying a relatively upright character in the pirate world. But in the realm of pirates, does a righteous perspective not become utterly skewed? Meland caught the pouch and, upon opening it, was astonished by the wealth within. A testament to the affluent Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Marco's consideration, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Let us not dilly-dally. Speak your wish. If you can afford the price, I can make it a reality. Recognizing the shift to serious business, Meland ascended the stairs with the pouch of coins. Marco's gaze flickered momentarily. I wonder if you possess anything that could rejuvenate a person? Oh, so you have come on behalf of Whitebeard, Suyu remarked. Recalling that Whitebeard had reached the venerable age of 70 and consumed the Maramara fruit, yet still managed to endure, earning the title of the world's strongest. Upon hearing Suyu articulate his purpose, Marco's composure faltered slightly. How could Suyu possibly know he sought assistance for his father? Had news of Whitebeard's declining health leaked? Had he not been in control of his emotions, he might have resorted to violence to silence any potential threats. Relax, Suyu said, his tone devoid of anxiety. As calm as still water. One might think you were about to strike me, such is your demeanor. Despite the words suggesting fear, his voice remained unperturbed, evoking a strange tranquility in Marco. You don't still naively believe that others are unaware of Whitebeard's condition, do you? He is, after all, an elderly man. Marco opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the once vibrant, commanding figure of his father, with flowing locks, was now a shadow of his former self. Self-deception had become futile. Suyu approached and patted Marco's shoulder. Let us set aside such heavy topics. Your wish, then, is to restore Whitebeard's health, am I correct? Marco nodded silently. That wish is quite simple. I offer two options. The first can heal Whitebeard's internal injuries, restoring his health and alleviating his suffering, for the price of 5 devil fruits, of any variety. The second option would restore him to his prime condition, at the cost of 10 devil fruits, with at least 2 being of the Logia type. So, Captain Marco, which do you choose? Upon hearing the phrase restore to prime condition, Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. No one understood Whitebeard's condition better than he did. It was dire. His father struggled to find rest at night due to pain, reduced to the point where medical equipment was necessary to sustain his life. Before arriving, Marco had not held out much hope, merely wishing to alleviate his father's suffering. The thought that Siyu could facilitate a complete recovery had never crossed his mind, let alone the possibility of restoring him to his pinnacle. Yet, what had he just heard? 5 devil fruits for his father's health, and the types were not limited? Just 10 devil fruits to achieve the unimaginable restoration of his father's prime? Is such a feat truly achievable? Yet, the one uttering these words is Sui, who has no reason to fabricate any falsehoods. Sui's prowess instills in Marco a profound belief in this seemingly whimsical notion, perhaps not entirely unfounded. As for the choice between the two options, it is clear which one to select, the latter, of course. After all, it concerns 10 devil fruits and 2 Logia-type fruits. For others, this would amount to an exorbitant fortune, but for the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, it is merely a trivial matter. Trading 10 devil fruits for a peak-level father figure is, in Marco's eyes, an exceedingly advantageous deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco was prepared to convey his answer to Sui. However, just as he parted his lips to speak, the door of the bar swung open, and a towering figure strode inside. The newcomer, surprised to find the bar nearly vacant, soon spotted Sui standing to one side, and Marco facing him, seemingly engaged in conversation. Upon recognizing Marco, the man's demeanor faltered momentarily, a shadow passing over his face, only to be replaced by a sinister grin, perhaps due to his inherently nefarious appearance. Captain Marco, it has been far too long. At the sight of this individual, Marco, who had initially appeared indifferent and akin to a disheveled middle-aged man, instantly transformed, exuding a menacing aura. Previously perceived as harmless and gentle, he now resembled a bloody blade, radiating an aura of lethal intent that seemed almost palpable. His fists clenched tightly, muscles tensed instinctively. Marco gritted his teeth and forced out a few words through clenched jaws. Black beard. Chapter 43. Marco glared fiercely at the intruder, seething as he spat out the name. Indeed, the figure was none other than the infamous Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. Blackbeard's rugged exterior boasted a thick mane of hair, a robust physique, and brown skin. His black, voluminous hair appeared disheveled, adorned with a bandana, while he donned 2 necklaces and multiple rings on his fingers. He carried 3 flintlock pistols at his left side and a bottle of potent rum at his right, all while clad in an unbuttoned white shirt that revealed his hairy, muscular chest. His physique seemed somewhat disproportionate. Although undeniably strong, his limbs appeared somewhat slender in contrast to his bulk, particularly his legs, which raised concerns about their ability to sustain his weight. Standing tall, he fit the archetype of a pirate in this world, with the bar ceiling within reach as he entered. Despite Marco's palpable hostility, Blackbeard seemed blissfully unaware, his face adorned with a wicked grin. Do temper your temper, Captain Marco. By the way, how is dear old Dad? I've been quite concerned about him, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Blackbeard refer to Dad, Marco felt as though he had been pricked by 1,000 needles. Silence, Blackbeard. You have no right to call him Dad. Blackbeard, having once been a member of Whitebeard's crew, specifically the 2nd Division, had betrayed his comrades in pursuit of what he believed to be the world's strongest devil fruit, resulting in the murder of his own ally, the 4th Division Captain, Thatch, before defecting from the Whitebeard pirates. This is the most profound betrayal. Perhaps in most pirate crews, such occurrences are commonplace, as they are merely a band of uncultured and ruthless villains. However, the Whitebeard pirates are different. Whitebeard regarded his crew not merely as subordinates, but as family. Thus, Blackbeard's actions, in his eyes, constitute a betrayal of kin, an unforgivable crime. If one were to consider that Blackbeard, for the sake of a single fruit, had devoted himself for many years as Whitebeard's son, toiling selflessly while concealing his ambitions without a trace, one could argue that he indeed exerted considerable effort. Yet, the manner in which he executed this treachery is simply intolerable. Perhaps this is what is meant by those who achieve greatness do not sweat the small stuff. What constitutes a trivial matter depends on how the great achiever defines it. History is penned by the victors. Should Blackbeard emerge as the ultimate victor, this incident would not seem so intolerable. It might even become a curious anecdote. Alternatively, Blackbeard could simply erase this chapter of history, a task easily accomplished by silencing all who possess knowledge of it. However, if Blackbeard were to lose, he might find himself nailed to the pillar of shame, though that may not concern him greatly, as the fate of a defeated Blackbeard is singular, death. Blackbeard, Captain Marco is not by Dad's side. What brings you here? Is it that Dad can no longer hold on, and you have come here to gamble it all? He laughed heartily. Blackbeard cared little for Marco's demeanor. He was the type to revel in his triumphs, speaking whatever came to mind without restraint. Upon hearing such incendiary words, Marco's fury reached its zenith. Igniting like a wildfire in his eyes, as flames of blue and orange, the essence of the phoenix, enveloped him in a breathtaking display, elevating his presence to its utmost limit. Sensing Marco's impending explosion, Blackbeard subtly summoned his own power, dark smoke swirling behind him, evoking a sensation as though one's very soul was being drawn away, pure darkness. Although Marco possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of an admiral, Blackbeard was no novice. His already immense power was further augmented by the Yami Yami no Mi, which nullified the abilities of others, compelling them to engage in a battle of physical prowess, something 2 Marcos could not withstand. As their gazes locked, sparks ignited in the air. But just as the confrontation between these two was about to erupt, a sudden cough interrupted them. Cough, cough. As the 2 individuals appeared on the verge of engaging in a physical altercation, Suyu could no longer bear the sight and felt compelled to intervene. Although it was merely a soft cough, Blackbeard and Marco perceived it as a thunderclap reverberating in their ears, causing their hearts to momentarily spasm and leaving them feeling dizzy and nauseous, as if they might spew blood. When they regained their composure, they were astonished to discover that the swirling flames of darkness they had unleashed had vanished. In a reflexive attempt to summon their powers, they were horrified to find that their devil fruit abilities seemed to have been sealed, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Cold sweat cascaded down their backs. Cough, cough, gentlemen. As this establishment operates on a modest scale, it would be prudent not to engage in combat within its premises. Suyu's calm and indifferent tone pulled their scattered wits back together. The two exchanged a glance laden with palpable fear, hastily acknowledging his words. My apologies, boss. I failed to manage my emotions momentarily. Ha ha ha, forgive me. Then they realized that the seal upon their powers had been lifted, and they could once again feel the strength of their devil fruits. Instinctively, they cast a wary glance at Suyu, a gesture steeped in reverence for power. Marco, who had previously conversed with Suyu and perceived him as an ordinary individual, had nearly forgotten that this seemingly unremarkable yet strikingly handsome proprietor had, merely a month prior, decisively vanquished Kaido. Moreover, he had done so with such nonchalance, as if he had not exerted his full strength. However, that recent cough, coupled with the sudden sealing of their abilities, rekindled their awe for the force he wielded. Truly, he was the proprietor of the Wish Bar. The White Emperor who transcended even the four emperors. Suyu was indeed a figure of inscrutable might. Seeing that the two had regained their composure, Suyu nodded. Well then, since both of you have calmed down, shall we proceed? Is our new guest here for a drink, or do you harbor some wishes? Chapter 44. Blackbeard's disillusionment upon hearing Suyu's words. Blackbeard forced a stiff smile. Ha ha ha, I merely heard that the drinks here are exceptional. So I thought I would come and indulge, for I am quite the aficionado of fine spirits. In truth, Blackbeard's intentions for visiting were far from innocent. Originally, they were not so straightforward. However, Suyu's earlier display had genuinely shaken him to his core. Blackbeard had not arrived with noble intentions, rather, to put it less delicately, he was here to scout the territory. He had been on the run, acutely aware of Whitebeard's deep-seated hatred for traitors, and he knew that if he did not return, Whitebeard would not rest until he was found. Despite possessing the coveted dark fruit, and knowing that Whitebeard was aging and weakening, Blackbeard recognized that he would likely be no match for him. The best outcome he could hope for would be a mutually destructive struggle. But with Whitebeard having numerous sons and Blackbeard being utterly alone, he was determined to prevent such a scenario at all costs. Yet, while fleeing, he stumbled upon a piece of news that took him by surprise. After all, in the midst of his escape, it was entirely reasonable for him to remain vigilant and keep abreast of current events. This news naturally pertains to the confrontation between Suyu and Kaido. Gazing at the oversized photograph on the front page of the newspaper, one cannot help but notice Kaido's woeful visage, accompanied by the subsequent narrative that depicts him as fragile and feeble. Blackbeard seems as though he has been doused with frigid ice in the heart of winter, subsequently gnawing on several tons of ice, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. But why is this so? It is because Blackbeard harbors a dream. He bears a striking resemblance to Rox, sharing a similar ambition of world domination. However, unlike Rox, who boldly declared war against the government, Blackbeard has remained in the shadows, biding his time under Whitebeard's command for over 2 decades. During this period, everyone perceived him merely as a somewhat formidable, yet benevolent veteran crew member. Who could have anticipated that he possessed the potential to wound an emperor? Now, the most crucial piece of his world domination plan, the Dark Fruit, has been acquired. The next steps involve a meticulous recruitment of forces, accumulating strength, harnessing the fruit's power, and gradually encroaching upon existing factions. As for the emperors, they undoubtedly fall within Blackbeard's sights, albeit as a final objective. He once believed that the 3 Marine admirals, Garp, and the Fleet Admiral, alongside figures of such caliber, represented the pinnacle of maritime combatants, his ultimate targets. Eliminating them would render the old powers virtually non-existent, thus securing the world within his grasp. However, a formidable new player has unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the sea, whose strength is evidently on an entirely different echelon, effortlessly overpowering an emperor, and that too, the tenacious and peaked Kaido. In Blackbeard's eyes, Kaido presents a greater challenge than Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard boasts unparalleled offensive power, age has rendered him vulnerable. Thus, Blackbeard believed he could devise a means to vanquish him. Yet, while Whitebeard's might is formidable, it is partially derived from his devil fruit abilities, which Blackbeard can counter. In contrast, Kaido is a formidable fortress, impenetrable and capable of self-repair, leaving Blackbeard utterly perplexed. Alas, that fortress has now been breached, though not by his hand, resulting in yet another adversary, one that breeds even greater despair. The strength of Kaido and Whitebeard can at least be gauged, but Suyu's power is utterly unfathomable, akin to an abyss of unfathomable depth, leaving Blackbeard unable even to comprehend it. This is utterly ridiculous. Blackbeard believes that even if he were to awaken the powers of the dark fruit and successfully seize Whitebeard's abilities as per his plan, he would still find it exceedingly difficult to easily overpower Kaido. As for the strategy of overwhelming numbers, Blackbeard has not considered it in battles of such magnitude. Unless one possesses equivalent strength, the mere aftershocks would be sufficient to inflict severe injuries. However, finding opponents of comparable strength is no simple task. And even if he were to find them, they would be reluctant to heed his commands. Yet, the thought of surrendering outright fills Blackbeard with an insatiable discontent. After all, he has endured for over 2 decades for this very day. To simply concede? Impossible. A flicker of hope still lingers within him. He believes that such feats cannot be accomplished solely through human strength. Therefore, it must be the result of an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit, one not documented in any known compendium. After all, the world is vast, and the existence of an unknown fruit is hardly a strange notion. Blackbeard is convinced that as long as Suyu's power derives from a devil fruit, there remains a glimmer of hope. After all, if he can come into contact with Suyu, the powers of his dark fruit could negate the abilities of any devil fruit user, positioning him as the ultimate nemesis of all ability wielders. Thus, an opportunity arose. Consequently, Blackbeard arrived, intent on closely observing Suyu, probing his true nature. In truth, Blackbeard was not a man of recklessness. Rather, he was simply a tad anxious, having endured for 2 decades. Now, having seen his ambitions half realized, Suyu's emergence had cast him back to square one. Were it not for his extraordinary mindset, he would likely have succumbed to emotional turmoil by now. After 20 years of suppression, having finally tasted liberation, he certainly would not choose to retreat once more, nor did he possess the inclination to do so. This mindset is perhaps akin to the saying, "It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to simplicity." Thus, he resolved to take a risk. However, upon their initial encounter, he was taken aback. Although he greeted Marco upon entering, seemingly disregarding Suyu, in truth, he was profoundly astonished. In his perception, it seemed that only Marco existed before him, while Suyu appeared as nothing more than a mere projection, utterly imperceptible. This revelation had already left him feeling half dismayed. Subsequently, he made a concerted effort to provoke Marco, intending to compel him into action, thereby testing the depths of Suyu's abilities. The outcome was remarkably smooth. Marco was successfully incited to anger and prepared to strike, while Suyu, too, was provoked into action, aligning perfectly with his plan. Unfortunately, however, Suyu's prowess appeared to exceed his expectations. The mere sound of Suyu's cough sent a chill through his very soul. Chapter 45. An Apple Previously. The descriptions of Suyu in the newspapers were mere theoretical musings, lacking any personal experience. Yet just moments ago, Blackbeard experienced firsthand what true despair feels like. Suyu merely coughed lightly, without any discernible movement. Even his deliberately heightened observation failed to register anything. It was as if it were conjured from thin air. His fruit-based powers seemed to falter, feeling distinctly different from the sensation of sea stone. It was as though his abilities were entirely sealed, as if he had never consumed the dark fruit at all. Is it truly within the realm of possibility for the devil fruit to achieve such feats? One cannot truly grasp the depth of Blackbeard's despair without having personally experienced the recent events. It is a profound, soul-crushing hopelessness, akin to a patient rendered entirely numb by anesthesia, bound to an operating table, facing a surgeon wielding a scalpel. Throughout this ordeal, Suyu's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to an ordinary individual clearing his throat with an air of detachment, while Blackbeard's back was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he had completely lost the courage to confront Suyu. Consequently, he resorted to claiming he had come merely for a drink, fearing that revealing his true intentions might prevent him from ever leaving the bar. Upon hearing Blackbeard's response, Suyu nodded, seemingly indifferent. He summoned Milan to serve the guests while he led Marco to the 2nd floor. Trembling with apprehension, Blackbeard ordered a drink and downed it in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is excellent liquor. Quite potent. The drink was indeed strong, and under normal circumstances, Blackbeard would savor it leisurely, relishing the experience. However, today, he was devoid of any desire to indulge. All he wanted was to escape this bar, to flee the island. Yet, having claimed he had come for a drink, it seemed absurd to leave after just one. Thus, Blackbeard ordered several more drinks, forcing himself to consume them before finally settling the bill and turning to leave. After adopting an air of nonchalance while exiting the bar, he hurried towards the shore where his ship awaited, as if some dreadful specter were in pursuit. He realized that he had vastly underestimated Suyu's strength. Such power truly embodied invincibility. For a fleeting moment, Blackbeard contemplated surrendering, yet in the next breath, His heart was ensnared by his own ambition and desires. Blackbeard understood that relying solely on his own strength might not suffice to contend with Suyu. If human power was inadequate, he would seek out other sources of strength. He recalled whispers of three formidable ancient weapons that were said to exist throughout history: Uranus, the king of the heavens; Poseidon, the king of the seas; and Pluto, the king of the underworld. As for Uranus, he had not uncovered any pertinent information, only that such an entity existed, with no knowledge of its form or whereabouts. Poseidon, however, was rumored to be a mermaid princess, the sovereign of all sea creatures, capable of communicating with and controlling them. One should not assume that the might of a vice admiral could easily vanquish sea kings, as the vanquished are often the lesser beings among them. It is crucial to note that the size of sea kings can reach or even exceed 5,000 meters. Akin to small islands, a mere shift of their bodies could unleash calamities upon the world. And this does not even account for the existence of even larger beings. The size of sea kings directly correlates with their power. The larger the creature, the greater its strength and defense. Furthermore, one must not forget that Poseidon can command all sea kings. Eliminating one may be feasible, but what of 100 or even 1,000 island-class sea kings? At that point, the red line itself could be breached. As for Pluto, it was said to be the most fearsome warship in naval history, possessing the capability to annihilate an island with a single cannon shot. The location of this dreadnought was chronicled in historical texts. Pluto, the king of the underworld, has now become Blackbeard's new objective. Driven to desperation by Suyu, he found himself compelled to seek external assistance. However, in pursuit of his own ambitions, Blackbeard resolved to take one last gamble. Naturally, he did not abandon his original objectives. If they could be achieved, it would be splendid. This was, in fact, an obsession within him. How could he simply relinquish it? In the bar, Suyu and Marco ascended to the second floor. At this moment, although Marco had recovered from his fright, there remained a trace of fear in his gaze when he looked at Suyu, and he felt somewhat reserved in his presence. Thus, Captain Marco, what shall your decision be? Will you merely alleviate Whitebeard's suffering, or do you aspire to restore him to his prime? Without hesitation, Marco opted for the latter. To restore him to his prime, the cost shall be 10 devil fruits, with at least 2 of them being of the Logia type. As Suyu spoke, he casually picked up an apple from the table, while his other hand, palm facing upward in a claw-like manner, revealed a spectacle to Marco. It appeared as if an endless stream of green luminescence was gradually coalescing towards Suyu's palm, forming a small orb of green light that emanated a gentle hue. As the luminescence gathered, the orb deepened in its brilliance. At that moment, the room they occupied was engulfed in an ethereal green glow, reminiscent of infinite radiance. Marco, who wielded the immortal flame of the phoenix, understood all too well that although the orb was not blindingly bright, it harbored an astonishing vitality within. This astonishing scene left Marco utterly astounded, and what further amazed him was the sensation that his physical condition seemed to be improving dramatically. It was as if he had been burdened by a heavy pack, which had now inexplicably vanished, granting his body an exhilarating sense of relaxation. Even his breathing felt noticeably more effortless. Such extraordinary power led Marco to wholeheartedly believe in Suyu's words. The thought of his father potentially regaining his health and returning to his peak dispelled the shadow of encountering Blackbeard, and his spirit soared. After a brief moment, it seemed that the gathering of energy had completed. With no new luminescence appearing, the room dimmed. In Suyu's palm, the green orb radiated brilliantly, reminiscent of a diamond, yet simultaneously deep and abyssal. These two entirely contradictory sensations coexisted within the orb. Suyu shook the orb gently, then pressed his hands together, embedding the luminous green light into an apple. The apple gleamed momentarily, illuminating the entire room before dimming again, appearing just like an ordinary apple. The apple merely served as a vessel. Had it not been used, Marco would have absorbed the orb's energy directly upon contact, rendering it impossible to deliver to Whitebeard. Chapter 46. Marco's narrow escape. Seeing that the apple had been successfully crafted, Suyu tossed it casually to Marco. Normally unfazed by catching cannonballs, Marco fumbled slightly when receiving the apple. This was no ordinary fruit. It symbolized his father's hope for recovery and represented 10 devil fruits. Marco dared not let it suffer any harm. He held the apple delicately, bringing it closer for inspection, his breath instinctively becoming more measured. Yet, no matter how he observed it, it appeared to be a simple apple, the profound and radiant green orb seeming like a mere illusion. Marco had previously contemplated how Suyu would help Whitebeard return to his former glory, whether through some miraculous potion or direct treatment. He had even fretted over how to persuade Whitebeard to accept medical intervention, knowing well his father's stubbornness. It took considerable effort for them to convince him to agree to treatment with medical equipment. This time, he had not mentioned the visit to Suyu to Whitebeard, merely claiming he had personal matters to attend to. However, he never anticipated that all he would receive in the end was an apparently ordinary apple. Just let Whitebeard consume this apple, and all will be well. Rest assured, it won't spoil easily. Observing Marco's extreme caution, Suyu shook his head discreetly and couldn't help but voice a reminder. Marco looked up, offering an embarrassed smile before carefully placing the apple into a bag and securing it at his waist. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had not brought any devil fruits with him. Who among ordinary people would carry devil fruits around? Having obtained the item, he now faced the awkwardness of being unable to pay. Yet, he hesitated to return the apple and prepare for payment, reluctant to part with it. Noticing Marco's discomfort, Suyu casually remarked, "It's fine. You can take the apple back for Whitebeard to consume. As for the devil fruits, just deliver them to me within 3 months. I still trust the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates." "Thank you, boss. I will begin searching for the devil fruits as soon as I return." Marco expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Suyu could have insisted on immediate payment, and given his strength, Marco would have had no choice but to comply. However, Suyu chose to extend credit, ultimately allowing Whitebeard to alleviate his suffering sooner. Afterward, Marco bid farewell to Suyu and exited the bar, transforming into his phoenix form and soaring into the sky, causing a commotion in the streets. In the air, Marco scanned his surroundings but found no trace of Blackbeard. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return directly. He had intended to seize Blackbeard in the process, but the pirate had vanished too swiftly, leaving no trace. It was best to hurry back and present this apple to his father. This time, it is not Blackbeard who has narrowly escaped a calamity, but rather Marco who has evaded a dire fate. Had he truly encountered Blackbeard, his destiny might have mirrored that of Ace, becoming a pawn delivered to the Navy and imprisoned and impelled down. Recently, the underworld has been rife with turmoil, as the self-proclaimed Kingpin Joker has issued a bounty that has sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The bounty offered is extraordinarily generous, and the task at hand does not pose a mortal threat. Thus, countless desperate souls are compelled to pursue it. In this moment, all individuals associated with the bounty have seemingly transformed into adversaries. This bounty pertains to the search for clues regarding the elusive Pluton. Although it resides within the underworld, the world government has established its presence here, and they were promptly informed of this bounty, as the name Pluton has long been a focal point of their scrutiny. Upon learning of this development, it was unsurprising that Don Quixote da Flamingo was summoned for a discussion. While others may be oblivious to his identity as Joker, the world government is certainly aware. Had it not been for his status, he would have faced accusations and imprisonment and impelled down without hesitation. The details of their conversation remain known only to the 5 elders and da Flamingo himself, yet thereafter, the world government appeared to tacitly approve of his actions. As for da Flamingo's sudden interest in the search for Pluton, it traces back to a week prior. It was a day radiant with sunshine and devoid of clouds. However, Diamante, one of da Flamingo's high-ranking officers, found himself at odds with the splendid weather, as he had been dispatched by da Flamingo to deliver gifts to Suyu. Having personally experienced Sueyu's terrifying presence and witnessed subsequent news reports, Diamante now harbored an inexplicable reverence for the Sabaody archipelago. Yet, he had no choice. He had to obey da Flamingo's command and thus found himself at the doorstep of the Wish Bar once more. After their previous audacious visit ended in disgrace, Diamante's thoughts were tumultuous. He composed himself and cautiously pushed the door open, relieved to find the bar empty. Behind the counter, Miranda was polishing a glass, regarding Diamante with evident hostility. "Without reservation," he queried. "What do you want?" Suppressing his discomfort, Diamante managed a strained smile. "Good sir, I come not to cause trouble. It seems we had a minor misunderstanding last time, so my master has sent me to present some gifts to your boss as an apology. I kindly ask you to inform him." Miranda frowned, instinctively feeling averse to Diamante, sensing insincerity in his demeanor. Ultimately, he decided to let his boss determine the course of action. "You wait here, I will summon the boss." Diamante bent slightly, forcing a smile, not out of desire but to avoid knocking the bar's ceiling with his towering height. Before Miranda could ascend to fetch the boss, Sueyu had already descended. "Boss." Upon seeing Suyu, Miranda called out and positioned himself behind him. "Sueyu, Diamante began, but Sueyu abruptly interrupted. "I know why you are here. You should leave." "Sueyu." As Sueyu's anger began to simmer, he commanded, Get out before I lose my temper. Diamante felt the chilling aura once more and fell silent. He swallowed hard, ultimately departing in a state of fear and humiliation, full of resentment. Chapter 47. Whitebeard shines. Doflamingo found himself in a predicament. This failed gift-giving was evidently a precursor to Suiyu's wrath. Ever since Diamante's return, Doflamingo had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that one day Suiyu might descend upon him like Kaido had, ready to take his life. Although Doflamingo could not fathom why Suiyu had yet to appear, he knew it was only a matter of time. Thus, he felt compelled to seek out means of self-defense. As a former celestial dragon, despite being expelled at a young age, he retained knowledge of certain things, such as the existence of ancient weaponry. While he was uncertain of the true power of these weapons, the world government's relentless pursuit of the Pluton warship indicated that its might was far beyond mere imagination. Consequently, Doflamingo placed all his hopes upon Pluton. Regardless of whether he could harness Pluton's power to contend with Suiyu, it remained the most formidable force he could conceive at this moment. In a certain expanse of the New World, the Moby Dick drifted upon the waves. At that moment, a pirate stationed at the lookout suddenly spotted a distant glimmer of light. He hastily seized his telescope and discerned that the luminous spectacle was, in fact, a magnificent bird engulfed in vibrant flames. Upon witnessing this fiery creature, the pirate exhaled in relief. It was a sight all too familiar to the Whitebeard pirates. Moments later, the flaming bird descended onto the deck, its radiant plumage gradually retracting, ultimately transforming into a burly man with a pineapple-shaped head, bare-chested and unabashed. He greeted those around him before approaching Whitebeard directly. "Father, I have returned," he proclaimed. Whitebeard remained silent, yet a sense of reassurance washed over him. Though he was aware that few could pose a threat to Marco, an instinctive worry lingered within him. Perhaps this was the essence of a father's concern. At that moment, Marco produced an unremarkable apple and handed it to Whitebeard. "Father, do have an apple," he exclaimed. "Ha! Marco, did you venture out solely to procure an apple?" Before Whitebeard could respond, the ever-jesting Jaws chimed in, teasing Marco. The surrounding pirates, unsure whether they genuinely found it amusing or were merely indulging Jaws' antics, erupted into laughter, filling the deck with a jovial atmosphere. Indeed, Marco claimed he had gone out on an errand, yet returned with merely a single apple, which struck everyone as rather peculiar. Even Whitebeard found himself amused. "Gulalala, one apple hardly suffices to fill my teeth. You may as well keep it for yourself, Marco." "Father, this is specifically for you. Please eat it, and afterward, I shall explain," Marco insisted. Hearing this, Jaws interjected, "Marco, what peculiar item have you unearthed this time?" "Father, you need not eat it yet. Let me have a taste first." As he reached for the apple, Marco deftly dodged Jaws' grasp. "What nonsense! With that large mouth of yours, a single bite would leave nothing but the core." Whitebeard regarded Marco, then disregarded Jaws' suggestion, taking the apple into his own hands. After all, it was a gift from his son, and he trusted that Marco would not lead him astray. The apple, in Whitebeard's grip, resembled a gigantic cherry, without hesitation. He opened his mouth wide and devoured it whole, crunching through the core as he swallowed. As Whitebeard consumed the apple, Jaws and the others watched with bated breath, while Marco, too, observed his father's reaction. However, after eating the apple, Whitebeard exhibited no signs of change, not even a belch. This brought a sigh of relief from Jaws, who inwardly chastised himself for overreacting. After all, that had appeared to be merely an ordinary apple. Marco too found himself puzzled, for he had distinctly sensed the pure vitality emanating from it, yet there had been no response at all. Just then, Whitebeard emitted a sound of surprise, and suddenly, his entire being radiated with brilliance. It was as if countless sparkling luminescences danced around his form, rendering his body somewhat translucent, revealing the intricate patterns of his muscles and veins, along with the blood coursing through them. Subsequently, everything about Whitebeard transformed into a shimmering gold-green hue. His eyes, skin, organs, muscles, blood. Oh, but he had no hair. At that moment, Whitebeard resembled a statue meticulously sculpted from green glass. "Father," this extraordinary scene sent waves of anxiety through Jaws and others who were oblivious to the truth. The impulsive Jaws immediately considered rushing forward, but was swiftly restrained by the quick-witted Marco. "Marco, you scoundrel, what on earth did you give to Pops?" Jaws exclaimed. "Calm down, Jaws." Even Marco, who was aware of the situation, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he retained his composure, understanding that if Suiyu intended to harm Whitebeard, it would not require such elaborate measures. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the pure vitality coursing through Whitebeard, leading him to believe that the current state of Whitebeard was merely a normal procedure. Indeed. In the next moment, Whitebeard spoke. "Stay calm. I'm fine." Upon hearing Whitebeard's voice, the crowd felt a slight relief, though their concern lingered as they gazed at Whitebeard, still emanating a greenish glow. In truth, Whitebeard's heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed with astonishment. To outsiders, he appeared merely to be glowing green with no apparent change. However, Whitebeard's sensations were entirely different. He felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, as if his entire being was bathed in soothing spring water, which seemed to penetrate deep within him. As this process unfolded, Whitebeard was astounded to discover that his condition was gradually improving. His body, well aware of its own state, recognized that his fruit bestowed immense destructive power, but also placed a considerable burden on him. Every time he vibrated the space around him, his body and organs bore the repercussions. The myriad of hidden injuries he had sustained over time was nearly unbearable. Yet, he had persevered solely due to his extraordinary physique. Otherwise, he would have long since been buried beneath a mound of earth. However, now, with the infusion of warmth, Whitebeard felt a delightful tingling throughout his body. And to his astonishment, his long-standing injuries began to heal gradually. His previously painful organs now felt a refreshing coolness and unexpected comfort. Not only was he recovering from his wounds, but Whitebeard also sensed a remarkable resurgence of vitality within him. This sensation of being imbued with strength was both familiar and foreign, reminiscent of his younger days. This was the feeling of being at his peak. After a brief moment, it seemed as though all the greenish luminescence had been absorbed by Whitebeard's body. The glow gradually faded, and he emerged from that peculiar, crystalline state, returning to normalcy. Seeing Whitebeard back to his usual self, seemingly unscathed, relieved everyone around him, including Marco. "Pops, how do you feel?" Jaws, ever the hothead, was the first to inquire. Whitebeard did not respond immediately. He was still somewhat bewildered. Even with his extensive experience, he found it difficult to comprehend what had just transpired. After a moment of silence, he swiped away the intravenous needle still embedded in his arm. The towering giant, standing over 7 meters tall, rose to his feet, stretched, and made his way slowly to the ship's railing. "Old man." Jaws and the others regarded Whitebeard with puzzled expressions, utterly baffled by his erratic behavior. Yet they dared not intervene, merely observing his actions. Upon reaching the ship's railing, Whitebeard inhaled the fresh, damp air. Previously, each breath had been a minor torment, his lungs burning with pain. While he could endure the discomfort, it was the relentless struggle with each breath that weighed heavily on him. Now, however, he felt as if he had been gifted a new set of lungs. He had never realized that breathing could be such a pleasurable experience. Not only were his lungs rejuvenated, but his once ailing heart was also revitalized, beating vigorously and pumping fresh blood throughout his body. There was no longer the stiffness he had previously endured in his muscles. How could he describe this sensation? It was akin to a person who had been encumbered by a ton of iron suddenly being liberated from that weight, feeling as though they could soar, overwhelmed with a bliss so profound that it almost elicited a moan. Such sensations were reminiscent of Whitebeard's youth, but after enduring years of frailty, returning to such a flawless state felt surreal and intoxicating. Staring into the horizon where the sea met the sky, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand into a fist, twisted his waist, and prepared to strike. A transparent white energy field manifested around his fist, and with a powerful swing, he struck the air before him. The air shattered as if it had been broken apart, fissures of varying sizes radiating from the epicenter of his fist. The space trembled violently, with the center being Whitebeard's right fist. As the shock waves propagated through the air, they extended far into the distance. Then, Whitebeard lowered his hand, and for a fleeting moment, the sea was calm. It appeared as though he had merely struck the air without consequence. However, Whitebeard would never engage in such futile efforts. This tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. After a brief interval, the once placid sea erupted with astonishing energy, churning into countless waves. In an instant, it seemed as though the ocean had been cleaved like a cake, with each segment misaligned and at varying angles. The wild sea surged, propelling the Moby Dick further into the depths. The once massive vessel now swayed precariously under nature's might, adrift in the tumultuous waves. Observing this, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and took to the skies, while Jaws and the others clung to whatever they could grasp to steady themselves aboard the ship. Yet, Whitebeard remained firmly planted, as if his feet were glued to the deck. The ocean continued its violent upheaval, fortunately. The Moby Dick was situated at the edge of the tumult, appearing precarious but not genuinely threatened. However, others were not so fortunate. A distant naval surveillance team had been leisurely conducting their duties, as Whitebeard, though fearsome, had remained relatively stable. The personnel harbored little psychological burden. But who could have predicted that the seemingly tranquil Whitebeard, who had been receiving intravenous fluids, would suddenly unleash a powerful punch in their direction? The force was immense. As if the entire ocean had been struck with pain, rolling tumultuously. The rolling ocean was of little concern. What mattered was that they were still on its surface. As the tumultuous sea roiled, they were utterly beset by calamity. The small vessel disintegrated, leaving them to struggle desperately amidst the violent waters, striving to keep their heads above the surface. If fortune favored them, perhaps the sea would relent, allowing them to salvage fragments of their ship, bits of timber or small planks. In truth, Whitebeard bore no malice towards them. Though he was keenly aware of being under the watchful gaze of the Navy, the specifics of their location eluded him. As the distance was indeed considerable, his punch was merely a random selection of direction, an unfortunate circumstance for the observers. Moments later, the tumultuous sea finally grew weary. Opting for tranquility, the waters calmed, and the Moby Dick came to a steady halt. It was then that Marco found himself back on the deck, drenched alongside his comrades, who were in a state of disarray. However, the naval observers were not so fortunate. Their vessel had been torn apart by the earlier furious waves, leaving only scattered remnants of wood upon the surface. Exhausted from their harrowing struggle against the relentless tide, they clung to the debris, barely able to float. The silver lining was that all of them remained alive, and one among them possessed a transponder. Gazing at the now serene waters, Whitebeard inhaled deeply the humid air before exhaling forcefully, a satisfying release. Indeed, it was exhilarating. He had refrained from engaging in battle for several years, and his body had weakened to the point where he could not unleash his full strength. Yet, that recent blow had been a complete and unrestrained expression of power. A long-awaited liberation. Those who have never endured the frailty of being unable to harness their own strength cannot fathom the profound relief and elation Whitebeard felt at this moment. It was akin to breaking the shackles of existence, standing on the precipice of the heavens, and feeling invincible. What a delight! Chapter 49. A bewildered Sengoku as they beheld Whitebeard's uproarious laughter, seemingly filled with joy. Jozu and the others were left in a state of confusion, their faces blank. Yet Marco, who understood the situation, was filled with fervor. It appeared that the intended effect had manifested. Father had truly returned to his peak. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Whitebeard, having just regained his full strength, eventually returned to his usual composure. He turned to face his sons and sought out Marco, who was among those watching him with eager anticipation. Once the initial excitement subsided, Whitebeard recalled the reason for his sudden resurgence. It was all due to the apple Marco had urged him to consume. At first glance, the apple seemed ordinary, but the outcome now suggested otherwise. It was anything but mundane. What on earth is happening? Marco must be aware of it. Just as he was about to inquire with Marco, he suddenly felt an itch on his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to scratch it, but upon doing so, Whitebeard sensed that the sensation was rather unusual. Hesitating for a moment, he untied the scarf that enveloped his entire head. Instead of experiencing a chill, he felt a sense of liberation. Then, he noticed something cascading down from the crown of his head. Suddenly, a silky texture brushed against his face. As he rotated his eyes, he finally discerned what it was, a strand of golden hair. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. He hastily reached up to feel his head, and, to his astonishment, did not encounter the previously smooth scalp, but rather the long-lost sensation of hair. He had regrown his hair. That splendid, flowing golden mane shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, nearly blinding Marco and the other sons. What did they behold? Their father had grown hair. Furthermore, they soon realized that the scars on Whitebeard's chest had vanished, as if he had never been wounded at all. Not only that, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to have diminished, and his entire demeanor felt transformed. The previous Whitebeard resembled a weary lion, still imposing yet aged to the point of being confined to his territory. In stark contrast, the current Whitebeard appeared like a newly matured male lion, exuding vitality and an astonishing aura of dominance that rendered anyone unable to meet his gaze directly. This astonishing transformation has left them utterly astounded. Even Whitebeard himself was taken aback. Regaining his composure, Whitebeard redirected his gaze towards Marco. At that moment, Jaws and the others also came to realize that this entire shift was due to the apple Marco had given to their father. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Marco, rendering him the focal point of scrutiny. Speak, Marco, what exactly is going on? Whitebeard inquired with a calm demeanor. Marco then recounted the events involving Suyu to Whitebeard, who fell silent upon hearing the tale. Reflecting on Suyu, the previous arrogance of Whitebeard, believing himself to be invincible in the world, dissipated entirely. Indeed, even if he restored himself to his peak, he would only surpass the likes of Kaido by a margin. Although he had yet to encounter Suyu directly, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Suyu. The mere fact that this individual could elevate him back to his prime with the aid of an apple, imbued with unknown powers, indicated that Whitebeard would stand no chance against Suyu. Moreover, in facing Suyu, he might fare even worse than Kaido. Kaido's physical prowess was formidable, and his regenerative abilities reached the zenith of Zoan-type awakenings. It was precisely this extraordinary recovery capability that allowed Kaido to endure until the bitter end against Suyu. While Whitebeard possessed considerable offensive strength and decent defensive capabilities, his recovery was merely on par with an ordinary monster. Should he endure a bout of Suyu's affliction, he might very well succumb midway, overwhelmed and defeated. Though this was merely a transaction, exchanging 10 devil fruits for that miraculous apple, without Suyu, even 100 devil fruits could not achieve such a miraculous outcome. Thus, theoretically, Whitebeard owed Suyu a debt of gratitude and had no intention of turning against him. Had he known beforehand that Marco sought out Suyu for his own sake, Whitebeard would have vehemently opposed the endeavor. It was not that Whitebeard was unwilling to reclaim his former glory. Rather, it was a matter of pride befitting a strong man, who, despite his resolve, would never deign to plead for assistance. However, since Marco had acted independently to find a solution from Suyu, Whitebeard would not sulk or feign displeasure. Acknowledging that Marco's actions were ultimately for his benefit, Jaws and the others did not ponder these complexities. They simply marveled at Suyu's abilities while rejoicing in their father's recovery. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard declared, "In that case, let us swiftly locate 2 natural-type devil fruits. Crew, we have a new mission." This last statement was directed at all present. While their storeroom still held several devil fruits, none were of the natural variety, which remained exceedingly rare. Consuming such fruits would allow one to attain significant stature across the seas, rendering them nearly invincible unless confronted by a user of haki. Consequently, if such fruits were discovered, they would typically be consumed immediately rather than sold. Thus, acquiring such treasures was largely a matter of chance. Oh. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the crew of pirates responded enthusiastically, eager to do anything for their father. Suddenly, Whitebeard's outburst took on greater significance. As one of the 4 emperors, any disturbance could potentially trigger monumental repercussions within the world. Although the surveillance personnel remained hidden in the waters, once they regained a modicum of strength, they promptly contacted Admiral Sengoku to report the developments. The call was swiftly connected, and the surveillance officer relayed the situation to Sengoku. After hanging up, Sengoku pondered gravely. He could not fathom why Whitebeard, known for his typically composed demeanor, would spiral into chaos without cause. Furthermore, Whitebeard's condition had been a matter of speculation, as he had not engaged in battle for several years, raising concerns about his well-being. Yet, if that were the case, Whitebeard should have been even more composed. Why would he suddenly unleash a punch towards the sea? Had he perhaps caught wind of the surveillance? However, the observers had maintained a distance of several kilometers from the Moby Dick to avoid detection. Could it truly have been a spontaneous outburst? Lost in confusion, even Sengoku, renowned as a strategist, could not decipher the reasoning behind Whitebeard's actions. Chapter 50. A Turning Point in the Wishful Tavern. Miran placed the book he had just finished down and stretched lazily. Gazing at the towering pile of books before him, he felt a surge of emotion. He had never imagined he could read so extensively. From the initial obscurity of his first book to the subsequent rapid pace and joy he experienced, his thoughts seemed to sharpen, a transformation he had never dared to envision. The books before him were a compilation of knowledge meticulously organized by Suyu, encompassing a vast array of subjects, various branches of medicine, navigation, astronomy, cartography, meteorology, history, haki, and more. The breadth of this knowledge was nothing short of comprehensive, positioning Miran among the most learned individuals in the world, deserving of the title of scholar. Such an abundance of knowledge, for an ordinary individual, is evidently insurmountable within the span of a mere month. Even if one were to skim through it, it would amount to nothing more than a superficial glance, devoid of any genuine comprehension. Yet, can we truly regard Meland as an ordinary person? Clearly not. He is a distinguished saint of the Pegasus constellation. It is essential to recognize that while the saints possess an extraordinary level of combat prowess, they also must cultivate the power of the mind, known as the small universe. This ethereal concept is remarkably versatile. It can enhance not only one's combat abilities but also significantly bolster mental acuity and cognitive capacity. In moments of necessity, one can unleash a surge of this mental energy, manifesting strength that far exceeds their usual capabilities. To put it simply, an ordinary person invoking the phrase, "Unleash my small universe," could, in the blink of an eye, deliver a staggering blow to the Emperor Kaido. Thus, Milan's cognitive abilities were amplified by the divine armor, elevating his intellect from double digits to a formidable three-digit figure. Consequently, this daunting pile of books that would instill trepidation in an average person was effortlessly consumed and comprehended by Milan within a month. With his cultural foundation now thoroughly enriched, he was poised to embark on the enhancement of his tangible strength. The path to augmenting one's power is straightforward. It lies in practical combat. So you will conjure an illusion, one that surpasses Milan in terms of power, speed, and reflexes by a narrow margin. Milan's objective is to vanquish this illusion. Such training is indeed arduous, for it begins as nothing more than sheer punishment. The individual administering the blows possesses a slight edge, just enough to make one feel perpetually on the brink of striking back, yet ultimately unable to land a hit, rendering the experience excruciatingly frustrating. It is a veritable dual assault on both the body and the spirit. Nevertheless, Mailander gritted his teeth and persevered, recognizing that this was for his own good. In this chaotic world, he must cultivate strength to survive. During this time, Suyu relished the joy of mentoring a disciple, seizing the opportunity to clandestinely capture unflattering photographs of Mailander. Each time Mailander was knocked to the ground or failed to evade an attack, displaying some comical maneuver, Suyu would discreetly flash his camera, immortalizing these cherished moments. Whether Mailander found these instances beautiful was of little consequence. Thus, a month slipped by quietly. For the past month, Mirand has been enduring rigorous training. Suyu gazed at the candid photographs of Mirand during his training, a bittersweet smile escaping her lips. The training has been arduous, yet the results are remarkable. Mirand's strength has transformed significantly compared to a month ago. However, if he wishes to secure a definitive victory over Doflamingo, a gap still remains. Doflamingo's string fruit may initially appear to be a rather unimpressive power, yet he has harnessed it to astonishing effect. Not only does it possess an outrageous level of offensive capability, but it also boasts a plethora of imaginative uses, binding clouds to soar through the skies, manipulating others like puppets, suturing internal or surface wounds, and even creating duplicates of oneself with strings. It is evident that true strength lies not in the fruit itself, but in the wielder. Consider Whitebeard's trimmer fruit. Had another consumed it, they might unleash but a feeble tremor, only to be crushed by its backlash before reaching their adversary. Yet Whitebeard has rendered the trimmer fruit universally acknowledged as the mightiest Paramecia-type fruit. This exemplifies the disparity in power. Indeed, Doflamingo's puppet strings are quite effective against Mirand. And Suyu cannot shake the feeling that Doflamingo's technique bears resemblance to a renowned character from Saint Seiya, Minos, one of the three great guardians of the underworld. Minos's signature move, the star puppet strings, operates on an invisible thread that manipulates his foes, rendering their bodies involuntarily animated, even restricting the movement of a single finger under his control. The manipulated individual becomes a mere puppet, entirely at Minos's mercy, who can torment or even slay his opponents through these ethereal strands. As she contemplated this, Suyu felt a rush of excitement. It was akin to a fateful clash between the pirate Pegasus and the pirate Minos, igniting an exhilarating fire within her. Over the course of a month, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates have scoured the world in search of natural-type devil fruits. Fortune smiled upon the determined, although these fruits are exceedingly rare. They stumbled upon a single one. Yes, just one. The discovery was purely serendipitous. Initially, a search party, weary from several days of relentless searching, paused on a small island to recuperate. Thus, the group divided into two factions. One remained aboard the ship to safeguard it, while the other ventured into the island's forest in search of edible fruits and vegetables, hoping to encounter some delightful small creatures. However, fate played its hand. Amidst their search for sustenance, they unexpectedly uncovered a natural-type devil fruit. A fearsome serpent guarded the area, and the crew had initially intended to use it for their evening barbecue, exerting tremendous effort to subdue the snake, which was as thick as a person. Just as they prepared to haul the serpent's carcass back, they turned to find, growing upon the rocky wall, a peculiar fruit resembling a mutated pineapple. This revelation filled the pirates with unbridled joy, prompting them to hastily seize the fruit and dash back, neglecting even their roasted snake meat. Thus, The first natural-type fruit was dramatically discovered. However, it seemed as though their fortune had been entirely expended with this find. In the ensuing 20 days of fruitless searching, they failed to locate even a single ordinary devil fruit. Just as despair began to weigh heavily upon them, a turning point emerged. Chapter 51. The Golden Emperor. After more than 20 days without any success and devoid of hope, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were driven to an acute state of anxiety. With merely 2 months remaining, they needed to allocate ample time to deliver the devil fruit to Suyu, yet half of their time had already elapsed with only one natural-type fruit found. The second fruit remained elusive, leaving even the captains like Marco feeling utterly perplexed. While they were undeniably strong, mere strength proved insufficient in such circumstances. As they continued their frantic search, news spread across the world via the newsbirds. Simultaneously, prominent figures received an invitation adorned with golden powder, ranging from maritime kings to underworld leaders and sovereigns of great nations. Naturally, the Whitebeard Pirates, as one of the 4 emperors, also received this invitation. Upon seeing it, the captains, who had been frantically scratching their heads to the point of near baldness, felt a wave of relief wash over them, and smiles graced their previously troubled faces. The oppressive atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was finally lifted. What was this invitation, you may ask? It heralded an upcoming auction in the world's largest entertainment city, Gulen, inviting illustrious figures from all corners of the globe to attend. The centerpiece of this auction was none other than a natural-type devil fruit. Not just any ordinary fruit, but one known as the earth fruit or the soil fruit. Consuming this fruit would grant its bearer the ability to merge with the earth and generate earthquakes. If utilized effectively, it could undoubtedly become a harbinger of calamity. This message, like a ripple in a pond, reached every corner of the world as news of the auction spread far and wide. As for the invitations to the auction, it is not solely those who possess them who are granted entry. If one is willing to part with a considerable sum of money, they too may gain access. However, this considerable sum is likely to be astonishingly high. Were it another host organizing such an auction, one might question its authenticity. Or perhaps even some desperate souls might resort to thievery against the organizers. Yet, this auction is to be held in the fabled Golden City, presided over by the legendary figure known as the Golden Emperor, Gold. Tesalo. The Golden City, Gold, Tesalo, is a colossal vessel of gold stretching 10 kilometers, upon which lies a town celebrated as the world's largest amusement hub. Not only that, but it is also recognized as an independent nation by the world government, which is said to be unable to intervene at will, possessing powers comparable to those of the celestial dragons. This alone is enough to deter any reckless behavior within its confines. The owner of this amusement city is none other than the Golden Emperor Tesalo, a man reputed to command 20% of the world's wealth, embodying opulence beyond measure. Not only is he affluent, but he is also immensely powerful. A user of the gold fruit, which he famously seized from Don Quixote da Flamingo, Tesalo's abilities have reached an awakened state, rendering him formidable, and within the Golden City, which is suffused with gold, his prowess is augmented by at least 10%. Moreover, the air above the Golden City is perpetually infused with gold dust, which clings to the bodies of its visitors and enters their systems with every breath. Let us not forget that Tesalo, as a user of the gold fruit, can manipulate this gold dust. Therefore, once one enters this Golden City, they become akin to a fish at the mercy of a predator. Thus, with authority, wealth, and formidable strength at his disposal, Tesalo dares to host such an auction, even extending invitations to the 4 emperors, regardless of others' opinions. Marco and his companions are resolute in their desire to acquire this natural fruit. They are determined not to let it slip through their fingers, for who knows when they might encounter another such opportunity. Consequently, in the days leading up to the auction, they feverishly sought to amass wealth, tirelessly accumulating funds. However, this money is destined to be spent, causing Whitebeard a pang of distress, as one of his passions is saving money. His usual frugality is thrown into sharp relief by the vast sum he is compelled to expend, undoubtedly causing him considerable anguish. Time passed quietly, and before long, the day before the auction arrived. At this moment, the gargantuan vessel known as Gold, Tesalo was surrounded by various ships of more conventional size, some flying the Jolly Roger of pirates, others bearing the banners of merchant fleets, and even some adorned with the insignia of the world government. Indeed, this is the largest amusement city in the world. How could the pleasure-seeking celestial dragons resist such an allure, as they are frequent patrons? Interestingly, the city's master, the Golden Emperor Tesalo, harbors an irreconcilable hatred for the celestial dragons, for the woman he cherished most, Stella, was bought by them and ultimately perished after enduring torment. Upon learning of Stella's demise, Tezzalo's heart twisted into a relentless obsession with wealth. Believing that it was his lack of money that prevented him from redeeming her before the celestial dragons could. From that moment onward, he became the wealthiest man in the world, the Golden Emperor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into the very type of person he once loathed. Mingling with the powerful aristocracy and even engaging in amiable discourse with the celestial dragons, entirely forgetting the depths of his former hatred and his desire to eliminate all nobility. Perhaps this is the essence of wearing a mask for so long that one forgets its true nature. After many years, he would come to realize that there was no mask at all. What he wore was his true face. It cannot be deemed anything less than tragic. As the host of this auction, the Golden Emperor awaited the arrival of esteemed guests at the entrance from early morning. Ordinary patrons were attended to by specially trained maids, while he personally managed the more distinguished attendees, such as the celestial dragons and the four emperors. At the entrance stood Tezzalo, his hair a striking shade of gray-green, slicked back into an imposing style, adorned in a light red suit, and bedecked with an array of gold jewelry, golden earrings, rings, and necklaces, all glimmering under the lights, capturing the eye effortlessly. His face bore a smile that was difficult to discern as either genuine or feigned. Beside him stood his capable assistant, Baccarat, a statuesque beauty with flowing red hair, whose prowess stemmed from her devil fruit ability, allowing her to absorb the fortunes of others, rendering them unfortunate. A most advantageous skill in the bustling realm of entertainment, where casinos reign supreme. Chapter 52. An unexpected guest to encapsulate the scene at the entrance in a single phrase, it would be a cacophony of disparate elements. A motley crew gathered, brutish and savage pirates mingled with impeccably dressed nobles, a veritable cross-section of humanity. At that moment, a sailing ship emerged from the distance, its bow adorned with the grinning visage of a whale. Above it fluttered a pirate flag, featuring two crossed bones beneath a skull with crescent-shaped whiskers. Upon sighting this emblematic pirate vessel, a wave of commotion surged through the crowd gathered at the entrance. It was the Whitebeard pirates. Although they were aware that this was a secure zone, the mere presence of the legendary Yonko instilled a sense of unease among them. Moments later, the Grand Whale maneuvered amidst the multitude of vessels, docking at the specially constructed pier at the entrance. Nearby ships, upon witnessing the whale's arrival, hastily shifted aside to make way for its grand entrance. This whale is not the Pequod, but rather a vessel constructed concurrently with the Pequod, sharing a similar design yet slightly smaller in size and differing in color. As the whale docked, a contingent of individuals disembarked, with the formidable Marco, the Phoenix, and the imposing Diamond Jaws leading the charge. Despite Marco's appearance of a weary middle-aged man among his comrades, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority in the presence of outsiders. As for Jaws, his countenance, marked by a furious expression, rendered him a fearsome sight. Anyone who beheld him could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. The group approached the entrance with unwavering focus, exuding an air of remarkable prestige. Observing this, Tezzalo promptly stepped forward to greet them. Although Marco was indeed a formidable pirate in his own right, his reputation alone did not warrant Tezzalo's personal welcome. After all, in a confrontation between the two, the victor was far from certain. However, Marco's visit was in representation of Whitebeard, which demanded a level of decorum. Upon meeting Marco and his companions, Tezzalo addressed them with a composed yet respectful tone. "Welcome, Captain Marco and Captain Jozu, to my city. I sincerely hope that you all have a splendid experience." Marco, maintaining an air of ambiguity, merely replied, "Let us hope so." There is truly nothing more to be said between the two, after exchanging a few pleasantries. Tezzalo specifically dispatched several maidens to attend to Marco and his companions over the next few days. At that moment, several individuals clad in peculiar attire, adorned with transparent bubble-like headgear, approached with a languid gait. These are, in fact, the very individuals that Tezzalo is destined to encounter, the celestial dragons. Upon sighting these figures, others hastily retreat, fearful of drawing their attention. "Tezzalo, do you have any new slaves?" Before Tezzalo could respond, a grotesquely ugly celestial dragon with a gaudy appearance interjected. Tezzalo, with a forced smile, replied, "Do not be in such a rush. Please take a day to relax. Tomorrow's auction will present an abundance of offerings." "Ha ha ha, slaves. Slaves. Slaves." These individuals were pacified by Tezzalo, escorted by designated individuals to partake in merriment. Observing their departing figures, a smile of uncertain authenticity lingered on Tezzalo's face, while his eyes shimmered with a mix of emotions, perhaps numbness or something else entirely. The group led by Marco, upon entering the Golden City, resolved to dine first. Having heard tales of the exquisite delicacies available here, since they had arrived, it was imperative to indulge. They entered a barbecue establishment that exuded opulence, perfectly suited for pirates who relished feasting heartily on meat and guzzling wine. The barbecue fare consisted of marine delicacies, renowned for their exquisite flavor and rich nutritional value, while celebrated wines from around the world could be found in abundance, truly a haven for Epicureans and connoisseurs of fine beverages. Upon their entrance, Marco instinctively surveyed the ambience of the establishment, only to find himself locking eyes with another. Those were somber eyes belonging to an imposing figure, even seated. He matched Marco's height, clad in a heavy metal biker style, with deep purple-brown hair and the lower half of his face obscured by a thick scarf. The individual in question is Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders under the banner of the Big Mom Pirates. Seated at the same table as him are two intriguing figures. One is a woman with an appearance reminiscent of an old crone, marked by a scar gracing her face. The other boasts long, white hair that obscures one of her eyes, a voluminous scarf wrapped around her neck, and gloves adorning her hands. Notably, her legs are disproportionately long, clearly identifying her as a member of the long-legged tribe. These two individuals are quite remarkable. The old witch-like woman is named Charlotte Brle, a wielder of the mirror fruit, an ability of formidable strength, for to her, every mirror serves as a portal to an alternate dimension. The other is a member of the long-legged tribe, Charlotte Smoothie, one of the Sweet Commander Trio. The Sweet Commander Trio represents the three most powerful individuals under Big Mom, ranking among the top three in the notorious Four Emperors pirate crew, which attests to her formidable prowess. Katakuri was initially savoring his roasted meat when he suddenly met the gaze of a pair of half-closed eyes, instinctively halting his actions. He and Marco found themselves engaged in a silent staring contest, their eyes locked in a deeply emotional exchange. Noticing Katakuri's unusual behavior, Smoothie and Brle quickly inquired, "What's wrong, brother? Is something amiss?" A familiar face, Katakuri's muffled voice emerged from beneath his scarf as he remained steadfast in his eating habits. Following his gaze, Smoothie and Brle spotted Marco and his companions, who were subtly engaging Katakuri from a distance. Instantly, their bodies tensed before relaxing once more. Although the dynamics between the two parties were somewhat delicate, they had yet to reach the stage of outright hostility. Their wariness stemmed primarily from the undeniable strength of Marco and his crew, which posed a tangible threat. A confrontation was out of the question, perhaps in another setting. Katakuri might have relished the opportunity to spar with Marco, what one might colloquially refer to as an amicable bout, but given that they were in the territory of another, it was prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum. Their purpose in this place was merely to partake in the festivities. Katakuri nodded at Marco in acknowledgement, who returned the gesture, allowing their gazes to part. Subsequently, Marco and his companions settled down to indulge in a feast. At that moment, a few unexpected guests arrived in Golden City. A fisherman accompanied by a golden-haired man and an orange-haired woman stealthily infiltrated the premises from the depths of the sea. As this was a natural-type fruit, its strategic significance in warfare was undeniable, thus catching the attention of the Revolutionary Army. Consequently, Dragon dispatched Sabo to seize this fruit, embodying the Revolutionary Army's straightforward approach, directly snatching what they desired. Sabo, regarded as a veritable pariah in any scenario, could hardly expect to procure the fruit through purchase. After all, it required a willing seller. Chapter 53, The Reliable Sabo. Sabo, do you have a plan? Rest assured, Kureha, can you not trust me? Is it not precisely because of you that I am concerned? Kureha silently lamented. So what is your plan? We have arrived in Golden City. You ought to elaborate. Well, my plan is to stealthily infiltrate the treasury and directly abscond with the fruit. What do you think? Isn't it a splendid plan? Do you even know where the treasury is? That is, how do you intend to infiltrate? Have you considered that? Well, we just sneak in. Is that truly your plan? We will figure it out later. If all else fails, we shall simply storm in boldly. Trust in my strength. Kureha. With that, Sabo flexed his muscles, signaling his confidence in his abilities. Kureha clenched her fists tightly, unable to endure it any longer. In an impulsive moment, she charged at Sabo, delivering a resounding smack to his golden head. In the midst of battle, even the most stoic and resilient Revolutionary Army chief, sustaining grievous injuries without flinching, winced and gasped in pain, cradling his head defensively. Observing Sabo's woeful expression brought Kureha a sense of satisfaction. She had finally vented her frustration. From here on, you shall heed my directives. Sabo, now seated on the ground and rubbing his head, mused on Correa's increasing willingness to strike him without hesitation, completely unconcerned about the potential harm to his skull. Sabo, keep your voice down. We are supposed to be stealthy. At this, Correa nearly lost her composure, exclaiming inwardly, "What kind of statement is that? How can you even utter such words? Do you not recognize why we are here? Look where we are. This is a storage room for provisions, reeking of blood and unknown meats. With the air thick with the stench of seafood, a veritable feast for the senses. I could almost faint from the overwhelming aroma. As for why they were in such a place, that was a question better directed at Sabo, who was still rubbing his head. Upon their arrival, everything had proceeded smoothly. Their guide, Master Haku, remained in the sea to assist them, while Sabo and Correa were tasked with securing the fruit. However, shortly after they discreetly made their way to the street, Correa turned around only to discover that Sabo had vanished. When they finally reunited a few minutes later, Sabo's mouth was stuffed with food, his hands clutching a massive chunk of meat with bones and several skewers, and to add to the absurdity, he was accompanied by a group of newfound friends. These newly acquainted friends are indeed fervently enthusiastic, brandishing an assortment of objects, kitchen knives, water pipes, wine bottles, everything imaginable, relentlessly pursuing Sabo, unwilling to let him depart. However, in contrast to this exuberant crowd, the bond between Sabo and Kella is evidently far more profound. Thus, without hesitation, Sabo makes his way towards Kella, disregarding the heartfelt pleas from behind him. "Stop right there. Damn it. You better halt. Little brat. Don't run." Unfortunately, no matter how sincerely they implore Sabo to stay, he cruelly abandons them, shouting to Kella, "Kella, I'm back. Run. Run? Run to hell. I'm fed up with you, Sabo." Witnessing the scene where everyone chases after Sabo, who resolutely chooses his heartfelt connection, Kella nearly faints from anger, wishing to kick this insufferable man. Nevertheless, she manages to suppress the urge to lash out and turns to flee. "Wait for me, Kella. Stop. Don't run. The one with orange hair is with them. Hurry. Chase them down. Don't let them escape." Kella forcibly restrains her impulse to retaliate, pretending not to hear the chaos behind her, focusing on her escape. Yet, her heart softens, and she subtly slows her pace, allowing Sabo to catch up. "Kella, I must tell you, this is incredibly delicious. You have to try it." As she looks at the meat skewer Sabo offers, despite her irritation, Kella finds herself almost laughing in exasperation. "Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you think about? Look at the situation we're in, and you're still thinking about food. You deserve to choke." Clenching her small fists, she feels an overwhelming urge to punch Sabo's face, to smash that infuriating visage. But then, seeing Sabo's beaming smile, she hesitates, feeling a pang of reluctance. Fine, fine, Kella sighs internally, deciding to let him off this time. After all, she has spoiled him. What a troublesome existence. After taking several deep breaths, she finally releases the pent-up frustration within her. Grabbing the meat skewer, she bites into it without a care for her image, as though biting into someone else. Chewing the chunks of meat, Kella's eyes widen. Unexpectedly, the skewer is quite delicious. Comforted by the food, her mood significantly improves, temporarily alleviating the frustration of being pursued, and even Sabo's face becomes somewhat tolerable for the moment. As high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo and Kella deftly evade their ardent pursuers with nimble maneuvers, seeking refuge in a storage room filled with provisions. Their current predicament is entirely the result of Sabo's oblivious actions, and astonishingly, the culprit brazenly reminds himself that they are currently infiltrating. Kella, momentarily at a loss for how to react, concludes that surely one of them must be at fault, and she is convinced that she is the sane one. From now on, everything will follow my lead. Taking another deep breath, Kella suppresses her anger and calmly addresses Sabo. He initially contemplates voicing his objections, believing his plan to be quite sound and feasible. However, upon meeting Kella's fierce gaze, which seems to say, "If you dare utter another word, I'll make you regret it," Sabo wisely chooses to yield. Chapter 54. The Treasure Vault. Seeing Sabo nod submissively, Kella lets out a soft huff, granting him a reprieve. She then sits cross-legged, resting her elbows on her knees, deep in thought, carefully considering their next course of action. Kella quickly dismisses one erroneous option, Sabo's previous suggestion of barging in with sheer brute force. This is utterly unrealistic. The Golden Emperor possesses formidable strength, and they are currently in his domain, akin to fish in a barrel. Moreover, Tesla's subordinates include several troublesome individuals, such as the luck fruit user, Baccarat, who is nothing short of infuriating. Engaging her in battle feels as though the very world has turned against you. your attacks never land. And you find yourself slipping or stepping on banana peels, leading to an all-too-quick collapse. Sometimes, the breakdown of an adult occurs in the blink of an eye. Not to mention, disregarding the local forces of Golden City, the rule against fighting here is blatantly ignored. Just the guests attending this auction prohibit any direct seizure by force. Look at the formidable figures present. The two emperors of the sea, Marco the Phoenix and Katakuri, are both extraordinarily powerful, alongside various leaders from major factions. Not to mention the Navy and world government representatives. This is akin to stepping into a waking nightmare. If Kella and Sabo dare to instigate any chaos, they would instantly become the targets of ire. While the pirates might not assist the Golden Emperor in thwarting them, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for their own gain. And that natural-type fruit would be the main prize everyone covets. As for the Navy and world government, they are likely more interested in Kella and Sabo themselves. This is akin to the notion of a path to paradise that one refuses to tread, while brazenly forcing one's way into the gates of hell. In the midst of this spectacle, reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, even the revolutionary leader Dorag would find himself at a disadvantage. It is truly perplexing how Sabo conceived such a perfect idea. Consequently, there were no other options left for Killa. He had no choice but to obediently infiltrate. According to the intelligence they had previously gathered, the treasure of the Golden Emperor resides within a doorless treasury, known only to be situated within a tall building at the heart of Golden City, though the specific floor remains undisclosed. As for how treasures are concealed in a doorless manner, we must mention another capable subordinate of the Golden Emperor, Mr. Tanaka, who is deeply trusted by Tezzalo and serves as the guardian of Golden City. He has consumed the were fruit, granting him the ability to traverse all inanimate objects with remarkable ease. This ability may not seem particularly advantageous for combat, yet it allows for the creation of a treasury devoid of doors, although it appears to hold little practical value. This setting proves to be quite advantageous for the treasure hunt. Although severing steel or punching through a metal plate may be trivial for some formidable individuals, one must first ascertain the location of the treasure vault. There is no door, only a stark wall, indistinguishable from its surroundings. How can one discern where the treasure lies? This presents a perplexing challenge. Thus, the seemingly simple task of locating the vault is, in reality, the most arduous step. Fortunately, an auction is scheduled for tomorrow, and it is certain that the Golden Emperor will inspect the vault tonight. Consequently, if the two can quietly follow Mr. Tanaka, they will uncover the vault's whereabouts. With this thought in mind, Kira nodded to herself, formulating a plan of action. However, their appearances might be somewhat conspicuous, especially after having indulged in a complimentary meal. The mere thought of it caused Kira to fume, casting a fierce glare at Sabo, who appeared lost in thought. Sabo, bewildered by the sudden scowl, felt unjustly treated. Having done nothing wrong, the two had already concealed themselves in the warehouse for an hour. The enthusiastic staff, who had been in pursuit, could not locate them and begrudgingly returned to their duties, realizing they could not remain vigilantly stationed forever, as that would be an unwise allocation of resources. Kira and Sabo cautiously approached the warehouse door, straining to listen for any sounds outside. After a moment, they carefully opened a small gap and peered out, relieved to find that the group of Sabo's new friends had vanished. With a sigh of relief, they slipped out of the warehouse. Finally free, Kira felt a wave of gratitude. Had she remained, she might have exploded from the stench. She silently cursed Sabo, thinking, why should she, a delicate fairy, have to hide in such a fetid warehouse for an entire hour? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, which only fueled her ire. With a swift motion, she stepped forcefully on Sabo's foot. The unfortunate Sabo gasped in pain. Oh, the agony. Kira shot him a fierce look, observing his Sabo stifled cries of pain, his face reddening from the discomfort. To her, it felt akin to the refreshing bliss of biting into a juicy watermelon on a scorching summer day, pure delight. After a moment of hopping on one foot, Sabo finally regained his composure. Alas, being stepped on is a torment in itself. And given that Kira had unleashed her full fury in high heels, it was a particularly excruciating experience. This footstep pierced deeply into Sabo's heart with pain. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Although he was uncertain of the whims of this young lady, he wisely chose to remain silent. Sabo insisted that this was not a sign of cowardice, merely a reluctance to engage in conflict with Carla. Thus, he trailed behind her, dejected, akin to a child who could easily catch cannonballs. As for their method of infiltrating, Carla had already devised a plan. In a hall that gleamed as if forged from gold, indeed, it was opulent and lavishly adorned, various individuals, resembling neither human nor beast, traversed the space. This was the lobby of a hotel, which also served as the repository for the Golden Emperor's treasure. The rationale behind choosing such a perilous location, bustling with foot traffic. As a treasure vault was simple, the most dangerous places often provide the greatest security. No one would suspect that a treasure trove could be concealed in such a location. Yet it resided precisely here. Chapter 55, The Irrational Sabo. The bustling lobby was filled with a myriad of characters, gangsters, pirates, aristocrats, and government officials, who, under normal circumstances, would be prone to violent confrontations. Here, however, they maintained a semblance of decorum, exchanging only fierce glares, capable of killing with their eyes. The opulence of the surroundings, adorned with exquisite decorations and attended by staff of exceptional appearance and professionalism, indicated that the expenses incurred within these walls were far from trivial. Naturally, those who ventured into Golden City were unlikely to be financially constrained. Only the most affluent individuals, whether they be titans of industry or ostentatious wealth, could afford to stay here. The hotel itself bore an extravagant name, the Golden Grand Hotel. In fact, for those of sufficient status, staying here required no monetary exchange. They could simply arrive with their belongings. For instance, Marco and his companions, or even Tesalo, who directly provided them with a magnetic card worth 5 million berries. This card could be utilized at any casino in Golden City, with winnings belonging entirely to the holder, and in the event of a loss, the 5 million need not be repaid. While 5 million berries may not seem substantial to Marco and his peers, it certainly represented a considerable sum for an ordinary citizen, potentially allowing them to live a lifetime without work. Tesalo presented this card merely as a gesture of goodwill. This hotel serves as the objective for Sabo and Keela. Keela intends to stealthily infiltrate this establishment, biding their time until Tesalo and Mr. Tanaka arrive to ascertain the condition of the treasury. As for the art of concealment, it is a skill well honed by the Revolutionary Army. Within the confines of a staff changing room on one of the hotel's floors, a man and a woman engage in furtive activities. Keela initially planned to expel Sabo before changing attire, but was taken aback by the presence of partitions and luxurious decor within the changing area. Once they have donned their new garments, the Revolutionary Army Sabo and Keela cease to exist, replaced by the hotel's new recruits. As for whether the sudden appearance of these two unfamiliar faces among the staff might raise suspicion, it is hardly a concern. The hotel is bustling with guests, necessitating an ample number of service personnel, allowing for the possibility that employees remain unacquainted with one another, let alone outsiders. Every 5 floors, there is a buffet restaurant offering a variety of exquisite delicacies and desserts, accompanied by an endless supply of fine wines, complimentary for the guests residing here. At this moment, Keela and Sabo, having nothing to do, wandered aimlessly. When Sabo laid his eyes upon a table laden with an array of meats and seafood, glistening with rich marinades, he found it irresistibly enticing. The translucent shrimp, illuminated by the opulent lighting, seemed to radiate a captivating glow, while an assortment of delicate pastries wafted delightful aromas. Overwhelmed by the sight, Sabo's brain momentarily short-circuited, and drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. He lost all semblance of control, his gaze fixated solely on the culinary treasures before him. Just as Sabo was about to charge towards the feast, Keela, quick-witted and agile, delivered a sharp rap to his head. Before Sabo could utter a sound, she swiftly covered his mouth, using all her strength to extricate the dazed Sabo from this dangerous vicinity. Keela, too, felt a pang of desire at the sight of the mouth-watering spread, yet unlike Sabo, she retained her composure. She remembered their mission. Those dishes were meant for the guests, and as staff members, they were not entitled to partake. Should Sabo be allowed to indulge, not only would his uniform attract unwanted attention, but his exaggerated appetite could incite a commotion. Despite Sabo's futile struggles to break free and reach the holy land of food, Keela resolutely dragged the irrational Sabo away from the scene. In the staff changing room, Keela sat panting, while Sabo lay sprawled on the ground in an exaggerated pose. But instead of supporting himself with his hands, he was resting his face against the floor. A sizable bump adorned his forehead, as if freshly struck, still emitting a faint heat. After catching her breath, Keela regained her composure and glanced at the figure on the floor, maintaining his face-down position. She kicked him lightly, exasperated. "Have you regained your senses? The food is gone." Given Sabo's physical resilience, it was evident the swelling would soon subside. He had not been motionless from fainting, but rather from dejection and regret. Sabo, upon hearing Keela's words, finally rose, his eyes clear yet still clouded with lingering disappointment and a hint of sadness. Keela, witnessing Sabo's expression, felt her anger rekindle momentarily, but it quickly dissipated, leaving her to sigh wearily. What more could she say? She was exhausted, her desire for conversation extinguished. Seeing Keela's indifference only deepened Seibo's sense of grievance. To prevent a recurrence of earlier events, they decided it was best to refrain from further wandering, opting instead to bide their time. Having previously observed Mr. Tanaka, the security guard of Golden City, they were aware of his peculiar stature. Though he appeared short, he stood at least 2 meters tall, his unusual proportions giving him a bizarre two-headed appearance, with an oversized head that matched his body. Familiar with Mr. Tanaka's appearance and aura, even while remaining in the changing room, Seibo and Keela could identify him through their observation haki. Meanwhile, Marco and his companions, having finished their meal, prepared to return to their hotel for rest, having traveled a long distance to reach this place, now feeling the weight of fatigue. They were staying at the Golden Hotel. Upon entering, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a passageway, a testament to the formidable presence of the 4 Emperor's pirates, whose status among pirates was akin to that of the world government or navy among civilians. As Marco's group approached, the pirates in the hall instinctively stepped aside, recognizing the weight of the 4 Emperor's reputation, while others, wary of inviting trouble, also yielded. Marco and his crew remained unfazed. Such scenes were not new to them. They had witnessed comrades faint or lose control upon encountering the Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Whitebeard crew were accustomed to being the center of attention. For instance, when Whitebeard declared Fishman Island as his territory, flying his flag there, it was a mere verbal assertion. Yet, even without leaving any personnel behind, the mere presence of his flag reduced the trafficking of fishmen by 90%. Although complete eradication was unattainable due to the existence of reckless individuals, the king of Fishman Island was undoubtedly pleased with the current situation. Thus, Marco and Jojo led the remaining crew members through the hall with unwavering focus, entering the elevator. Only when the doors closed completely, concealing their figures, did the awkward atmosphere in the hall begin to return to normal. Inside the elevator, Marco appeared lost in thought, his eyes half open. As the elevator ascended smoothly, a strange sensation washed over Marco as they passed a certain floor, as if someone had covertly scrutinized him. He instinctively voiced his confusion. "What's wrong, Marco?" Jozu inquired, his tone laced with concern, aware of their surroundings. Although confident in his own strength, the basic instinct of caution remained. Seeing Marco's unusual demeanor heightened Jozu's alertness. The other crew members, sensing the tension, instinctively gripped their weapons, ready for any potential threat. "I'm not sure why, but I had a strange feeling just now. Perhaps I was being overly sensitive," Marco replied. The sensation had been fleeting, vanishing without a trace. After releasing his observation haki to scan the surroundings, he found no indication of anything amiss, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination, or perhaps related to the Golden Emperor's crew, who were undeniably dangerous. As for the notion of someone plotting against them, Marco dismissed it entirely. Who would dare challenge the 4 Emperors? One would have to be extraordinarily reckless to even consider such a move. After another careful sweep, with his observation haki revealed nothing, Marco decided to let it go, reassured by the strength at their disposal, and offered words of comfort to Jozu and the others. "There's truly nothing to worry about." Jaws inquired once more, as if seeking confirmation. "Rest assured, Jaws, even if something occurs, our strength is more than sufficient to handle it. There is no need for concern." After contemplating this, Jaws realized that Marco's words held merit, and the tense atmosphere that had pervaded the elevator dissipated in an instant, returning everyone to their previously relaxed demeanor. Meanwhile, Seibo, concealed in the changing room, exhaled a sigh of relief. The sensation of being watched that Marco had suddenly sensed in the elevator was not merely a figment of his imagination. Indeed, someone was stealthily observing him from the shadows. And that person was Seibo. However, Seibo was not specifically focused on watching Marco. He was merely discerning who had arrived. Upon recognizing that the newcomer belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, Seibo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly retracted his observation haki and enveloped both himself and Kurla in a protective shroud of this ability. This application of observation haki served not only as a means of perception, but also as a shield against the awareness of adversaries, proving to be pivotal in both combat and stealth scenarios. Seibo's caution was vindicated. Marco, being an exceptional master, had sensed the gaze upon him even without the external manifestation of his observation haki. Fortunately, Seibo's quick thinking prevented his immediate exposure. After a considerable interval, when he estimated that Marco had likely departed, Seibo relaxed his observation haki and let out a long, deflated sigh, his taut muscles finally loosening. Just moments prior, Kurla had noticed Sabo's sudden demeanor, which had put her on high alert, her nerves taut to the utmost degree. Her senses heightened in an instant. She focused intently on the slightest rustle, her eyes fixed on the door, bracing for the potential intrusion of some terrifying creature. This place can indeed be considered the enemy's stronghold, so the unexpected is not surprising, and it is understandable that Keela is feeling quite anxious. Now, witnessing Sabo finally lower his guard and relax, Keela too feels a sense of relief, her tensed muscles unwinding. Her gaze then fell upon Sabo, who bore a similarly relieved expression, and she inquired, "What happened just now?" One of Whitebeard's top subordinates just passed by. If I hadn't acted swiftly, we might have been discovered, he replied with a sigh of relief. Is it safe now, Sabo? Keela exclaimed, a chill of fear coursing through her at the thought of such a dangerous individual having just been nearby. Rest assured, he has left. Luckily, my quick reaction and the use of observation hockey protected us. Otherwise, today could have turned perilous, Sabo said with a proud grin directed at Keela. Keela shot him a sidelong glance, neither affirming nor refuting his words, silently musing to herself that this fool was surprisingly reliable in a crisis. This incident had dramatically altered Keela's perception of Sabo, though in truth, it had not changed much at all. After all, they had known each other for so long, and Keela understood Sabo all too well. Despite his various little flaws, there were moments when he would shine with an irresistible brilliance. Following this little mishap, Sabo no longer dared to recklessly unleash his observation hockey as he had previously. If they were to encounter an exceptionally skilled practitioner of the same ability, such as Katakuri, whose mastery allowed him to briefly foresee the future, their fates would be sealed. Chapter 57. Preparing for the slaughter. As time passed, the clouds on the horizon transformed as if intoxicated, morphing into a splendid sunset. Gradually, the sun sank below the horizon, ushering in the night. Although darkness enveloped the sky, the golden city remained ablaze with light, shimmering like gold. Yet, even in the brightest of places, shadows lingered where the light could not reach. Mr. Tion completed his patrol and proceeded, as usual, to inspect the hidden treasure vault within the Golden Grand Hotel. Although his devil fruit abilities were quite functional, his personal strength was rather mediocre, one might even say it was an overstatement. Thus, he remained completely oblivious to the presence of several stealthy figures trailing behind him. To say they were sneaky might be an understatement. These individuals moved with the grace of swallows along the rooftops flanking the streets, appearing ghostly and elusive. Their movements resembled not running, but rather a form of flickering, presenting an impression of high sophistication and difficulty, though in reality, it was merely a more graceful version of the shave technique. The individuals were cloaked in flowing garments that enveloped their bodies, their heads adorned with hoods. As they moved, the capes billowed gracefully in the air, revealing the white suits beneath and the masks that concealed their faces. The standardized white attire, the masks, and their adept use of the 6 techniques were sufficient to unveil their identities. It was evident that they belonged to CP0, the covert organization under the auspices of the world government. The CP organization is a clandestine espionage agency operating under the direct jurisdiction of the world government's judicial island, with CP0 serving as its elite faction. Their immediate superiors are the Celestial Dragons, who possess various privileges, including the authority to execute anyone who obstructs their missions, regardless of whether the individual is a noble or a naval officer. Their tasks are rather straightforward. Their primary duty is to safeguard the Celestial Dragons, ostensibly bodyguards. They function more as high-ranking slaves, thoroughly indoctrinated from a young age to believe that the Celestial Dragons are infallible, embodying their faith. Additionally, they undertake actions that the world government finds inconvenient to execute directly, representing the malevolent side of the world government, which is not without its own flaws. In short, the appearance of the CP organization signals the onset of ominous events. Unbeknownst to Mr. Tanaka, he was being followed by several fearsome figures. Why then, has CP0 suddenly intruded upon the territory of the Golden Emperor? Golden City is a remarkably unique locale, possessing a status nearly equivalent to that of the Celestial Dragons. Even the world government finds itself constrained within its bounds, unable to act with impunity. Yet, what emboldens CP0 to manifest here? How do they dare? This undoubtedly reflects the intentions of the world government. Although the Golden Emperor holds a lofty status and speaks in enigmatic terms, his so-called position is merely an ethereal construct. It is only through the world government's recognition that he enjoys his current standing, should they choose to withdraw their acknowledgement. He would instantaneously transform from a sovereign ruler of an independent nation into a wanted fugitive. Ultimately, it all hinges on a mere pronouncement from the world government. As for the wealth of the Golden Emperor, he is indeed extraordinarily affluent, possessing a staggering 20% of the world's berries. However, to put it bluntly, he is akin to a domesticated swine raised by the celestial dragons and the five elders. When deemed unnecessary, he may continue his arrogance. Yet should a need arise, or should this pig become disobedient, it would be slaughtered for meat. In fact, the five elders had previously covertly contacted Tezolo, and it is not surprising that Tezolo, in his capacity, could communicate directly with them. The five elders have also developed an interest in that particular devil fruit, prompting them to request Tezolo to cease his auctioning and to surrender the fruit directly to the world government, promising some form of compensation thereafter. Though the specifics of such remuneration and its timing remain unknown. Throughout their conversation, the five elders maintained an air of superiority, their discourse imbued with an oppressive condescension and an unmistakable arrogance. It is evident that they have never regarded Tezolo as their equal, despite his formidable reputation across the seas. The five elders have consistently viewed him from a position of disdain. The contempt that inadvertently surfaced deeply pierced Tezolo's sensitive nerves. Having long occupied a position of power, Tezolo harbored his own pride, even arrogance, an affliction common among those in high authority who often believe themselves to be paramount, viewing others as mere pawns. Convinced that their words constitute absolute truth, to dissent from his views would be deemed rebellious, inciting his ire, and an irate Tezolo would not hesitate to resort to violence. He perceived that he wielded substantial financial resources and influence. While he may not rival the four emperors, he believed himself not far behind, though this was merely his own delusion. He felt his status sufficiently elevated to engage the world government on equal footing. However, the recent dialogue with the elders starkly revealed to him that, in their eyes, he was utterly inconsequential. This was no mere disdain, it was a profound disregard, as they did not consider him capable of, nor inclined to, rebellion. Such a realization was intolerable for Tezolo, as it directly negated all he had strived for over the years. Unable to bear this affront, perhaps the conversation served as a catalyst, unearthing the years of suppressed resentment he had endured before the world government, the celestial dragons, and various elites. His emotions began to spiral out of control. He outright rejected the world government's request, nay, more accurately, their command, though he retained a modicum of reason, maintaining a semblance of decorum in his words, avoiding a complete severance of ties. However, while Tezolo believed he had accorded the world government sufficient respect, they perceived it differently. The elders regarded Tezolo, whom they saw as a mere pawn, as insubordinate. His audacity to harbor personal thoughts was utterly unacceptable. "Understand your place," they seemed to convey. "You are but a pawn. How dare you possess your own opinions?" This is an intolerable matter for them. They believe that Tezolo, the pig in question, has been sufficiently fattened and has now begun to develop its own thoughts. It is time to slaughter it for meat. The world government covets the 20% of Bailey that this pig represents. Slaughtering this pig would not pose a significant problem, as one could simply raise another in its place, and there would surely be countless individuals willing to take on that role, possibly even leading to fierce competition among them. However, it is evident that this task is not suitable for the world government, as, regardless of the circumstances, Golden City remains an independent nation. Thus, CP0 has arrived. Chapter 58. Mr. Tanaka in danger at this moment. Tezolo is blissfully unaware that he has been forsaken by the world government. Nor does he realize that various powerful figures have already gathered in his Golden City, all drawn by his treasure. He languishes in his chamber, savoring fine wine as if relishing the final moments that rightfully belong to him. Mr. Tanaka strides confidently down the street, and those around him, upon seeing his approach, instinctively step aside, forming an invisible corridor for him to pass through. After all, Mr. Tanaka is a guard and a favored subordinate of the King of Gold, an undeniably powerful figure not to be trifled with. With an air of nonchalance, Mr. Tanaka traverses the path cleared for him, not even sparing a glance for those nearby. He walks with a certain elegance, his gaze unwavering, exerting no effort to observe the surroundings or any suspicious characters, as if this were merely a routine patrol. One cannot fault Mr. Tanaka for this behavior, after all. Where is he? This is a territory recognized as an independent nation by the world government, which dares not act recklessly here. Especially with the Golden Emperor standing behind him. a figure akin to a crownless monarch of the seas. This is his domain. Who among the foolish would dare to confront him or plot against Golden City? Mr. Tanaka's thoughts are not entirely misguided. Unfortunately, he remains oblivious to the fact that his master's current status is predicated upon the tacit approval of the world government, rather than any ability to counterbalance their influence or deter the elders from taking action against him. This delineates the distinction between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors. To put it more eloquently, the 7 warlords are, in a sense, placated by the world government. Less charitably, one might liken them to dogs in the service of the world government. Their privileges and status are entirely bestowed upon them by this governing body. And should the world government choose to withdraw its recognition, they would find themselves swiftly relegated to obscurity. Conversely, the 4 emperors have forged their positions through their own prowess, possessing the strength to render the world government wary of antagonizing them. Although the world government possesses the capability to eradicate the 4 emperor pirate crews, the cost of such an endeavor is prohibitively steep, one that they are loath to bear. Regrettably, the Golden Emperor belongs to the former category. He lacks the requisite strength to uphold his fame and stature. His entire existence hinges on the world government's acknowledgement, rendering it ephemeral, akin to a mass of bubbles that, while seemingly abundant, are composed solely of air, fragile and ready to burst at the slightest provocation. Should the world government choose to withdraw its support, all that is to Zolo would become futile. His prior advantage, namely his wealth, has only served to reinforce the world government's resolve to take action against him. Perhaps the Golden Emperor is not so foolish as to overlook this reality, yet he is enmeshed in the web of his own ambitions. Blinded by the allure of fame and fortune, it is conceivable that he is reluctant to confront this harsh truth, ultimately deceiving even himself. Regardless, even if he were to reconsider and seek to relinquish that devil fruit, it would be too late. The world government's appetite has grown beyond mere fruit. They now desire nothing less than the entirety of Tazolo. Mr. Tanaka strides forth with pride, his unique gait reminiscent of a celebration of his fleeting opulence. Meanwhile, cloaked figures of CP0 flit silently like specters along the facades of the buildings, drawing no attention from the passers-by. Soon, Mr. Tanaka arrives at his destination, the Golden Grand Hotel. Though he appears to possess short legs, he surprisingly moves with considerable speed. The guests lingering in the lobby are bemused by Mr. Tanaka's unexpected appearance. Unsure of his purpose, do they require his services as a guard? The hotel staff, however, are unperturbed, although they too are unaware of his intent. This is not his first visit. Having worked in Golden City for an extended period, they understand that their role is to perform their duties and not delve too deeply into matters beyond their purview. Mr. Tanaka pays no heed to their curiosity, uttering not a word and offering not even a glance as he proceeds directly to the elevator. The CP0 operatives trailing behind him, of course, do not utilize the elevator. Being agents of clandestine operations, they are, in a sense, an open secret. Even those aware of their existence dare not speak against them. Thus, while the CP0 may appear brazen, they function as a well-oiled machine, devoid of personal sentiments, in keeping with the world government's ethos. They are cognizant that discretion is prudent at this juncture, opting instead to scale the exterior of the building, with designated individuals tracking Mr. Tanaka's position to avoid losing sight of their target. In mere moments, the cloaked figures ascend several meters, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed. Their hands slice through the air like blades, plunging into the wall effortlessly, as though it were soft butter, producing neither sound nor resistance. Though the lighting within the building is glaring, they remain inconspicuous against the similarly hued walls. Had one not been vigilant, they would scarcely notice the figures suspended in midair. At that moment, Sabo and Carla linger in the staff changing room. A few genuine employees enter to retrieve items, yet the two remain undetected. Though the wait has stretched on uncomfortably long, breeding impatience and restlessness. Just as the elevator carrying Mr. Tanaka arrives at the 5th floor, Sabo suddenly jolts. What is it? Carla inquires, noticing his reaction. Mr. Tanaka has arrived. He just reached the 5th floor. Upon hearing this, Carla's spirits lift. Finally, he has come. They had not given up hope after all. They resolved to exercise utmost caution as they exit the changing room, opting for a different elevator to follow Mr. Tanaka discreetly. Meanwhile, Mr. Tanaka, blissfully unaware of the perilous attention he has attracted, hums a cheerful tune as he rides the elevator to the pinnacle of the building. As Mr. Tanaka ascends to the top floor, it is worth noting that above this so-called pinnacle lies a concealed level, inaccessible by elevator and devoid of staircases. Only Mr. Tanaka and the Golden Emperor are privy to its existence. Even Bakala Tizolo has not been informed. This concealed level houses the Golden Emperor's treasury. If all of Tizolo's wealth were contained within, it would be an unrealistic assertion. Tizolo is reputed to possess a staggering 20% of the world's berries. Even accounting for some exaggeration, this wealth would suffice to fill this diminutive level several times over. Herein lie only the most exquisite treasures, devil fruits, renowned blades, and rare artifacts, items worthy of Tizolo's collection. Upon exiting the elevator, Mr. Tanaka surveys his surroundings, detecting no other presence. He then bends his short legs slightly, coiling like a spring, and with remarkable force, propels himself toward the ceiling. Astonishingly, he encounters no impediment from the seemingly robust ceiling. Instead, he passes through it as if diving into water, transcending the barrier with ease. This is the marvel of the penetration fruit, as long as it is an inanimate object. Regardless of its hardness, Mr. Tanaka can effortlessly pass through it, the process being remarkably smooth, with the exception of sea prism stone. When Mr. Tanaka vanished into the ceiling, Sabo and Carla's elevator arrived. Upon exiting, they surveyed their surroundings, but found no trace of Mr. Tanaka. Sabo then activated his observation hockey. Yet there were no signs of Mr. Tanaka nearby, which puzzled him. They had clearly followed Mr. Tanaka up, so where could he have gone? Unable to locate Mr. Tanaka, they certainly could not resort to demolishing the building. At that moment, both of them instinctively looked up at the ceiling above their heads, deep in thought. Here lies the pinnacle accessible by elevator. One might naturally presume this to be the rooftop. However, perhaps the Golden Emperor has cleverly concealed the treasure vault in that non-existent topmost level according to the patterns of human thought. Sab and Keela exchanged knowing glances, convinced they had unearthed the truth. Regardless of whether the treasure vault resided above, they had come this far, and it was imperative to make an attempt. Sab extended his right hand, forming a peculiar gesture. His index and middle fingers were bent and joined, while his ring and little fingers were also bent and joined, leaving the middle and ring fingers separated, with his thumb slightly curved. Having completed the preliminary motion, Sab prepared to leap and demolish the ceiling, but at that moment, an unusual sound emanated from nearby, prompting him to halt and cautiously turn towards the source. To his astonishment, a fissure appeared on the wall not far from the elevator. Unlike any damage inflicted by human hands, it resembled a zipper that had been drawn open, revealing a natural opening in the wall. In the next instant, several cloaked figures streamed through this zipper-like opening, unmistakably members of CP0. Once all had entered, one among them calmly closed the zipper, sweeping a hand over it, causing the wall to revert to its original appearance as if everything prior had been a mere illusion. Given their role as agents tasked with executing special missions in the presence of their affluent benefactor, a celestial dragon, it was not surprising to encounter peculiar abilities. Among them was an individual who had consumed the chain fruit, granting them the capacity to create one or multiple zippers at will, allowing access to concealed items without marring the exterior. Distinct from the abilities of the string fruit, the chain fruit also permitted the opening of zippers on living beings. Although this ability does not directly enhance one's absolute combat power, it possesses numerous ingenious applications. For instance, one could affix a zipper around an opponent's limbs, thereby effortlessly detaching them entirely. Admittedly, this may seem rather futile. However, it could prove invaluable for surgeons. With such a technique, operations would no longer require incisions, paving the way for true minimally invasive or even painless surgeries. How splendid! At this moment, Sabo and Kira stood in bewilderment before the sudden appearance of 6 masked figures. Each mask was distinct, one resembling a night owl, another a pale visage, a third a ghastly face, a fourth adorned with stripes, a fifth a half mask, and the last featuring a crescent moon on the forehead. Cloaked in dark garments, they entered as if phantoms, making not a sound. The 6 masked figures soon noticed Sabo and Kira standing not far away. Identify the intruders. Eliminate them immediately. With those succinct words, the fate of Sabo and Kira was sealed. The speaker, donning the half-mask, seemed to be the leader of this group. His gaze, cold and emotionless, conveyed a chilling indifference. Even when discussing murder, as though it were as mundane as sipping a glass of water, clearly he had grown accustomed to such matters. Upon hearing their leader's command, the remaining 5 exhibited no hesitation. 3 of them lunged towards Sabo and Kira with alarming speed, and as they moved, the 2 companions finally glimpsed the white suits beneath the cloaks. This is bad. It's CP0, they thought, recognizing the peril. However, the trio charged forward with incredible swiftness, closing the distance in mere flashes, forcing the 2 to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the half-masked leader, having dispatched his subordinates, turned his attention elsewhere. Is this the location? He inquired. The essence last detected was here. It must be above. Upon hearing this, he glanced at the figure in the striped mask, who, without needing further prompting, leaped into action. As his palm glowed with a pink luminescence, he touched the ceiling, revealing a zipper on the once smooth surface. He prepared to pull it open and enter, when, quite fortuitously, a colossal figure with two heads plummeted from above, crashing down upon him with a resounding thud. The zipper fortuitously opened right beneath Mr. Tanaka's feet, causing him to plummet into the abyss below while inspecting the treasure vault. The striped mask, rising from its struggles, vented its frustration by delivering a swift kick to Mr. Tanaka, sending him crashing against the adjacent wall. Dazed from the sudden fall and the unexpected blow, Mr. Tanaka struggled to regain his composure and, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, only to discover an overwhelming number of onlookers. Chapter 60. The demise of Mr. Tanaka. Caught off guard by his sudden descent, Mr. Tanaka was further bewildered when he was kicked again before he could fully rise. When he finally regained his footing and beheld the throng of individuals surrounding him, his confusion deepened. He hesitated momentarily, recalling the kick he had just received. His mind was in disarray, and he failed to consider the identities of those around him. Instinctively, he assumed they were residents of this place, pondering whether he, Mr. Tanaka, had lost his edge, or if these ruffians were simply too audacious to dare kick a figure of his stature. Which scoundrel dared to kick me? Step forward, he bellowed, oblivious to the formidable nature of those he addressed. The masked individuals, particularly the half-faced one, were momentarily taken aback by Mr. Tanaka's brazen demeanor, momentarily frozen in place and refraining from retaliating. However, within Mr. Tanaka's mind, this silence was misinterpreted as fear instilled by his overwhelming presence, prompting a sense of pride within him. Truly, the feeling of wielding power through intimidation was exhilarating. Yet, just as Mr. Tanaka reveled in his self-importance, the masked figures regained their composure. They perceived this bizarre, two-headed creature before them as likely lacking intelligence, secretly wondering how Lord Taizolo could entrust such an individual with the treasure vault's oversight. They decided it would be best to eliminate him swiftly. With a mere glance from the half-faced mask, the crescent moon masked figure stepped forward, suddenly appearing before Mr. Tanaka, extending his right index finger, while the others remained clenched in a fist, pointing directly at him, a finger gun. In a flash, the crescent moon masked figure unleashed a flurry of strikes with incredible speed, leaving Mr. Tanaka no time to react as he absorbed the assault. Multiple wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing forth and staining the crimson carpet beneath him. With this single blow, Mr. Tanaka's ability to resist was nearly extinguished. His eyes rolled back slightly, mouth agape, and face contorted in pain as he crumpled backward. Yet he remained conscious, struggling to raise his head to gaze at the crescent moon masked figure. Who are you? I'm a servant of Lord Taizolo. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on me? Mr. Tanaka exclaimed, but the crescent moon masked figure paid him no heed, remaining utterly silent, treating him as if he were invisible. As Mr. Tanaka's gaze dropped, he finally caught sight of the white suit beneath the cloak, and in that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He comprehended the true nature of these individuals. You are. Words escaped him as he struggled to articulate the truth, as if the mere utterance of their identity was forbidden. He could not fathom why these individuals, once allies of his master, Lord Taizolo, would suddenly turn against him with such hostility. Confusion and dread filled his mind. He realized that even if they were to kill him, it would not provoke a rift between his master and them. They were indeed willing to eliminate him, and their eyes, devoid of any emotion, radiated pure intent to kill. Fear consumed Mr. Tanaka's heart. He must escape. He yearned to survive. He could no longer ponder their motives. His sole focus was on fleeing to his master's side, where safety awaited him. The thought of confronting them never crossed his mind. After all, they were trained assassins, and he stood no chance against them. He struggled to his feet and sprinted in the opposite direction. Faster! I must succeed, he urged himself. With a mighty leap, he mimicked a diving motion, aiming for the floor beneath him. His head approached the ground, urgency filling his eyes. He was close. If only he could pass through. However, would the crescent moon masked figure allow Mr. Tanaka to escape? Clearly not. Just as Mr. Tanaka's head was about to touch the ground, a binding force, reminiscent of ropes, ensnared him. He fought against it, but the ropes proved remarkably resilient, rendering his struggles futile. How is this possible? I possess the power of the prowess fruit. These ropes should not bind me. Mr. Tanaka's heart plummeted into despair. What was this? Why could he not penetrate it? He screamed in desperation, his voice echoing with hopelessness. Yet, the crescent moon-masked figure remained indifferent, silent as ever. The ropes constricted around Mr. Tanaka's limbs, binding him tightly, before he was forcefully pulled back. Only then did he realize that the black ropes were intertwined with the very hair of the crescent moon-masked figure. This is yet another remarkable technique aside from the 6 styles, the return of life. Its effect allows one to bestow their consciousness upon parts of their own body, such as hair, internal organs, and so forth, enabling complete control over them. The crescent moon mask, for instance, attaches consciousness to one's hair, allowing it to extend and retract at will, rendering it a living entity. Naturally, Mr. Tanaka's abilities cannot penetrate this. Stripped of all mobility, Mr. Tanaka found himself enveloped in despair. The thought of pleading for mercy or hoping for clemency from these emotionless killing machines never crossed his mind. They heed no voice save that of the celestial dragons, and invoking their compassion seemed as futile as praying for the collective demise of these men in white suits. Hence, Mr. Tanaka trembled and closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. The crescent moon mask, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of mercy, drew Mr. Tanaka closer and raised his right hand, thrusting it like a knife directly into Mr. Tanaka's throat. Mr. Tanaka convulsed once before succumbing without any chance of resistance, swift and decisive. Chapter 61, The Breath of the Dragon. Thus, from the moment Mr. Tanaka fell to the ground until his throat was pierced, merely a few seconds elapsed. The crescent moon mask had executed only 2 moves, yet the once mighty Golden City Guard and a trusted aide of the Golden Emperor, Mr. Tanaka, was now deceased. It was a cruel twist of fate, indeed, and one could only remark on the remarkable efficiency of these killers. Perhaps one might even conclude that Mr. Tanaka was simply a weakling. After eliminating Mr. Tanaka, the half-masked figure turned his gaze towards Sabo and his companions, only to discover that his subordinates were still entangled in combat with them, several seconds having passed without a decisive victory, and they appeared somewhat beleaguered. This outcome clearly displeased him. Casting a glance at the crescent moon mask and the striped figure, they understood his silent command and swiftly dashed towards the fray. Sabo, having witnessed Mr. Tanaka's fall, had initially hoped that the latter would buy them some time, but he never anticipated that Mr. Tanaka would last but a few seconds before meeting his demise. What a disappointment. Sabo was indeed formidable, managing to suppress 2 adversaries simultaneously, and given a bit more time, he could easily overcome them. However, it must be said that these masked individuals were not to be underestimated. They were specially trained, all masters of the 6 styles. With only 2 remaining adversaries under his control, the arrival of 2 more might very well place him in peril. The masked individuals exhibited an extraordinary synergy, resulting in a phenomenon where the sum surpassed its parts. Moreover, an imposing half-masked figure, who appeared to be the leader of this squad, had yet to reveal his prowess. Although the full extent of his strength remained ambiguous, he was undoubtedly the mightiest among them. With just 4 members, Sabo found himself grappling with considerable difficulty. The addition of a more formidable opponent would surely render his defeat inevitable. Sabo was acutely aware of the tense circumstances surrounding him. As he observed 2 masked assailants charging towards him, he clenched his teeth and, without warning, unleashed a sudden outburst of energy. With a swift side kick, he struck the pale-faced mask wearer, who, caught off guard, could only brace himself with his arms crossed before being propelled backward by the sheer force of the blow. The trajectory of his flight inadvertently interfered with the advance of the crescent mask and striped mask bearers. After executing this maneuver, Sabo swiftly pivoted and seized a pipe, launching a sweeping strike aimed at the grimace mask. The pipe, glimmering with a dark sheen, clearly enveloped in the refined aura of armament hockey, was unyielding and immensely powerful. The grimace mask had no choice but to raise his hand to shield his face, yet he too was swept away. Having successfully repelled several adversaries, Sabo leaped back, creating distance while calling out to Keela. Understanding the unspoken command, Keela retaliated with a fishman karate technique, the shark hammer, forcing the nocturnal mask wearer to retreat. A senior officer in the Revolutionary Army and a provisional master of fishman karate, Keela, though not as formidable as Sabo, was still an exceptionally strong contender. Thus, it was no challenge for him to repel a CP0 member. After driving the opponent back, Keela seized the opportunity to retreat, nimbly leaping to Sabo's side. Observing this, Sabo infused his right hand with armament hockey and performed a peculiar gesture. His index, middle, ring, and little fingers curved together, while the middle and ring fingers remained apart, and his thumb bent, resembling a dark dragon's claw with 3 fingers. Having completed the skill's preliminary motion, Sabo crouched down, pressing his clawed hand against the ground. A surge of energy erupted forth, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that swept across the earth. The masked assailants, intent on thwarting Sabo's actions, found themselves powerless to intervene. The skill's preliminary movement was deceptively simple, leaving them to witness the unfolding events helplessly. From the center of Sabo's claw, a series of fissures emerged on the ground, rapidly spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, the surface was marred with cracks, culminating in a shattering explosion that sent dust and debris swirling into the air. Dragon Claw Fist, Breath of the Dragon. Upon executing this technique, Sabo rose alongside Keela, and as they leapt into the air, the fractured ground could no longer sustain itself, collapsing beneath them and plummeting to the next level. In their hurried descent, the masked individuals were also caught in the debris, tumbling downwards, save for the half-mast squad leader, who adeptly utilized Moonwalk to stabilize himself mid-air, avoiding a more chaotic fall. The breath of the dragon unleashed an extensive wave, affecting not just the immediate area of combat, but also the entire floor of the hotel, which had collapsed dramatically. Chaos ensued, with swirling dust enveloping the space, while the innocent guests caught in the turmoil screamed in panic, bewildered by the unfolding events. Observing this pandemonium was a half-masked figure who, buoyed by the moonwalk technique, beheld the scene with a flicker of anger crossing his otherwise impassive face, casting a sinister shadow in conjunction with his mask, rendering him quite unnerving. Cursed commoners. Indeed. In his eyes, and in the eyes of all CP0 agents, everyone outside the celestial dragons was deemed a commoner, even the kings and nobles themselves. The relationship with the Navy was even more strained, a fact that was hardly a secret within their ranks. To him, Sabo and Krala exhibited a shocking lack of propriety. They should have stood still, awaiting their demise at his hands. Instead, they not only persisted in their actions, but dared to resist, which was utterly unreasonable. As if resistance were not enough, these two had unleashed such a grand technique, placing themselves before a multitude of witnesses, inciting his ire. It seemed his mission had become considerably more complicated. Should he eliminate all these witnesses? He hesitated. However, before addressing that, it was prudent to deal with those 2 individuals first. Given their apparent strength, they were likely not mere pawns. Particularly that man, he could not confidently assert he would prevail against him, suggesting that he might be facing a formidable adversary this time. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated from the air, the half-masked figure ceased his graceful moonlit strides, allowing himself to fall freely onto the floor. The remaining 5 masked individuals emerged from the debris, trailing behind him. In stark contrast to their once pristine white suits, they now appeared disheveled and battered. Meanwhile, Sabo and Koala had already vacated the premises, taking advantage of the chaos to reach the periphery, intent on breaching the walls for an escape. Faced with extraordinary circumstances, their mission seemed all but hopeless. Chapter 62. Arrival of reinforcements. As the dust settled, the innocent bystanders, caught in the turmoil, trembled in fear. They beheld the 6 enigmatic figures in cloaks, standing like cranes among chickens, and contemplated confronting them about the chaos that had unfolded. However, the oppressive aura radiating from these mysterious individuals, coupled with their overt malevolence, silenced their inquiries. It felt as if they were in the presence of whispering demons, thirsting for blood, forcing them to stifle their voices. Sabo had deliberately unleashed his dragon's breath to incite confusion. He was aware that formidable adversaries lurked within the hotel. Luring them out would serve his purpose well. He understood that he and Koala, with their limited strength, could not contend against the 6 masked figures. Thus, his strategy was to stir the waters, creating a chance for escape or, at the very least, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Yet, the half-masked figure was not inclined to let the 2 escape so easily. Their interference had tarnished his mission, leaving an indelible stain on his professional career, an affront he could not abide. He envisioned torturing them in unimaginable ways, compelling them to suffer and repent in endless agony. His piercing gaze scanned the surroundings, cutting through the debris until it landed on Sabo and Koala, who were attempting to breach the wall. The ferocity in his eyes made those nearby avert their gazes, unwilling to meet his stare. Spotting the culprits, the half-masked figure unleashed a flurry of swift, powerful kicks, sending forth 2 massive waves of white slashing energy towards Sabo and Koala, leaving transparent trails in their wake. 6 styles, Stormleg. The sharp strikes sliced through the air, sending the onlookers into a panic as they scattered in all directions. Yet, some were not quick enough and fell victim to the onslaught, suffering grievous injuries or even death. Despite the obstacles posed by the fallen bodies, the force of the strikes remained undiminished, hurtling towards Sabo and Koala. Sabo felt the hair on his body stand on end. There was no way to withstand this assault. They were forced to retreat, narrowly dodging the lethal blows that sliced through the wall like parchment, leaving behind an X-shaped gash. The energy waves continued their trajectory, disappearing into the distance. Back in the main area, the crowd, previously calming down, erupted into a fresh wave of terror. The carnage was far worse than before. Blood pooled on the ground. Severed limbs were visible, and, most alarmingly, lives had been lost. The realization sent the onlookers spiraling into despair. Do you know who we are? You, the demon. The killer demon. Oh God, this must be a dream. It's all a nightmare. A few dared to shout defiantly at the masked figure, but he, enveloped in an air of superiority, paid them no heed. With the storm legs successfully thwarting the escape of the two, the half-mast figure coldly scoffed and advanced towards them. The bystanders, witnessing the aftermath of the massacre, recoiled in terror, retreating to the corners, trembling like frightened quails. As the leader prepared to engage personally, his followers, Stripe and others, eagerly readied themselves. Feeling a sense of shame for not having subdued the two earlier, they were determined to rectify their failure swiftly, realizing escape was futile. Sabo and Koala resigned themselves to the confrontation. They braced themselves for a desperate fight. Suddenly, an exquisite and resounding bird call pierced the air, imbued with an air of regality, reminiscent of a king among birds. In response to this unexpected sound, the masked figures halted, their vigilance heightened. Sabo, however, breathed a sigh of relief. He recognized the source of the call. In the next instant, the wall beside them erupted from the X-shaped gash, as if it had been blasted from the outside. Debris flew like bullets. Though it posed little threat to Sabo and his companions, it was a significant danger to the ordinary people present. Fortunately, no one was killed, though a few unfortunate souls sustained injuries. From the newly created opening, a magnificent bird engulfed in vibrant blue flames burst forth. Upon landing, the flames receded, and the creature transformed into a man, Marco, the commander under Whitebird's banner. As Marco steadied himself, a formidable, muscular figure followed him through the breach, Diamond Jozu. While Marco had soared in as a bird, Jozu climbed through with equal speed. Marco and Jozu had been resting in their quarters when they sensed something amiss above them, accompanied by a slight tremor that shook the building. Exchanging a knowing glance, they decided to investigate, instructing the others to remain behind. As Marco stepped outside, he immediately witnessed the two glaring energy slashes erupting from the upper levels, streaking into the distance, leaving transparent trails in their wake. Clearly, the excitement had originated from the top floor. Determining the source, Marco and Jozu raced towards the upper levels with urgency. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of devastation. Shattered debris littered the ground. Bloodied remains lay scattered, and a few individuals lay unconscious, while others cowered in fear in the corners. Sabo and the masked figures stood in confrontation. As members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco and Jozu recognized the white suits concealed beneath the cloaks of the masked individuals. They understood precisely the nature of their adversaries. CP0, Marco silently acknowledged, frowning at the dark implications of this name. As for Sabo and Koala, Marco did not recognize them, assuming they were merely innocent bystanders caught in this turmoil, and so he chose to disregard them. Conversely, CP0 was fully aware of Marco's reputation as a prominent figure in the maritime world, especially after he had just showcased his signature abilities. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jozu, the man with the half-mask silently recited to himself. Though he still considered himself a pariah, he acknowledged the prowess of these two individuals. He humbly accepted that he was unable to contend with them. Chapter 63. A disagreement leads to conflict. Although CP0 acted arrogantly and displayed a disdainful attitude, they were not devoid of intelligence. They were aware of their own capabilities. When compared to the 7 warlords, the half-masked man believed he could prevail against them. However, standing before him were senior officials under one of the 4 emperors, top-tier warriors who had even carved out their own titles. No matter how confident he felt, he did not believe he could easily triumph over them. Had there been only one opponent, perhaps they could have relied on their numerical advantage to engage in a protracted struggle. But now, they faced a formidable pair. Thus, he resolved to attempt a diplomatic approach. hoping to invoke the authority of the world government to dissuade them from involving themselves in this matter. Captain Marco, Captain Jaws, why are you not enjoying yourselves elsewhere? What brings you here? What initially appeared to be a harmless inquiry, when uttered from behind a half-mask, bore an unsettling resemblance to the interrogation of a merciless enforcer, imbued with a hint of provocation. Fortunately, Marco was well aware of the nature of these individuals. Otherwise, a mere exchange of words could have swiftly escalated into a confrontation. Indeed, with such a commotion occurring in his own residence, it was only natural for us to investigate. Upon hearing these words, the masked figure was reminded that they were situated within the confines of a grand hotel, rendering the assertion somewhat valid. This was not a mere frivolity. They were acutely aware of their own identities. Given that Captain Marco had already assessed the situation, might it not be time for them to depart? The monotonous tone, devoid of any inflection, made the half-masked speaker sound as if reciting lines, yet underlying threats were palpable within the words. Depart? Under different circumstances, Marco would undoubtedly have chosen to withdraw. In fact, had he been anywhere else, he would not have gone out of his way to engage in such trivialities. After all, these were agents of the world government, and anything associated with them was fraught with complications best avoided. However, the irony lay in the fact that this incident transpired within the illustrious Golden City, which was poised to host an auction the following day. Coincidentally, this auction featured an item they were determined to acquire, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. In such a sensitive location and at such a precarious time, the clandestine agency of the world government has arrived to stir trouble, which undoubtedly signals that significant events are unfolding. However, Marco is indifferent to the nature of these events. His primary concern is whether this situation might disrupt the auction. After all, they have sought this item for an extended period, and having finally obtained accurate information, the risk of it being thwarted is too great. Who knows when they might encounter such fortune again? Thus, even if it necessitates a confrontation with these individuals, Marco must ascertain the nature of their mission here. In the past, he might have hesitated, but with his father now restored to his former strength, he is undoubtedly the strongest man in the world, save for the bar owner, Suyu, who has seemingly transcended humanity. Therefore, even if the world government seeks to hold the Whitebeard pirates accountable later on, they remain unperturbed. Without further ado, simply inform me of your mission, and I, along with Jaws, shall take our leave. The eyes behind the half-masked face narrowed, revealing a somewhat sullen expression hidden beneath the mask. Accustomed to acting with impunity, they were unaccustomed to such insolence. Who do you think you are? You should be grateful that I even deigned to converse with you. And yet you dare to question me? What therapy is needed? Regardless of whether we can prevail in a fight, just get lost. It is hardly surprising that the half-masked figure is agitated. Previously, they had only served the world government, and upon seeing them, the opposition was already intimidated into faltering speech. Marco, in his urgency, stumbled over his words, inadvertently infusing his tone with a hint of menace, igniting a spark of conflict between the two parties. Government secrets, no comment. You would do well to refrain from involving yourselves in this matter, or else. The half-masked figure left the threat hanging. But it was evident that it was not a benign warning. However, is Marco the sort to be cowed by threats? Clearly not. Oh, it appears negotiations have broken down? As he spoke, vibrant flames erupted from Marco's form. Jaws, witnessing the escalating tension, saw his fists, larger than sandbags, transform into gleaming diamonds, clearly indicating an imminent altercation. This is the quintessential pirate mentality, bloodshed at the slightest provocation. Observing the readiness of these two brutes, the half-masked figure mentally cursed them as common rabble. Although he knew he could not prevail, he maintained an exterior of bravado. After all, they were official agents, and there was no way they would bow to mere pirates. No fear, just action. However, CP0 was not foolish. The Navy had also dispatched personnel, and the leader was no ordinary officer. She was Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Her code name alone suggested her remarkable distinction, akin to that of an admiral, with animal motifs. Indeed, Peach Rabbit was not only a Rear Admiral but also a candidate for admiralcy, a testament to her formidable prowess. Moreover, she was not alone. Accompanying her was another formidable individual, the fierce T-Pig. The similarity in their code names indicated that he, too, was a candidate for admiralcy, and his strength was indisputable. Initially, the Navy had only intended to send Peach Rabbit to handle the situation involving a mere Golden Emperor, believing that a single admiral candidate sufficed. Such confidence was remarkable. However, T-Pig insisted on joining, citing concerns for Peach Rabbit's safety. Despite having previously professed his affection for her 100 times, only to be rejected just as many. Clearly, this persistent suitor was not yet ready to relinquish hope. As the situation escalated to a critical point, the half-mast figure discreetly contacted the Navy. Although the relationship between the Navy and CP0 was not particularly harmonious, they were both part of a singular organization, and in the face of conflict, cooperation was essential. Otherwise, neither would emerge unscathed. Thus, the half-mast figure's initiative was hardly surprising. In truth, his intervention was unnecessary. The earlier 2 strikes of Gale Foot had been conspicuously evident in the night. The only entities capable of executing Gale Foot were the Navy and CP0. And Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were not at all surprised to witness the full extent of the unfolding chaos. CP0 typically undertook covert missions, but given the commotion now, it was clear that uncontrollable factors had emerged, and it was time for them to clean up the mess. Chapter 64. The sudden flash of blades. Upon realizing that trouble was afoot, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig hastened towards the Golden Hotel. The ruckus on their territory could not have escaped Tazolo's notice, particularly as the incident transpired at the Golden Hotel, where Mr. Tanaka had recently inspected the treasury. Tazolo suspected that this was no coincidence. The intruders must be targeting his vault. With this thought in mind, Tazolo could no longer remain idle. He tossed his wine glass aside and rushed towards the scene of the disturbance. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Golden Hotel, a fierce battle was on the verge of eruption. Marco faced off against the half-mast figure, while the remaining 5 masked individuals engaged in a fierce struggle with Diamond Jaws. As for Sabo and Kula, they had quietly slipped away amidst the standoff, recognizing that the situation was too murky to remain. If they did not leave now, they might not have the opportunity later, and it appeared their mission would go unfulfilled. Yet, rather than retreating entirely, they concealed themselves nearby, hoping to observe the outcome and perhaps seize an unexpected opportunity. The scene was indeed chaotic. Jaws had partially transformed his body into Diamond, embodying a brawler style, charging forward with unyielding punches. While his attacks may seem straightforward, their potency was formidable. A direct hit would likely leave an opponent incapacitated. The 5 masked figures, aware of his strength, refrained from engaging him head-on, instead relying on their fruit abilities and agility to evade. Meanwhile, Marco's flames surged as he grappled with the half-masked figure. The brilliant flames, seemingly unleashed without restraint, splashed outward with each collision of their bodies. Fortunately, the blue flames did not possess the conventional properties of fire, preventing them from spreading and endangering the nearby civilians. The half-masked figure, evidently the leader of this squad, proved to be an equal match for Marco, demonstrating that he was a pure martial arts practitioner with formidable iron fists. "You possess quite impressive strength," Marco remarked, maintaining his aloof demeanor. The half-masked figure ignored Marco's taunts and silently charged at him. Recognizing the challenge he faced, Marco ceased his probing and focused. The azure flames coalesced around his hand, ultimately forming the majestic feather of a phoenix. This feather exuded an imposing aura, and with a decisive motion, Marco unleashed a fiery punch that surged toward the half-masked figure. Immortal Phoenix, Azure Flame Goose. Even from a distance, the half-masked figure could sense the immense power behind that fiery punch. Yet, he was no novice, inhaling deeply. He expanded his right arm, the veins bulging ominously, before letting out a powerful shout. Ha! A plume of white smoke escaped his mouth as he unleashed a formidable counterpunch. 6 Styles Ultimate, Void Break Fist. The collision of the obsidian iron fist and the azure flame formed an explosive impact, resonating with a tremendous sound. A colossal shockwave erupted from the point of their clash, the forceful gust sweeping everything around them away, leaving the ordinary nobles in dire straits, pinned comically against the walls. After a brief moment, as the commotion subsided, it appeared that neither combatant had gained the upper hand. However, the right hand of the masked figure trembled slightly, and the expression beneath the mask was far from favorable, revealing that enduring the azure flame attack was no trivial feat. Conversely, Marco maintained his characteristic languid demeanor, exuding an air of ease. Indeed, Marco the Phoenix proved that when he took matters seriously, the outcome was unmistakable. Damn it! The masked figure seethed inwardly at Marco's infuriating visage. He had not anticipated Marco's formidable strength. Initially, he had thought that if he could not triumph, at least he could fend off his opponent with relative ease. Yet to his dismay, he found it exceedingly strenuous to withstand Marco's earnest assault, delivering a devastating blow to his self-confidence. In truth, Marco was equally astonished. He had exerted nearly all his strength in that previous azure flame strike, intending to end the battle in one decisive blow. To his surprise, the masked figure had managed to withstand it, albeit with evident fatigue. This revelation reshaped Marco's perception of the world government's might. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Having weathered one attack, he was prepared to unleash another. One that would surely lead to his opponent's defeat. The flames enveloping Marco blazed with renewed brilliance as he waved his hands, completely engulfing them in fire. In an instant, his hands transformed into a pair of fiery wings. With a powerful flap, he ascended from the ground, suspended in midair. As the flames swirled, his feet vanished, replaced by sharp talons, marking his metamorphosis from a man into a half-human, half-phoenix creature. With a languid tone, Marco declared, "I hope you can withstand this next assault." At that moment, his once dull eyes glimmered with intensity as he beat his wings, unleashing a formidable shockwave that surged toward the masked figure. Phoenix Stamp. Observing Marco's transformation, the masked figure sensed impending doom and contemplated retreat, not as an act of cowardice, but as a strategic withdrawal to conserve strength. However, Marco's taunt halted him in his tracks. What did he mean? Did he doubt his capabilities? Such blatant provocation ignited a fiery resolve within him. He had withstood the previous attack, and though his arm throbbed, it was nothing insurmountable. He would absorb this strike as well. The authority of CP0 would not be trifled with. Yet, as the shockwave surged forth, he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. His foresight screamed in warning. This attack's potency far surpassed that of the previous flame strike. This time, he was certain he could not withstand it. At this moment, it was too late to contemplate evasion. He realized that he might have been deceived by Marco. Yet there was no time for such reflections. In a hurried motion, he raised a metal block to shield his chest. However, he sensed that mere defense would not suffice. So he forcefully gathered his strength. The muscles in his right arm bulged as he prepared to unleash the sixth-style secret technique, the Void Break Fist. Just then, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the void, and a pink beam of light sliced through the wall in space, directly cleaving towards Marco's Phoenix Seal, shattering a significant portion of the ensuing shockwave. Chapter 65. The terrifying woman. The sudden and fierce aerial slash shattered a significant portion of Marco's Phoenix mark, leaving just enough of the residual force to withstand the impact against his half-mask. Witnessing this unexpected display of power, Marco cautiously retreated, while Jozu and the others temporarily halted their skirmish, positioning themselves behind their respective leaders with vigilant eyes and fierce glares. In the next moment, from the gaping hole created by Marco, a tall woman clad in the Navy's Justice cloak leapt into the fray. Her beauty was striking, marked by a beauty spot at the right corner of her mouth and a spider-like insignia adorning her exposed left thigh. She was none other than the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Guillaume. At that moment, her sword was already drawn, evidently the instrument of the fear/moments prior. Following closely behind her was a weathered man in wooden clogs, who stood side by side with Guillaume, presenting a stark contrast between them. Upon seeing these two figures, the half-masked man let out a sigh of relief, his demeanor lightening considerably, while Marco and Jozu felt the weight of the situation grow heavier. They were well aware of the formidable capabilities of Peach Rabbit and her counterpart, Vice Admiral candidate T-Pig, even if Marco had been unfamiliar with them. The recent display of power was sufficient to reveal their prowess, at least on par with that of a great swordsman. Their eyes met, confirming the arrival of two worthy adversaries. Peach Rabbit surveyed the battlefield, noting the 6 masked figures in white suits on one side, and a blazing bird alongside a muscular man radiating an aura of bravado on the other. While her expression remained composed, a surge of excitement coursed through her. For a swordsman, combat is a primal instinct, and challenging strong opponents is a source of joy. As a quintessential swordsman herself, she recognized the two before her, Marco, the Phoenix, and Jozu, the Diamond, both renowned for their acknowledged strength. Though they were not swordsmen, which was somewhat regrettable, they nonetheless possessed considerable value in battle. At that moment, the half-masked figure directed his voice towards Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, commanding, "Navy, seize these two at once." His words were saturated with the authority of a superior addressing subordinates, exuding an air of superiority. In truth, if one were to consider ranks, CP0 was indeed on par with the Marine Admiral, possessing a higher status than the Rear Admirals like Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that they were not naval officers, and to speak in such a tone was indeed provocative. Upon hearing this, both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig's expressions darkened simultaneously, bewildered by the audacity of these individuals. Nevertheless, they recognized the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent as they stepped forward. Peach Rabbit was the first to engage, his renowned blade, Kanpyra. Held at an angle that appeared casual, yet he executed a serious strike, unleashing a brilliant pink slash that concealed a deadly threat beneath its radiance. The speed of the slash was astonishing, hurtling towards Marco, and in the blink of an eye, it reached his very presence. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal figure intervened, shielding Marco. It was Diamond Jozu. Jozu's arm transformed into diamond, positioned protectively before him as the slash collided against his arm, producing a cacophony of clashing metal and sending shimmering shards flying. Remarkably, despite the formidable power of the attack, it merely left a white mark upon Jozu's arm. "Your opponent is me," Jozu proclaimed, flashing a menacing smile at Peach Rabbit, a grin so fearsome it could induce tears in a child. With that, Jozu crossed his arms and charged at Peach Rabbit with brute force. Given that Peach Rabbit was a high-damage, low-defense swordsman, a collision with Jozu could very well spell the end of the battle, prompting him to sidestep. Although Jozu failed to make contact, his sheer presence effectively divided the battlefield, effectively drawing Peach Rabbit away. "It seems my opponent is you, Marco the Phoenix. What a formidable title you possess," T-Pig remarked casually to Marco, though his eyes conveyed a sense of seriousness. "You're not too shabby yourself. Not everyone can aspire to be a rear admiral. Ha ha, you flatter me." But, before T-Pig could finish, Marco flapped his wings and charged towards him, his razor-sharp claws aimed directly at T-Pig's head, executing his signature move, Crane Claw. "Oh, how audacious. You truly embody the pirate spirit by striking when least expected," T-Pig exclaimed lightheartedly, yet beneath his seemingly frivolous demeanor, he had been keenly observant of Marco's every move. As he mocked Marco, T-Pig deftly utilized the shave technique to evade the attack, leaving Marco to strike at nothing but air. "Your words are quite abundant," Marco retorted, unyielding as he continued to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes upon T-Pig. Yet, T-Pig, exhibiting the prowess of a rear admiral, effortlessly countered Marco's attacks, which would have obliterated an ordinary pirate. The exchange between the two sides was intense and fiercely contested. However, the situation for Tao-Tu was markedly different. Jaw's diamond defense was exceptionally robust, rendering even the most renowned swordsmen, celebrated for their piercing attacks, incapable of breaching his defenses. The situation became momentarily stagnant. Tao-Tu occasionally unleashed a sharp wave of slicing strikes, yet these merely left superficial white marks upon Jaws, with no blood drawn thus far. Jaws, shielding his vital areas with his arm, charged relentlessly at Tao-Tu, who, lacking sufficient defense, found himself forced into a frustrating dance of evasion. Perhaps overwhelmed by this mounting frustration, Tao-Tu's true fury was ignited. It is well known that rage can objectively enhance one's combat prowess, and thus Tao-Tu experienced a significant surge in power. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly accelerated, deploying the storm-style swordsmanship as he circled around Jaws. The frequency of his attack soared, producing a cacophony of clashing metal that resonated continuously. His speed became so astonishing that Tao-Tu's form was nearly indistinguishable, with only the fleeting glimmers of his sword and the scattering diamond fragments visible. Should anyone dare to seize this opportunity to collect the diamond shards, they would likely find themselves on the path to immense wealth. It was now Jaw's turn to feel the pressure. He had no choice but to increase the proportion of diamond transformation, striving to protect his body. Nevertheless, under such a relentless barrage of attacks, his defenses were ultimately breached. Blood flowed from the diamond-clad Jaws. Although the injuries were minor and, with his remarkable recuperative abilities, he could recover in mere seconds, this still drained his stamina. Moreover, the frequency of Peach Rabbit's assaults was overwhelming. The cumulative effect was beginning to wear him down. If this continued, he might be exhausted to the point of demise. Indeed, an enraged woman is a terrifying force. Chapter 66. I demand an explanation. Marco faced off against T-Pig, while Peach Rabbit engaged Jaws, and the intensity of their battle was palpable. Meanwhile, the masked onlookers had momentarily settled down, observing the spectacle from the sidelines. "Boss, which one should we target?" One of the masked figures, adorned with stripes, asked the half-masked individual, seemingly feeling a bit awkward about merely spectating. The half-masked figure, glancing at the flickering sword lights emanating from Peach Rabbit's side, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Internally, he mused about how fearsome this woman truly was. The density of her sword lights was unparalleled, akin to a slow, torturous demise. Had his tone been a touch too brusque when conversing with Peach Rabbit? Would she harbor resentment towards him? Would she perhaps unleash a tempest of fury upon him in the future? A wave of regret washed over him. In truth, he was overly concerned. Jaw's high defensive capabilities were the reason Peach Rabbit had become frustrated after her relentless attempts to breach his guard. As for him, a mere half-mast figure, he was not worthy of such attention. Amidst the flickering sword lights, there was no room for interference, compelling the half-mast figure to abandon any thoughts of joining the fray. He redirected his gaze to the other side, where Marco and T-Pig were locked in a fierce battle, vibrant blue flames erupting in a dazzling display, their attacks boasting effects of at least a $10,000 caliber. Undeniably magnificent. This side does not seem as terrifying as that of the Peach Bunny. It appears that there may be an opportunity to intervene. However, just as the masked figure was about to speak, a vivid memory flashed through his mind of Marco unleashing the Phoenix mark upon him. Had it not been for Peach Bunny's timely strike, which mitigated much of the devastating shockwave, he might have been grievously injured and bleeding by now. The recollection sent a shiver of dread through him. If he were to approach, would Marco not deliver another Phoenix mark? Observing his half-human, half-bird stance, it was unmistakably the precursor to the Phoenix Mark's execution. Wait a moment, could he be anticipating my approach? This Marco truly embodies the essence of a nefarious pirate. His cunning is unparalleled. Fortunately, my wits have served me well, allowing me to perceive everything in advance. I shall not approach. Let him come to me if he dares. Thus, the masked figure joyfully resolved to remain a spectator, assuring himself that it was not an act of idleness or fear of injury, but rather a strategic assistance to Peach Bunny and the others. This was indeed a crucial undertaking in a tactical sense. Yes, precisely so. Yet, their delightful respite, their strategic observation, did not last long, for another heavyweight had arrived. He was none other than the ruler of this domain, the king of Golden City, and one of the primary targets for CP0's visit, the Golden Emperor, Taizolo. Upon entering the fray and witnessing the chaos strewn across the ground, along with the two factions engaged in battle, veins bulged on his forehead, revealing his evident fury. He scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted several individuals clad in white suits standing idly by, observing the conflict. He was all too familiar with these figures, having had numerous dealings with the world government. What on earth is happening here? How did you see P0 come to be present in this place? And what of these two Navy personnel? Enraged, Taizolo had no patience for pleasantries. He directly bellowed at the masked figure and others, demanding answers. This time, perhaps due to the status of Taizolo as a king of a member nation, and considering the prolonged collaboration with the world government, or perhaps because Taizolo has already been marked for death, the masked figure chose not to maintain his usual aloof silence. Taizolo, you have committed an offense. Our mission this time is you. The targets of CP0 have never been fortunate. They either meet a swift demise or are captured to serve as slaves, or are imprisoned in the notorious Impel Down to endure torment. Upon hearing these words, Taizolo was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the masked figure and the others, sensing their unabashed malevolence, and thus grasped the true meaning of the statement. What do you mean? I am the king of a member nation. I have dealings with the world government. I demand to speak with the Gorosei. I want an explanation, Taizolo shouted. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he howled, unsure if it was born of fury or a desperate attempt to bolster his own courage against the encroaching dread. Taizolo, I advise you to save your breath. You are nothing but a scum of the dark world. Since you have chosen to disobey, the world government has no reason to tolerate you any longer. The tone of the masked figure was rife with derision and disdain, his exposed lips curling into a sardonic smile. Each word pierced Taizolo's heart, resurrecting memories he had thought long buried. The condescending yet indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate through the mask, striking Taizolo's face, reminding him of the way the celestial dragons looked upon him during his days as a slave. Yes, the illustrious Golden Emperor Taizolo once endured the shackles of slavery. Who would have suspected it? Taizolo's father was a compulsive gambler, squandering the family's wealth until he succumbed to illness, leaving them destitute. In those days, Taizolo harbored a dream of becoming a singer, but his mother, consumed by poverty, loathed his voice. Unable to bear her scorn, Taizolo fled from home. Fate, however, was cruel. Like his father, he fell into the abyss of gambling, ultimately accumulating insurmountable debts that led to his sale to human traffickers. Fortunately, he fought for his life and managed to escape. Later, in the slave market, he encountered a female slave, Stella, the love of his life. He scrimped and saved to buy her freedom, but just as he amassed the necessary funds, the celestial dragons arrived and purchased her instead. In a moment of desperation, Taizolo attacked the celestial dragons, but predictably, it ended in failure, leaving him a slave once more. During his servitude, He frequently encountered that same gaze of contempt and disregard, a wound buried deep within his soul. In those times, he needed the celestial dragon's permission even to smile. Fortunately, a merman named Fisher Tiger orchestrated a slave liberation event in Mariehua, granting Taisolo the chance to escape. He believed that had he been wealthy, none of these tragedies would have occurred, driving him to amass riches. Gradually, his character morphed into one of brutality and twisted malevolence. Resembling the very people he once despised, he loathed that mocking smile. It evoked memories of his sordid past and of Stella, cruelly slain by the celestial dragons, reflecting back at him like a mirror, revealing the self he wished to forget. Chapter 67. Fury. Taisolo understood that the world government was notoriously ruthless. Yet he never anticipated being so easily discarded, even without a word from the Gorosei, as though he were mere refuse, utterly inconsequential. Did the Golden Emperor hold no value in their eyes? This realization gnawed at his pride like a blunt, serrated saw, incessantly scraping at his heart. After escaping Mariehua, he devoted himself to building his empire, surrounding himself with loyal subordinates, and constructing the formidable ship, the galleon Taisolo. The power he once detested had become his own, and he resolved to overpower the wealthy, compelling them to kneel beneath his feet and to surpass the cruel. Becoming even more tyrannical in order to crush his adversaries with absolute force, much like the noble celestial dragons of yore. He reveled in the sight of those who knelt before him, begging for mercy. Regardless of their anguished cries, he had stripped them of everything. Failing to recognize how similar they were to his former self, he believed that with his current strength and terrifying resources, he had transcended his past as a powerless slave. The man who could not save Stella. Yet, the bloody reality struck him hard. The indifferent tone of the masked figure made it abundantly clear that in the eyes of the true rulers, he had never changed. He remained the same weak and powerless Taisolo, merely a commoner. Taisolo had fought so valiantly against fate, yet in their eyes, it was all a source of amusement. As if they were mere spectators, observing the deluded performance unfolding in the center of the stage. This entire situation is utterly unacceptable to Taisolo. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Then let us see. Taisolo comprehends that everything has come to an end. It matters not why the world government has forsaken him, nor that they have dispatched CP0 to eliminate him. What is paramount is that the world government desires his life. Initially, he regarded the members of CP0 with some trepidation, not due to their prowess, but because of the formidable power they serve. However, now that his fate is at stake, such considerations are rendered irrelevant. Do you still wish to resist? You have no opportunity. Simply remain still and allow us to end your life, for that would spare you some agony. The masked figure, half concealed, continued his verbal assault, attempting to coax Taisolo into surrendering, which would ease their burden. Although they looked down upon him, they could not deny his formidable strength, and it was preferable to avoid confrontation if possible. Yet, he failed to realize that his tone bore an air of mockery, provoking Taisolo's ire to unprecedented levels. Indeed, veins throbbed on Taisolo's forehead, his fury ignited. Spare me the trivialities, unleash your abilities. Show me the true might of the legendary espionage agency. The masked figure, recognizing Taisolo's unwillingness to capitulate, ceased his futile attempts at persuasion. He unleashed a rapid series of kicks, generating crescent-shaped slashes that surged toward Taisolo. His underlings mimicked his actions, producing a total of 10 smaller slashing waves that followed suit. Upon witnessing the incoming assault, Taisolo remained unperturbed. He crouched and placed a single hand on the ground. In the next instant, the floor before him erupted like a volcano, rising to form a shield wall of pure gold. Indeed, this establishment is aptly named the Golden Hotel, as the floor is crafted from solid gold, and Taisolo's fruit grants him dominion over gold itself. This is his absolute domain. As the golden shield wall materialized, the 12 slashing waves struck against it with resounding clangs. Remarkably, the previously malleable gold, augmented by the power of the devil fruit, transformed to become as resilient as steel. The strikes merely etched shallow marks upon its surface. Observing this, the masked figure squinted, recognizing that this display alone offered a glimpse into the might of the Golden Emperor. Previously, having never witnessed Taisolo's prowess, his companions had harbored some degree of contempt. Yet now it became evident that they could indeed find themselves in peril if they were not cautious. Subsequently, the masked figure withdrew his right foot, angled his body, and harnessed his strength. Channeling all his power into his right leg, he unleashed a devastating slashing wave, distinctly different from the previous ones, its form reminiscent of a soaring bird. And its size doubled compared to before. Raging kick, bird of prey. The soaring strike cleaved through the golden shield wall, without the slightest hesitation, severing it in twain with a single blow. As it passed through the shield, the force of the strike remained remarkably unweakened, slicing through the barrier as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, and then continuing on its original trajectory into the distance. The shattered golden shield wall collapsed with a resounding crash, the breach smooth and reflective as a mirror. Yet, upon witnessing the efficacy of his attack, the masked figure bore no triumphant smile, for the figure of Taizolo, who should have been hiding behind the shield, had vanished without a trace. This outcome was hardly surprising. Doflamingo would never assume a mere golden shield could withstand all assaults. Having awakened his gold fruit abilities, he could traverse freely wherever gold existed, the impenetrable metal flowing like liquid beneath his touch. While CP0's vision was obscured by the defensive wall, the cunning crime lord had already relocated elsewhere. When his disappearance became apparent, the masked agents immediately unleashed their observation haki, yet detected nothing. The aurous barriers seemed to absorb all spiritual perception, leaving them grasping at shadows. A paranoid thought struck: had the bastard seized this chance to flee? But rationality had abandoned Doflamingo. The agent's earlier taunts had ignited an inferno of wrath within him. Escape was the last thing on his mind. His sole desire now was to pummel these insufferable mask-wearers into oblivion. Behind the unsuspecting CP0 squad, the golden floor rippled like disturbed mercury. From its gleaming surface emerged Doflamingo, his arms grotesquely transformed into twin rotary cannons of burnished gold. The whirring barrels locked onto their targets with mechanical precision, spinning faster until they became a lethal blur. Chapter 68. Shattered before your eyes. Madness glittered in Doflamingo's eyes. The man who once feared government retribution now fantasized about storming Mariawa itself, though admittedly, that remained a fleeting impulse. For now, exterminating these irritants would suffice. The cannons roared to life, their deafening staccato shaking the very air. Each projectile was a sphere of molten gold, superheated by armament haki-infused mechanisms until they glowed white-hot. The luxury of ammunition was meaningless in this gilded fortress. Here, the Golden Emperor could wage war indefinitely. These weren't mere bullets but miniature suns. Contact would vaporize flesh before impact could even register. The CP0 agents danced a desperate ballet, their sorrow-enhanced movements barely keeping ahead of the scorching barrage. Between evasions, they attempted closing the distance, only to be repelled by precisely adjusted cannon fire. The chaotic bombardment affected all combatants. Admiral Momosaji abandoned her whirlwind assault on Jozu, her breathing ragged from maintaining such blistering swordplay. The Diamond Man now resembled a crimson mosaic, his body a canvas of countless shallow cuts, an endurance test that had even this hardened warrior trembling. Across the battlefield, Marco took graceful flight while his opponent T-Pig waddled in undignified evasion. The CP0's frantic cries for assistance went initially ignored until the admirals realized the bombardment prevented proper combat. With synchronized nods, they advanced toward Doflamingo. But the golden fortress had reached its limit. Bullet-riddled walls groaned before surrendering to gravity's embrace. You ungrateful wretches. They might as well have screamed before disintegrating. The upper floors collapsed in a spectacular avalanche of wealth and architecture. Doflamingo melted into his golden domain as the treasure vault, now a falling skyscraper of opulence, careened toward the city below. Panic erupted among spectators, some achieving Olympic sprint speeds while others froze in petrified despair. The impact registered like divine judgment. A mushroom cloud of dust ascended as the vault shattered upon the cratered earth, its precious contents spilling forth miraculously intact. Those caught beneath became mere crimson stains on the gilded wreckage. As the dust settled, shell-shocked survivors stared at the apocalyptic scene. Truly, when gods quarrel, mortals reap the whirlwind. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from above, as a majestic bird ablaze with vibrant blue flames swooped down from the sky. Marco had just overheard a remark from the masked man, whose mind was clearly unsettled. A realization dawned upon him, and he understood the purpose of their presence in this place. As anticipated, the treasure vault that had just plummeted was indeed that of Tesalo. He surmised that the natural-type fruit to be auctioned tomorrow would likely be concealed within that vault. With this thought, he instantly transformed into his phoenix form and dove towards the vault with deadly intent. Chapter 69. A true man must drive a Gundam. Marco believed that since CP0 had sent their agents, the auction scheduled for tomorrow was highly improbable. The Golden Emperor might not even survive, let alone host an auction. It seemed likely that by the end of the day, Golden City would cease to exist. Therefore, with the auction off the table, he decided to seize the natural-type fruit for himself. As for gratitude, he had just helped the Golden Emperor fend off the Navy's vice admiral. So a devil fruit in return seemed fitting. That is Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, no. The Phoenix Marco. A member of the onlookers recognized the identity of the blue firebird and shouted in terror. Following closely behind Marco was Jozu. Although he was unaware of Marco's intentions, he knew that following him was the right course of action. Members of the Whitebeard pirates unconditionally trust their comrades. Indeed, it is only the Whitebeard pirates and a select few other crews that can display such loyalty. Most pirates are ruthless, lazy, and devoid of principles, resorting to any means to satiate their insatiable greed. As for comrades, they are merely transient companions, expendable in times of danger to buy oneself some time. Hence, figures like Whitebeard and Shanks stand out as anomalies among pirates. Even within the Navy, how many can genuinely trust their partners without hesitation? Jozu could not fly, but that was of little concern. He leapt to the edge and simply let himself fall freely. With his formidable defenses, a drop from 100 meters was hardly challenging. From a distance, he appeared as a massive, glittering object descending. That is Diamond Jozu. Another bystander recognized the formidable participant, providing real-time commentary to those around him. It must be noted that the spectators in the pirate world possess remarkable insight and experience. With a resounding crash, Jozu landed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This was not good. As Marco dove down, Jozu had already touched the ground, and only then did the masked figures react, leaping after him. However, they could neither fly nor possess Jozu's level of defense, so they were forced to descend slowly using moonwalk, which was exceedingly frustrating for them. Tama and Chopper exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. The appearance of these individuals incited another wave of gasps from the crowd. The masked figures who had jumped first were likely minions, but those who followed, particularly Tama, caught the eyes of many, especially since she was a beauty. That is the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral candidate, Tama. And Chopper too. What on earth is happening? Was that commotion indicative of a battle? Are the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates clashing? Oh dear, is this the end of the world? It's terrifying. I want to go home. At that moment, the golden ground of the street began to undulate, akin to crashing waves. In the next instant, it erupted like a volcano as a torrent of gold surged forth, flowing as if it were liquid and continuously morphing in the air, replenished by the golden ground below. Gradually, the ever-changing gold took on a more defined shape, sprouting arms, legs, and a head. Finally, the transformation completed, revealing a towering golden giant, standing over 50 meters tall. Its muscular form radiated immense power, with a reddish hue indicating high temperatures. Astonishingly, the giant bore an uncanny resemblance to Tesla himself. This golden giant is a magnified version of Tesla. Every inch of this colossal figure exudes a palpable sense of power, as if it could bring about cataclysmic destruction, truly a natural disaster. The ruler of the Golden City is undoubtedly well known, yet the emergence of this 50-meter-tall giant has genuinely terrified many onlookers, prompting them to instinctively retreat to a safer distance. At that moment, the masked man and the rabbit girl were gracefully descending, their moonlit steps carrying them downward. By sheer coincidence, their gaze intersected with that of the golden giant. When adversaries meet, their enmity becomes even more pronounced. Thus, Tesla's eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. One eye narrowed slightly while the other widened, and in the next instant, countless golden flecks converged into that eye, which gradually turned crimson. Upon completing his charge, a terrifying laser shot forth from his eye, aimed directly at the masked man suspended in midair. Golden divine fire. To their astonishment, the masked man and his companions realized this attack was utterly unfair. They hastily sought refuge, and fortunately, their agility in the air allowed them to narrowly evade the cataclysmic laser. Even from a distance, they could feel the searing heat against their skin. Had they been struck, the consequences would have been dire. The laser, having missed its target, struck the ocean surface several dozen kilometers away, resulting in an explosive eruption that sent water soaring over 100 meters into the air, vaporizing tons of seawater instantaneously due to the laser's horrific temperature. Although the distance was vast, the reverberations echoed in the minds of the onlookers, conjuring images of the tremendous explosion. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, the masked man and his companions swallowed hard, gripped by a sense of dread. However, in their moment of distraction, the giant's enormous hand had silently descended upon them. By the time they regained their senses, it was too late to evade. They were forcefully struck down to the ground. Perish, you worthless scum. The scene was intense as the masked men simultaneously spewed blood into the air, only to be swiftly brought crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, Tao Tu and Cha Tun remained ever vigilant to their surroundings, successfully evading the impending strike at the last moment. Tao Tu, in a tentative gesture, unleashed a wave of sword energy. Though it was merely a probe, the blade's reach extended over 10 meters. However, its effect was far from satisfactory, leaving only a barely perceptible wound on the giant's form, which healed almost instantaneously. Frustration welled within Tao Tu as he regarded the giant. He sheathed his sword, resting the scabbard against his waist with his left hand while gripping it tightly with his right, adopting a classic stance. After gathering his strength for a few fleeting moments, he drew his sword with astonishing speed. The technique, known as Divine Speed Slash, Air Flash, unleashed a radiant wave of pink energy that surged toward the golden giant. Though the wave measured merely a few meters, its power far surpassed that of the earlier sword energy. The Golden Emperor, initially intent on withstanding the attack, suddenly felt a prickling sense of danger. He quickly raised his arm to shield himself from the oncoming wave aimed at his chest. In the next instant, soundlessly, the wave sliced through the seemingly impenetrable arm of the golden giant, severing it completely. The wave's force remained unabated, carving a gaping wound nearly 10 meters wide into the giant's chest, revealing the Golden Emperor concealed within. Truth be told, Tao Tu's strike sent a chill of sweat down the Golden Emperor's spine, momentarily clearing the haze of his overactive mind. Had that blow been even slightly deeper, it would have struck him directly. Under the weight of such power, even the golden giant's defenses crumbled like parchment, effortlessly severing its arm. Had it landed on him, he would have surely met his demise on the spot. Fortunately, he remained within the confines of the Golden City, surrounded by gold, his very own reservoir of power. From the side of the severed arm, a surge of energy emanated, and a new forearm began to sprout forth. The gaping wound in his chest gradually closed, restoring him to his former state. This illustrates the advantage of fighting on home turf. With the abundant gold of Gold City, Tazolo can effortlessly forge a towering 50-meter golden giant. In simpler terms, Tazolo within Gold City possesses combat prowess rivaling that of the four emperors. However, one notable weakness lies in his lack of enhanced defensive capabilities, which is a significant vulnerability. Initially, upon seeing the effectiveness of her strike, Peach Rabbit felt a surge of excitement, only to be disheartened moments later as her opponent swiftly recovered, appearing unscathed. This left her frustrated. Her adversaries today were increasingly infuriating. Meanwhile, at the site where the treasure vault had collapsed, Marco and Jaws had already begun their search. The area was strewn with priceless jewels, each truly worth its weight in gold. Additionally, there were various renowned blades, all at least of the caliber of the Great Knife 21. As for the devil fruits, there were 4 or 5, all exceedingly rare, as those worthy of being housed in the treasure vault were exceptionally valuable. After a thorough search, Marco and Jaws casually selected a natural-type fruit and, amidst the chaos, made their swift exit, indifferent to whether it was the earth fruit. For them, it was merely a reward for Suyu. They were well acquainted with treasures and had little interest in the other valuables. However, while Marco was disinterested, others were more industrious. Sabo and Keela had finally seized their opportunity. Under the cover of distraction, they stealthily approached and commenced their own search. Beneath a golden panel, they uncovered a brownish-yellow fruit resembling a pineapple, which brought wide smiles to their faces. Initially fearing their mission would be fruitless, they were pleasantly surprised by this unexpected find. With their target secured, they did not covet other treasures and promptly departed to rendezvous with Haku, who awaited them at sea. If the government were to discover that their desired item had been snatched by their greatest adversary, the Revolutionary Army, right from under the nose of CP0, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. At that moment, the half-mast figure, having just been struck down by the golden giant, was crawling out from the rubble. When he was hit, he felt an overwhelming force, akin to being struck by a high-speed train, rendering him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to escape with merely minor injuries, while the striped-masked individual, who possessed lesser combat prowess, was gravely wounded and on the brink of losing the ability to fight. Half-mast glanced up at the imposing golden giant, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated Tazolo's power to be so formidable. The world government had assessed his combat capabilities at the level of the 7 warlords, not realizing how deeply he concealed his true strength. However, at that moment, the seemingly dominant Golden Emperor was contemplating retreat. Alone, his subordinates Bakara and Mr. Tanaka were not formidable fighters, and the opposing side had already introduced 2 reserve vice admirals and 6 CP0 agents. Despite his earlier explosive performance, the energy expended was considerable, and these opponents could easily wear him down. Before withdrawing, however, he was determined to eliminate those detestable masked figures. Failing to do so would leave him feeling unsettled. As for Peach Rabbit and her companions, he bore no personal vendetta against the Navy. His primary grievances lay with the world government. Moreover, Peach Rabbit's astonishing strike had genuinely unsettled him, filling him with trepidation. The colossal golden giant lowered its head, scanning for the masked figures, whose white suits were quite conspicuous. After searching back and forth, Tizzolo spotted the individuals who had just emerged from the debris. With his target locked, the giant's right fist twisted ominously, as if donning a layer of armor. He then unleashed a devastating blow towards the location of the masked figures, releasing an effect akin to molten gold, radiating heat that illuminated the entire city, embodying a power capable of incinerating all in its path. Golden Inferno. This punch embodies the wrath of the Golden Emperor. At this moment, the half-masked figure found himself utterly bewildered, questioning why they were being relentlessly pursued. If Tizzolo were aware of his inner turmoil, he might have found it amusing. Had he forgotten? Just moments ago, he had mocked me. I cannot let this indignation go unaddressed. The fist, colossal as a house, descended with an overwhelming force, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, yet its aim was chillingly precise, targeting their heads with unerring accuracy. They were not devoid of the desire to flee, yet that seemingly slow fist moved with astonishing speed and covered an expansive area. They simply had no time to escape. While the airborne Peach Rabbit, suspended in midair by her moonwalk, was reluctant to intervene. She could not bear to witness their impending demise. Thus, she closed her eyes, not in resignation, but symbolically slashed at the Golden Emperor's right arm with a sword strike. Should anyone inquire later, she had already concocted an excuse. She had expended all her strength in that previous sword draw, and this strike was her ultimate struggle. She had done her utmost. The Golden Emperor was indeed startled by her attack. However, the resulting wave from her strike left no mark upon his arm and dissipated without a trace, which was quite unexpected for him. Nevertheless, that sword strike did serve a purpose, at least momentarily diverting the trajectory of his assault. In the next instant, the cataclysmic fist crashed down mere meters away from the half-masked figure and his companions. Chapter 71. Is it over? One can only imagine the sheer devastation of such a fist, capable of annihilating all in its path. Although it did not directly strike its intended target, the proximity of 2 to 3 meters rendered the difference negligible. With a thunderous explosion, a violent wave of heat radiated outward, transforming the night into blinding daylight, followed by a cataclysmic blast erupting from the Golden Giant's fist. The energy unleashed in that moment was terrifying, causing the entire Golden City to tremble under its might. The ferocious winds evoked in Peach Rabbit a disconcerting illusion, as if the small island-like vessel she occupied was on the brink of being engulfed by a storm. The expressions of the onlookers were initially illuminated by the brilliance of the energy release, only to be subsequently contorted by the ravaging winds. Their emotions reduced to shock and terror. They resembled a fragile wooden ship adrift on a tempestuous sea, helplessly praying for the storm to pass. The calamity was brief, yet those ensnared within its grasp felt as though an eternity had passed. In a fleeting moment, as the tumult subsided, the suffocating clouds of dust began to dissipate, revealing the harrowing remnants of destruction. Buildings lay in ruin, obliterated, as if a single punch had nearly ruptured the very essence of this golden city. The aftermath of that formidable blow was indeed noteworthy. The striped mask, previously grievously wounded by a mere slap, succumbed instantly to the force of the punch, reduced to mere ashes without even a second's respite. The remaining figures, the ghostly mask and the crescent mask, were the strongest aside from the half-masked figure, and thus retained their human forms, albeit barely clothed. Their exposed skin bore the telltale signs of severe burns, and they now lay prostrate on the ground, their fates uncertain. The half-masked figure, despite his hair being singed away, managed to keep his attire somewhat intact, indicating the formidable strength of his armament. Remarkably, he still retained consciousness, kneeling and gasping, a stark contrast to his earlier haughty demeanor. As for the night owl and the white-faced brother, their condition was slightly more fortunate compared to the striped mask, as they still had remnants of their bodies intact. A mere 10 meters away, the golden giant maintained the pose of having struck the ground, exuding an air of grandeur. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig emerged from the debris. Appearing as though they had weathered countless storms, their expressions darkened as they gazed at the still pretentious golden giant, though both had escaped injury earlier. They now found themselves in a rather disheveled state, harboring considerable resentment towards the instigator, the Golden Emperor. In a fit of indignation, Peach Rabbit unleashed a 10-meter-long slash of energy from her blade, initially believing it would yield no effect, yet to her astonishment, the once impenetrable golden giant fell victim to her strike, as if crafted from mere gold, severing its right arm cleanly. Surprised, she quickly followed up with a series of swift blows, dismembering the golden giant into several pieces, yet it remained unresponsive, as though lifeless, its golden sheen utterly extinguished. Realizing this, Peach Rabbit leapt above the golden giant, scanning the fragments for any sign of the Golden Emperor, but as expected, he had vanished. The immense exertion from that punch had drained the Golden Emperor's stamina, compelling him to flee, lest he confront two fully powered adversaries alone. Therefore, he had deliberately channeled most of his strength into that singular strike, maximizing its impact to divert attention before making his escape. In this golden city, gold was abundant, granting him the freedom to evade capture. Frustrated, Peach Rabbit kicked a nearby fragment of gold and, upon surveying the area, spotted the half-mast figure. She approached him, noticing several humanoid-like objects nearby, and caught sight of his disheveled state, almost unable to suppress a laugh. "Hey, are you all right?" Although she endeavored to sound composed, her tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. "I, cough cough. I'm still alive," he replied, coughing up a dark, powdery substance. Remnants of blood evaporated by the intense heat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. He was gravely injured, primarily due to being caught off guard by the Golden Emperor's fiery assault, having only managed to cloak himself in a layer of armament hockey at the last moment, relying on his physical resilience to endure the blow. "I have some bad news. Would you care to hear it?" Peach Rabbit hesitated to deliver the news, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Just say it." The half-mast figure's face was as dark as coal, a testament to either the soot or his indignation. "Tai Solo is missing." "What?" The half-mast figure nearly leapt to his feet. One of their objectives for being here was to eliminate Tai Solo, a dangerous individual known for his collaboration with the world government. The world government would never allow him to remain at large, and now, having witnessed the Golden Emperor's prowess, the half-mast figure realized he had gravely underestimated him, amplifying the urgency of their mission to eliminate Tai Solo. "But now you tell me this crucial target has vanished? Such a large figure just disappeared. What are you Navy doing? Can't keep an eye on one person," he exclaimed, his emotions flaring, momentarily forgetting his fear of Peach Rabbit. However, Peach Rabbit was unyielding. "Oh please, you saw that punch. T-Pig and I barely managed to survive. We had no strength left to track Tai Solo." She gestured towards the state of the half-mast figure and his companions, emphasizing the sheer power of the blow. The half-mast figure glanced at Peach Rabbit, who was neatly attired except for her disheveled hair, and the stark contrast of their conditions was evident. Chapter 72. An unexpected turn of events. The half-mast figure had intended to unleash his frustration, but, upon reflecting on his current state, he restrained himself. Here, he was isolated and reliant on the Navy. Otherwise, he might not survive this ordeal, especially with CP0 members aware of their presence. Generally, those who knew of their existence held little affection for them. Indeed, even their masters, the celestial dragons, merely tolerated them. With great effort, the half-mast figure managed to rise, swaying slightly before finding his balance. Peach Rabbit, sensing his struggle, inquired urgently, "Are you all right? Do you need support?" If you truly wish to assist, you wouldn't be asking," he thought, inwardly cursing the Navy's blackheartedness. "Thank you for your concern, Major Peach Rabbit, but I can manage on my own." His words were strained, clearly indicating his displeasure. "That's good." With a beaming smile, Peach Rabbit seemed entirely unfazed by the demeanor of the half-mast figure, yet managed to infuriate him to a remarkable degree without any hint of warmth. However, being well-trained, he swiftly regained his composure. The half-mast figure glanced at his fallen comrades beside him with a detached gaze, akin to that of a person observing dead wild dogs on the roadside. This reaction was, in fact, quite normal. Under such perverse training methods, they were not permitted to develop any emotional bonds. Having endured these inhumane trials, they had naturally become something beyond human. His fleeting glance was merely to ascertain whether these individuals were alive or dead. Now that he confirmed that those who had fought alongside him moments ago were indeed deceased, he felt not a trace of sorrow nor any ripple of emotion. His lack of sentiment cast an icy chill over Peach Rabbit, as if she were in the depths of winter. "Order the Navy to locate Tai Solo and ensure his annihilation." The tone remained infuriatingly arrogant and self-assured. exuding the air of authority, almost bordering on condescension. Though Peach Rabbit yearned to shatter his mask with a single punch, she found herself constrained by her position, forced to respond with a facade of polite compliance. The half-masked figure was acutely aware of the challenges in tracking down Taizolo. After all, this was his territory, and the advantages were overwhelmingly in his favor. Their previous defeat stemmed primarily from underestimating Taizolo's capabilities, mistakenly believing he was merely of the 7 warlord caliber. In reality, the presence of 6 CP0 members and 2 vice admirals constituted a formidable lineup. Capturing a warlord was not a mere triviality. Yet no one anticipated how deeply Taizolo had concealed his true strength. Perhaps the home field advantage had played a significant role. Their earlier encounter had left them utterly astonished. There was no finesse involved. It was a sheer display of brute force, yet remarkably effective. At that moment, beneath the Golden City, a golden submarine quietly departed, submerging into the depths of the ocean, its destination unknown. Inside the Golden City, the Navy dispatched soldiers to disperse the crowd, declaring that the Golden Emperor had betrayed the world government and was now a notorious criminal. The Navy had taken control of everything here, asserting that all possessions belonged to the world government, urging everyone to leave without taking even a thread. The bewildered tourists were hastily expelled. The earlier chaos had alerted nearly everyone on the island to the commotion, but they had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Just days ago, the Golden Emperor had announced a grand auction, and now he had been stripped of his royal title and branded a criminal. The rapidity of these changes was almost incomprehensible. The Navy's resolve in expelling the crowd was unwavering, and even the influential figures refrained from provoking trouble, fully aware that this was a matter best left alone. They complied. Including Katakuri and his associates, they were not afraid of the Navy, merely wishing to avoid entanglements. The Navy soldiers searched the Golden Island for hours but found no trace of the Golden Emperor or even his subordinate, Baccarat. Ultimately, the half-mast figure was reluctantly forced to concede defeat. However, he found some solace in the fact that while Taizolo had vanished, his wealth remained behind. Indeed, the Golden Emperor was aptly named. Rather than possessing 20% of the world's berries, it could be said that he owned 20% of the world's gold. His wealth was not hidden away. Instead, it was displayed openly, for the Golden City was, in the truest sense, a city of gold, with more than half of its structures crafted from the precious metal. Such audacity could only be attributed to Taizolo. His actions were intended to create a true home ground, and the events of the day served to validate that his meticulous preparations were not in vain. With just himself, he had bewildered 2 vice admirals and elite CP0 members. This achievement was certainly a source of pride. Accepting reality, the half-mast figure recalibrated his mindset, preparing to allow the Navy to manage the ill-gotten gains left by Taizolo. It would not be fair for the Navy to toil without receiving their share. As for the division of wealth, that could be determined later. Just then, the ground trembled violently, shaking the entire Golden City as if the island were weary of its position and wished to shift. The soldiers on the island momentarily panicked. But being well-trained, they quickly regained their composure, though their faces displayed signs of shock. Peach Rabbit and her companions hastily activated their moonwalk to ascend into the sky to discern the cause of the commotion. Could it be a trap left by the Golden Emperor? Was he truly that malicious? From their vantage point, the entire Giran Taizolo resembled a colossal snail, with 2 thick, dark iron chains extending from its antennae, appearing remarkably robust. At the ends of these chains were secured 2 enormous creatures. These were 2 gigantic turtles, their size rendering even sea kings insignificant in comparison. Typically, Giran Taizolo relied on these turtles for navigation, underscoring their immense scale. The formidable physique of these creatures renders them rulers of the ocean, and it is evident that their approach to assist Taizolo in towing the ship is not due to the allure of his charisma, but rather a consequence of the Golden Emperor's prior manipulation through gold dust, coercively compelling them to serve his whims. Now that the Golden Emperor has fled, the architect of their torment is no longer present, allowing them to reclaim their freedom after enduring such prolonged subjugation. Their pent-up resentment is palpable. As chaos ensues, 2 gargantuan turtles, surpassing even the sea kings in size, unleash their fury, creating a tumultuous uproar. Though turtles are generally gentle creatures, the relentless confinement and forced labor have stripped away their inherent tranquility. With their immense size, even a mere shift or roll could spell disaster for humans, equating to a calamity of catastrophic proportions. In their newfound frenzy, the 2 titans exhibit remarkable intelligence, gnawing through each other's chains with sheer brute force, despite lacking sharp teeth. Their formidable bite allows them to sever their shackles, granting them absolute freedom. Cognizant of the glimmering object behind them, the very symbol of their enslavement by the malevolent biped. They yearn for retribution and are poised to obliterate it. The Golden City, though appearing robust, is, in truth, quite fragile. A mere collision from these behemoths could lead to its demise, resulting in everything being swallowed by the sea. Toharu and Chachuan cannot allow such chaos to unfold, for the island still harbors numerous naval soldiers, and should these two wreak havoc, survival would become a mere matter of chance. Half-Face is equally anxious. Aligning his thoughts with Toharu's, they must thwart these accursed turtles. However, his concern does not stem from the fate of the naval soldiers, as their lives hold little significance to him. Rather, he fears that should the treasures of gold plunge into the depths, retrieving them would prove as daunting as finding a needle in the ocean. Tohaka brandishes her Kenpyra, unleashing a pink slicing wave that stretches over 10 meters. Yet, to the turtles, this colossal strike may scarcely be felt. The turtles' defenses, surprisingly unformidable despite their size, allow Toharu's attack to leave a mark upon them, though negligible in impact. The pain successfully captures the turtles' attention, prompting them to scrutinize their surroundings. They soon discover figures hovering above, eerily reminiscent of the malevolent bipeds that once enslaved them. These creatures must surely be in league with that wicked biped, howling for destruction. That colossal tortoise, with a mere flap of its flipper, summoned towering waves that, while not injuring Tautu and her companions, left them drenched and disheveled. Another giant tortoise, sensing the unusual behavior of its companion, turned its gaze and, upon spotting the bipedal figures, its eyes ignited with fury. With a sudden plunge, the entire creature submerged beneath the ocean's surface. This was not a strategic retreat, but a calculated offensive. In a heartbeat, the sea roiled violently, then erupted as a gargantuan tortoise burst forth, soaring through the air, its fearsome maw wide open as if to devour the hapless bipeds. It seemed to have forgotten the lesson learned when it faced the Golden Emperor, where it attempted to swallow its foe whole, only to be vanquished from within. Now, it dared to repeat its folly, oblivious to the treachery of the human heart. However, with such speed, it was clear that it could not reach Tautu and her allies. After months of relentless pursuit, they had evaded its grasp. At that moment, the tortoise's momentum waned, and it hung momentarily in the air before crashing back into the sea with a thunderous roar, sending forth a cacophonous tsunami that reverberated through the heavens and stirred the ocean into a frenzy. The ancient Gulen Taizwa swayed perilously amidst the tumultuous waves. Though the vessel was immense, in the face of such natural calamity, it was rendered as inconsequential as a mere skiff. Indeed, no matter the size of the ship, it is dwarfed by the forces of nature. The naval soldiers aboard beheld the monstrous tortoise with panic, their voices rising in alarm as they staggered within the shaking confines of Golden City. They leapt about in disarray, and had it not been for the presence of Tautu and Chachuan, their psychological anchor, they might have succumbed to despair. After all, ordinary sailors stand little chance against sea kings, and facing this giant tortoise meant certain doom. Tautu recognized that this could not continue. If the tortoise continued its rampage, Golden City would soon crumble. She raised her hand and unleashed 2 slashing waves to capture the attention of the 2 tortoises, then swiftly retreated into the distance, hoping to lead them away from Golden City, where she could deal with them at leisure. Observing her actions, Chachuan and the masked Half-Face coordinated their efforts, delivering occasional strikes to maintain their focus. As the terrifying sea beasts departed, the soldiers within the city collectively exhaled in relief, some collapsing to the ground, breathless. This was not cowardice. It is human nature to feel fear in the presence of such formidable creatures. Meanwhile, Tautu and her companions guided the 2 giant tortoises several kilometers away before they finally halted. With a fearsome roar, the tortoise bared its teeth and howled to the heavens, its voice resonating like the tolling of ancient bells, invigorating and awakening all who heard. For ordinary individuals, the sheer force of its roar could shatter eardrums. Meeting each other's gaze, Tautu and her companions prepared to unleash their most powerful abilities. Swift Slash, Air Flash, Enhanced. This strike does not emphasize penetrating power, rather, it significantly enhances the range of the attack, unleashing a pink wave of slashing energy that stretches over 100 meters, exuding an astonishing aura imbued with a unique aesthetic. Yet, concealed behind this beauty lies a lethal threat. The figure clad in a half-mask suddenly channels energy and delivers a powerful kick, releasing a colossal, bird-shaped white slash. This is the Gale Kick, bird of prey. As for the T-Pig, its short legs flail energetically, producing several waves of slashing energy that astonishingly coalesce into a single massive white slash, its formidable power evident at first glance. This technique is known as Gale Kick, 100 strikes. 3 attacks simultaneously struck the head of one of the turtles, instantly carving 3 gaping wounds, from which a torrent of blood erupted, resembling a downpour of crimson rain. The turtle let out a pained howl, a sound so sorrowful it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Although these injuries were not fatal to the colossal creature, they certainly inflicted considerable suffering, making it acutely aware that these 3 bipedal beasts were far from easy adversaries, and that it might stand no chance against them. Thus, it chose to retreat decisively, letting out another cry as if communicating with its companion, who responded in kind. Subsequently, the 2 turtles plunged into the water with a splash. The companions, including the Peach Rabbit, initially believed that the duo was preparing to execute a joint skill, perhaps something akin to shell connection. They remained tense in the air, muscles taut with anticipation, yet after a prolonged moment, no sign of the turtles' resurgence emerged. This belated speculation leads one to wonder, could they have fled? Chapter 74. Wanted. After waiting for a while longer, and noticing there was still no sign of activity, the group finally concluded that these 2 had indeed absconded. It is truly a matter that elicits both laughter and tears. One might wonder how such formidable creatures could exhibit such cowardice. After all, being struck a few times is merely a minor breach given their substantial size, yet they chose to flee. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. If they were not so timid, how could they have been subjected to the relentless pursuit of the Golden Emperor for such an extended duration? With the troubles resolved, Tautu and her companions breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Gulantaizolo. The soldiers were elated to discover that their commander had driven away the 2 terrifying beasts, erupting into fervent cheers. Tautu was quite popular among the troops, being an enchanting beauty with an abundance of charisma. As for Chachuan, he was also somewhat favored as a candidate for the general position. Yet, when standing beside Tautu, he unfortunately faded into the background. And what of the half-mast figure beside the commander? Who was he, one might ask? It was only now that everyone truly settled down. Reflecting on the earlier skirmish with the immortal bird, Marco, they began to ponder the reasons behind their conflict with him. Upon calming down, the absurdity of their earlier altercation became apparent. Had it not been for Tautu's vigorous swordplay against Diamond Jaws, which depleted her strength, the Golden Emperor would not have escaped so effortlessly today. In hindsight, it was astonishing that the Golden Emperor had managed to eliminate 5 masked men in a single surge of power, leaving the remaining fighters in disarray. Yet he appeared to have suffered no injuries at all. It was as if their attacks had not even grazed him, leaving them feeling utterly frustrated. Consequently, Tautu and Chachuan shifted their gaze to the half-mast figure. After all, it was the CP0 members who instigated the chaos, initiating the fight. They were eager to hear his perspective. The half-mast figure had also regained his composure and, after some contemplation, realized he too could not ascertain how the conflict had begun. It must have been those pirates who provoked it. Indeed, that must be the case. Yet, such trivial matters could be addressed later. First, they needed to complete the task of reclaiming the Golden Emperor's assets. With an air of aloofness, he stated this and instinctively glanced at Tautu, gauging her reaction before stepping aside to rest. Today had truly opened his eyes. He had not anticipated that Tautu was a werewolf, exhibiting fierceness beyond measure. The memory of her tempestuous swordplay now sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled having yelled at Tautu during a moment of emotional instability. Was he in peril? Seeing him in this state, Tautu and Chachuan could say nothing further and could only comply with his wishes. Upon investigation, one was astonished to discover the immense wealth of the Golden Emperor. Indeed, the 20 tons of gold were no mere embellishment. The naval vessels dispatched were undoubtedly insufficient to accommodate such a fortune, necessitating the urgent deployment of numerous transport ships. As the remnants were meticulously accounted for, the masked figure suddenly realized that the earth fruit seemed to be missing. In retrospect, it was this very natural type fruit that had ignited the entire conflict. Yet it had inexplicably vanished by the end. The masked figure recalled that immediately after the treasure vault plummeted, it was the Phoenix and Diamond who had rushed down first. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates had laid claim to this fruit? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. It appeared that Marco and his crew had initially come here solely for this fruit, which left him perplexed. Why had the Whitebeard pirates suddenly taken an interest in collecting fruits? Was there a significant scheme afoot? Unbeknownst to Marco, he had unwittingly shouldered the blame for the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, he sat aboard the returning ship, basking in the sea breeze. Having completed a task that had long troubled him, and his spirits were lifted. The masked figure had come to the conclusion that the fruit had been secured by Whitebeard, which was disheartening. He then considered that under Whitebeard's protection, the fortunate individual who had consumed the earth fruit would undoubtedly experience robust development. This meant that the Whitebeard pirates might gain another figure akin to the Phoenix Marco or Diamond Jaws, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, dwelling on such matters was futile. He should focus on his own predicament. Although his team had perished, that was not of primary concern. The failure to accomplish his mission was quite detrimental. He could only hope that the 5 elders would be in a favorable mood. Thus, tons of gold were dismantled from the Gran Tesoro and loaded onto the naval transport ships. Each transport vessel had a substantial capacity, able to carry thousands of tons of gold. On this occasion, the Navy had dispatched over 20 transport ships, all of which departed brimming with treasure. The remaining items were left behind, awaiting their inevitable descent to the ocean floor. These treasures of gold are likely to drive any individual in the world to madness. There exist countless desperate souls who would willingly risk their lives for wealth, their minds consumed solely by the pursuit of riches. Were they to become aware of the existence of this ship laden with gold, they would undoubtedly hasten to seize it without a moment's hesitation, dismissing any thoughts of naval hierarchy or rank. Their thoughts would be consumed by the tantalizing possibilities. What if fortune favors me? What if the guards are careless? What if divine providence aids me, leading to success? The allure of transforming a mere vessel into a warship is irresistible. Fortunately, the news of this treasure remains undisclosed, and the escort comprises individuals more formidable than the average brigand. As the gold is transported back, a startling announcement reverberates through the air. The Golden Emperor, Taizolo, has committed heinous crimes and has since gone into hiding to escape justice. The Golden Nation has been stripped of its sovereignty and obliterated. The specifics of his transgressions remain veiled, implied rather than explicitly stated. Taizolo, once a king, has swiftly transformed into a wanted fugitive, a target of public ire, with a bounty placed upon his head that is indeed enticing 2 billion berries. The irony lies in the fact that Taizolo had previously concealed his true strength, leading many to perceive him merely as a wealthy monarch, his capabilities underestimated even by the world government. Thus, it is only natural for the onlookers to regard him as a mere walking cache of 2 billion berries, a golden opportunity for bounty hunters. One can well imagine the disillusionment of a group of overly confident bounty hunters encountering the Golden Emperor, initially elated by the prospect of easy wealth, only to be swiftly dispatched by him with a single blow. This, perhaps, epitomizes the fall from grace, a descent from paradise to perdition. Chapter 75. Fleeting shadows. It must be said, the sea indeed harbors capricious tempests. In a single night, the once resplendent Golden City has fallen, and the once mighty Golden Nation has crumbled. The formidable Golden Emperor has been reduced to a mere fugitive. The grandeur of his reign seems like a distant memory, and the demise of such a colossal power has occurred with astonishing silence, vanishing without a trace. One can only reflect on the rise and fall, witnessing the construction of opulent towers, the grand feasts held therein, and ultimately, their collapse. Now, at the side of the Golden City, only remnants remain, not yet claimed by the encroaching waves, a stark reminder of the extravagance that once flourished here, never to return. Yet, such splendor is not destined to vanish entirely. It merely relocates, shifting to another place and another time. For every fallen figure begets countless others who rise in their stead. The common folk, merely spectators in this unfolding drama, accept the narrative presented to them, believing that the Golden Emperor must have committed unforgivable sins, justifying the Navy's intervention to eradicate evil. Indeed, the Navy, in pursuit of justice, seems to disregard its own reputation, embodying the role of a guardian. It is a lamentable fate for the Golden Emperor, who once held such lofty status. Why, one wonders, would he engage in nefarious deeds? Alas, those privy to the deeper truths recognize that the situation is far from simple. The Golden Emperor was never a virtuous figure. Beneath the glimmering surface of Golden City lay profound malevolence. Furthermore, the government, far from ignorant of his misdeeds, was complicit in a covert partnership with him. This time, the Golden Emperor has encountered a setback, undoubtedly due to some underlying reasons that are not meant for public disclosure. It certainly cannot be as straightforward as the news reports suggest. Moreover, the speed of these events is astonishing. Just a few days ago, the Golden Emperor was publicly distributing promotional materials at sea, flamboyantly announcing an impending auction, and yet, in the blink of an eye, his vast empire has seemingly dissolved into thin air. It's utterly absurd. This indeed instilled a sense of trepidation in certain individuals, causing them to exhibit a degree of restraint, lest they find themselves the next target of the Golden Emperor. However, they were rather overestimating their significance, for they had yet to reach such a formidable level, rendering their annihilation an unnecessary endeavor. A month following the Golden Emperor incident, the matter remained a topic of lively discussion among the populace. Yet, as days passed, the initial excitement began to wane, and gradually, the conversation shifted away from this event, giving way to the latest news. Thus, the legend of the Golden Emperor slowly faded into the realm of casual gossip, lost amidst the vast sea of chatter. On that day, Marco arrived once more at the archipelago of Shambadi, a magnificent bird adorned with vibrant flames of plumage, clutching a large chest beneath its talons as it soared from the distance. This was his first visit to the Shambadi Islands, and his heart brimmed with uncertainty. Initially, he had come here seeking a stroke of fortune, in a desperate bid to remedy his ailments, which led him to embark on this journey quite casually, harboring little hope. It was akin to merely making an inquiry, a formality of sorts. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly hopeless venture would ultimately bestow upon him such an astonishing surprise? This experience profoundly transformed Marco's mindset. The significance of his father in his heart was self-evident, and thus, even for someone as carefree as him, he could no longer face you with his previous nonchalance. This time, Marco chose not to land directly at the bar's entrance. Instead, he descended at the edge of the island and transformed into his human form. Uncertain of the reason, he felt an impulse to walk towards the bar. Previously, while resting on another island, Marco had overheard conversations about the Golden Emperor on the streets. Some lamented his absence, while others spoke boastfully or treated the topic as mere fodder for laughter. Such triviality was prevalent, as figures like the Golden Emperor were far removed from their realities. However, today, as Marco strolled along the streets of the Sabaody archipelago, he noticed the absence of any mention of the Golden Emperor or related terms. The populace had found new news to engage in conversations, revealing the inherent forgetfulness and fickleness of humanity. Recalling the route he had observed from the air, Marco made his way, albeit unsteadily, to Suyu's bar and pushed the door open. Miranda was still behind the bar, polishing glasses. Upon recognizing Marco, a familiar face, he nodded in acknowledgement before returning to his task, as if the glass he was cleaning were of great value, though it was merely an ordinary drinking vessel. It was midday, and the bar was sparsely populated, with only one patron present, a frail old man. It appeared that business had been thriving lately, allowing him to indulge in a few drinks again, or perhaps he was simply succumbing to his cravings. Marco felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing this familiar figure. Rayleigh-senpai. Hearing his name, Rayleigh casually turned around, his pineapple-like hairstyle coming into view. "Oh, it's you, Marco. It's been quite a while. You've become quite the celebrity." Upon encountering a familiar face, Rayleigh's mood visibly brightened. Although he was curious about Marco's sudden visit, he couldn't be bothered to inquire, as long as there was alcohol. Other matters were of no concern to him. "Haha, not at all. I pale in comparison to you, Rayleigh-senpai." Marco reflected on Rayleigh's now graying hair. Recalling the days when Roger was still alive, and the Whitebeard pirates frequently clashed with Roger's crew, he remembered having faced off against Rayleigh, filled with youthful arrogance, only to find his opponent effortlessly toying with him, almost explicitly stating that he had not exerted his full strength. Despite this, Marco had been thoroughly defeated, vividly remembering how he had attacked Rayleigh with a crane claw, only to be effortlessly repelled by a single finger, a memory that still stung. "Haha. I'm just an aging old man now, not comparable to the youth of today. Well, I wonder if I should believe you. You're quite the crafty old man, claiming to be aged, yet your prowess could likely overwhelm even an admiral." Noticing Marco's evident skepticism, Rayleigh simply laughed, turning back to savor his wine. Since he had started drinking this particular wine, he had shifted from his previous boisterous drinking style to a more refined approach, not because he desired to sip delicately, but rather due to financial constraints. At that moment, Marco, still carrying a box, took a seat beside Rayleigh. He glanced at the spot where Suyu had been reading earlier and found it vacant. Just as he was about to speak to Miranda and request that he summon Suyu, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Upon looking up, Marco was greeted by the sight of Suyu, prompting him to sigh softly. Truly, as the owner, his timing was impeccably fortuitous. Chapter 76, A Stroll Outside. Have you gathered the rewards? Suyu inquired as he descended the final step. "Yes, indeed, boss. Thank you for your generosity. Here is our reward," Marco replied, opening the large box to reveal 10 devil fruits, among which 2 particularly pineapple-shaped fruits stood out prominently. Although Marco's gratitude was succinct, the sincerity in his tone and the appreciation in his eyes were unmistakable. Rayleigh cast a curious glance toward them, his expression one of astonishment upon seeing the box brimming with devil fruits. Frankly, even he had never encountered such a bounty at once. It was quite a visual spectacle. Out of the tin fruits, Rayleigh noticed 2 Logia-type fruits, leaving him to wonder what wishes Marco had fulfilled to acquire such a price. So you nodded in acknowledgement? Casually closing the box with a flick of his wrist, making it vanish from his grasp in an instant, as if it had never existed. This astonishing scene left Marco wide-eyed, but in the next moment, he found solace, for the individual before him had the power to heal even his father, restoring him to his former glory. What, then, could this man not accomplish? As for Rayleigh, Suyu's extraordinary feats no longer surprised him. After receiving his due compensation, the transaction was deemed complete. In the unseen realm, 2 orbs of light, one large and one small, materialized and were subsequently absorbed by Suyu. The luminous orb represents the collective willpower generated from this transaction, encompassing the contributions of both Marco and Whitebeard. These 2 individuals are indeed formidable forces. While the willpower manifested by ordinary people is merely the size of a ping-pong ball, the willpower produced in this instance is as large as a basketball. The volume of willpower generated is not only contingent upon the strength of the individuals involved in the exchange, but also correlates with the significance of the wish to the person making it. In simpler terms, the more fervently one desires to fulfill a wish, the greater the willpower produced. Thus, although the willpower generated during the last encounter with Zhonghua was only the size of an adult male's fist, appearing significantly smaller than Whitebeard's basketball-sized willpower, this disparity does not imply that Whitebeard is vastly superior in strength. It simply indicates that this wish holds tremendous importance for Whitebeard, while for Zhonghua, it was merely a transaction. Having completed a substantial financial gain, Suyu's spirits were evidently high, and those around him, Marco and Rayleigh, felt as though the world had suddenly brightened. Upon witnessing Suyu accept the reward, Marco prepared to take his leave. Wait, Suyu's calm voice interrupted, causing Marco, who had turned to depart, to halt in his tracks and return with a puzzled expression. Is there something else, boss? It's nothing. I just happened to want to take a stroll, so I thought I might escort you along the way. In truth, Suyu had grown restless after spending too much time in the bar, and with the day's profitable earnings uplifting his mood, he felt inclined to venture out. As for where to go, since Marco was present, he decided it would be a splendid opportunity to visit Whitebeard, having seen him in the manga but never in person. Marco regarded Suyu with confusion, unable to comprehend what it meant to simply accompany him. However, Suyu did not acknowledge his bewilderment and turned to Rayleigh instead, asking, Rayleigh, would you like to meet Whitebeard? Rayleigh paused, recalling that the last time he met Whitebeard was before Roger's demise. He thought to himself that after Roger's execution in Logtown, Whitebeard had quickly retreated to this location. Never mind, I'm getting old. Although the 2 pirate crews had often clashed, their relationship was not particularly hostile. In fact, their skirmishes often culminated in grand feasts. While he maintained a reasonable rapport with Whitebeard, he had long since accepted that merely knowing of Whitebeard's existence in a certain sea was sufficient. An actual meeting seemed unnecessary. Seeing Rayleigh's reluctance to go, Suyu chose not to press the matter further. Miranda, keep an eye on the bar. I'm just going out for a bit, he instructed, directing his final words toward Marco. With that said, and under Marco's inquisitive gaze, Suyu casually extended his index finger and drew an arbitrary line through the air before him. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift abruptly tore through the space, expanding into a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. In a certain region of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, now restored to his peak form, sat comfortably in his oversized chair, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. He was indeed a connoisseur of fine spirits. And after enduring physical ailments that had hindered his enjoyment, his first order of business upon regaining his health was to revel in the pleasure of drinking, perhaps even several tons of it. Suddenly, Whitebeard felt a peculiar sensation, akin to being scrutinized. This feeling was not as if someone were covertly observing him. Rather, it felt as if the very heavens above had opened an eye to gaze upon him. In the very next instant, an unexpected rift materialized in the previously empty air before him, appearing without warning and expanding to form a gaping void. At this moment, Joes and the others also sensed the anomaly, instinctively surrounding their father in a protective manner, their eyes fixed warily on the mysterious black void. Rest assured, I'm still here. Whitebeard's booming voice resonated, instantly calming the anxious atmosphere. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of the phenomenon, he had regained his former strength and felt confident in his ability to confront any unforeseen circumstances. In the following moment, the black void began to ripple, and a human foot emerged, followed by a leg and torso. To the astonishment of Whitebeard and his crew, A rather dashing young man stepped forth from the rift. But that was not the end. As the young man emerged, the void rippled once more, and another figure stepped out. This one recognizable to all. It was Marco. Once Marco had fully emerged, the rift vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Father, everyone. Upon seeing Marco, the crew relaxed, reassured that since he had brought this newcomer, they were likely not facing an enemy but a friend. As Marco surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood upon Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. His face reflected profound astonishment as he processed the abrupt transition from the Sabaody archipelago to the deck of the Moby Dick. Glancing at the composed Suyu beside him, Marco felt an aura of sanctity emanating from him. Captain Marco. The surrounding clamor pulled Marco back to reality. He scanned the crowd, noting the expressions of intrigue and curiosity directed at Suyu. Marco, who is this? Whitebeard inquired, prompting others to lean in attentively. The peculiar manner in which the two had arrived had piqued their interest. After years of knowing Marco, they were certain he possessed no such abilities, leading them to conclude that the extraordinary entrance was the work of the exceptionally calm young man beside him. Ah, father, everyone. Allow me to introduce the owner of the Wish Bar, Suyu. Whitebeard had long harbored suspicions, for prior to the appearance of these two individuals, he felt an unmistakable gaze from the heavens above. He dismissed the notion that it was merely a figment of his imagination, as the sensation was overwhelmingly potent, imbued with a sense of nobility and supremacy. In the following moment, a tunnel-like vortex materialized, leading Whitebeard to believe that these two occurrences were undoubtedly interconnected, manifesting as a form of transportation. The celestial scrutiny he experienced was perhaps akin to the observation of Conqueror's Haki, and as the former strongest man in the world, the only one capable of evoking such feelings within him could likely be the recently infamous Suyu, who had just penned a harrowing tale about Kaido. However, upon confirmation from Marco, Whitebeard found himself momentarily dazed. This was primarily due to Suyu's youthful appearance, which lacked the overwhelming aura of dominance one would expect. Instead, he resembled an ordinary commoner one might encounter on the street. For a fleeting moment, Whitebeard even questioned whether Marco was jesting with him. The surrounding crew shared a similar sentiment. Astonished by Suyu's youth and inevitably skeptical, was this truly the man who had supplanted their father as the new strongest in the world? It is human nature to be reluctant to accept that which one has not witnessed firsthand. They often cling to their own perceptions as reality, oblivious to the fact that seeing is not always believing. This inclination is simply a facet of human behavior, and even when one understands this principle, it is impossible to maintain a rational perspective at all times, especially among a band of pirates. Yet, Whitebeard was the first to regain his composure, erupting into his distinctive, hearty laughter. Gururara. So it was you, Mr. Suyu, who presented that apple earlier. Thank you. Though he spoke only a few words. Whitebeard's stature as a formidable pirate rendered his expression of gratitude somewhat sparse, yet the emotion embedded within his tone was unmistakable. Despite Marco being the one who sought Suyu's aid, Whitebeard acknowledged the debt of gratitude owed. Upon hearing their father's words, the others finally reacted, offering their thanks to Suyu. Regardless of the veracity of his power, the fact remained that he had healed their father. It was only natural for the sons to express their gratitude to the man who had restored their patriarch. In a sense, Suyu standing among these pirates had risen to a level that could be likened to that of Marco and Jozu, albeit in a rather exaggerated manner. Pirates value the swift balancing of debts and grievances, embodying a spirit of forthrightness and authenticity. It was merely a transaction. Marco has compensated me well, so there is no need for concern, Suyu replied with an air of calm. Even if I were to acquire 100 devil fruits, it would not suffice to restore me to my peak form. Thus, I genuinely appreciate your kindness. I, Whitebeard, am not one to forget a favor. Recognizing Whitebeard's insistence, Suyu chose not to elaborate further, nodding in acceptance. This prompted Whitebeard to once again unleash his signature laughter, Gururara. After reveling in his mirth, Whitebeard's gaze settled upon Suyu. Even seated, he towered nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Yet, how could Suyu possibly feel uneasy? He had encountered far more colossal beings than this, having seen countless monstrous entities stretching hundreds of kilometers in length. May I inquire what brings Mr. Suyu aboard my ship? Whitebeard asked, maintaining an air of respect, refraining from referring to himself in a boastful manner. Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely sought a change of scenery after being cooped up at home for too long, Suyu casually responded. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression shifted. His gaze ignited with fervor. It was akin to a swordsman, who, after years of sheathing his blade, suddenly encounters a masterful practitioner. stirring within him a desire to rejoin the fray. Indeed, Whitebeard had long yearned to unleash his full strength in combat, having abstained from doing so for far too long due to his physical limitations. The title of the strongest man in the world had been earned through countless battles. Yet now he found himself in this predicament, a source of immense frustration. Thanks to Su Yu, his body had been fully restored, enabling him to engage in battle once more. This exhilaration led him to impulsively strike the sea in jubilation. However, once the excitement subsided, Whitebeard realized he lacked a worthy opponent. Among the remaining 3 emperors, seeking out Kaido or Big Mom would likely lead to a senseless clash between their factions, with catastrophic consequences. As for Shanks, he was notoriously elusive and, being a swordsman, did not align with Whitebeard's preferences. Concerning his sons, he wondered if any of them could withstand even 3 of his punches. Perhaps Jozu could endure one more. Awareness of his lack of a suitable outlet for his pent-up energy left Whitebeard with a sense of vexation. Yet now, with Su Yu present, his spirit soared. He recognized that, given Su Yu's prowess, he could finally engage in a liberating battle. Whitebeard understood that he was likely not a match for Su Yu. Yet he felt an undeniable itch to test himself against such a formidable foe. He had even contemplated, in moments of desperation, seeking out Su Yu for a duel, believing that dying in battle held far more significance than succumbing to illness. Moreover, to perish at the hands of such a strong adversary would not tarnish his illustrious name. However, life is often dramatic. Su Yu had granted him a second chance, and now he found himself aboard Whitebeard's ship, leading him to believe that this encounter was fate, and that a confrontation was inevitable. Whitebeard's intentions were glaringly evident, and Su Yu discerned his thoughts with ease, prompting him to inquire with playful intrigue. "Oh, by your demeanor, are you seeking to engage in combat with me?" Chapter 78. I accept your challenge. "Oh, by your demeanor, are you seeking to engage in combat with me?" Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the fire in Whitebeard's eyes blazed even brighter. "Indeed, let us have a battle, old man," Whitebeard declared. Marco, filled with concern, attempted to dissuade Whitebeard from his impulsive decision. After all, he possessed the most insight into Su Yu's capabilities. He recalled the time when, in a fit of emotion, he had nearly attacked Su Yu in the tavern, only to be rendered powerless by a mere cough from him, a feeling he could never forget. Thus, he held no doubts regarding Su Yu's strength. If Whitebeard were to fight him, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. "Have faith, Marco. Trust in me. This is not a matter of belief, dear father." Marco felt a profound sense of helplessness, yet he understood that once his father had made a decision, no external force could alter it. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Su Yu, his eyes filled with concern and earnestness. "I won't strike too hard." Su Yu replied with a gentle smile, secretly eager to stretch his limbs. Perhaps Whitebeard would prove to be a formidable opponent. Marco opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Su Yu from accepting Whitebeard's invitation. If Su Yu was unwilling, no one could coerce him. However, it seemed that Su Yu had taken an interest in engaging after all. "Sai, do as you please. I shall not interfere. I accept your challenge." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard paused momentarily, but then realized that, given the comparison of their strengths, he indeed should be the one extending the challenge. Gulalala. Su Yu was indeed forthright. With that, Whitebeard rose, stretching his neck and muscles. As the two prepared to clash, the onlookers erupted into enthusiastic cheers. For it had been quite some time since they had witnessed their father in action, and they were filled with excitement. Moreover, their curiosity regarding Su Yu's prowess was palpable. It was hard to believe that such a seemingly fragile body could wield the terrifying power rumored about him. Noticing Marco's worried expression, Jozu inquired, "What's wrong, Marco? Why do you look so pale?" "Ah, it's nothing. I'm just concerned for father," Marco replied. "They haven't even begun fighting yet. Father might not necessarily lose." Jozu displayed a blind faith in his father's strength. "Sai, you wouldn't understand. You have never experienced that insurmountable power firsthand. Never mind. You will see for yourself shortly." Jozu glanced at Marco but chose not to speak further. He was indeed curious to witness whether Su Yu's strength was as extraordinary as the rumor suggested. As Whitebeard prepared to commence the battle, Su Yu called out to halt him. "Wait, Whitebeard, do you intend to fight right on your ship?" Upon Su Yu's reminder, Whitebeard realized his oversight. His excitement had clouded his judgment. With his immense power, a direct confrontation would surely spell disaster for his vessel. "Marco, where is the nearest island?" As Marco was about to respond, Su Yu interjected, "No need to complicate matters." With that, Su Yu approached the edge of the ship and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself into the air. The onlookers rushed to the ship's edge, only to find Su Yu standing firmly atop the ocean's surface. where his footing had transformed the water into solid ice. The sound of cracking ice resonated as the water rapidly froze around him, forming a vast ice expanse in mere moments. Simultaneously, the naval squad stationed at a distance to monitor Whitebeard quietly succumbed to slumber, having prepared the battleground. So you looked up at Whitebeard and declared, "Let us commence here." Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the crowd stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. Joseph could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Pirate curse, isn't that the power of Admiral Akiji?" Marco, however, was unperturbed. He was already aware of Suyu's extraordinary abilities, so nothing about this revelation surprised him. The rumors of Suyu possessing multiple powers were undeniably true. Seeing this, Whitebeard, without hesitation, brandished a sword, tremor fruit, and leaped from the Moby Dick onto the ice. Instinctively, he stomped the ice, which cracked under his weight, revealing its formidable thickness. "Then let us begin, Whitebeard." With Whitebeard prepared, Suyu gestured for him to initiate the bout. Whitebeard did not hesitate. He unleashed a signature move, his right fist enveloped in a white aura, and hurled a punch towards Suyu from afar. As this fearsome blow descended, the air shattered like glass, with jagged fissures racing towards Suyu, accompanied by a fatal tremor that obliterated everything in its path. The fragile ice could not withstand Whitebeard's assault, and the crack spread in the wake of his attack. Yet, Suyu remained utterly undeterred, standing still as if oblivious to the cataclysmic force unleashed upon him. Whitebeard faltered momentarily, but his subordinates did not relent, while the onlooking sons voiced their disapproval of Suyu's nonchalance towards their father's might. However, the ensuing moment left them utterly astounded. As the devastating shockwave surged towards Suyu, it dissipated as if it were but a drop in an ocean, leaving no trace of disturbance. The fissures in the ice halted a mere meter in front of him, as if an insurmountable barrier had been erected to shield him from destruction. Whitebeard's breath caught in his throat. He had anticipated that he might not be Suyu's equal, but this scene surpassed all his expectations. He had not held back in that punch. Yet Suyu merely stood there, eyes unblinking, effortlessly negating his full-force strike. The astonishment was palpable among his sons, who understood their father's power, an ability said to have the potential to annihilate worlds, and yet, here they were, witnessing its futile display against Suyu. Their expressions mirrored that of a ghostly encounter, save for Marco, who remained unfazed. "Gulalalala, splendid." Whitebeard quickly regained his composure. If he could not defeat Suyu, so be it. He had never truly believed he could triumph. He merely sought a spirited clash. As he trod upon the shattered ice, Whitebeard charged at Suyu, a torrent of overwhelming conqueror's haki surging forth from him, sweeping over Suyu, while the latter remained unfazed. Some of the weaker spectators aboard the ship fainted under the pressure. Despite his seemingly cumbersome demeanor, Whitebeard's speed was remarkable. In an instant, he stood before Suyu, raising his massive blade to strike. This time, Suyu chose not to receive the blow with his head. Although he could have stood there motionless and withstood Whitebeard's attacks for 7 days and nights without faltering, using his head to block the blade seemed rather peculiar and somewhat indecorous. Therefore, Suyu raised his hand, though it appeared slow in reality. It was executed with remarkable swiftness, creating a paradoxical sensation as if time and space were distorted. Silently, the colossal blade, brimming with vibrational force, struck Suyu's seemingly delicate and soft palm, yet it could not even move his hand downward by a millimeter. The terrifying shockwave seemed to be absorbed by his hand, creating not a single sound. Subsequently, with a surge of strength in his arm, he sent the hefty Whitebeard flying away. As he tumbled through the air, Whitebeard landed firmly on the icy surface. The onlookers aboard the ship were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. To be frank, had Whitebeard's earlier strike landed with full force, it could have easily obliterated a small island. Yet, despite this, Suyu effortlessly caught it with a single hand. In Whitebeard's perception, it felt as if Suyu had merely extended his hand without exerting any force, which filled Whitebeard with an unfamiliar sense of frustration. No matter what, he had to leave some mark on Suyu. Unbeknownst to him, Whitebeard's mindset had shifted. Initially, he simply wished for a thrilling battle to gauge Suyu's strength. However, after Suyu's unyielding defense against his shockwave, Whitebeard's thoughts transitioned to the need to at least inflict some injury upon his opponent. Now, he pondered whether it would be too embarrassing if he could not even cause Suyu to falter a little. With that, he plunged his weapon, the Yasakani no Magatama, forcefully into the ice, crossing his arms over his chest. He then struck the air on either side with tremendous force, causing the atmosphere to crack like a shattered mirror, filled with terrifying fissures. However, this time, the cracks did not advance towards Suyu. Instead, they spread outward. Suyu regarded Whitebeard with curiosity, impressed by his audacity. The shockwaves continued to extend into the distance, their destination unknown. In the next moment, the previously calm sea began to churn violently, and in the far reaches, two silvery lines emerged, seemingly drawing closer to where the spectators stood. The already fissured ice cracked further, yet its thickness remained undetermined, and it was not engulfed by the sea. As the two silvery lines approached, it became apparent that they were not mere lines, but rather colossal waves, sweeping toward them with terrifying force. "Curse it, Father is furious!" the pirates exclaimed, their panic palpable. The atmosphere erupted into chaos as the Moby Dick rose and fell with the surging waters. The ice could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into large fragments, akin to a white cake being carelessly sliced. The fragile pieces floated precariously on the turbulent sea as Whitebeard struggled to maintain his footing atop them. This was indeed a risky maneuver for Whitebeard. Previously, his full-force strike had failed to even break Suyu's skin. His once proud tremor fruit felt as if it were merely massaging Suyu. This was deeply disheartening. Thus, Whitebeard resolved to attempt one last gamble, hoping that this massive tsunami might unsettle Suyu. As for Moby Dick and his sons, he directed a gentle shockwave toward the ship, gradually pushing it away to safety. Marco, quick-witted, rushed to lower the sails, allowing the ship to drift further away from this treacherous locale. At that moment, the cataclysmic waves roared toward them, the deafening sound mingling with fierce winds as tons of seawater cascaded from above. The scene resembled the apocalypse, with nowhere to escape, as every direction brimmed with lethal peril. What transpired was far more terrifying than the calamity unleashed by Whitebeard during the Battle of Marineford. This was a genuine natural disaster. Yet, both Whitebeard and Suyu remained remarkably composed, as if the horrific scenes around them were mere figments of imagination. "You truly are reckless, Whitebeard," Suyu remarked with a hint of amusement. Strangely enough, despite the surrounding cacophony, Whitebeard could hear Suyu's voice distinctly. "Though it may not harm you, I relish the thought of making you flustered." Suyu shook his head, bemused by the fact that he had placed himself in such a perilous situation for this trivial reason. Had he forgotten that he was a wielder of a devil fruit's power? To think that a mere tsunami, akin to a child's play, could bring him such disarray was a gross oversimplification. With a gentle push against the ice, Suyu soared gracefully into the air, bringing his palms together before parting them. In the next moment, a resplendent flame materialized between his hands. The fire resembled the depths of a starry night, akin to an infinite cosmos, with countless stars flickering within it. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of lethal nobility, exquisite yet perilous. As the flame emerged, the temperature around Suyu surged dramatically, causing Whitebeard to feel a slight burn on his skin. This was with Suyu having restrained much of the flame's power. Otherwise, that singular flame could have incinerated the entire pirate world. In an instant, Suyu raised his hands, and the flame divided into two, each racing towards the colossal waves. In contrast, the flames appeared as mere insects attempting to shake a tree. However, the next moment, the flames swelled with the wind, transforming into two formidable fire surges that collided with the waves. The ocean waves, which should have subdued the flames, were consumed and rendered null under the searing inferno, as if the very fabric of space were being scorched. In a heartbeat, the once cataclysmic waves that could obliterate everything vanished without a trace, as if all that had occurred prior was but an illusion. Yet, the brilliant flames that remained bore testament to the reality of the event. The flames coalesced back into a small orb, returning to Suyu's hand before dissipating. After executing this astounding feat, Suyu descended back onto the ice surface as though he had merely boiled a pot of water, his demeanor nonchalant, for the ice remained intact, after all. It was of his own making, of assured quality. Onlookers gazed at Suyu in awe, as if he were a celestial being, including Marco and Whitebeard himself. Chapter 8. Timing is everything. What had just unfolded surpassed everyone's comprehension. Whitebeard's earlier tsunami, summoned through the powers of the tremor fruit, was no exaggeration when described as towering over 1,000 meters, an authentic force capable of annihilating all hope. Yet, Suyu had effortlessly unleashed a small flame, which, though it expanded, paled in comparison to the dizzying waves, akin to a candle atop a child's birthday cake. The disparity between the two forces was stark, and the outcome was indeed as anticipated, yet the target of this overwhelming force was entirely contrary to what everyone envisioned. Thus, not only were the spectators astounded, but even the steadfast Whitebeard wore a look of disbelief. At that moment, Suyu had landed on the ice, addressing the still-stunned Whitebeard. "All right, Whitebeard, our sparring ends here. Let's head back to the ship." "Oh," Whitebeard instinctively replied, then leapt back onto the Moby Dick. Observing this, Suyu lightly tapped the ice with his toes, drifting back to the ship like a feather. As he departed, the ice rapidly melted back into seawater, as if it had never existed, finally breaking free from his astonishment. Whitebeard looked at Suyu and laughed heartily. Wahaha, I concede. True to his character, even in the face of such a crushing defeat, he remained remarkably carefree. Had Suyu merely surpassed him by a small margin, Whitebeard would have acknowledged his loss, but would have harbored a fierce determination to defeat him in the future. However, the reality was stark. His attacks had failed to breach Suyu's defenses, and when Suyu did strike, it was with such prowess that he could not withstand even a single blow. What room was there for stubborn resolve? Whitebeard's booming voice jolted the others, bringing their astonished minds back to reality. They gazed at Suyu, their expressions a tumult of emotions. Previously, before any confrontation, they could indulge in self-deception, convincing themselves that their father was still the world's strongest, and that Suyu was an illusion, perhaps a trick devised by the Navy in collusion with Kaido. Yet now, clarity prevailed. Their father had indeed been defeated, and it was a decisive defeat, not merely a loss, for Suyu had remained on the defensive throughout, never once attacking, indicating they were not even on the same tier. Sensing his son's despondence, Whitebeard raised his arm and proclaimed, "Come, my children, let us celebrate." Indeed, this statement proves to be effective. For pirates, it appears that a banquet serves as a panacea. No matter the anguish, it can be dispelled by revelry. Oh, let the festivities commence. Huzzah for the feast. Soon, a few underlings emerged from the storeroom, bearing an array of libations and meats, though not necessarily exquisite. The sheer volume instilled a sense of satisfaction. "Mr. Suyo, do join the celebration," they exclaimed. With a hearty laugh, Mr. Suyo graciously accepted Whitebeard's invitation. He had ventured out for a respite, eager to immerse himself in the unique allure of the pirate realm. A pirate banquet, in essence, consists of a multitude gathered together, indulging in food and drink, boasting and bantering, creating a lively cacophony. Meanwhile, Mr. Suyo sat quietly on the sidelines, sipping his drink and observing the exuberant antics of the revelers. Having cultivated a demeanor of a languid slacker over time, it was clear that joining them in their merriment did not align with his established persona. At that moment, however, he sensed something amiss, a subtle smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "How intriguing. Pardon, Mr. Suyo, what did you just utter?" inquired Marco, seated beside him, perplexed by Suyo's cryptic remark. "Ah, merely reflecting that timing can be fortuitous. An illustrious figure has arrived." Marco remained bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Fast forward to a few days prior. At the Holy Land of Mariehua, in a spacious chamber, the 5 elders occupied their usual seats, and before them knelt a Navy officer clad in his uniform, reporting something of grave consequence, as evidenced by the terror etched upon his face and the beads of sweat adorning his brow. "Our dispatched forces for surveillance and peacekeeping have been completely annihilated, none remain." Upon concluding the report, an uneasy silence enveloped the 5 elders. Subsequently, the blonde-haired elder proclaimed, "Deploy another squadron of Navy personnel for continued surveillance. Additionally, we must heighten internal vigilance, adjusting our readiness for immediate mobilization." The impending meeting between those two figures was no trivial matter. A misstep could ignite a conflict with world-altering ramifications. "Understood," responded the Navy officer, promptly exiting the room to relay the 5 elders' orders to Admiral Sengoku. Within the chamber, a collective sigh escaped the lips of the 5 elders. Alas, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. The emergence of the remarkably powerful Mr. Suyo had already caused them considerable distress, as it introduced an uncontrollable variable, an intolerable predicament for any authority. They were acutely aware that the power at their disposal was utterly inadequate to contend with Suyo. Previously, they had sought the counsel of that esteemed figure. Even he lacked absolute confidence in subduing Suyo. Thus, when Doflamingo endeavored to gather intelligence on the Hades warship, they remained taciturn, effectively acquiescing. They speculated that by uniting 2 world-destroying weapons alongside that esteemed figure's strength, they might be able to restrain Suyo. Fortunately, since his emergence, Suyo had remained remarkably placid, sequestered within his bar, going nowhere, a fact that had relieved the 5 elders. Little did they know, while this newcomer remained tranquil, the previously unruly had now stirred. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, boldly set sail towards Whitebeard, another of the 4 emperors. These 2 truly represent perilous individuals, and they belong to the exceedingly dangerous category. With the red-haired one departing, one cannot discern his intentions. Should he be contemplating a confrontation with Whitebeard? It would be most fortuitous if both were to perish in mutual destruction. This scenario would leave only two pirate emperors in the world, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Navy. In such a weakened state, they would naturally refrain from provoking the Navy, who, in turn, would require their presence. However, they are well aware that it is often wiser for individuals to refrain from indulging in fanciful daydreams. Chapter 81. The most dominant man returning to the present, Su Yu, confronted by Marco's inquisitive gaze, merely smiled in silence before taking a generous sip of his drink. There was a certain delight in playing the enigma and observing the bewilderment on the other's face. Noticing Su Yu's indifference, Marco soon lost interest and took a hearty gulp of his drink, exhaling the intoxicating vapors with satisfaction. Moments later, a subordinate on the lookout tower took a sip of his drink and casually raised his telescope, seemingly amused by the view. In the next instant, he began to doubt whether he had consumed too much alcohol and was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously for clarity, he peered through the lens once more, only to confirm the same sight as before. A cold sweat cascaded down his brow, and after regaining his composure, he scrambled down from the lookout tower, shouting to the revelers engrossed in their festivities, "Father! Everyone! We've spotted the red-haired ship." The previously vibrant atmosphere instantly dulled, as they instinctively questioned whether they had misheard. For the news was indeed shocking. "Are you certain you did not make a mistake?" Whitebeard queried after a brief silence, allowing his somewhat intoxicated mind to settle. "I am absolutely certain. That is the Red Force." Upon his confirmation, the revelers hastily lowered their drinks, the festivities clearly coming to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Marco finally comprehended the meaning behind Su Yu's earlier mention of a riddle. It referred to the arrival of red-haired Shanks. The sudden emergence of a figure of such stature caused a ripple of unease among the lower-ranking pirates, while the captains remained remarkably composed, though their expressions betrayed their concern. They were uncertain of Shank's intentions. If he bore friendly motives, all would be well, but if he were an adversary, chaos would surely ensue. The festivities could not continue, and the underlings hurriedly gathered their belongings, positioning themselves beside their captain in a state of heightened vigilance, ready for battle. Regardless of whether an altercation was imminent, they resolved to project an aura of defiance. As time elapsed, the Red Furs, Shank's ship, came into view, gradually approaching. The vessel, a traditional sailing ship with two masts, featured an abstract dragon figurehead and cannons positioned along its sides. As it drew nearer, the more timid pirates involuntarily swallowed hard, gripped by anxiety, while the captains began to adopt a watchful stance. Even Whitebeard's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. For him, red-haired Shanks represented a formidable opponent. Only Su Yu maintained his previous nonchalance, for in his eyes, no one in this world warranted his earnest attention. Nearly 10 minutes later, the Red Furs gently docked alongside the Moby Dick. Although the Red Furs was sizable, it appeared diminutive next to the great whale, resembling a younger sibling. At this juncture, individuals aboard both vessels could clearly discern one another. Shanks presented himself as an unkempt, ordinary man, with scruffy facial hair and casual attire, clad in sandals. The only striking features were his vibrant red hair and 3 parallel scars adorning his left eye. Shanks then seized an enormous jug of liquor, descending the ship to Whitebeard's vessel, navigating the steps with an air of significant gravitas. Joseph solemnly declared, "Red-haired Shanks is coming." At that moment, Marco rose and shouted to the crowd, "Young ones, retreat. Take shelter in the cabin. It is unbearable." A nearby lackey, in a state of panic, asked, "What do you mean by unbearable?" Marco gestured towards the cabin with his thumb and replied, "Less chatter. Hurry and hide inside." However, no sooner had Marco finished speaking than someone nearby collapsed, losing consciousness. His fall seemed to signal a chain reaction, as more individuals followed suit, crumpling to the ground in unison. Those remaining, bewildered by the unfolding events, frantically checked on the fallen. "What is happening to you? What on earth is going on?" Yet Marco and the captain remained unfazed, appearing indifferent to the grave incident before them, as if they had grown accustomed to such sights. "Is it too late?" Marco calmly inquired. "What is wrong with you all? Answer me." The frantic individual shouted. Unable to bear it any longer, Marco explained, "No need to panic. They have merely fainted." At this, Jaws added, "Without sufficient mental preparation, one cannot even remain conscious before that man." Just as he spoke, a figure with red hair appeared at the top of the stairs. What a striking figure it was, though seemingly slender and ordinary. It exuded an overwhelming aura that commanded attention, as if enhanced by some unseen force, making it apparent that this person was immensely powerful. He strode forward, dragging a colossal jug of liquor, and wherever he passed, lackey-level pirates fell one after another. It was as if his mere presence was enough to send them into unconsciousness, forming a path of the fallen in his wake. The ship's railing appeared unable to withstand the force of the red-haired man's presence, cracking decisively. Marco sighed inwardly. Truly, he is the most formidable man. Ultimately, the red-haired individual reached Whitebeard, lifting his gaze to meet the latter's eyes, then revealing a harmless yet mischievous smile. Apologies for the intrusion. I thought I would bring a little intimidation upon boarding your ship. Whitebeard grunted noncommittally. Seeing you reminds me of that scoundrel. The red-haired man chuckled heartily, then continued, I have brought healing water as a tribute. I have no intention of fighting. I merely wish to discuss something with you. Whitebeard, seated in his designated chair, was not swayed by the red-haired man's charm, but also showed no sign of anger, speaking in a deep voice. A man who carelessly flaunts his power should not utter such nonsense. What a troublesome fellow. At this moment, Marco could no longer contain himself. With his strength, he had no reason to fear red-haired Shanks. He shouted at Shanks, What on earth do you mean? You've stunned our crew and damaged our ship. Despite being one of the 4 emperors, Shanks displayed no reaction to Marco's offensive words. Instead, he responded amicably, it's Marco from the same crew. Would you like to join us? Only Shanks could engage in such absurd antics right in front of another captain. Given Shanks' well-known personality, the others did not interpret his behavior as a deliberate provocation, though Marco was somewhat bewildered by Shanks' whimsical thinking. Enough nonsense, you scoundrel, Marco retorted, while Shanks laughed heartily. Unfazed. Chapter 82. Is something off with you? Seeing this, Jozu inquired, So, old man, what do we? Whitebeard pondered for a moment, glancing at Suyu, who nodded in agreement, indicating to proceed as if he were not present. Whitebeard then stated, He doesn't seem to be here to cause trouble. Let us have a moment alone. Subsequently, everyone, including Suyu, retreated to the back of the ship, leaving only red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard on the deck. At that moment, Shanks furrowed his brow, sensing that things were not as they seemed. He noticed something peculiar about Whitebeard. He appeared both unchanged and yet distinctly different, creating an unsettling feeling. What could it be? Shanks scrutinized Whitebeard, examining his headscarf, his face, and the exposed skin of his chest. Suddenly, he realized the source of his unease. He remembered that Whitebeard bore injuries inflicted by none other than his former captain, that scoundrel mentioned earlier by Whitebeard. Indeed, Shanks had a notable background. He had once been a sailor under the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger. The 2 pirate crews had often clashed, so Shanks was well aware of the wounds that marked Whitebeard. Yet now, Whitebeard's chest appeared unblemished, devoid of any signs of injury. Moreover, he couldn't shake the impression that Whitebeard seemed remarkably youthful. Observing Whitebeard's current state, Shanks was clearly taken aback. How could it be that this man appeared suddenly rejuvenated? Hadn't he heard that Whitebeard required intravenous drips and medical equipment to sustain his life? Where were the drips? Where were the medical devices? And how could he still feel such an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Whitebeard? This left him somewhat dazed. The sight of this white-bearded figure was both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar, as if he were witnessing the peak of Whitebeard during the time of battles against the Roger pirates. Yet, how could this be possible? Whitebeard was nearly 70. In his bewilderment, Shanks pondered whether he had somehow transcended time itself. Were it not for his understanding of Whitebeard's character, he might have suspected that Whitebeard had employed some forbidden technique to maintain such a state. Moreover, he noticed that when Whitebeard issued orders, he deliberately cast a glance at a young man, as if seeking the latter's consent. This was truly bizarre. Since when did the formidable Whitebeard seek anyone's opinion? Furthermore, that young man looked unfamiliar. Could he be Whitebeard's newly adopted son? Whitebeard observed the silent Shanks, his expression shifting continuously, and then called out, You little brat. What are you daydreaming about? The sound of Whitebeard's voice jolted Shanks out of his reverie, and unable to comprehend the situation, he decided to inquire directly. Whitebeard, is there something amiss with your condition? Whitebeard paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. Then realization dawned upon him. After all, it had been 22 years since their last meeting, and he still retained the vigor of his former self. Anyone would find this peculiar. This? I owe it all to Mr. Suyu. At the mention of Mr. Suyu, Whitebeard instinctively infused a hint of reverence into his tone. In the world of pirates, strength was revered, and only the powerful could command respect. This was a universal truth, though it was especially pronounced among pirates. Mr. Suyu? Are you referring to the owner of the Sabaody Archipelago's Wish Bar, Suyu? Indeed. I owe it all to him. Gururara. So it is. Yes, just as you surmised. I have returned to my peak. Although Whitebeard's tone was casual, as if discussing trivial matters, it struck Shanks like a thunderclap. The name Suyu was not unfamiliar to him. The news of Kaido's defeat had genuinely astonished him, and since then, he understood that a remarkable figure had emerged upon these seas. As for the rumors of wish fulfillment, he had paid them little heed. For someone of his carefree nature had no pressing desires to realize. Yet, he never anticipated hearing that name again today. And even more astonishing was the revelation that Suyu had enabled Whitebeard to reclaim his former glory. Was it truly possible for an aging man to regain his youth? Especially someone as extraordinarily powerful as Whitebeard? He suddenly recalled the young man whom Whitebeard had glanced at earlier. He remembered that Suyu was also said to be remarkably youthful. Could it be? Hey, you brat. Stop dawdling. What brings you here? Aha. I was just a bit taken aback. After all, such miraculous events are indeed rare. True to his carefree nature, Shanks accepted this extraordinary reality with surprising swiftness. Humph. Now, what do you want from me? Ha, let us drink first. I brought this specially for you. With that, Shanks poured himself a generous bowl of liquor, nearly the size of his head, and tossed the remainder to Whitebeard. Whitebeard caught it and sniffed the contents, remarking, "This bar's liquor from the West Sea doesn't seem particularly fine." A hint of disdain was discernible in his voice. Shanks, savoring the drink, exhaled contentedly, "Ha! I have traversed the world, and there is no liquor more fragrant than that which brings pleasure to the skin. This is the liquor of my homeland, Whitebeard. Do try it." Whitebeard regarded Shanks, then tilted the jug back and took a hearty swig, letting out a satisfied breath. Not too shabby. 22 years have passed. Back then, you were but a mere intern on Joel D. Rogers' ship, yet now you have carved out your own sky. Shanks had indeed been quite audacious back then. A mere intern sailor who dared to provoke Whitebeard. This unusual audacity left a lasting impression on Whitebeard, even as Shanks was still an unknown youth. Oh, and there was that red-nosed fellow by your side, equally brave. Two fledglings daring to declare war on Whitebeard. Regardless of their weakness, their courage was commendable. Shanks' expression turned nostalgic as he reminisced. Ha! After all, it has been 22 years. So, little brat, you've come to reminisce and drink with me today? Whitebeard inquired, taking another hearty gulp of his drink. As the conversation turned serious, Shanks' demeanor shifted. I have come today to ask a favor of you. Chapter 83. As long as you're happy, I have come here with the primary intention of asking you for a favor. With this declaration, the playful demeanor vanished from Shanks' face, revealing a semblance of the world's most formidable man. Oh, what is it? Speak. Instead of answering directly, Shanks extended his hand to point at the 3 scars on his face and solemnly stated, I have endured various battles and sustained numerous injuries. But only this scar still throbs with pain to this day. The one who left this scar, you should not be unfamiliar with. He is Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard. Upon hearing the name, Whitebeard momentarily lost control of his composure, his conqueror's haki emanating fiercely, and his expression darkened significantly. Blackbeard represented Whitebeard's most profound anguish. One could only imagine the turmoil of a man who cherished family, witnessing his children turn against one another, an emotional landscape starkly opposite to familial joy. Shanks, undeterred by Whitebeard's reaction, continued, When I faced him, I did not underestimate him in the slightest. Do you grasp what I am implying, Whitebeard? That man lurks like a venomous serpent in the shadows, biding his time under the illustrious name of Whitebeard, silently amassing strength. With such restraint, his ambitions must be monumental. Whitebeard, he will undoubtedly come to usurp your throne. Shanks' words were somewhat inappropriate, perhaps even unbecoming of his station. Yet Whitebeard paid it no mind, for he too harbored complex feelings towards Teach. He recalled how Teach had once embodied the archetype of a good-natured individual. But now it seemed that all of that had been a guise, a deception sustained for 20 years. A revelation that sent shivers down one's spine and illuminated his ambition and resolve. So, what exactly do you wish for me to do? That is the crux of the matter, is it not? Shanks raised his head slightly, resolutely articulating a few words. Stop, Ace. At this proclamation, Whitebeard's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly unsettled, Shanks elaborated. Ace is powerful. He ascended to captaincy at a young age, but now is not the time. His notoriety will only exacerbate matters. Prevent him from confronting Blackbeard. Teach. This is the sole request I make of you. Whitebeard listened intently as Red-Haired finished speaking, then threw his head back in hearty laughter. a distinctive sound that echoed throughout the entirety of the Moby Dick. Ha ha ha. Red-haired, your words are reminiscent of a mere callow youth. As the mention of Blackbeard Teach surfaced, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably agitated. He barely wished to utter the name, opting instead for the vague reference of that guy. That guy, he murdered his comrades. Such an unforgivable crime aboard a pirate ship. Once you step on my vessel, no matter how foolish, you are my child. Where do the souls of slain children go? One cannot survive in this world while owing a debt of righteousness. Is it not my duty to teach that scoundrel this lesson? By the end of his proclamation, Whitebeard's countenance darkened ominously. In truth, Whitebeard was aware that Red-haired spoke with wisdom, yet he could not issue the command to bring Ace back, for he was the father figure. Some matters, though known to be wrong, are not easily acted upon, and regrettably, such situations are all too common in this world. Do you understand, you little rascal? As for your incessant meddling, we can revisit this matter a century hence. With that, Whitebeard downed the contents of his jug in one swift motion, before hurling the empty vessel at Red-haired. Such an assault could scarcely strike Red-haired. A mere tilt of his head enabled him to evade the descending liquor jug. Nevertheless, he understood that this incident likely signified the collapse of negotiations, rendering his purpose for coming here a failure. Subsequently, without further ado, the confrontation erupted. He rose, firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, unsheathing the renowned sword, Griffin, and declared in a low voice, if this continues, this era will descend into chaos. Whitebeard, undeterred, swiftly drew his own weapon, the Kanjiyanki. And what of it? I am Whitebeard. In the next moment, the clash of their weapons resonated. A thunderous clash of conquerors' haki surged forth, causing the clouds above to churn violently. They formed a stark division in the sky, as though the heavens themselves had been rent asunder. Even this simple collision of weapons was a display of sheer power, for both were formidable figures of the Yonko caliber. The spectacle was visually striking, with effects and backdrop amplified to the utmost. Whitebeard's sons remained largely unfazed, having witnessed even more awe-inspiring events before, their resilience at its peak. However, the expressions of the newly assigned naval officers tasked with surveillance were nothing short of remarkable. They stood agape, terror-stricken, evidently unaccustomed to such divine combat, profoundly shaken. The eruption of conquerors' haki felt almost tangible, leaving them lightheaded even from a distance. In the next instant, Whitebeard and Red-haired separated. Whitebeard remained firmly grounded, while Red-haired instinctively took a step back. This alone indicated that Whitebeard's physical strength surpassed that of Red-haired. The stark contrast left Red-haired momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming admiration. This was indeed the peak of Whitebeard. This was the adversary his captain had faced in the past. However, the two did not continue their clash. They merely exchanged a token blow, a mere formality, as it was inconceivable for such formidable figures, especially a Yonko, to engage in a full-fledged battle without significant provocation. Thus, after this brief encounter, they withdrew their weapons. Curiously, Red-haired inquired about Whitebeard's arm. Whitebeard fixated on the right side of Red-haired, where his left arm should have been, now conspicuously absent. After all, for a Yonko to return from the so-called weakest sea, the East Blue, missing an arm was astonishing to anyone. Red-haired covered his left shoulder with his hand, nostalgia washing over him, evidently recalling a certain earnest young man and the straw hat he had gifted him. Perhaps also remembering the Sea King that had bitten off his arm. Ah, you mean that. I wagered him on the new era. Whitebeard observed Red-haired intently before adding, as long as you are happy. With their discussion concluded, Red-haired took his leave, mindful of the territory he was in. Lingering too long would be rather presumptuous. Although he did not achieve his objective, the ever-charismatic Red-haired maintained a playful grin as he waved goodbye to Whitebeard and his crew, before commanding his navigator to set sail. Chapter 84. The beginning. With your death standing on his ship, Red-haired gazed out at the vast sea, lost in thought. It appeared the negotiations had not gone well. Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, approached Red-haired. The earlier tension had prepared them for battle, yet unexpectedly, a confrontation never materialized. This was evidently not a sign of a harmonious atmosphere. It likely indicated a breakdown in discussions. Alas, negotiations have collapsed. That old man, Whitebeard, is far too obstinate. I suspected he wouldn't heed my words before I even arrived. It seems events are heading toward the worst possible outcome. In this tumultuous era, no one can escape its clutches. Though we, the red-haired pirates, are a Yonko crew, in such a chaotic time, we are merely a larger fish in a vast ocean. Beckman maintained his stoic demeanor, responding coolly to his captain's lamentations with a single word. Red-haired, accustomed to Beckman's aloofness, continued unabated, reveling in his own musings. Oh, I've forgotten something crucial. The previously contemplative red-haired suddenly erupted with excitement. What is it? Did you forget to snag a bottle of wine from Whitebeard? No. I just recalled that the bar owner, Suyu, might have been aboard Whitebeard's ship, but I neglected to ask before leaving. Upon hearing Suyu's name, Beckman's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. While the common folk might not know or care about Suyu, major powers were acutely aware of him. After all, Suyu's name currently represented invincibility. Though Suyu lacked a formal power base, surrounded only by a young warrior named Mylander, his prowess was enough to single-handedly command an army. He was indeed a pivotal figure. Now, his presence on Whitebeard's ship raised significant questions. Are you certain? Ah, I believe so. I only glanced at a photo earlier, but it seemed there was a young man on that ship, and Whitebeard appeared quite concerned about him. Oh, speaking of which, there's another major development. Whitebeard has returned to his peak. Returned to his peak? What do you mean? According to Whitebeard, so you helped him recover. His scars have vanished, and his aura is indistinguishable from that of the Whitebeard who once battled my captain. Hiss. At Redhaird's revelation, Beckman's composed facade crumbled. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply, causing his cigarette to burn his lips. Yet, he quickly brushed off the pain, exclaiming, "Are you serious? A peak Whitebeard? How terrifying would that be? It is utterly despairing. Indeed, it is true. Our last exchange left me at a disadvantage. This era is incomprehensible. A peak Whitebeard might not even be Suyu's match." With Redhaird's reminder, Beckman recalled the existence of this ultimate boss. Indeed, based on media reports, even if exaggerated, the strength attributed to Suyu is undeniably formidable. A peak Whitebeard might struggle against him. Moreover, the fact that Suyu could achieve such impossible feats was profoundly enigmatic. Subsequently, the two stood at the bow of the ship, enveloped in a contemplative silence as they embraced the sea breeze. Several kilometers away, the surveillance team rejoiced when they observed the two parties finally part ways, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Finally, this agonizing moment has passed. The near battle they had witnessed had nearly terrified them into believing they would meet an untimely end, yet the outcome had been anticlimactic, restoring their hearts to a state of calm. Life truly is a series of dramatic highs and lows. Nevertheless, this was good news. The fact that the two had nearly clashed indicated their relationship was not harmonious, suggesting that whatever they had discussed had likely fallen through. For the Navy, the greatest fear was the two factions uniting. If that were to happen, the Beast Pirates and Big MOM would almost certainly form an alliance. Then, the Navy would face dire consequences. Fortuitously, events had not spiraled toward the worst possible outcome. The shaken surveillance team members hurried to report this favorable news to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As Redhair departed, Whitebeard's crew gathered around him. "Old man, what was that all about? What did Redhair want?" Marco was the first to inquire, with the others looking on with concern. They had distinctly heard their father laughing. So how did it lead to a confrontation? In response to his sons, Whitebeard candidly replied, That rascal wants me to summon Ace back." Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of indignation surged among the crowd. What does that mean? Ace is seeking vengeance. By what right do you prevent him? Is this not a tad intrusive? Their animosity towards Blackbeard, who had brazenly betrayed and slain their comrade, was palpable. Under the influence of Whitebeard, they had unconsciously begun to regard those around them as their own brothers. Thus, their fury was no less than that of Whitebeard himself. Although Shanks meant well, this matter was a sacred territory that Whitebeard and his crew were unwilling to have others encroach upon. They should have seized the moment to confront him. Remarkably, it was Marco, usually the epitome of nonchalance, who voiced this sentiment, underscoring the profound impact this incident had on them. It was not that they lacked concern for Ace. Rather, Blackbeard had rarely revealed his true strength, having dispatched Sachi through a surprise attack. Consequently, it was only natural for them to underestimate Blackbeard's capabilities. In contrast, Ace had ascended to the position of 2nd Division Commander through his own merit, his prowess unmistakable. Capturing Blackbeard should be a mere formality. At that moment, the old man with the white beard instinctively glanced at Suyu, who was watching the scene unfold with an enigmatic expression, as though witnessing a theatrical performance. A thought stirred within him, prompting an inexplicable curiosity to discern Suyu's perspective on the matter. He turned to Suyu and inquired, "Mr. Suyu, do you believe that if these two individuals were to cross paths, it would indeed incite an era of chaos?" Only after posing the question did he suddenly realize the folly of his inquiry, as Suyu was unaware of the intricacies surrounding the two individuals. It seemed he had asked a question in vain. To his surprise, however, Suyu nodded affirmatively and uttered something astonishing. "Indeed, this era of chaos may very well commence with your demise, Whitebeard." Chapter 85. At worst, I shall go alone. Suyu nodded decisively, then proclaimed the startling assertion, certainly. Moreover, if all goes as anticipated, this tumultuous era will be heralded by your death, Whitebeard. Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Even the steadfast Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. Following this initial shock, a surge of indignation took hold. One can only imagine the fervent rage that would ignite within a son upon hearing that his father would perish. This fury was so intense that they momentarily forgot that Suyu was a formidable opponent, one who could easily defeat even their patriarch. Although they had previously expressed gratitude and respect for the restoration of their father's prime, such reckless words were unconscionable. It was only due to the gravity of the situation that these hot-headed individuals refrained from immediate confrontation. However, Whitebeard himself remained remarkably composed, for he understood that a figure like Suyu would not speak frivolously. Observing the anger etched on his sons' faces, he solemnly commanded, "Calm yourselves, you rascals." Upon hearing their father's authoritative voice, they reluctantly retreated, albeit with lingering discontent. Once he had quelled the unrest among his unruly sons, Whitebeard turned to Suyu with earnest intent and inquired, "Mr. Suyu, are you acquainted with the two individuals I mentioned?" "Ah, of course. Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach. They are both renowned figures," Suyu responded. While it was understandable to acknowledge Ace's notoriety, the mention of Teach's fame raised eyebrows among the onlookers, who exchanged puzzled glances without voicing their confusion. "Why do you say that? Do you truly believe I would meet my demise because of this matter?" "Father," a voice from the side attempted to interject, but under Whitebeard's piercing gaze, they obediently fell silent. Ace is pursuing Blackbeard with the intent to kill, and their encounter is bound to erupt into conflict. Surely, the red-haired one has already informed you of Blackbeard's terrifying prowess. Oh, by the way, Blackbeard once visited my bar, so we have met. I would surmise that his strength surpasses Marco's, which means Ace is certainly at a disadvantage." At this revelation, the crowd turned their attention to their patriarch, only to find him offering no rebuttal, which astonished them. After all, Teach had previously exhibited only the prowess of an elite underling, yet he now seemingly vaulted above Marco, a stark and perplexing contrast. Meanwhile, Marco grappled with his own tumultuous thoughts. He harbored no doubts regarding Suyu's assertion that Blackbeard was superior. He recalled that when he encountered Blackbeard at the Wish Bar, he had intended to capture him, but Blackbeard's swift escape thwarted his plans. In hindsight, it seemed he had narrowly evaded disaster. Suyu continued, "As for Ace's identity, you surely understand its significance. If Blackbeard were to surrender him to the Marines, one can only imagine the gravity with which they would treat him. Do you think the Marines would confine Ace and impel down, or execute him publicly?" At this juncture, Whitebeard comprehended Suyu's underlying message. Indeed, Ace's lineage was anything but simple. His biological father was none other than the infamous pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Thus, in the eyes of the Marines, and indeed all, Ace represented the continuation of a nefarious bloodline. His very existence was deemed a blight. Although the notion of such a malevolent bloodline was ludicrous and devoid of logic, it was a belief that resonated deeply with the masses. Should the Marines uncover Ace's true lineage, a public execution would be inevitable, serving as a symbolic act, signifying the end of evil. Ironically, should Ace meet his end in such a manner, it would hold considerable value, regardless of the perspectives of the Marines and the world government. The general populace would find a sense of relief and satisfaction. However, should Ace be executed publicly, Whitebeard vowed he would not stand idly by. This may very well be the Navy's cunning strategy. They are convinced that they will return for Ace, and so they will undoubtedly lie in wait with heavy forces for our arrival. Whitebeard, however, possesses a certain self-awareness, even though he has regained his peak strength. The notion that he, along with Marco and others, could successfully extract Ace from the Navy's stringent blockade is indeed rather unrealistic. Not to mention, simply contending against the combined might of the three admirals proves to be exceedingly arduous, let alone the presence of two formidable figures, Garp and Sengoku, stationed in the rear. One should not underestimate Sengoku, believing that his strategic mind renders him weak. He was once a powerhouse on par with Garp. Yet, if he were to abandon the mission to save Ace for this reason, he would no longer be Whitebeard. This is precisely why Mr. Suyu voiced his concerns. Should events continue on this path, his demise may be all but assured. "Father, let us retrieve Ace." The captains are all aware of Ace's significance and the potential uproar that could ensue, which has incited their urgency. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard spoke. "However, given Ace's temperament, he will not listen unless we physically carry him back. In his earlier conversation with Shanks, he was not entirely composed. But Suyu's reminder has illuminated the gravity of the situation. Ace, with his obstinate nature, despite the matter not directly concerning him, stubbornly attributes Sachi's death to himself. Simply because Blackbeard was a member of his second division, perhaps this is his pride. Whitebeard had advised against Ace's reckless pursuit of Blackbeard multiple times. But to no avail. Relying solely on the transponder snail now seems futile. Then, shall we go in search of Ace? Indeed, father. Let us depart, father. But do you know where Ace is at present? At that moment, Suyu reminded the excited crowd of the most critical question. The fervent individuals, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, found themselves dumbstruck. Indeed, where was Ace? He had left without leaving behind his life paper. Even if they asked him, he would not divulge his whereabouts. So, how could one possibly locate a person amidst the vastness of the ocean? As the group regained their composure, Whitebeard took on his role of stabilizing their spirits. He had resolved to retrieve Ace. He was no longer the frail old man he once was. The traitor could be captured by him alone. Whitebeard then turned to Suyu and inquired solemnly, since Mr. Suyu has claimed to grant all wishes. Might I ask if you could reveal Ace's location to us? Upon hearing this, the crowd also came to a realization. Indeed, they had such a formidable presence among them. They all turned their expectant gazes towards Suyu. Suyu did not disappoint them. He gently nodded amidst their fervent anticipation. Seeing this, everyone, including Whitebeard, let out a sigh of relief, followed by enthusiastic cheers. Do not be overly excited, while we are somewhat acquainted. You must still pay the price for your wish, Suyu calmly stated. Naturally, our wish is to know Ace's whereabouts. Marco, familiar with the procedure, was the first to speak. The Whitebeard pirates were not short on funds. Very well, this wish is quite simple. Suyu proclaimed, adopting a tone reminiscent of a mystic. All that is required is a single devil fruit. Is that not a bargain? In truth, it was rather costly. A single devil fruit, even of the Zoan type, could fetch over 100 million berries, and all for the sake of discovering one person's location. However, the crew readily accepted the price. For in their quest to retrieve Ace, any assistance was invaluable. Regardless of the cost, as long as they could afford it, they would agree, without hesitation. Marco and the others rushed to the storeroom to rummage through their findings. During their search for a logia fruit, they had fortuitously discovered 1 or 2 ordinary devil fruits, which they had kept. They were surprised to find them useful now. Soon, Marco returned to the deck, cradling an oddly shaped fruit. Mr. Suyu here. Suyu received it. And in a swift motion, the fruit vanished. However, the crew seemed unconcerned with this miraculous sight, their gazes fixed eagerly on Suyu, awaiting his next move. Having accepted the payment, Suyu was determined to fulfill his promise. He expanded his formidable mental prowess, instantly enveloping the entire sea, sweeping over area after area. At that moment, the hairs on the necks of some top-tier warriors bristled. They sensed as though a certain presence had cast its gaze upon them. This entity was lofty and unapproachable, yet they felt no malice emanating from it. The sensation was unsettling, as they had not encountered such insecurity in quite some time. Without dwelling on the reactions of these formidable figures, Cus' mental energy swiftly discerned Ace's location amidst the vast sea of humanity. Found him, Suyu proclaimed with a composed demeanor. Is that true, Mr. Suyu? Where is Ace now? Despite having witnessed Cus' earlier stillness, the crowd, trusting him implicitly, harbored no doubts regarding his words. If you set sail now towards Water 7, you should arrive just in time to meet Ace, Suyu replied. Water 7? That place is in the first half of the Grand Line. To return, we would have to pass through Fishman Island, one exclaimed. And we need to coat the ship too. But why would Ace go to Water 7? Upon hearing Cus' words, the surrounding individuals engaged in a lively discussion, showing no signs of skepticism. However, Whitebeard furrowed his brow at the mention of Water 7. He was aware of its significance. It was rumored that the ancient weapon, the Pluton battleship, was constructed on that island. Yet pondering such matters was futile. They must set sail first. After all, he was Whitebeard. Nothing could deter a father from searching for his son. Meanwhile, the members of the surveillance team were once again startled. Earlier, they had observed the two factions parting ways despite their conflicts, and they were relieved. However, before they could fully exhale, they found themselves gasping once more. For Whitebeard's fleet appeared to be making new moves. Judging by their direction, it seemed they were preparing to leave the New World and venture into the Grand Line. The commander quickly contacted Sengoku. This is Sengoku. Admiral, we have a situation. Whitebeard's fleet is on the move, and it appears they are headed for Fishman Island. What? Sengoku exclaimed, taken aback. He pondered what Whitebeard was scheming now. While it was quite normal for Whitebeard's crew to visit Fishman Island, as it was considered his territory. The timing was suspicious, especially following the meeting with red-haired Shanks. Maintain close surveillance on all of Whitebeard's movements. Report any unusual activity immediately. Yes. While it could be argued that Whitebeard was merely relocating, the Navy, despite its dominance, could not prevent him from moving. However, the individual in question was one of the four emperors, capable of stirring up chaos with his mere presence, which created a dilemma. Sengoku wished for these four to remain in one place, undisturbed, for peace to prevail. Alas, fate had other plans. He could not restrain the actions of a four-emperor. So all that could be done was to monitor him. In a certain maritime expanse of the Grand Line, the sea, once tranquil, was now cleaved by a white splash. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this splash marked the trajectory of a small boat. A more detailed gaze would reveal a man with an orange hat, his upper body bare, standing upon the swiftly moving vessel. Should one scrutinize further, they might even notice the freckles adorning his face. The man in question is the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Diaz. A formidable individual who possesses the powers of the Maramara Nomi, a Logia-type devil fruit that grants him the ability to control fire. It is likely that only he can utilize the small boat beneath his feet, as it requires the heat generated by his fruit to navigate. Without it, maintaining balance would be a challenge. Ace is present here in pursuit of Blackbeard's whereabouts. Despite his current prominence, young, serving as a division captain under Whitebeard, and recognized for his strength, with a reputation that resonates throughout the pirate world, this young man harbors profound vulnerabilities. His lineage, being the son of the Pirate King, has cast a long shadow over his existence, for he is often subjected to disparaging remarks about his father, enduring a barrage of insults that must weigh heavily on his soul. Thus, Ace's childhood was marred by violence, rendering him what one might call a troubled child, plagued by deep-seated insecurities. His aggression was but a facade to mask his profound self-doubt. It was only upon encountering Sabo, Luffy, and Garp that he gradually began to find a semblance of normalcy. Subsequently, he met Whitebeard, perhaps the most significant figure in his life, through whom he experienced an emotion he had never known before, perhaps that of paternal love. Yet, beneath his outward appearance of composure, he remained that same insecure and fragile individual. This is why Ace's reaction to Blackbeard's actions was so intense. He irrationally believed it was his failure to safeguard his crew that had led to such calamity, shouldering the burden of responsibility entirely on himself. Consequently, he found no peace until he could personally retrieve Blackbeard, enduring a lifetime of torment otherwise. In Chapter 87, titled Mad Dog, Ace indeed embodies the impulsive nature of a youth, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of his beloved father figure, Whitebeard, due to his reckless decisions. However, the initial catalyst for this calamity was none other than Blackbeard, who instigated a series of events that Ace merely reacted to, actions that Whitebeard had tacitly approved. The situation cannot be judged purely in terms of right and wrong, as it transcends such simplistic evaluations. Speaking of Blackbeard, following the fright he experienced from Suyu, he began to contemplate an idea. If he were to execute his original plan of eliminating Whitebeard and seizing the powers of the Tremor fruit, would he not then possess the strength to contend with Suyu? Theoretically, a person can consume only one devil fruit in their lifetime. Attempting to consume a second would result in their demise, their essence scattered across the land. Yet, Blackbeard is a unique anomaly, endowed with two hearts. Such peculiarities abound in this world. Moreover, the power of his Yami no Mi possesses a fearsome ability to strip others of their devil fruit powers, subsequently bestowing them upon another, thus fulfilling the critical requirement for seizing Whitebeard's abilities. What is most disconcerting is that, due to his two hearts, Blackbeard possesses a seemingly supernatural ability. He does not require sleep. This grants him double the time of others, a perfect exploitation of every fleeting moment. In all honesty, Blackbeard has yet to fully grasp Cus' technique of sealing his abilities. He surmises that the more potent the ability, the greater the restrictions may be, leading him to conclude that he could only seal one ability at a time. Should he acquire another, what then? In truth, Blackbeard remains uncertain, as events had unfolded with bewildering suddenness, leaving him utterly unprepared. Reflecting on it now, he experiences a pang of anxiety, a sense of his life being held in the hands of another. For someone like him, what is most intolerable? The loss of control over his own fate. If he cannot even govern his own life, what meaning does existence hold? From that moment onward, Blackbeard developed an innate fear of Suyu, a perpetual anxiety stemming from his inadequacy. Thus, While he clings to his ambition of seizing Whitebeard's powers, he diverts his focus toward other avenues, namely the fearsome ancient weaponry. Uranus, the celestial king, has yet to surface in any rumor. The waters surrounding that topic are murky and best left unexplored. Poseidon, the sea king. Purportedly the mermaid princess capable of commanding the sea kings, appears insufficiently formidable to stand against the terrifying Suyu. Even with an abundance of sea kings, would they not merely serve as fodder? Consequently, Blackbeard relegated Poseidon to a secondary option. Finally, there is the vessel known as the Hades. Reputed to be the world's most malevolent battleship, said to possess the power to obliterate an island with a single cannon shot, such might is undeniably thrilling. Indeed, the allure of battleships embodies a certain romanticism for men. Thus, Blackbeard decided to investigate the Hades, and remarkably, he unearthed some intriguing information. It is said that the Hades was originally constructed by a group of shipwrights from Water 7, the very location where it was built. He speculated that Water 7 might harbor some clues, for he, too, was a lost dog in search of direction. Any hint would suffice. Thus, he resolved to venture to Water 7, to the Hades warship, declaring, "I, Blackbeard, am coming." On an island within the Grand Line, a peaceful atmosphere envelopes a small town. The door of a meat shop swings open, and a tall figure emerges, carrying several large bags. After glancing around, he hastens toward the distance. The figure draped in a cloak bore strands of crimson hair that peeked out from beneath the hood. As this cloaked individual traversed the throng, they inadvertently brushed past several passers-by, who, for reasons unknown, found themselves beset by ill fortune thereafter. Some stumbled abruptly, while others slipped on wayward banana peels. Moments later, the cloaked figure departed the bustling town, entering a cave that appeared to be man-made rather than a product of nature. Upon entering, the individual set down several large bags and removed the hood, revealing a delicate face, none other than the once favored warrior under the Golden Emperor, Baccarat. "Boss, I have returned with the provisions," she exclaimed. "Ah, you've worked hard," came a deep, restrained voice from within the cave. A flicker of flame illuminated the interior, revealing a robust man with gray-green hair, none other than the infamous criminal, the former Golden Emperor, now a wanted fugitive known as the Golden Demon, Tesalo. In a moment of crisis, Tesalo had unleashed a devastating attack of golden flames to divert attention, seizing the opportunity to flee the battlefield. Subsequently, he and Baccarat had escaped using a submarine he had recently constructed, slipping away beneath the waves. Although gold loses its potency in seawater, crafted objects remain intact. Thus, amidst the naval blockade, Tesalo managed to evade capture. His decision to bring Baccarat along was not born of deep loyalty. Rather, it was due to her fortuitous abilities, which made her an invaluable asset for procuring supplies without drawing the attention of the Navy or CP agents. Yet, the once glorious Golden Emperor now found himself residing in a cave, a stark reminder of the fickleness of fate. However, the cave itself was surprisingly luxurious, with furnishings and fixtures crafted from gold, a testament to Tesalo's extravagant nature. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of oppression, grappling with the stark contrast between his former power and wealth and his current predicament. Anyone would struggle to remain placid in the face of such a dramatic reversal, as evidenced by the somber expression etched on his face. "Have we acquired the newspapers?" he inquired. "They are right here, boss," Baccarat replied. The newspapers represented Tesalo's sole connection to the outside world, as he had no means of communication. Grasping a piece of meat in one hand and a newspaper in the other, he began to eat while reading. Chapter 88. A glimpse of recognition. The newspapers were filled with trivial matters, new warrants issued, and accounts of towns ravaged by ruthless pirates. Yet, one report piqued his interest. It detailed the recent stripping of the title from one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who had been captured by the Navy and sentenced to life imprisonment and impelled down. The reasons for his crimes were vaguely outlined, painting him as a nefarious figure unworthy of his title. As Tesalo perused the article, he fell into contemplation, finding the description eerily familiar. "Ah, this resembles the previous piece written about me," he mused, recognizing the pattern of vague accusations and high efficiency in the justice system. It seemed they had grown so apathetic that they no longer bothered to fabricate allegations. They simply declared guilt and proceeded with the rest. Tesalo couldn't help but smirk derisively. He was well aware of the other members of the 7 warlords. Aside from the likes of Mihawk and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, they were all tainted with considerable misdeeds. The notion that the world government was unaware of their transgressions was laughable. With Crocodile's downfall, it was evident he must have crossed an insurmountable line. Perhaps he had sought the ancient weapon, Pluton, a line the world government could not tolerate. Had circumstances followed the original narrative, Crocodile might have evaded detection, at least until defeated by a certain straw hat who had recently gained notoriety. However, driven by a desire for power, Crocodile hastened his search for Pluton, inevitably drawing the attention of the world government, which understood all too well the catastrophic potential of such ancient weapons. And so, Crocodile was taken into custody. Notably, his companion, Miss All Sunday, historian Nico Robin, had sensed the unusual signs and made her escape ahead of time. In contrast, the earlier missteps of Doflamingo, who also sought forbidden knowledge, had been overlooked due to his status as a celestial dragon, which granted him certain protections. Teselo held no particular opinion on the matter. He was no oracle able to discern Crocodile's actions from a mere photograph. Instead, he felt a twinge of sympathy for him, which only fueled his own yearning for strength. Previously, he believed wealth could grant him everything, but harsh reality had disabused him of that notion. Now, he recognized that only power was tangible, and possessing unmatched strength would grant him everything he desired. Thus, he resolved to seek the ancient weapon, turning his focus to Pluton. Having once been a notable figure in the underworld, he believed he could leverage his connections to uncover its whereabouts. Ultimately, Teselo decided to journey to Water 7 in search of clues regarding the ancient weapon. Doflamingo, having transitioned from an initial state of trepidation and hypervigilance, now exhibits a certain degree of comfort, reminiscent of his former flamboyance. It is not merely a manifestation of hubris. Rather, he has come to a profound realization. If Suyu had intended to strike against him, he would have done so long ago, rather than allowing Doflamingo to revel in his current state of ease. Moreover, he has not wronged Suyu in any significant manner. Their sole point of intersection appears to be the village of Meland, which was ravaged by his pirate crew. This, in his view, constitutes the crux of the issue. He speculates that perhaps Suyu, holding himself in high regard, desires to wait until Meland possesses sufficient strength to confront him. If that is the case, the situation may not yet have reached its nadir. Furthermore, he realizes that worrying is futile. It would be more prudent to expedite his search for the clues related to the Underworld King. This way, even if Suyu were to arrive, he would possess leverage to defend himself. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search, he has found no trace of the Underworld King's battleship. Ultimately, the only lead he has managed to uncover pertains to the design schematics of the Underworld King, based solely on a design blueprint. One might wonder how long it would take to construct a formidable battleship akin to the Pluton. Nevertheless, it is better than having nothing at all. Ultimately, Don Quixote Doflamingo resolved to pay a visit to Water 7. In an instant, Water 7 appeared to be the center of attention, drawing the likes of the Golden Demon Tizolo, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Ruthless Blackbeard, and the Warlord of the Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. It was evident that the forthcoming scene would be exceedingly lively. This was merely the pirate faction. The Navy had yet to make its entrance. Days later, in a secluded corner of Water 7, a fearsome figure emerged from the shore, Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. His eyes were filled with ambition and an insatiable thirst for power. While he had yet to devise a plan to locate the Pluton, he resolved to remain in Water 7 for a few days to investigate the lay of the land. Little did he know that within the confines of Water 7, a covert CP-9 unit lay in wait, also pursuing the blueprints of the Pluton, having concealed themselves for 7 long years. The following day, Ace arrived on this enigmatic island, tracking Blackbeard's movements. Shortly after, in a restaurant, Ace, having just awakened, began to devour his meal ravenously. In the next moment, he locked eyes with Blackbeard, who had just pushed open the door to enter. Chapter 89. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Upon recognizing him, Ace's eyes widened in fury, and he abandoned his unfinished meal to charge at Blackbeard. "Hey, you haven't paid yet. You little brat. Stop right there. Someone's dining and dashing." The restaurant staff, seeing Ace rise, immediately assumed he intended to skip out on the bill and shouted after him. Meanwhile, the surrounding patrons viewed the commotion as mere entertainment, showing no intention of intervening as it did not affect them. Blackbeard, seeing Ace pursue him, had no intention of remaining stationary. He swiftly turned and fled. Not out of fear of Ace. Having spent considerable time with him, he understood Ace's capabilities all too well. He was confident that he could best Ace in a confrontation, but sought to lure him to a more secluded location, as the bustling streets were ill-suited for a battle. Moreover, upon seeing Ace, an idea struck him: capture Ace and deliver him to the Navy. Knowing Ace's notorious lineage, he was certain the Navy would not refuse such a significant prize, and he anticipated that they would execute him publicly. Such an event would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Whitebeard, presenting Blackbeard with an opportunity. With this thought, Blackbeard felt exhilarated, sensing that he was inching closer to his ambitions. Thus, he continued to flee, with Ace in hot pursuit, trailed by a few restaurant staff trying to catch up to Ace to demand payment. However, mere mortals could scarcely keep pace with a powerhouse like Ace. In no time, the staff had exhausted themselves, left watching helplessly as Ace's figure grew distant, muttering in despair. What kind of monster is this? Moments later, in a desolate area littered with rubble, Blackbeard halted, glancing back at Ace, who approached at a slower pace. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Ace fixed a piercing gaze upon him, venomously uttering the name. Ahahaha. Is this not Captain Ace? What a coincidence to see you here. You wouldn't happen to be looking for me, would you? Blackbeard, are you truly unaware of your own misdeeds? Blackbeard dismissed Ace's hostility, instead opening his arms to him. Captain Ace, why not come aboard my ship? I have acquired the most formidable power in the world. I have consumed the most fearsome Logia fruit. We could be an unstoppable alliance. Aha. However, Blackbeard had no genuine intention of inviting Ace aboard his vessel. Not only would Ace refuse, but even if he agreed, Blackbeard would not trust him, fearing that Ace would harbor resentment over his past actions. As someone skilled in subterfuge, he understood all too well the dangers of harboring a ticking time bomb. He merely sought to lull Ace into complacency. As expected, Ace's furious retort echoed. What nonsense are you spewing, Teach? You, who have killed your own comrades, dare to dream of having allies? Ace could endure many things, even inflicting harm upon himself. However, he would never forgive Blackbeard for slaying his comrades, for destroying the family he had fought so hard to build. Yet Blackbeard appeared unfazed by Ace's wrath, maintaining his malicious grin. Don't be so rash, Captain Ace. Yes, it was indeed I who killed Thatch of the 4th Division. But you can blame it on the fruit he obtained. It chose me. It was meant for me. So you killed Thatch for that. Ace's anger intensified at Blackbeard's seemingly explanatory words. Yes, and I have no regrets. So come on, Captain Ace. Whitebeard is growing old. There is no future in following that old man. Ace would not allow Blackbeard to finish this sentence, for it struck a nerve. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, or even Gold. Roger, but disparaging Whitebeard was unforgivable. The same went for Carp. These two were the only figures he acknowledged as parental figures, aside from his mother. Thus, utterly enraged, Ace erupted, unleashing his signature move, Fire Fist. In an instant, Ace's right arm transformed into a blazing inferno, hurling a fiery punch toward Blackbeard. The flames surged, coalescing into a massive fiery fist that radiated intense heat and unstoppable force. Barreling straight for Blackbeard. Without question, the fire fist struck Blackbeard directly, propelling him away. As the flames dissipated, Blackbeard bore several scorch marks on his face, singed chest hair, and various burn wounds, yet that was the extent of his injuries. Ouch, ouch. That burns. I'm on fire. After enduring the attack, Blackbeard collapsed, rolling on the ground to extinguish the lingering flames on his chest while gasping for breath. One would expect Blackbeard, who had endured 20 years aboard Whitebeard's ship, to be more resilient. However, the flaw lay in the fact that he had consumed the Yami Yami no Mi. While immensely powerful, it came with a debilitating side effect. The pain he experienced was amplified. Thus, even with Blackbeard's fortitude, he would be writhing in agony on the ground at this moment. At this moment, the recovering Blackbeard rose from the ground, casting a wicked gaze upon Ace. Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, your temper remains as fierce as ever. You may speak of anyone, but do not dare mention my father. In response to Ace's words, Blackbeard remained noncommittal, instead lifting his right hand. Ace, your body is of fire, while mine is of darkness. This time, Blackbeard directly called Ace by name, omitting the title of captain. As he spoke, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from his right hand, an inky darkness so pure that it seemed everything would be engulfed by it. In the next moment, more black mist billowed behind Blackbeard, as if attempting to consume the very sun itself. However, Ace remained unfazed by this ominous spectacle. He spread his palms outward, confronting Blackbeard. Firefly, Fire Dharma. As Ace's hands emitted a green luminescence, orbs of light resembling fireflies floated from his palms into the air, gathering unnoticed at Blackbeard's chest. In an instant, as if enough fireflies had congregated, Ace's hands transformed from their previous green hue to a blazing red, symbolizing intense heat and combustion. At that very moment, Blackbeard's chest, devoid of hair, erupted in a violent explosion. A torrent of flames burst forth from Blackbeard's torso, the force of the blast knocking him flat onto the ground. Ouch. So painful. So hot. Ace smirked mockingly at the fallen Blackbeard. Heh, Blackbeard, how peculiar. Shouldn't a Logia user be able to effortlessly nullify such an attack? It seems your fearsome devil fruit power is not as formidable as it appears. No sooner had Ace's words fallen than a wave of darkness erupted from the rolling Blackbeard, enveloping the flames that consumed him. In the blink of an eye, the fire vanished, as though devoured by the darkness. Witnessing this, Ace's gaze flickered, and a sense of caution arose within him. Having extinguished the flames, Blackbeard struggled to rise. Heh, darkness devours all, be it bullets, blades, or flames. I cannot evade attacks like you ordinary Logia users. In fact, all pain is drawn to me. Yet, in contrast to this, I possess this ability. With that, Blackbeard raised his left hand toward Ace. His palm, shrouded in profound darkness, transformed into a vortex, seeking to consume everything in its path. Observing Blackbeard's movement, Ace remained vigilant, ready to evade any peculiar offensive. Until he understood the nature of that darkness, he was determined to avoid any contact. However, Ace did not anticipate that Blackbeard's technique was not an offensive strike, but rather the exact opposite. In the next instant, an overwhelming, irresistible force of attraction surged from Blackbeard's open palm, rushing towards Ace. Caught off guard, Ace stumbled, and before he could react, Blackbeard's massive hand seized his shoulder. This is the gravity of darkness. Gripped tightly, Ace instinctively attempted to elementalize and escape, only to discover that he was powerless to do so. Not only that, but it seemed his abilities had vanished. Observing Ace's astonished expression, Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. "Ahaha. So, Ace, have you realized it yet? Could it be?" Ace's face reflected disbelief. Yet, Blackbeard did not allow Ace to complete his thought. He raised his formidable right arm and delivered a powerful punch directly to Ace's abdomen. With that punch, Ace took a solid blow, sent flying a considerable distance. In midair, he expelled a mouthful of blood, ultimately crashing into a heap of refuse, creating a significant crater. Being struck like this, does it not evoke a sense of nostalgia, Ace? Haha. This is the malevolent power of the dark fruit. As soon as I make contact with your bodies, whether you belong to the Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia classes, you will unequivocally lose all your abilities. For those who rely on their powers, this is truly their worst nightmare. Haha. At that moment, Ace, having regained his composure, crawled out from the gaping hole. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Blackbeard's recent blow had indeed been severe, rupturing Ace's internal organs. However, given Ace's extraordinary physique, the injury could be considered relatively minor. TCH, as long as you don't catch me. With that, flames surged around Ace's feet, swiftly enveloping him. Flame Ring, Fire Fist modification. Enhanced by the Flame Ring, the potency of this Fire Fist had significantly increased. The white-tinged flames alone indicated its formidable strength. The fierce fist of fire surged forward with an unstoppable momentum towards Blackbeard, who, it seemed, was unwilling to confront it head-on. An inky darkness swirled around him, and with a mere gesture, it surged forth to engulf the fire fist. Upon collision, there was no violent explosion, only a silent devouring. Indeed, the overwhelmingly potent upgraded fire fist was entirely consumed by Blackbeard's darkness. Witnessing the futility of this attack, Ace's heart sank. Blackbeard's strength far exceeded his expectations. This fiery punch is among the most powerful techniques in Ace's arsenal, yet Blackbeard effortlessly withstands it, stirring a tumult within Ace's mind. However, Blackbeard evidently has no intention of granting him a moment for psychological fortification. After completely devouring the fiery fist, Blackbeard extends his hand once more, employing the same technique. Dark Water. An irresistible force of gravity descends upon Ace. Although he is somewhat prepared this time and intends to resist, he is still drawn in by the overwhelming pull. Yet, as he is lifted into the air, Ace conjures two blazing orbs of fire in his hands and, utilizing inertia, hurls them towards Blackbeard. The two fiery projectiles transform into spears of flame, piercing directly into Blackbeard's chest, penetrating deeply. Divine Fire, Shiranui. Struck by this devastating blow, Blackbeard endures excruciating pain. But he still manages to retaliate, delivering a powerful punch to Ace's shoulder, sending him crashing into a nearby heap of refuse. The strike shattered Ace's shoulder bone. In stark contrast, Blackbeard was engulfed in darkness, the two fiery spears vanishing entirely, leaving no trace of the wounds, including previous burns. Yet beads of sweat still dripped from Blackbeard's brow, a testament to both the pain endured and the toll of absorbing damage on his stamina. Futile Ace. Resistance is meaningless before the darkness. Surrender. Injured and weary, Ace struggled in the pit for a moment before finally rising with great difficulty. Gasping for breath, he gazed at Blackbeard with the piercing eyes of a proud eagle. To yield to power, what significance does it hold for a human life? I refuse to harbor regrets. At this juncture, seeing the unscathed Blackbeard and his own battered self, Ace recognized the dire nature of his predicament. Yet, he felt no remorse, having lived this long. He had already gained much. Although aware of his impending defeat, Ace was resolute in his refusal to submit without a fight. He would make one last stand. Ah, what a pity, Ace. You shall perish in darkness. In an instant, the shadows behind Blackbeard surged forth like a darkened canopy, poised to embrace Ace's final flame. Chapter 91. Defeat. The notion of a cornered beast still fighting rings true for someone like Ace, who is both self-deprecating and exceedingly proud. Thus, with everything at stake, he would strike one last blow. Standing defiantly before Blackbeard, flames twisted and danced around him in a swirling vortex, positioning Ace at its core as a sovereign of fire, revered by the infinite flames. In the next moment, the fiery whirlpool ascended, reaching for the heavens, a brilliant column of fire encircling Ace and momentarily dispersing the surrounding darkness. Then, that fiery pillar shattered, revealing Ace at its center. With his left hand raised, he balanced an extraordinarily large fireball on his fingertip. The flames atop it swirling and rising as if a sun had descended to the mortal realm. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Observing Ace's extravagant maneuver, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his dark fruit powers. Ha ha ha. Whether it be the sun or darkness, there can only be one victor. Indeed, there can only be one victor. With that, both sides surged toward one another, one embodying the furious heat of the sun, the other the profound darkness that devours all. They collided in a cataclysmic clash. In that instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were cleaved in two, one half radiant with light and warmth, the other cloaked in shadow. The flames sought to incinerate the darkness, while the darkness aimed to engulf the sun entirely. The sun and darkness remained locked in a stalemate. 10 minutes later, a squad of guards hurried toward the scene. The earlier spectacle of flames and darkness had been too grand to go unnoticed. Yet the eruption's intensity had deterred all from approaching. Only after the flames were consumed by darkness and tranquility returned did they dare to investigate. However, upon arrival, they found nothing precisely. There was nothing left, only barren land. They knew well that this place had once been a mountain of construction debris, now obliterated by the raging flames and darkness that had descended from unknown origins. This left everyone utterly astonished, as such power evoked a sensation akin to encountering a divine entity. However, they arrived too late to ascertain the perpetrator, which instilled a sense of unease within them, pondering whether the culprit had departed or remained within the city of Seven Waters. Anyone would be disquieted to discover that their city had been infiltrated by one or several individuals capable of dismantling the entire metropolis. With heavy hearts, these guards departed from the scene. Once they left, a few figures emerged. One was a man clad in a tank top and suspenders, adorned with a top hat. His eyebrows and mustache were of peculiar shapes, and his countenance was frigid. Additionally, perched upon his shoulder was a pigeon sporting a tie, rendering him exceedingly eccentric. Another individual wore a cap, notable for his elongated and squared nose, resembling a wooden stick protruding from his face. The last person appeared relatively normal, yet his hair was styled in a manner that suggested two horns sprouting from his head. The three individuals in question are none other than members of CP9 who have been lurking here. The one with a square nose is named Kaku, who masquerades as a dock worker at dock number 1. The horned man is called Bruno, who poses as the proprietor of a tavern and possesses the powers of a devil fruit, specifically the door fruit, which enables him to create doors anywhere. The man with a pigeon perched on his shoulder is named Rob Lucci, who also works as a dock worker at dock number 1. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, he holds significant influence. He is, in fact, the de facto leader of this operational unit of CP9 and is reputed to be the strongest in the last 8 centuries. Known as the killing weapon, the three individuals have been lurking here for 7 long years, and they are now on the brink of witnessing the dawn of success. Naturally, they tread with utmost caution, fearful of any unforeseen events. Consequently, a grand battle has erupted, and they find it difficult to ease their minds without investigating the situation. Alas, just as their mission is nearing completion, an unexpected individual has appeared, causing quite a disturbance. However, the aftermath of the clash between Ace and Blackbeard has left this place utterly desolate, with only the charred earth bearing testament to the ferocity of the recent confrontation. Though the identity of the user of darkness remains shrouded in mystery, the wielder of the magnificent flames is likely none other than Pordasti, Ace, the young captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, who possesses the power of the Mara Maranomi. It is no secret that Ace departed his crew to pursue the traitor Blackbeard, and thus, the identity of the individual who faced Ace in combat can be surmised. It is truly astonishing that the previously obscure Blackbeard could defeat the renowned Ace. Could it be that he relied on that enigmatic darkness? Indeed, the flames of Pordasti, Ace were entirely consumed by the darkness, leading to his unexpected defeat. I am genuinely taken aback. Having found no leads, the three had no choice but to return, as they remain in hiding and cannot afford to be away for too long, leaving the situation to be assessed at a later time. In a hidden corner, a young man, stained with blood and bound by ropes, lies unconscious with a foot resting upon him. The individual in question is none other than Ace, who has recently fallen victim to Blackbeard's machinations. The very man standing over him is, indeed, Blackbeard himself, who at this moment is engaged in a telephone conversation through a snail phone. Ha ha ha. Soldier, you should be able to reach Admiral Sengoku, right? I have significant news to relay to him. He would undoubtedly be intrigued. Although the recipient on the other end is unaware of the caller's identity, they decide to transfer the call to the Admiral, for the gravity of the situation might render neglect perilous. Hello, this is Sengoku. Ha ha ha, Admiral Sengoku. It is truly an honor to finally speak with you. And you are? My name is Marshal D. Teach. I trust the Admiral has heard of me. Blackbeard, what business do you have with me? Though the name may not be widely recognized, Sengoku remembers it due to its association with Whitebeard. The tone of Sengoku shifts immediately to one of cold severity upon realizing he is conversing with a pirate. Do not be hasty, Admiral Sengoku. I possess information that I believe will pique your interest. Ha ha ha. Chapter 92, The Dejected Elder in the Office of the Marine Headquarters. Sengoku's expression darkens as he hangs up the snail phone. During his conversation with Blackbeard, he confirmed a long-held suspicion. The Navy had indeed been monitoring Ace. When Ace first began to emerge, they had even extended an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea. However, to their astonishment, this fledgling had unhesitatingly declined. Subsequently, he challenged Whitebeard, was defeated, and chose to remain under the latter's command. Sengoku's concern regarding this matter stemmed from Ace's full name, Pordasti, Ace. The D within his name had drawn Sengoku's attention, for it bore a resemblance to the name of the Pirate King. Ace's meteoric rise to fame was indeed noteworthy. While individuals with the initial D are rare, they do exist, thus Sengoku's suspicions were merely speculative. Yet now, this theory has been validated. Ace is the child of Roger. Despite the source of this revelation being a pirate, Sengoku instinctively senses the truth in Blackbeard's words, and he cannot fathom a motive for deceit. However, as he gazes at Garp, who is leisurely enjoying some rice crackers in his office, a complex expression crosses Sengoku's face. What are you staring at, Sengoku? Sengoku understands that although Ace is Roger's child, Garp has evidently come to regard Ace as his own grandson. This reality presents a cruel dilemma for Garp, leaving Sengoku momentarily at a loss for words. Sengoku, why are you suddenly so hesitant? This isn't like you. Noticing Sengoku's silence and the complexity in his gaze, Garp cannot help but voice his concern, feeling an ominous premonition creeping over him. Garp, Ace has been captured. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku resolves to convey the truth directly. It is better to endure a brief pain than to prolong the agony. What did you say? I must be losing my hearing. I thought I just heard you say Ace has been captured. Ha ha ha, that is impossible. Garp, you heard me correctly. It is true. In an instant. Garp's expression freezes. He continues to mechanically shove rice crackers into his mouth. Yet his mouth soon comes to a halt, letting the crackers tumble to the floor. Under normal circumstances, the two old comrades might have lamented over the wasted food, but in this moment, neither possesses the heart for such trivialities. Are you certain, Sengoku? For reasons unknown, Sengoku perceives Garp as particularly vulnerable at this moment. He is no longer the formidable hero of the Navy known as Iron Fist Garp, but merely an elderly man concerned for his family. Accept reality, Garp. Ace is a pirate. His capture was only a matter of time. Do not forget that you are a Marine, Garp. Garp opens his mouth, yet ultimately remains silent. He sits there, the rice crackers he once relished now devoid of appeal. Consumed by regret, he laments that had he been firmer in his stance back then, perhaps Ace would not have turned to piracy. but instead followed in his footsteps as a Marine. With Ace's strength, he could easily have been a rear admiral. But wait, Ace's strength. Who could possibly capture him? Sengoku, you must be deceiving me. Akiji and the others are at headquarters, with no Marine admirals deployed. Who could possibly apprehend Ace? You must be lying. Your acting skills have improved remarkably, old man. You almost tricked me. Yet, as he observes Sengoku's somber demeanor, Garp suddenly finds himself at a loss for words. Who? Blackbeard. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku acutely sensed a palpable aura of bloodthirst emanating from Garp. Blackbeard. Garp softly uttered the name, as if savoring its weight, resembling a death knell. Garp. Remain calm. Blackbeard has coerced me using Ace's leverage, and I have acquiesced. As he reached the end of his statement, Sengoku's tone instinctively weakened, as if he dared not face Garp. Indeed, given the years of camaraderie shared between Sengoku and Garp, one could almost regard them as brothers of differing surnames. In that context, Ace could even be considered Garp's grandson. If circumstances permitted, Sengoku would prefer to spare Ace, at least to alleviate Garp's sorrow. However, the crux of the matter was that he was a Marine, and a fleet admiral at that. Yet Ace was the bloodline of the Pirate King. The very name of the Pirate King signifies an arch-nemesis to the Marines. And the complete annihilation of that lineage held monumental significance for the Marines. It was a necessity. Not because he deemed the Marines' duty more paramount than the bond he shared with Garp, but because he had no choice but to act. This scenario transcended notions of right or wrong, or personal sentiments. It was merely a testament to the unpredictability of fate, where human will pales in comparison to the forces at play. Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, Garp turned to cast a glance at him. A look that sent a shiver down Sengoku's spine, as if Garp might leap forth and deliver a punch. Garp's fists were not to be trifled with. What defined a Marine hero? What embodied an iron fist? Indeed, in that instant, Garp did contemplate shattering Sengoku's skull, wishing to unleash a torrent of blows upon his old comrade, yet the remnants of his reason restrained him from such impulsive action. Ultimately, it felt as if all his strength had dissipated, and he slumped onto the sofa, lost in thought, while Sengoku sat in companionable silence beside him. After a brief pause, Garp spoke softly. Must it truly be this way? Indeed, Sengoku asserted emphatically. Then, where is he now? Sengoku had not intended to divulge this information, but the pleading look in Garp's eyes softened his resolve. Water 7. Water 7. Garp instinctively echoed. Hey, Garp, do not act recklessly. Remember, you are a Marine. Ah, I know. Rest assured. Your demeanor does little to inspire confidence. Garp, I will dispatch Akiji and Kazara to Water 7. If you wish to accompany them, you may, but before undertaking any actions, you must first consider your own identity. Garp remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Garp raised his gaze to Sengoku and inquired, Sengoku, Ace. I understand. Sengoku anticipated Garp's question, which revolved around Ace's identity, and thus provided a definitive answer. Garp opened his mouth yet uttered not a word, merely nodding dejectedly. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the Marine hero. He appeared merely as a worn and weary old man. Chapter 93. Why do you seem somewhat pleased? Upon hearing Sengoku's unequivocal response, Garp comprehended the steadfastness of Sengoku's stance, realizing that Ace's fate was already sealed. The disdain that the Pirate King, the Marines, and the world government harbored was profound. The existence of the Pirate King's bloodline was utterly intolerable to them. Consequently, Ace's fate was not merely a matter of incarceration and impelled down for life, but rather an immediate execution. This revelation extinguished the last flicker of hope within Garp. With Ace's identity now unveiled, the gravity of the situation became unmistakable, leaving Ace with no avenue for escape. Observing his old friend's despondency, Sengoku felt a pang of sympathy. Garp, after successfully bringing Ace back, he will face a public execution in a month. You have but a month left. Cherish this final time with him. With these words, Sengoku gently patted Garp on the shoulder, offering both consolation and encouragement. Garp nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he was managing. He needed to muster his resolve. A fierce battle loomed a month hence. Are you referring to Whitebeard? Sengoku confirmed. Indeed, given Ace's predicament, that old man will undoubtedly come to his rescue. At that moment, Sengoku understood the cruelty of the situation for Garp. He would be forced to witness his grandson's execution, unable to intervene, yet compelled to thwart any attempts at rescue. It was a bitter irony, but reality was merciless. For a fleeting moment, Garp wished fervently that Whitebeard would indeed take decisive action, overpowering the Navy and successfully liberating Ace. Yet, this notion was swiftly banished by his own reason. After all, he was a Navy man, a hero of the Navy. And that was the most disheartening truth of all. However, the mention of Whitebeard triggered a recollection of intelligence previously relayed by the surveillance team. Sengoku. Whitebeard was preparing to return to the Grand Line. Do you think? With Garp's reminder, Sengoku recalled the incident. Whitebeard had suddenly altered course, seemingly intending to return to Fishman Island, clearly aiming to re-enter the Grand Line through that route. Initially, they had regarded this development with some concern. Yet it hadn't been alarming. After all, while formidable, Whitebeard was not the unpredictable force that could wreak havoc. He was at least a rational being, which had tempered Sengoku's apprehensions to a degree. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. Water 7 lay within the Grand Line, and if Whitebeard were to learn of this news, the confrontation a month from now could be hastened. Nevertheless, this was likely the worst-case scenario. Ace had been captured and had lost all means of communication with the outside world. Furthermore, Blackbeard would likely not divulge such critical information willingly, making it improbable for Whitebeard to be aware of the situation. Just as Sengoku pondered this, a sudden sound interrupted the office, a distinct buzzing. He swiftly returned to his seat, opening a drawer to retrieve a din mushi. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, the course of Whitebeard's fleet has been confirmed. Their target is Water 7. What did you say? The gravity of the words struck Sengoku, causing even his composure to falter as he shouted in disbelief. Admiral Sengoku. I said that the course of Whitebeard's fleet has been determined. Based on their trajectory, their ultimate focus will be Water 7. This is truly astounding. Just a moment ago, I was contemplating how Whitebeard could possibly be unaware of this matter, hence he would not come to Water 7. Yet, in the next instant, a phone call shattered that illusion, revealing the harshness of reality. The Marshal? Sengoku, the Marshal? Ah, I understand now. You have done exceptionally well. Continue with the surveillance. Yes. Once the call was terminated, Sengoku remained in a daze, unable to comprehend. What is it, Sengoku? Whitebeard has actually demanded to come to Water 7. What? Does he know that Ace is in trouble there? For reasons unknown, Sengoku could even detect a hint of elation in Garp's tone. This is unclear. It is utterly dreadful. Could it be Blackbeard? Impossible. Given the relationship between him and Whitebeard, he would be more likely to avoid him than to summon him. Our foremost priority now is to reach Water 7. With that, Sengoku called for reinforcements. Watching Sengoku make the call, Garp sighed internally, his thoughts in turmoil. Before long, Akiji and Kazara sauntered in nonchalantly, and behind them followed a stern man dressed in a red suit adorned with a large flower, a figure unmistakably recognizable as Akainu. One of the three admirals. Marshal. Senior. Marshal. Mr. Garp. Akainu offered no greetings, merely nodding silently at the two. Akiji, Kazaru, Akainu. You are to immediately form a team and head to Water 7. Bring back the criminal port Asti, Ace. Upon hearing that name, Akiji instinctively glanced at Garp, only to find Garp's expression grim yet devoid of any intense reaction. Evidently, he had been aware of this situation in advance and had reached a consensus with the Marshal. Is it really necessary to mobilize 3 admirals for just one Fire Fist Ace? Kazaru remarked, ever the opportunist looking to evade responsibility when trouble arises. Observing the similar expressions of skepticism on the faces of the others, Sengoku interjected, Ace is the son of the Pirate King Gold. Roger. He carries the tainted bloodline. Thus he must be retrieved. Moreover, according to reports from the surveillance team, Whitebeard is already en route to Water 7. His intentions remain unclear. At this revelation, the trio was left utterly astounded. Before they could fully process Ace's lineage, they were struck by the gravity of the subsequent news. Does this not imply that a single misstep could potentially lead to a confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard, a man whose mere mention sends shivers down one's spine, cast a shadow of unease over the hearts of many. Even the most arrogant Akainu, despite outwardly belittling Whitebeard, harbors a deep-seated respect for his formidable strength within. The prospect of war loomed suddenly, making it nearly impossible to maintain composure. Ah, Akiji, do remember to bring that sacred armor. Ah, yes. Akainu has also heard of the armor, though he dismisses it as mere external aid, insisting that a true man relies on his own strength. Deep down, he harbors a sense of envy. The 3 received their orders and hurriedly set about their preparations. Observing this, Garp also began to ready himself for departure. Garp. Remember your identity. Chapter 94. A convergence in the midst of haste. The only forces available to Sengoku were the 3 admirals. The other personnel were far too fragile to confront the four emperors' pirate crews. After some contemplation, Sengoku contacted the world government to inform them of the situation. The world government evidently placed great significance on the offspring of the Pirate King, perhaps even more so than the Navy. The Navy's motives stemmed from their pursuit of justice and the maintenance of peace upon the seas, while the five elders had their own interests at heart. Upon learning that Whitebeard would also be arriving, they were taken aback. Would Ace, whom they had nearly captured, slip away from their grasp? Absolutely not. They would not allow it. Thus, they dispatched several hidden experts from CP0, whose collective strength could rival that of an admiral. This marked one of the most proactive stances the five elders had taken to support the Navy. As time swiftly passed, a day had gone by. On this day, the weather in Water 7 was delightful, a perfect sunny day. The island's residents, as was their custom, commenced their daily tasks, and the fine weather elevated their spirits. Just then, a whale ship gradually approached the tranquil and harmonious island. The vessel drew nearer until it was close enough to be seen from the shore. Blackbeard was exceedingly familiar with this ship. He had lived aboard it for 2 decades, enduring a long suppression. Not long ago, he had even taken a life aboard this very ship, seizing a fruit, and its owner was the one he currently feared the most. Indeed, despite having been terrified by Suyu previously, and rationality informing Blackbeard that Suyu's strength surpassed Whitebeard's, the one who instilled the deepest fear within him remained Whitebeard. Perhaps it was due to their 2 decades together, during which Whitebeard had accumulated an intimidating presence in Blackbeard's mind. Perhaps it was the cautiousness he had developed over the years of lurking, or perhaps it was because he had betrayed Whitebeard and committed acts that were utterly unforgivable. In any case, the sight of that whale ship left Blackbeard utterly bewildered. Why? How could that old man Whitebeard have come here? Did he discover Blackbeard's presence and come to capture him? But that shouldn't be the case. Whitebeard should have sent Ace to apprehend him. It was inconceivable that he would come in person. For a moment, Blackbeard even contemplated whether the Navy had betrayed him. He had just spoken with the fleet admiral. And now Whitebeard had found him here. It was hard not to suspect an unknown connection. However, in the next instant, Blackbeard dismissed this absurd notion. How could that be possible? He understood the significance of a pirate king's lineage in the Navy's eyes. It implied that they would not publicly announce such a matter until Ace was safely in their grasp. Thus, it seemed that Whitebeard had either become senile or had lost his senses to arrive in Water 7. Yet, the individuals from CP9 were in an even worse state. They had just discovered a dangerous figure in the vicinity, yet before they could ascertain his location, an even greater threat arrived, jeopardizing their ability to remain hidden. Their mental state had erupted. Even someone as arrogant as Rob Lucci dared not claim he could confront Whitebeard. What is the purpose of this formidable figure's arrival? Suddenly, they recalled the fierce battle that had erupted here previously, culminating in Ace's defeat. Ace, as the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard, raises the question, could Whitebeard have come solely for Ace? Alas, what should they do now? Could someone please enlighten them? Is this all merely a dream? If so, let them awaken from it swiftly. Yet, reality, as it is wont to do, will not be swayed by their desires. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's ship has already docked. However, just as they made landfall, a fleet emblazoned with seagull flags emerged in the distance. The Navy has arrived. Upon witnessing the naval vessels, CP9 found themselves overwhelmed with emotion. In stark contrast, the true power holder of Water 7, the president of the Carrera Company, Espegu, was equally distressed. Why must such formidable figures converge upon his island? A gathering, indeed. Little did he know that even more formidable individuals might soon arrive, potentially igniting a cataclysmic battle upon his territory. By then, he would likely find himself weeping dry. At this moment, Whitebeard and his companions also spotted the slowly advancing naval fleet. Initially, they paid little heed to it, for it was merely a naval fleet. Although pirates often feel a sense of trepidation upon encountering the Navy, they were no ordinary pirates. The Yonko pirate crew, in a sense, was akin to a small nation. However, upon seeing 3 individuals standing with crossed arms on the foremost warship, each adorned in distinct colors, they realized that the situation was far from simple. What has possessed the Navy to simultaneously dispatch these 3 individuals? Moreover, they observed an elderly man with flowing white hair standing beside them. Naturally, the white-bearded figures recognized this venerable elder, for he is a naval hero, renowned and celebrated by all. Their spirits grew heavy. Could it be that the Navy was targeting them? However, it was perplexing why the Navy would suddenly provoke the 4 emperors of the pirate crew without any just cause. As Whitebeard pondered, a troubling thought crossed his mind, causing his countenance to darken. He feared that Ace might be in danger. Whitebeard was well aware of Ace's lineage. Having been told by Ace himself, he understood the significance of Ace's background to the Navy and how desperately they sought it. If Ace were indeed in peril, the Navy's deployment of these four formidable figures would become comprehensible. However, it seemed likely that their presence was also due to Whitebeard himself, suggesting that there were still surveillance operatives nearby, leading the Navy to receive advance notice of their impending arrival. As for why Ace might be in trouble, it was hardly a matter of speculation. It must surely be the work of that treacherous scoundrel. The mere thought of that wretch being on this very island unsettled Whitebeard's composure. That scoundrel? How dare he? Old man? What's wrong? Marco and the others noticed the fluctuation in Whitebeard's aura and inquired. It's likely that something has happened to Ace. The Navy wouldn't mobilize such forces otherwise. What? How could anything happen to Ace? Whitebeard replied solemnly. Perhaps Ace has confronted that individual. That individual? Marco and the others were taken aback, their anger surging forth. Blackbeard. As they spoke, the Navy fleet had already arrived at the dock, resulting in an inevitable confrontation between the two factions. Chapter 95. Go. I shall remain here. On board the Navy warship, Akainu wore an expression as if the world owed him something, casting a brooding gaze upon Whitebeard and his crew. He was an unwavering advocate of absolute justice, believing that all manifestations of injustice should be eradicated. Yet, in the end, the definition of justice was dictated solely by him. Pirates, being the epitome of injustice, particularly the four emperors, represented the greatest threat to his ideology. Thus, Akainu yearned to capture Whitebeard and his comrades in one fell swoop, though it was clear that he was ill-equipped to achieve such a feat alone. As for Akiji, he could be regarded as a man of compassion, a trait evident from the O'Hara incident. During that event, orders were given to annihilate everyone on O'Hara and erase the island from existence. Akiji was one of the operatives tasked with carrying out this directive. Had he followed orders to the letter, Nico Robin, being a resident of the island, would have had no chance of survival. Even years later, after transforming from a dark-skinned child into a pale young woman, Robin's chances of escaping the massacre would have been virtually non-existent. Yet, due to the dying request of his friend, Admiral Saul, Akiji chose to spare Nico Robin. Moreover, Akiji's general demeanor starkly contrasted with Akainu's. While Akainu would disregard civilian lives if he deemed it necessary, even placing the lives of Navy soldiers at risk, Akiji respected life and exhibited a more merciful disposition. In truth, neither of these two men was particularly suited to be the fleet admiral. Akainu was too violent and radical, while Akiji was overly conservative. A synthesis of their qualities might yield a more fitting leader. As for the final member, Kizaru, he appeared to be merely coasting through his duties, reluctant to engage in disputes, and content to fulfill only his responsibilities, akin to a lethargic fish. Yet, this could also be interpreted as a prudent approach to self-preservation, as he seemed to thrive in this manner. Consequently, these two were not as agitated as Akainu, merely observing Whitebeard and his crew with quiet scrutiny. Kong, too, was watching Whitebeard, but his gaze was laden with complexity. In his current role as a Marine Vice Admiral and a hero of the Navy, his duty was to combat pirates. However, emotionally, he genuinely hoped for the failure of their mission, wishing for Whitebeard to successfully rescue Ace. Yet, as he observed, he began to sense something amiss. He questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, for Whitebeard appeared remarkably youthful in his sight. That shouldn't be right. He couldn't be that much younger than himself. At this moment, the voice from Whitebeard's side was that of Marco. I inquired, is your Navy mobilizing such forces against us, the Whitebeard pirates? Humph. It is only natural for the Navy to apprehend pirates. Of course, it was the hot-tempered Akainu who interjected. At that moment, Whitebeard spoke. Marco, you and Jaws take the crew to the island and search for Ace. Whitebeard was firmly convinced that Ace was indeed on the island. Not to mention that it was previously suggested by Suyu. The current circumstances were sufficient for him to ascertain Ace's presence. Marco and Jaws were momentarily taken aback, but promptly responded, Understood, old man. Follow us, everyone. They turned to summon a few subordinates and prepared to disembark onto the island. However, the Marines, led by Akainu, were resolutely opposed to this. Their objective was to thwart Whitebeard and retrieve Ace. If they allowed Whitebeard to gain the upper hand and snatch Ace from their grasp, they would lose their opportunity. Thus, Akainu took immediate action. As a user of the Magu Magu no Mi, a superior magma fruit, Akainu transformed his arms into swirling magma. The molten substance dripped onto the deck, searing through it. And then, raising his hand as if a volcano were erupting, a massive torrent of magma surged forth, propelled with tremendous force towards the path Marco and his companions were to traverse. Such a terrifying maneuver was but a trivial skill for Marco and the others. Marco refrained from utilizing the powers of the devil fruit and, with a swift kick, sent the mound of magma flying into the sea. Akainu. Marco's half-open eyes widened in fury as he stared at Akainu. They were in a desperate rush to locate Ace. There was no time to waste with the red dog. You little brat, daring to bully my child in my presence. Do you think I am invisible? Upon sensing the underlying anger in Whitebeard's voice, Akainu and his companions silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Whitebeard rose abruptly and advanced to the bow of the ship, unleashing a powerful punch towards the Navy. The air cracked as terrifying fissures emerged, sending shockwaves that seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens. The tremors radiated outward from Whitebeard's fist, advancing relentlessly towards the Navy. Akainu, Akiji, and Kazara hastily ascended into the air, positioning themselves before the oncoming shockwave, their arms raised in unison, palms facing the force. With a resounding shout, 3 formidable shockwaves surged forth from their palms, countering Whitebeard's tremor just enough to neutralize it, though the residual force merely pushed them back onto their ship. The trio had employed Haki, a technique that not only enhances defense and offense when enveloping the body or objects, but can also be projected outward to create offensive effects. The sheer power of Whitebeard's punch left them astonished. They had not anticipated that even their combined strength would nearly fail to withstand such a blow. Was this truly the state of an old man, frail and decrepit? Marco, Jozo, go. I will hold them here. Father Marco and Jozo exchanged a glance before hastily making their way towards Water 7, intent on finding Ace and returning to aid their father. Under ordinary circumstances, Whitebeard would not so readily engage in conflict with the Navy, despite his immense strength and influence. He knew that provoking the Navy could lead to dire consequences for the Whitebeard pirates. However, the current situation was different for the sake of his son. Whitebeard was willing to risk it all. The Navy, too, shared a similar sentiment. Though their might was formidable, engaging in a direct confrontation with Whitebeard would incur significant losses that were simply not worth the gamble. Yet, in this instance, Ace was undeniably worth the risk. Chapter 96. A witty retort. Seeing that Whitebeard's crew had already descended, the Navy realized they had lost the initiative. In their haste, several vice admirals, accompanied by ordinary soldiers, disembarked from their warships to search for Ace. After all, in such battles, these troops were not suited for engagement. Any confrontation would yield mere scratches and bruises. Treat others as you wish to be treated, thought Whitebeard, deciding to retaliate for Akainu's earlier obstruction of Marco. With resolute determination, he hurled another punch towards the Navy. The air shattered once more, and the terrifying shockwave surged forth, as if the very fabric of space trembled in fear. Akainu and his colleagues recognized the potential devastation should Whitebeard's punch connect. They hastened to position themselves before the shockwave, once again channeling Haki to counter it. However, this time, Whitebeard had exerted less effort, allowing them to fully dissipate the force. Meanwhile, the Navy seized the opportunity to infiltrate Water 7. At that moment, Carp, who had been standing silently by, finally spoke up. Whitebeard, your physique. Is it possible that? It dawned on him that not only had Whitebeard's appearance regained a youthful vigor, but all of his scars had also vanished. The sheer power behind that casual punch evoked a sensation akin to witnessing Whitebeard in his prime. Gururara. Indeed, I am currently in my peak condition. Peak condition? What on earth do you mean? At that moment, Suyu, who had been silently observing the performance, stood up and spoke. Ah. So this is the sight you behold, Admiral Carp. Whitebeard has indeed returned to the pinnacle of his power. How about it, Admiral Carp? Do you feel a stirring in your heart? Upon his utterance, the attention of all present shifted toward him. Kizaru immediately trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Until now, he had been oblivious to Suyu's presence, but the sudden realization startled him, evoking a fear reminiscent of past encounters with Suyu that felt as fresh as yesterday. Akiji and Carp cast astonished glances at Suyu. They had long been curious about him but had never had the chance to meet. The effect of the swan garment had indeed astounded them. And now Akiji found himself able to contend with Carp on equal footing, perhaps even gaining an advantage if fortune favored him. This revelation left them utterly speechless, for they understood that it took years of dedication for those of their caliber to achieve even a slight enhancement in strength. Meanwhile, Akaina maintained his shadow demeanor, his gaze dark and brooding. Humph, mingling with pirates. It seems the so-called wish bar is nothing more than a facade. As his words echoed, a hush fell over the surroundings. Carp and Akiji remained unfazed, yet Kizaru and Whitebeard regarded Akainu with a mixture of admiration and solemnity. as if paying tribute to a fallen hero. Red Dog, were you addressing me just now? Should I interpret that as a provocation? Suyu's expression remained impassive as he regarded Akainu, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Being referred to as Red Dog in front of such a crowd ignited Akainu's fury, and he was poised to explode. Yet, he suddenly realized he had lost control over his own body. Kneel, Suyu commanded calmly. To everyone's astonishment, Akainu complied, collapsing to the ground. It was not by his own volition. A terrifying pressure emanated from Suyu, forcing him to kneel and simultaneously pressing the naval warship downward several meters, leveling the deck with the surface of the sea. Though Whitebeard appeared relatively unaffected, those near Akainu felt as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain, struggling to breathe. Yet, they managed to remain standing, which was a considerable relief compared to Akainu's predicament. Now on his knees, Akainu had left deep impressions on the deck, his body trembling violently under the oppressive force targeted solely at him. The agony he endured felt as though every inch of his being was laden with the weight of a mountain, growing heavier by the moment. Yet his body did not shatter, as if he were being subjected to relentless torment. Despite being a user of a logia fruit, he found himself unable to utilize his powers to evade this crushing burden. Regret washed over Akainu. He cursed himself for his earlier words. He had heard rumors about Suyu and had gathered some impressions from Kizaru and others, but he never anticipated Suyu would be so formidable. As an admiral, it was a disgrace to find himself in such a pitiful state without Suyu even lifting a finger. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been seconds or decades before Suyu finally retracted the overwhelming pressure that felt capable of subduing the very heavens. As the weight dissipated, the warship bobbed gently on the waves, restoring tranquility. Kizaru and the others felt an immediate lightness, able to breathe again, yet Akainu was far less fortunate. The instant the pressure vanished, Akainu's body cracked like a fragile ceramic statue, fissures rapidly spreading across him. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, his vitality plummeting to a precarious low, akin to a candle flickering in the cold wind. Akiji and the others gasped in shock. Wait, is Red? I mean, Akainu going to be done for? Although they often clashed with Akainu, he was still their comrade, and they did not wish to see him meet his end so abruptly. They contemplated interceding on his behalf, hoping to persuade Suyu to spare him. However, before they could voice their concerns, Suyu spoke first. Since this is your first offense, I shall grant you clemency this time. Remember this lesson and refrain from speaking so recklessly in the future. As his words faded, a green light enveloped Akainu, and the horrific cracks on his body vanished, his pallid complexion regaining its color as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the tremors of his body and the blood pooled on the deck served as stark reminders that the incident had indeed occurred. Moments later, demonstrating the resilience befitting an admiral, Akainu struggled to rise, his expression darkened, yet an unmistakable hint of fear lingered in his gaze as he looked at Suyu. From that day forward, Akainu, like Kizaru, succumbed to a phobia of Suyu, though his affliction appeared significantly more severe. The onlookers regarded Suyu with awe, as if beholding a deity. Karp and Akiji, who had never encountered Suyu before, now experienced firsthand the extent of his power, finally grasping the sense of helplessness Kizaru had previously described. It was a feeling steeped in utter despair. Whitebeard and his crew remained relatively composed, having witnessed even more visceral displays of strength in the past. As Akainu regained his composure, he stepped back, retreating into silence, clearly withdrawn. The fear that had briefly flickered in his gaze when directed at Suyu was enough to gauge the enormity of his psychological trauma. At that moment, Karp and the others suddenly recalled the conversation that had been interrupted by this unexpected episode. Whitebeard's declaration of having returned to his peak was undeniably linked to Suyu's involvement. In light of the recent cataclysmic display of power, they had no doubts regarding Suyu's capability to effect such a transformation. Their feelings were now dominated by astonishment. What did it mean for Whitebeard to be at his peak? He was a man capable of facing 3 admirals single-handedly. The notion of possessing world-destroying strength was not mere hyperbole. The combination of a peak Whitebeard and the strongest paramecia fruit, the tremor fruit, sent shivers down their spines. However, a more pressing concern arose in their minds. Why was Suyu aboard Whitebeard's ship? What could this imply? Did it mean Suyu had joined the Whitebeard pirates? No, that phrasing seemed inadequate. It was more accurate to say that the Whitebeard pirates had come under Suyu's command. Yet, such a scenario seemed implausible. Given Whitebeard's character, he would likely never consent to such an arrangement. As for Suyu, with his extraordinary prowess, he hardly required any affiliation. He was a force unto himself. If one does not comprehend the connection between Suyu and Whitebeard, then today's affairs cannot proceed. It was Akiji who, mustering his courage, spoke up. Mr. Suyu, may I inquire about your association with the Whitebeard pirates? If Suyu were to ally himself with Whitebeard, then what was the point of their confrontation? Suyu would not even need to lift a finger. They would capitulate instantly. Upon their return, the Navy could cease to exist, simply bowing in submission to Whitebeard. Oh, that? I merely wish to stretch my legs. You continue your battle without concern for me. Upon hearing these words, Carp and the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful. It was merely a matter of facing a formidable Whitebeard. There was still hope. As long as he refrained from intervening, there was a chance. In truth, given Whitebeard's nature, he would not desire Suyu's interference. While Suyu's involvement would guarantee success, this was his own endeavor, and he preferred to handle it himself, for he was indeed Whitebeard. Observing this, Akiji leapt from the warship, landing upon the surface of the sea. Such actions elicited exclamations of astonishment from the devil fruit users. However, Akiji's ice-based powers enabled him to freeze the surface of the water before it could reach him. With a resounding crack, Akiji's foothold transformed into ice, which gradually spread outward, ultimately encasing the Moby Dick in a frigid embrace. Having achieved his objective, Akiji leaped back onto the warship with his long legs. In this particular situation, there was no immediate necessity for either side to engage in a full-scale confrontation, especially since Ace's whereabouts remained unknown. The primary focus for both factions was to restrain each other's key forces, holding off the onset of battle until Ace was located. Meanwhile, although the skirmishes between Whitebeard and Akainu had not directly affected Water 7, the immense commotion certainly drew the attention of its inhabitants. As for the oppressive aura emanating from Suyu, it went unnoticed by the populace, as it was directed solely at Akainu and confined to the two ships. One side comprised the Navy forces, while the other boasted a whale ship adorned with the Jolly Roger of a pirate crew, signaling an imminent clash. The island's residents erupted into a cacophony of voices, having recognized Whitebeard's pirate flag. While they may not have been familiar with every pirate insignia, the renown and might of a figure like Whitebeard, one of the most formidable pirates, were unmistakable to them. At this moment, they found themselves in a state of disarray. What was it? It was the Four Emperors. And what are the Four Emperors? They are indeed formidable pirates, although Whitebeard's reputation tends to lean towards the positive, and there have been no accounts of the Whitebeard pirates harassing ordinary citizens who could remain calm when Whitebeard appeared at their doorstep. Ultimately, they are still a band of pirates, and fundamentally, people instinctively feel a sense of dread in the presence of overwhelming power, an uncontrollable fear, a fear of imminent destruction. Moreover, as they observed, this group of pirates was now facing off against the Navy. Should a conflict arise between these two factions, regardless of the outcome, the battleground would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. This is truly distressing. Consequently, those residing near the port hastily fled in the opposite direction. Blackbeard, upon sighting Whitebeard, had already concealed himself with Ace. At this moment, he dared not confront Whitebeard, even though he was unaware that Whitebeard had regained his peak strength in his mind. Whitebeard remained in a frail state, and he lacked the courage to face him. Meanwhile, Marco and the Navy soldiers flooded into Water 7, desperately searching for Ace's whereabouts. Marco unleashed his observation haki, disregarding precision, striving to expand his perceptive range, for he was intimately familiar with Ace's presence. However, Water 7 was vast, and even with his efforts, progress was slow. The Navy could indeed contact Blackbeard, thus directly ascertain Ace's location. So why deploy so many personnel to feign a search? It was, of course, to mislead Whitebeard and others. Hence, while Navy soldiers scurried about like headless flies on the streets, they inadvertently interfered with Marco and his companions, while a rear admiral discreetly made his way to the designated location. At this juncture, Ace had regained consciousness and realized that his father had arrived. He was astonished, never expecting to encounter Whitebeard here. Yet, he was firmly bound by ropes. These ropes, though appearing sturdy, could not restrain Ace. It was Blackbeard's power that truly held sway. Soon, the Navy Rear Admiral met with Blackbeard. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, Ace's heart sank, and he began to struggle violently, only to be met with a brutal punch from Blackbeard, causing him to spit blood. The Rear Admiral then produced a pair of sea stone handcuffs, securing Ace's hands, leaving him utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Chapter 98. A sense of dread. What do you intend to do, Blackbeard? Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, you might as well follow the Navy obediently. Father has already arrived. Although I know not how he came here, I am certain that you will meet a dire fate. So there is no need for you to worry, Captain Ace. Who knows how much longer that old man Whitebeard can last? What do you mean, Blackbeard? Answer me. Black. Huh. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace's heart became tumultuous. He could not fathom why Blackbeard would utter such things, nor where he derived his audacity. Yet, he instinctively sensed an ominous turn of events, as if something unbeknownst to him was unfolding. However, the Rear Admiral did not allow Ace to finish speaking, delivering a punch to his abdomen that nearly knocked the wind out of him. Evidently, this admiral followed Akainu's path, harboring a deeply hostile attitude towards pirates. Having identified the target, the Rear Admiral wasted no time, turning to depart without uttering a word to Blackbeard. It was apparent that Blackbeard was not to be underestimated. He feared that he might succumb to the temptation of capturing this dark figure as well, despite knowing that he was unlikely to defeat Ace. Watching the Rear Admiral's retreating figure, Blackbeard's smile gradually faded. In truth, he was far from as composed as he appeared. His heart was in turmoil. The moment he spotted Whitebeard's presence, he realized the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He could not comprehend why Whitebeard, despite his old age, was still so tenacious. Initially, he had planned to forego meeting the Navy and escape, but unexpectedly, the Navy had contacted him, informing him of their arrangements and assuring him of his safety. As long as he delivered Ace to them, everything would be manageable. With 3 admirals and the legendary Navy hero garb in attendance, their force was undeniably formidable. And it was rumored they had support from the world government. Nevertheless, Blackbeard remained uneasy. Yet, he was reluctant to depart, for what if Whitebeard's companions, Marco, Jozu, and Vista, were comparable in strength? If he were to strike at a critical moment, he chuckled to himself. While Blackbeard indulged in such daydreams, the Rear Admiral, having taken custody of Ace, dashed back toward the ship, eager to conclude the Navy's mission. Unfortunately, some matters do not unfold as envisioned. Marco, transformed into the Phoenix, soared through the sky and swiftly spotted the figure in white, along with Ace in his grasp. Ace. Identifying his target, Marco prepared to dive, confident that he could dispatch the Rear Admiral with ease. Yet, in the next moment, a pink sword aura sliced through his path, narrowly grazing his hair. Recognizing that familiar sword aura, Marco felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he had declared that defeating a mere Rear Admiral would be trivial, an extraordinary admiral had now appeared. He had witnessed just how fearsome this lady was during the Golden City incident, where even Jozu had been left bloodied by her strikes. Mr. Pineapple, I kindly ask that you refrain from proceeding further. Tama, with a flicker, positioned herself in front of Marco. Although she appeared harmless with a gentle smile, she was a formidable swordswoman. Who the hell is Mr. Pineapple? My name is Marco, you imbecile. Jozu, hurry and save Ace. 9 o'clock position. Marco informed Jozu of Ace's location before preparing for battle. Observing this, Tama brandished her sword, her excitement igniting as a swordsman relishes the opportunity to duel with formidable opponents. What a bother. Can we not engage in combat at another time? I am quite busy. Upon hearing Marco's words, a captivating smile graced Tama's face. Yet the veins protruding from her forehead indicated that her mood was far from pleasant. Who are you calling big sister, you detestable pineapple head? Tama enunciated each word with growing intensity, and by the end, she was gritting her teeth, launching her attack. With her renowned blade, she executed a diagonal slash, unleashing a sword aura that even the most skilled swordsman would aspire to achieve. However, this was merely her customary opening move. The disparity in strength was indeed disheartening at times. Marco, enveloping his talons in armament hockey, shattered the sword aura effortlessly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tama vanished from her initial position, reappearing behind Marco. With a swift motion, Tama sheathed her blade and unleashed 2 rapid strikes, sending 2 intersecting sword auras hurtling toward Marco's back at an astonishing speed. Swift cross swallow. However, Marco, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, flapped his wings violently, propelling himself several meters upward, allowing the crossing sword auras to merely graze his talons, akin to a mere toenail trim. The sword auras continued their trajectory, cleaving a nearby building into 4 pieces with the ease of slicing through tofu. Such was the sharpness of a great swordsman. Nothing could withstand her blade. Fortunately, due to the earlier commotion caused by Whitebeard and others, the residents had already evacuated to the center of the island, leaving the building unoccupied. Truly, a commendable candidate for admiral. Quite impressive. Not at all. You are quite remarkable yourself. Peach Bunny deliberately emphasized the term uncle, and indeed, from an outward perspective, she appeared significantly younger than Marco. However, Marco seemed oblivious to the subtle retaliation embedded in Peach Bunny's words. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dove towards her. His sharp claws extended in a striking motion, crane claw. The clash of his talons against the blade produced a resonant sound akin to metal striking stone. Both parties are exceptionally skilled masters, and it is impossible to determine a victor within such a brief span of time. Thus, they engage in a relentless exchange of blows. Meanwhile, upon hearing Marco's words, George grew anxious and decided to charge straight ahead, facing his 9 o'clock direction. As he did so, diamonds began to manifest upon his skin, culminating in a fierce and barbaric charge. The journey has undoubtedly resulted in the destruction of countless edifices, leaving nothing but a sea of debris in its wake. Yet, the swiftness of progress is undeniable. Navigating through numerous obstacles, Jaws finally caught sight of the Navy Rear Admiral who held Ace captive. The Admiral, clearly taken aback by the existence of a reckless individual like Jaws, contorted his face in utter dismay at the wreckage strewn across their path. Humph! Pirates are indeed pirates. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for such a brutish foe, thus opting not to confront him directly. Instead, he capitalized on his agility to evade the savage onslaught and made a beeline for the shore. You can amuse yourself here. Chapter 99. Should I let go? Seeing his adversary abandon the engagement and flee, Jaws was understandably displeased and gave chase. The Rear Admiral dashed away, with Jaws in relentless pursuit. The Admiral fled, and Jaws followed. Other Navy personnel, witnessing the commotion, rushed to offer support, though support may not be the right term. Rather, they aimed to distract Jaws. Though Jaws' strength surpassed that of these sailors, they merely flitted about him, engaging in a nuisance strategy, resolutely avoiding any direct confrontation. After all, who would wish to pit themselves against a formidable diamond? That would be akin to wielding a lantern in a restroom, searching for refuse. This situation has grown quite distressing. Helpless, Jaws executed a fierce charge, finally shaking off the bothersome flies. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he noticed that the Admiral grasping Ace had nearly vanished from sight. This was intolerable. Jaws immediately exerted himself to pursue with all his might. Gradually, the fleeing Navy personnel became visible, drawing closer to the warship docked at the port. Those aboard the vessel, naturally, also caught sight of him, and a collective sigh of relief filled the air. This was indeed a victory of sorts. However, Carp wore a complex expression, his face heavy as he gazed at the figure being held aloft, a silhouette both familiar and alien. Clenching his fist, Carp instinctively yearned to take action, yet ultimately succumbed to despair, relaxing his muscles. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had also noticed Ace being held by the Navy, and his mood was far from jubilant. Unable to contain himself, Whitebeard seized his weapon, the Yasakani no Magatama, and leaped from the whale's ship. A giant soaring over 5 meters high, descending as if a deity of war had descended from the heavens. The visual impact must be immense, others may remain oblivious. But the Admiral clutching Ace undoubtedly understands. A colossal figure of Whitebeard suddenly materializes before him, although there lies a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. He feels no sense of security. Moreover, Whitebeard's piercing gaze is fixed intently upon him, or more precisely, upon Ace held firmly in his grasp. Though this Admiral was indeed a hawkish figure, he now found himself nearly paralyzed with fear. After all, being scrutinized by a formidable overlord capable of obliterating him with ease would unsettle anyone, especially considering he currently held the man's son in his grasp. A wave of hesitation washed over him should he release his captive. However, as he noticed Whitebeard's movements, the admirals surrounding him quickly positioned themselves in front of their commander. Among them, the most striking was Kizaru, who, with a flicker of thought, donned the majestic Swan Knight armor. The resplendent metallic suit shimmered brilliantly under the sun, nearly blinding Akainu and Fujitora. This was indeed the remarkable armor crafted by Mr. Tsuyu, and it was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing Kizaru, resplendent in his divine armor, Whitebeard could not help but express his admiration. You would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Akainu retorted ominously, you 3 brats cannot possibly halt Whitebeard. Mere words would not suffice. With that, Akainu launched the first strike against Whitebeard, seeking to restore his tarnished reputation after being humiliated by Tsuyu. However, he had evidently chosen the wrong adversary. Akainu's right hand transformed into molten magma, and from it surged a fearsome hound composed entirely of lava, charging at Whitebeard with immense force and searing heat. Its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, seemed poised to tear a chunk from Whitebeard's flesh. Humph! Such a trivial flame dares to harm me. Save it for the birthday cake of a child. Whitebeard, unfazed, swung his massive blade with precision, severing the hound's head and dissipating its momentum, returning it to its molten state. Yet, scarcely had Whitebeard neutralized Akainu's attack when Kizaru leaped into action, crossing his arms before him and forming an intricate gesture. In the blink of an eye, countless radiant energy orbs erupted forth, hurtling towards Whitebeard. Yada no Kagami. Unperturbed, Whitebeard retaliated with a punch directed at Kizaru, shattering the air around him. A devastating shockwave radiated throughout the space, obliterating all energy orbs in its path and still possessing enough force to strike Kizaru, forcing him to abandon his stance and elemental form in a desperate escape. During this tumultuous exchange, Kizaru had not been idle either. Drawing from his ancestral memories, he executed a series of peculiar movements, then clasped his hands above his head, directing a chilling blast of frost towards Whitebeard. Diamond Star Fist. Caught off guard by the assaults from Akainu and Kizaru, Whitebeard had no choice but to fortify his defenses with haki. With a sound reminiscent of a blizzard sweeping through, the air filled with delicate ice crystals, causing those aboard the ship to instinctively shiver. The attack found its mark, encasing Whitebeard in a lifelike ice sculpture. Father, witnessing their leader in peril, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were frantic. Even Vista leaped from the ship, eager to assist him. The others remained still, acutely aware that they were ill-equipped to contend in such a fierce battle. Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora gaped at the icy figure before them. Was this truly the end? The legendary Whitebeard was nothing more than this. Akainu could not suppress his taunts, yet even he was struck by a sudden chill, a lingering shadow of fear from his encounter with Tsuyu. However, Whitebeard was far from finished. Though the Diamond Star Fist was formidable, it lacked the unparalleled sharpness of true swordsmanship, making it a challenge to inflict lasting damage. With a crack, the ice sculpture shattered, revealing Whitebeard, unscathed save for a few ice shards clinging to him. His formidable physique, rivaling that of Kaido, remained intact. Whitebeard stretched his limbs, exhaling a puff of mist, before delivering a classic jibe. Kizaru, your ice cream is hardly cold enough. Seizing the moment while his adversaries were still taken aback, he unleashed a powerful punch. An overwhelming shockwave surged toward the trio, infused with potent haki, knowing they were all Logia types. Kizaru, being the speedster he was, managed to evade the attack at the last moment, while Akainu and Kizaru, lacking such swiftness, were left with no choice but to summon their haki for defense. The ground shook violently as Akainu found himself reeling from the impact of Whitebeard's blow, blood trickling from his mouth. A mere punch had left him wounded, a consequence of his earlier encounter with Tsuyu. In contrast, Kizaru, clad in his divine armor, fared much better, though the shockwave had still taken its toll, his expression far less pallid than Akainu's. What a terrifying power, Kizaru remarked, returning to join his comrades, a mix of mockery and genuine astonishment in his tone. At this moment, the three individuals truly grasped the essence of a power capable of annihilating worlds, embodying what it means to be the mightiest man of the former era. The sheer magnitude of this force evoked a sensation of insurmountable strength. Witnessing their father's ferocity, Vista felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he did not retreat to the ship. Instead, he charged directly towards the rear admiral of the Navy. Ace. Vista. Blackbeard is still on this island. Fear not, Ace. Our father has arrived and will not allow that scoundrel to escape. I shall rescue you at once. In the blink of an eye, Vista had reached the admiral, unsheathing two swords and launching an attack. While he may not rival Mihawk in terms of raw power, in the realm of pure swordsmanship, Vista stood on par with the greatest, ensuring that the admiral would be no match for him. As Vista approached, the admiral was taken aback, fully aware that he was far from being among the elite of his peers. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Nevertheless, he steeled himself and landed a punch to Ace's neck, rendering him unconscious, before drawing his long sword to parry Vista's incoming strike. You bastard! Witnessing the despicable admiral inflicting harm upon Ace right before his eyes ignited a furious blaze within Vista, who unleashed 120 of his strength, leaving the admiral in a state of disarray. Yet, even in his rage, Vista did not forsake his elegance. Amidst the flurry of blades, petals danced around him, conjured from some mysterious essence. Although the significance of these petals in battle remained uncertain, their aesthetic charm was undeniable. In a matter of exchanges, the admiral found himself bloodied and battered, barely managing to evade Vista's relentless onslaught. Observing that Vista had stabilized the situation, Whitebeard now felt no urgency, preparing to engage earnestly with the three adversaries before him. However, under the gaze of Whitebeard, Akainu and his comrades sensed a peculiar numbness enveloping their bodies. Whitebeard, a man of few words but immense ferocity, raised his colossal blade and struck. This was not merely a testament to the sword's sharpness, but rather an overwhelming shockwave. A pearlescent aura enveloped the blade as it cleaved through the space where the trio stood, unleashing a violent tremor that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality itself. If this move were to land solidly, even the mightiest of figures clad in sacred armor would find it unbearable. Fortunately, the forceful strike is not executed with such speed that it becomes impossible to evade. The three combatants employ techniques such as shave and moonwalk to engage with Whitebeard, with the yellow ape unleashing a laser, the Akainu summoning a magma hound, and the Aokiji delivering a powerful ice strike. Yet, each attack is either deftly dodged by Whitebeard or effortlessly shattered by his shockwave. Whitebeard's techniques, though seemingly simplistic, possess an unparalleled might. However, it appears that the relentless antics of these three agile fighters have begun to irritate Whitebeard. With a sweeping motion of his blade, he forces the trio back, then thrusts his weapon, the Quake Blade, into the ground with tremendous force. Subsequently, he clenches his fists and strikes them together fiercely at his chest. In the next instant, the space surrounding Whitebeard begins to warp, and an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave emanates from him, radiating outward, imbued with a dense layer of haki. Quake, diamond shatter. Waves of the shockwave surge forth in an unending cascade, as if the very fabric of space cannot withstand such tremendous force, trembling incessantly. The scope of this attack is vast, akin to an all-encompassing area of effect across the entire battlefield, leaving no refuge for the combatants. The trio of Akainu can only resort to defense. However, the terrifying tremors penetrate deep into their very cores, making them feel as though their insides are being gripped and incessantly kneaded by an invisible hand. This sensation is truly unbearable. Moments seem to stretch into eternity, and finally, the tremors subside, causing all three to expel a mouthful of old blood, seizing the opportunity while Whitebeard was momentarily vulnerable after his strike. Aokiji swiftly positioned himself before the formidable pirate, a chilling aura emanating from him as he conjured an ice sword in the blink of an eye. Though forged from ice, the sword's might was no trifling matter, bolstered by the powers of the devil fruit and the application of haki. Gripping the ice sword tightly, Aokiji aimed a decisive slash at Whitebeard's head. Humph! Whitebeard let out a disdainful grunt, and in an instant, a torrent of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, surging violently towards Aokiji. With a resounding crack, the ice sword shattered under the force of Whitebeard's formidable aura, leaving Aokiji momentarily dazed by the overwhelming pressure. Recognizing the peril, Aokiji hastily transformed into an elemental state. Just as he completed his transformation, Whitebeard's colossal fist descended upon him, causing Aokiji's form to fracture into several shards of ice, which fell to the ground. The ice shards twisted and reformed, ultimately materializing back into Aokiji, who retreated several paces to rejoin Akainu and Kazara. However, a fresh trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth revealed that he had not emerged unscathed from the encounter. At that moment, Jozu, who had been trailing behind, caught up, witnessing the fallen Ace, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Vista. He hastened towards Ace, but just as he was about to reach him, a sudden darkness enveloped his vision. An immense, irresistible force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. Caught off guard by the attack, Jozu was startled and attempted to rise, but the weight pressing down upon him felt as heavy as a mountain. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to escape the pit. Vista, noticing the newcomer, felt a wave of dread wash over him. While the naval admiral exhaled in relief, a smile of ease gracing his face. Chapter 101. Is he gathering strength? Joseph found himself unable to lift his head, desperate to comprehend the unfolding situation. His focus had been solely on Ace, preventing him from perceiving the greater context. Yet, the more he strained to rise, the heavier the pressure became, forcing his head deeper into the crater. From Vista and the Admiral's perspective, however, a towering, silver-haired elder loomed, effortlessly pinning the renowned Diamond Jozu down with a single hand. Their expressions, in stark contrast, revealed the gravity of the moment. The elderly figure was undoubtedly Carp, his countenance so grim it seemed as though it could drip with water. However, this somber demeanor was not directed at Jaws, who had nearly succeeded in rescuing Ace, but rather at himself. In truth, Carp had hesitated for quite some time aboard the warship, even during the fierce onslaught against Whitebeard by the three admirals. He had refrained from intervening, for, at his core, he was reluctant to act. When he witnessed Jaws charging towards Ace, the internal conflict within him reached its zenith. He was acutely aware that if Ace fell into Jaws' grasp, he would be utterly safe. No one could wrest Ace away from Whitebeard. Yet, the weight of his duties as a Navy officer admonished him that this occurrence must not transpire. He had to thwart it. Thus, he wrestled with this turmoil until the very moment Jaws was about to make contact with Ace, at which point he sprang into action, not as a final decision, but as an instinctive response of his body. With a swift and powerful leap, Carp closed the gap between himself and Jaws in an instant, delivering a thunderous blow that sent Jaws crashing to the ground. The smug smile that had adorned Bista's face moments before, filled with the confidence of impending success, vanished without a trace upon recognizing Carp. What manner of fighter was Carp? He was the legendary figure who had relentlessly pursued the pirate king Roger across the globe, even cornering him on multiple occasions. Carp's title as a hero of the Navy was not merely an accolade. It was a testament forged by the might of his own fists. Furthermore, Carp was a pure master of physical combat, which had honed his body to its utmost limits, endowing him with an even greater reservoir of physical energy. This allowed Carp to maintain his peak strength for an extended period, and despite being older than Whitebeard, he showed no signs of decline whatsoever. This is truly terrifying. Although Garp may not stand a chance against Whitebeard at his peak, the disparity is not as vast as one might think. Presently, with Whitebeard entangled by the three admirals, Garp alone could easily dispatch them all. "Hey, what's happening, Vista? Who's pressing down on my head?" grumbled Jozu from the pit. What a formidable figure. Vice Admiral Garp. Indeed, while Garp is an exceptionally formidable individual, having made significant contributions to the Navy and being the sole person directly designated as a Marine hero, his rank remains merely that of a Vice Admiral. This is not due to reluctance from higher authorities to promote him, but rather Garp's own refusal, as he prefers the position of Vice Admiral, knowing that the higher the rank, the less freedom one possesses. Upon realizing that Garp was holding his head, Jozu felt a surge of panic. Why had this fierce man intervened? Vista, too, remained on high alert, yet he was puzzled as to why Garp maintained his stance without further action. Ever since Garp had pressed down on Jozu's head, he had ceased all subsequent movements, grappling with inner turmoil. If he were to seize Ace at that moment, the Navy's mission would be deemed successful, but could he truly bring himself to do it? Garp found himself at an impasse, thus remaining frozen in place. However, Vista was oblivious to Garp's conflict. Although the fact that Garp is Ace's grandfather is not exactly a secret, likely known only to Whitebeard, the three admirals, and the ever-observant Suyo, Garp's hesitation appeared to Vista and the others as if he were merely gathering strength for a monumental strike. Whitebeard, well aware of Garp's prowess, could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing Garp's involvement. He was eager to disperse these bothersome flies and rush to Ace's side. Yet the three admirals were not to be trifled with. Their formidable strength and resilience were evident. Since the onset of the battle, they had endured numerous shockwave attacks, sustaining injuries and spitting blood, yet they remained vibrant and agile, continuously circling around Whitebeard. Moreover, these three were adept at seizing opportunities. Noticing that Whitebeard's attention was diverted toward Ace, they launched a fierce offensive. Akainu immediately transformed his arms into magma and aimed skyward, resembling a volcanic eruption. Several magma fists were unleashed into the clouds above, and in the next moment, the once pristine clouds became a vivid crimson, as if intoxicated. Subsequently, those very magma fists that had just been launched began to descend, crashing down upon Whitebeard with tremendous force. Magma Fruit, Meteor Volcano. This maneuver is a wide-ranging area of effect skill. The Magma Fist not only possesses its own formidable magical heat damage, but also accumulates physical damage from its high descent, resulting in immense lethality. In the original narrative, Akainu utilized this technique to eliminate numerous Navy soldiers. Ahem. Akiji directed his palm towards Whitebeard, generating a powerful blast of cold air that surged forth from his hand, swiftly advancing towards Whitebeard, freezing everything in its path. Ice Fruit, Freezing Time Capsule. As for Kizaru, he continued to employ his classic laser, which, in truth, wields considerable power, exhibiting extreme heat and penetrating capability, with the potential for Kizara to control whether it detonates. Due to his distracted state, Whitebeard, caught off guard, was struck by Akiji's freezing blast on his right arm, which was gripping his weapon. In an instant, his entire right arm became encased in ice, shimmering under the light. Meanwhile, the Magma Fist and Kizaru's laser were already hurtling towards Whitebeard. Humph. Regaining his composure, Whitebeard declared, "I must save my son, yet you scoundrels seek to obstruct me." With a fierce tremor of his right arm, the ice shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground while still emitting a chilling aura. However, Whitebeard was not unscathed. Despite his formidable physique, he had been caught unawares. After all, Akiji is an admiral, and the freezing time capsule is one of his more lethal techniques, bearing some weight in this confrontation. Consequently, several patches of purplish-blue skin appeared on Whitebeard's right arm, the result of Akiji's intense cold inflicting frostbite. At this juncture, Whitebeard had sustained genuine injuries, a cause for some grim satisfaction. Just as Whitebeard's arm was beginning to thaw, the laser reached him, and the magma fist was about to descend. Chapter 102. The annoying voice. In response to the laser, Whitebeard resolved to endure it with his haki, focusing instead on the impending magma fist above him. However, unexpectedly, the laser detonated upon impact, leaving him momentarily dazed, just as the magma fist came crashing down. The violent sound of the collision reverberated, enveloping Whitebeard in a cloud of smoke. The three admirals, witnessing the billowing smoke, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a successful blow. At that moment, Akainu was filled with immense pride, chuckling to himself. Ah, it was indeed my meteor volcano that delivered the decisive strike. Finally, I can hold my head high. Kizaru pondered that had it not been for his laser's explosion capturing Whitebeard's attention, Akainu's foolish ultimate move would have surely missed. Akiji believed that it was his initial freezing of Whitebeard's arm that had bought precious time for his comrades to successfully attack him. Thus, he considered himself the MVP of this encounter. Yet, the three of them were oblivious to a principle known as the law of smoke and no injury, as anticipated. When the smoke cleared, the ground around Whitebeard was littered with cooled but still slightly red-hot rocks, and aside from some burns on his left arm, he sustained little serious harm. However, the look in Whitebeard's eyes was now terrifying, and that fearsome gaze was directed at Akainu and his companions. At this moment, Akainu thought, "Don't look at me." That meteor volcano had such a lengthy wind-up, had it not been for Akiji and Kizaru buying time for me. How could I have hit anything? Look at them. Akiji reflected, I merely froze your arm. The final assault was orchestrated by Kizaru in conjunction with Akainu. Don't look at me. Look at them. Kizaru mused. What a terrifying gaze from the old man. Yet my laser barely breached your defenses. The wounds you bear now are solely the handiwork of Akiji and Akainu. Don't look at me. Look at them. Nonetheless, it was evident that Whitebeard intended to retaliate against all three of them simultaneously. A soft white glow began to emanate from his right hand, intensifying in brilliance, and then, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Whitebeard propelled 3 punches towards the trio. In that moment, the air did not shatter. Yet the expressions on the faces of Akiji and his companions were profoundly grave, for this indicated that the potency of the attack was exceptionally concentrated, devoid of any trace of leakage. Indeed, Whitebeard had compressed the shockwaves into a cylindrical form, with 3 powerful punches. These shockwaves surged forth like cannonballs towards Akiji and his allies, moving with astonishing speed and leaving behind 3 translucent trails in the air. The assault was not a result of the 3 individuals' reluctance to evade, but rather due to the sheer velocity of the attack. In the fleeting moment that Whitebeard unleashed his fist, the shockwave projectile had already reached them. Upon impact, the initial response was a violent jolt, causing the trio to bend into a U-shape. This was swiftly followed by a fierce tremor that rendered them momentarily numb, as if their very organs were vibrating. Their muscles and bones seemed on the verge of disjunction. They each expelled a mouthful of blood. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, they spat out another. The shockwave projectile, having struck the 3, did not dissipate but rather penetrated their forms, crashing into the structures behind them. Lacking the resilience of the 3 admirals, those buildings crumbled effortlessly. Furthermore, numerous Navy personnel still within the city were shattered by the tremors, their remains strewn about. Among them were some unfortunate members of the Whitebeard pirates who also met their demise. Whitebeard was aware that his crew remained within the city. Yet he acted without hesitation, not out of a disregard for their lives, but due to the complexity of human relationships. Despite his insistence that all who joined his crew became family, it is evident that one cannot treat everyone equally. The emotional and physical capacity of a person is finite. Should he extend equal concern to all, it would be unjust to his closest allies such as Marco and Ace. For Marco and Ace, Whitebeard would go to great lengths to protect them, but if a mere underling were captured by the Navy, would he rally such force? He might not even recognize that this insignificant figure was one of his own. Naturally, the Navy would not expend such effort for a trivial capture. Thus, the shockwave propagated for a full kilometer, demolishing dozens of buildings, until it finally exhausted its energy and faded into nothingness. It is worth noting the remarkable fortitude of Akiji and his comrades. Despite enduring the full force of the strike, they merely coughed up blood twice. Observing the scene, Marco realized that Whitebeard was truly enraged, likely due to Ace facing peril. With this thought, Marco feigned a maneuver and swiftly utilized his aerial agility to disengage from the fray, bidding farewell to the beautiful women. He declared he would return to battle when time permitted, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared towards the harbor. Toki, unwilling to allow Marco to escape so easily, unleashed a series of slashes in an attempt to halt him, yet Marco deftly evaded each one. Watching Marco depart without a backward glance, Toki huffed in discontent before utilizing her moonwalk to pursue him. Having unleashed his furious strike, Whitebeard took a moment to catch his breath. Although the Tremor fruit possessed immense power, its utilization exacted a toll on the user, albeit less severe than the Seven Wounds Fist. Nevertheless, the backlash was proportional to the strength of the attack, and only someone of Whitebeard's caliber could endure such a force. Were it any other individual, they would likely be incapable of delivering such a blow. Even if they could, the recoil alone would be fatal. At that moment, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru each clutched their abdomens, clearly feeling the repercussions of the attack. Yet as top-tier warriors and Logia users, they were not gravely injured and could continue to fight. One need only recall the Marineford War, where Akainu withstood numerous assaults from Whitebeard. Though on the brink of collapse, he repeatedly rose to his feet, even finding the strength to counterattack. This demonstrates the almost supernatural vitality of these elite fighters. Kapu, do you truly wish to see Ace captured? Whitebeard bellowed, observing Carp still holding down Josu's head. The content of the outcry left others bewildered. Regarding the lineage of the Pirate King, could it be that the Navy has no desire to apprehend him? Yet, this thought caused Carp's body to shudder, intensifying the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, a chilling voice, one that sent shivers down the spine, suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 103, Shocking News. While Carp was still grappling with his thoughts, pressing down on Jaw's head, a voice so cold it could induce goosebumps unexpectedly resonated. Admiral Carp, you are a hero of the Navy. Would you forsake the honor of the Navy simply because Ace is your grandson, favoring personal interests over justice? The sudden sound captured the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to the port, where 5 men in white suits stood conspicuously, each adorned with a distinct mask: the Cobra mask, the flower face mask, the Tengu mask, the crying face mask, and the half-face mask at the forefront. Do not be mistaken, this half-face mask is not the same as the one who previously embarked on a mission to Golden City. That particular half-face mask has been dismissed from CP0 due to an imperfect execution of the task and given the nature of his former duties. Such a dismissal often leads to a grim fate. Upon seeing these individuals, not a single person among the gathered crowd wore a pleasant expression, including the 3 admirals, with Carp's demeanor being particularly grim. Despite knowing that these masked men had come to assist the Navy, he found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any fondness for them. Noticing the attention directed his way, the half-face mask spoke again. Vice Admiral Carp, do not forget your identity. Even though Ace is your grandson, you must capture him with your own hands. At this moment, everyone finally comprehended what he had just said. An earth-shattering revelation. Ace is, in fact, the grandson of the naval hero, Garp. Could it be that the Pirate King is actually the son of Vice Admiral Garp? How astonishing. Vista, Josu, and that Marine Vice Admiral, oblivious to this revelation, wore expressions of utter astonishment. The identities of these 2 individuals stand in stark contrast to one another. What on earth is their connection? In truth, they are unaware that the Pirate King and Garp share no familial ties. They are merely adversaries. Ace was entrusted to Garp's care by Roger, knowing full well his imminent demise. Garp's true son is merely a leader of the Revolutionary Army, hardly worth mentioning. As for Garp's genuine grandson, the future Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy, he is even less significant, a mere character in this grand narrative. At this moment, Vista finally comprehended why Garp had refrained from taking further action. It turned out that Ace was actually Garp's grandson. It was apparent that a profound bond existed between Garp and Ace, for otherwise, Garp would not have been so conflicted. However, one could not help but ponder why Garp's grandson had chosen the path of piracy. Upon hearing the words of the half-masked figure, Garp's countenance darkened to an extreme. How I conduct myself is not for you to question. You are but a pack of rats lurking in the gutter. This sentiment was shared not only by Garp, but echoed the feelings of everyone present regarding the masked men. With a faint chuckle, the half-masked figure continued. We certainly do not presume to interfere in matters concerning Vice Admiral Garp. I merely feared that Vice Admiral Garp might err in a moment of confusion. Hence my humble reminder. Of course, given Vice Admiral Garp's convictions, I trust he will not disappoint us. Although the half-mast figure's words were couched in politeness, his tone bore a distinctly mocking undertone. Humph. Garp snorted disdainfully, his expression sour as he dismissed the figure. If Vice Admiral Garp is so troubled, perhaps we five should take it upon ourselves. Seemingly sensing Garp's inner turmoil, the half-mast figure spoke again, as if he were particularly attuned to Garp's feelings. Without waiting for a response, he transformed into a blur, charging toward Ace, accompanied by the remaining 4 masked men. You dare! Whitebeard bellowed, unleashing a ferocious wave of Conqueror's haki that engulfed the surroundings. He then raised his fist, sending forth a violent shockwave that tore through the air toward the 5 masked men. Momentarily stunned by Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, the masked figures hesitated. Yet the shockwave surged forward with relentless momentum. One of the masked men, adorned with a serpent mask, spread his arms toward the oncoming shockwave, seemingly attempting to intercept Whitebeard's assault with his bare hands. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded upon contact. The shockwave did not unleash its full force, but instead changed direction and hurtled back toward Whitebeard, clearly unprepared for his own attack to return upon him. Whitebeard was caught off guard and struck by the very shockwave he had unleashed, which erupted violently, engulfing him in its fury. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's formidable physique, honed through years of enduring the recoil of the tremor fruit, afforded him an impressive resistance to the shockwave, rendering what would be a harrowing experience for most into mere discomfort for him. After a brief moment, Whitebeard exhaled, regaining his composure. The serpent-masked figure regarded him, and though his face was obscured, a sense of provocation emanated from his demeanor. The serpentine mask clearly signifies a wielder of a devil fruit, specifically the paramecia-type reflection fruit. Its effect allows the user to rebound any object, with the sole exception of seawater. However, such a rebound necessitates an initial kinetic force. Yet, this does not render him invincible, for the act of rebounding inflicts a portion of damage upon himself. The greater the energy of the rebounded object, the more significant the injury incurred. Thus, he is not entirely unscathed. His seemingly unblemished appearance is merely a fade meant to project strength. Although his abilities are not without flaws, they do offer a measure of restraint against Whitebeard. The world government's decision to deploy him may well be rooted in this consideration. At this moment, Akainu and his companions had also regained their composure, resolutely standing before Whitebeard. Although the prospect of Whitebeard attacking those masked men delighted them, as it would be a gratifying sight to see CP0 suffer, their roles prevented them from remaining passive spectators. Observing that Whitebeard had allies obstructing their path, the masked figures surged forward towards Ace. Meanwhile, a naval commander initiated a fierce assault, detaining Bista, who sought to escape. Kong watched the approaching masked men with clenched fists. Yet he ultimately relinquished his grip, closing his eyes in despair. There had been a fleeting moment when he contemplated rescuing Ace directly, but he understood that such an act would deliver a severe blow to the faith in the Navy, a vital institution upon these seas. Furthermore, he recognized that, despite his strength, he was far from capable of confronting the world government. Thus, Kong had no choice but to suppress his impulses, resigning himself to the act of merely shutting his eyes. Chapter 104. The capture is complete in the blink of an eye. The masked men reached Ace, one of them gripping Ace's hair and hoisting him up. Perhaps due to the pain, Ace gradually regained consciousness. As he blinked, the first sensation he registered was the tugging at his scalp, and before he could comprehend the situation, a chilling voice pierced the air beside him. Bloodline of the Pirate King, Port Asti. Ace, capture complete. What nonsense are you spouting? My father is Whitebeard. I have no connection to that man. Ace retorted vehemently, his anger ignited by the masked man's words. His understanding of the Pirate King was solely derived from the accounts of others, while pirates revered him as a deity. Longing to become the next him, the common folk harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. Ace felt no familial bond with the Pirate King, and his childhood had been shrouded in darkness because of him, leading him to vehemently deny any association. Later, upon encountering Whitebeard, Ace finally experienced what could be termed paternal affection, recognizing Whitebeard as his second family member, the first being Carp. Though Ace outwardly refused to acknowledge Carp as position, he had long since accepted it in his heart. Thus, in Ace's perception, Whitebeard was his father, and any dissent was unacceptable. However, to others, this declaration sounded merely like a futile struggle to evade culpability. Do not feign innocence, Ace. Your identity is abundantly clear. And soon you will face execution before the eyes of the entire world. Upon hearing the term execution, Carp's body quivered involuntarily, and he instinctively glanced at Ace. At that moment, Ace also caught sight of Carp, and their eyes met in a poignant exchange. The gaze shared between Carp and Ace wavered. Old man, are you here to capture me as well? Ace feigned indifference, his tone casual. Ace, Carp called out, but the rest of his words eluded him. In truth, he was at a loss for what to say. What more could he say? A life was at stake. Whitebeard, you must do better. How could you let Akainu and his companions impede you? Enough, Vice Admiral Carp, as a member of the Navy. It is best not to waste words on a prisoner. At that moment, the irritating sound erupted once more, shattering the atmosphere between Cap and Ace. Cap glared furiously at the half-mast figure, and in his anger, he inadvertently increased the pressure on Jaw's face, pushing it deeper into the ground. Yes, Jaw's face was still pressed into the pit, and with Cap's force intensifying, he trembled slightly. Ace, meanwhile, was also contemplating action, but alas, his hair was still firmly grasped by the masked assailant. Since Ace had successfully captured his target, the masked man wasted no time and made his way back to the naval ship. Upon witnessing Ace being apprehended, Whitebeard was filled with urgency and immediately attempted to charge forward. However, Akainu and his comrades understood the critical nature of this moment and desperately obstructed him. Standing firm against Whitebeard's onslaught, refusing to yield even an inch, successfully halting his advance. At this juncture, an unforeseen twist unfolded. In the direction the masked man was heading, the ground suddenly transformed into what appeared to be liquid gold, and then a wall sprang up from the earth, forcing them to halt. The masked man warily regarded the bizarre, seemingly animated gold, his expression darkening. Anyone would feel a sense of discomfort when their task was nearly complete, only to be thwarted by an unexpected interruption. Given the situation, it was evident that whoever obstructed the masked men was not affiliated with the Navy. Yet Whitebeard's side was equally perplexed. They had no crew members capable of wielding gold in such a manner, and this technique felt oddly familiar. As agents of the government, the masked men recognized the signature move of a certain individual. Tizolo, the half-mast figure ominously declared. The only person capable of manipulating gold in such a way was likely the awakened gold fruit user, Tizolo. Indeed, in the next moment, a golden statue rose from the liquid gold, and the outer layer of gold gradually melted away, revealing Tizolo, who still wore his pink suit. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the notorious fugitive Tizolo. You sacrificed the entire Golden City to escape. How dare you show your face before us today? Sneered the half-mast figure. Tizolo himself was equally bewildered by his sudden appearance. Upon arriving on this island and discovering that Whitebeard and the three admirals were present, despair enveloped him. What a chaotic gathering of powerful figures. Why had they chosen Water 7 of all places? He had been prepared to retreat, intending to devise a plan once the tumult had settled. However, when he saw Ace being taken away by the masked man, he was reminded of his own despair alongside Stella. The tormenting force was none other than the detestable CP0 organization. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotions, Tizolo acted on impulse, stepping forward to obstruct the masked man. Seeing Tizolo silent, the half-mast figure continued, Tizolo, if you step aside now, I can plead with the celestial dragons on your behalf, securing your pardon and lifting your bounty. What do you say? Yet, this was merely a ploy to stabilize Tizolo's emotions, hoping that he might foolishly believe the offer, thus achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Although CP0 was despised and feared by the public, they were nothing more than well-trained hounds to their masters, the celestial dragons, when pleased. They might toss a few scraps their way, but when displeased, they became mere punching bags. They wielded no real power, much less the authority to grant pardons. The mere mention of the celestial dragons was akin to rubbing salt into Tizolo's wounds, coarse grains at that, sealed with a layer of honey. Did they not have any awareness of how his crimes came to be? You speak of pardoning my crimes? How benevolent of you. Tizolo could no longer contain his fury. It was time to unleash his wrath. In an instant, the ground transformed into liquid gold, and from it erupted 5 golden spikes, glistening with a metallic sheen, hurtling fiercely towards the masked man. Chapter 105. The discomfort of agony. The golden spikes shot forth with incredible speed, creating a chilling noise as they sliced through the air, their surfaces tinged with a faint red hue. The masked men scrambled to evade, yet the serpent-masked figure remained stationary. He had consumed the bounce fruit, capable of rebounding any object with initial kinetic energy, and the solid attack of the golden spikes was perfectly suited for his abilities. Four of the golden spikes missed their targets, leaving transparent trails in the air, while the remaining spike struck the serpent-masked men's outstretched hands, immediately reversing direction and, with the same speed, hurtling back toward Tizolo. This scene truly exceeded Tizolo's expectations. In a flurry of motion, he forcefully stamped his right foot onto the ground. And before him rose a formidable wall of golden shield. The glinting golden spike pierced through the shield with ease, halting mere centimeters from Tizolo's chest, its dazzling tip radiating an unsettling brilliance. A cold sweat broke out on Tizolo as he gazed at the stilled spike. Moments ago, he had presumed that the snake-masked figure was a fool, poised to catch his golden thrust barehanded. Little did he realize that the true jester was himself. The snake mask likely belonged to a user of a peculiar fruit ability, manifesting as a means to rebound attacks, presumably requiring both hands to activate. However, it could also be a ruse to confuse adversaries, leaving Tizolo uncertain of any potential limitations on such abilities, which made the situation rather precarious. With the presence of this snake mask, Tizolo felt a sense of trepidation. With another stomp, the golden shield and the spike morphed into a bizarre liquid form, sinking into the ground as he cast a dark glare at the five masked figures before him. The half-masked figure spoke ominously. "It seems you have made the gravest of decisions. No one can oppose the world government. But Tizolo, it is too late for you to regret your choices." Tizolo retorted without hesitation. Such nonsense is better suited for children. Sensing that Tizolo would not withdraw easily, the half-masked figure placed Ace aside and struck him viciously on the neck, causing the barely conscious Ace to faint once more. Clearly, the half-masked figure aimed to subdue Tizolo swiftly, as capturing him would fulfill a mission for the world government. With Ace temporarily out of danger, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief, his expression dark as he glared at the three admirals before him. "You lot, let us see how well you can play now." The three admirals, however, wore expressions of utter disbelief. How had Tizolo appeared at such a critical moment? Why had he chosen now, just as their mission was nearing completion? To insert himself? It was utterly infuriating. Furthermore, to impede Whitebeard, they had endured several of his attacks, and now they felt the repercussions of that choice. Yet, as admirals, they were still formidable. Despite appearing fatigued, they could unleash devastating assaults. Though they seemed on the verge of collapse, having weathered several of Whitebeard's shockwaves, they remained standing. They had experienced firsthand the terrifying might of Whitebeard, a force that could be likened to a cataclysmic upheaval. Carp, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, found himself unsure whether to feel anger or elation. As a naval officer, he should have been outraged at the obstruction of his mission, yet he inexplicably felt a sense of secret delight. Nevertheless, he yearned to land a few punches on that half-masked figure, reflecting on how gratifying it had been to see his grandson struck. As the masked figures prepared to strike, Tizolo remained unperturbed. Although the snake-masked figure's rebound ability posed a nuisance, he resolved not to attack. With determination, Tizolo stomped again, transforming the ground into a strange liquid gold that enveloped him entirely in an instant. The swirling mass of gold continued to churn and reshape until a 10-meter-tall miniature golden giant emerged, retaining the original form but proportionally reduced. The muscular contours glowed with a reddish hue, indicating a high temperature, and the entire giant exuded an aesthetic of raw power. The reason for this golden giant's modest height was the limited supply of gold, previously, within the Golden City, where gold was abundant. The Golden Emperor had crafted a 50-meter-tall behemoth with ease. However, Tizolo was no longer in his home territory, and thus, the gold was conjured from his awakened abilities. Should he attempt to create a 50-meter giant now, he would likely find himself too exhausted to control it upon its completion. With his transformation complete, the golden giant surged forward, charging at the five masked figures. This is the terrifying aspect. Although the giant stands 10 meters tall, it possesses an astonishing agility, devoid of any clumsiness. As the golden behemoth charges forth, a sense of unease envelopes the few onlookers. They have heard tales of this golden giant, chronicled in a mission report submitted before the demise of the previous half-mast figure. In that report, the former half-mast individual meticulously detailed the prowess of Tizolo's golden giant, perhaps to underscore the arduous nature of the current mission. Regrettably, their efforts to salvage the situation proved futile, leading to their unfortunate downfall. According to his accounts, during the previous encounter in the Golden City, Tizolo conjured a colossal 50-meter golden giant capable of unleashing powerful lasers from its eyes, causing explosive devastation even at a distance of several dozen kilometers. Ultimately, with a single punch, it obliterated five masked adversaries, leaving only the severely injured half-mast figure standing. Thus, Tozolo was depicted as a golden demon. Now, the very golden demon described by the previous half-mast figure materializes before them. While not as towering as 50 meters, its 10-meter height is sufficient to instill fear. The Golden Emperor launches its signature attack. Behold my golden inferno. The pirates curse in astonishment at the sudden onslaught of the golden giant, questioning the necessity of such a fierce opening assault. They recall the previous half-mast figure, whose fate was sealed before they could evade. Unfortunately, Tozolo had already locked onto their positions, leaving them no option but to push the serpent-masked individual to the forefront. The serpent-masked figure inwardly curses his predicament but realizes there is no alternative. He raises his hands, hoping that this blow exceeds his threshold of endurance. In the next moment, the golden fist collides with his outstretched hands. Chapter 106. Fireworks. At that instant, where fist met palm, an explosion of seemingly infinite heat radiated outward, as if intent on incinerating all in its path. However, the devil fruit proved to be a game-changing entity, despite the immense power of the golden inferno. It was successfully rebounded. The golden giant's entire right arm vanished, taking a significant portion of its torso with it, with the gaping wound glowing red and dripping molten gold. Tozolo himself flickered into view, having shielded himself with a layer of armored gold enveloped in haki, narrowly escaping the destructive backlash. Although the attack was successfully deflected, the serpent-masked figure was far from unscathed. It was evident that while the devil fruit possessed extraordinary capabilities, limitations still existed. Or perhaps the serpent-masked individual was simply too weak to fully harness its potential. The serpent-masked figure now found himself in a woeful state. His hands had been obliterated, and his wrists were charred black, indicating that his hands had been seared away. His clothing had turned to ash, and his exposed skin was marred by numerous burns. Remarkably, his mask retained its mysterious integrity, albeit slightly darkened. He held his arms forward in a frozen stance, though the faint rise and fall of his chest revealed that he still clung to life, a testament to his resilience. It was ironic that this individual, dispatched to counter Whitebeard, had not even confronted him before being rendered nearly incapacitated. The remaining masked figures, sheltered behind the serpent-masked individual, emerged unscathed, merely feeling the heat and having their hairstyles tousled by the violent winds. Without regard for their comrade's plight, they charged towards Tozolo, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him while he was in a weakened state. Yet Tozolo was not to be trifled with. A mysterious energy emanated from him, altering the ground beneath into a liquid like gold. In the next instant, countless golden spikes erupted, aimed directly at the four masked figures. Simultaneously, one of the giant's eyes widened, glowing an intense red, pulsating with energy. As the spikes surged forth, the masked figures scrambled to evade, acutely aware of the giant's fiery gaze, their hearts heavy with despair. They had encountered this tactic in the previous generation's reports on half-face masks. Although this time it was the 10-meter giant version, its power was unlikely to be significantly weaker. Faced with this, the group had no choice but to slowly retreat towards the snake mask. In the next moment, a dazzling laser beam shot forth from the eye of the golden giant, as though heralding death. Upon witnessing this terrifying ray, the masked men disregarded the threat of the golden spikes, paying the price of several wounds and gashes on their bodies as they hastily retreated to the side of the snake mask. Initially, the snake mask felt a sense of gratitude, astonished that this group would risk their lives to return for him. He could hardly believe it. Had these beasts mutated, evolving a conscience? However, the very next moment, the snake mask felt his body grow light, and he was propelled into the air, hurtling towards the laser. In the hearts of these individuals, the concept of camaraderie was non-existent. Mutual assistance was a foreign notion. Their only concern was their own survival. Thus, the act of sacrificing the snake mask unfolded seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, and their consciences remained untroubled, for they possessed none. Clearly unwilling to meet his demise in such a manner, the snake mask desperately summoned the powers of the devil fruit. Indeed, the rebound fruit did not necessitate manual activation. It was the energy of the devil fruit that truly mattered. As long as this energy enveloped his entire being, he could rebound from any attack. Yet, as he exerted himself, the golden divine fire approached. In the face of the snake mask's terror and despair, the laser struck his body directly. The explosion obliterated him, creating a breathtaking display of fireworks. Had the snake mask remained composed, refraining from frantically invoking the powers of the devil fruit in a desperate struggle, he might have had a chance at survival. Although the golden divine fire was immensely powerful, its force was highly concentrated. Under normal circumstances, had it struck him, it would have pierced his body rather than resulting in an explosion. With a bit of luck, if it missed vital areas, he could have survived. However, in his frantic bid for survival, he exerted the powers of the devil fruit, which had such a unique characteristic of rebound. This led to a clash of energies, culminating in an explosion. In such a cataclysm, survival was utterly impossible. As the echoes of the explosion gradually diminished, the snake mask disintegrated into particles of dust, evenly scattered upon the ground. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the remaining masked men. Had they not used the snake mask to deflect the impending disaster, they might well have been the ones engulfed in the explosion. The tremendous noise also captured the attention of several other battlefields. The power of the laser was indeed impressive. Whitebeard nodded in acknowledgement, while Akainu and his comrades were taken aback. Although they had previously heard of Tezulo's formidable strength, they had not witnessed it firsthand, leaving them without a tangible understanding. Now, however, that perception had changed. At this moment, Marco finally returned, accompanied by Momonosuke. The scene is quite chaotic. The old man and the three generals are entangled in a fierce battle. Jose's head is firmly pressed into the ground by Carp, creating a notable indentation. Marco is undoubtedly unaware that from the very moment Josu arrived here, Carp has been relentlessly pinning his head down, and he has yet to relent. Meanwhile, in a third location, the unexpected appearance of Tezulo and the masked man adds to the tumult. This took Marco by surprise. After all, he had never encountered these individuals before. Where did they spring from? However, the situation was not overly dire at this moment, for he caught sight of Ace lying nearby, seemingly unconscious. Just as he was about to rush over, a wave of sword energy slashed towards him from behind. "Must you be so bothersome?" exclaimed Taudu. "It is exceedingly rude to speak of a lady in such a manner." As she spoke, she unleashed several more sword strikes. This served as a testament to the shamelessness of sword masters. Once they successfully ascended to the rank of Grand Sword Master, even a basic attack carried an air of intimidation. Marco, left with no alternative, had to brace himself anew. At that moment, Tetzolo also spotted the familiar pink sword light shooting through the distant sky, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It appeared that Tautu, the Grand Sword Master, had left an indelible impression on him during their previous encounter. After releasing a burst of golden divine fire, Tetzolo abandoned his form as a golden giant. The fragmented giant melted into a fluid state, swirling around him. He fixed his gaze upon the remaining masked men, readying himself for the second round. Chapter 107 concluded with Tetzolo. A mysterious wave emanated from beneath his feet, transforming a vast expanse of ground into a sea of gold, which flowed around him like a river, rendering him a veritable golden emperor. The masked men, far from being inept, had merely been momentarily dazed by Tetzolo's explosive onset. Now they had adapted to the combat and began their assault. For white slashes intersected and lunged toward Tetzolo. In response, Tetzolo's golden aura surged, enveloping him in a protective cocoon. The sound of their strikes against the fluid gold resounded with a metallic clash. Having withstood this assault, the gold shifted and morphed into various weapons, spears, swords, and blades. In the next moment, these weapons were launched in unison, targeting the masked men. The golden treasures. Dozens, if not hundreds, of weapons took flight, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The masked men swiftly maneuvered, employing the six styles to vanish and reappear amidst the barrage of weapons. However, the Tengu mask was caught off guard and struck by a golden spear, its tip glistening with a dark sheen, entwined with Tetzolo's haki. Consequently, the Tengu mask was pierced through the left arm, and as his momentum faltered, he was subsequently struck by several more weapons, resembling a hedgehog. Yet, his vitality proved remarkably resilient. Despite being pierced by numerous weapons, he remained standing, exhibiting an astonishing tenacity. Trembling, the Tengu mask extracted the spear from his arm and removed the remaining weapons embedded in his body. The golden weapons, now stained with crimson blood, possessed an oddly captivating beauty. In the next moment, the Tengu mask's form began to transform. His upper body swelled, muscles bulging, his height increasing from 2 meters to over 3. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages, and his clothing burst apart under the strain of his expanding form. Instead of human skin, a dense coat of black fur replaced it, culminating in the emergence of a furry tail from his rear. Having completed his metamorphosis, the Tengu mask had wholly transcended human limitations. He lifted his head, seemingly ready to unleash a primal roar to express his wild nature. However, instead of a ferocious growl, what escaped was merely a bark. It seemed the Tengu mask had consumed the Inu no Mi, but the specifics of his form remained a mystery, as he still wore the mask upon his face. Thus, while Zoan-type devil fruit users may lack extraordinary powers, their regenerative capabilities are indeed formidable. At this moment, the bleeding from the wounds on his body had ceased, and he exhibited signs of recovery. Observing the Tengu mask's transformation, the flower face mask and the crying face mask refused to remain idle, initiating their own transformations in succession. However, the sudden transformation of the Tengu mask had momentarily caught Tetsolo off guard. Attempting to transform calmly before him now seemed impossible. With a mere thought, the golden river beneath Tetsolo surged toward the two remaining masked men still in the midst of their transformations. The Tengu mask and half-face mask exhibited no intention of blocking the attack. They simply vacated the area to evade it. The two transforming masked men had no time to escape, as the golden river engulfed their feet. In the next instant, they felt an irresistible force grasping their legs. And with a powerful heave, they were sent flying, their speed generating a sonic boom. In an explosive crash, they plummeted into the rubble of a building, stirring up a cloud of dust. Of course, the adage of smoke without injury applies equally to villains. It is also plausible that they swiftly healed their wounds due to their extraordinary recovery abilities. As the dust settled, the ruins crackled, and the two humanoid figures gradually rose. One boasted a mane of thick hair that had transformed from black to brown, his upper body muscular and adorned with short fur. His mask had vanished, revealing a visage akin to that of a felid, with blackened, hardened lips and sharp fangs. He let out a thunderous roar, asserting his presence. He was a lion. The cat fruit, lion form. The other figure appeared smaller in stature, yet he was no ordinary foe. At his shoulders sprouted a pair of wings, indicating a devil fruit that granted him the ability to fly. White feathers adorned his body, with black-tipped edges, and his elongated beak resembled that of a crane. He was a white crane. The bird fruit, white crane form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky, producing a melodious call. The three Zoan-type users now posed a significant threat to Tetsolo, and the half-face mask remained suspiciously inactive, leaving uncertainty as to whether he was a devil fruit user or not. With their transformations complete, the three animal forms launched themselves at Tetsolo. A dog and a lion on four legs moving with remarkable speed, while the crane swooped down, its sharp beak glinting like metal. The half-face mask did not remain idle either. He executed a series of kicks to disrupt Tetsolo's movements. In the next moment, the lion was upon Tetsolo, opening its massive jaws to lunge at him. Caught off guard by the half-face mask's distracting kicks, Tetsolo had yet to react. Roar. The lion's deafening roar resonated, leaving Tetsolo disoriented and vulnerable to its assault. The lion's powerful jaws clamped down on Tetsolo's shoulder, piercing his skin with razor-sharp teeth, causing a wave of pain that made him break into a cold sweat. Not only that, but the dog, trailing closely behind the lion, seized Tetsolo's leg, intent on restraining him. The intentions of these two creatures were clear: to subdue Tetsolo. The dog clutched Tetsolo's leg with its powerful front paws, while its jaws savagely tore into him. Similarly, the lion's strong claws gripped Tetsolo's shoulder, its teeth relentless in their assault. The couple indeed inflicted considerable pain upon Tetsolo, causing his face to contort in agony. However, in the next moment, he could no longer focus on his bodily suffering, for the white crane had already descended before him. Its sharp, elongated beak now aimed directly at his chest. The beak appeared exceedingly razor-sharp and exceptionally penetrating. Not to mention that this feathered creature was diving from a great height. Should it pierce him, it would create a grievous wound indeed. Yet the two beasts clinging to him were biting down with relentless ferocity, and despite Tetsolo's desperate struggles, he found himself utterly unable to free himself, only succumbing to even greater torment. Resigned to his fate, Tetsolo resorted to manipulating his golden defense, but the golden shield was swiftly pierced. Clearly, he had misjudged the length of the crane's beak. Ultimately, the nearly 3-meter-long, spear-like beak thrust straight into Tetsolo's chest. Nevertheless, in a final, desperate struggle for survival, it was his right chest that bore the brunt of the piercing. At this moment, Tetsolo remained in a state of confinement, and all that was required was for the half-faced mask to seize the opportunity, stealthily approaching from behind to plunge a blade into his left side, thereby extinguishing his life. In truth, the half-faced mask intended to do just that, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind Tetsolo, to end Tetsolo's existence. One could only blame him for choosing to involve himself in this affair. And thus, the classic prelude of villainous monologue emerged. It was during this very moment that Tezolo grasped a slender chance for survival. With a flicker of thought, a mysterious wave emanated from beneath his feet, radiating outward. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently, causing the half-faced mask, poised to strike, to stumble fortuitously. That very attack did not go to waste and landed squarely upon the lion. Suddenly besieged, the lion instinctively roared in fury, the resounding bellow reverberating and disorienting Tezolo. Yet, seizing the moment, he firmly grasped the beak of the bird and, with a surge of strength, yanked it from his chest. In that instant, the golden shield wall, which the crane had just pierced, constricted, trapping the bird within its confines. Subsequently, Tezolo bent low, his right hand enveloped in golden armor, and struck at the jaws of the dog that clung to his leg. This is a diminished version of the golden inferno, known as the golden bomb. Yet it can still unleash the effects of molten gold with remarkable power. The dog, upon witnessing the flickering red glow of the golden fist, nearly wet itself, desperately attempting to loosen its grip and flee. However, the golden emperor merely intended to instill fear, prompting the dog to release its hold. For its jaws were still latched onto his leg. A strike in such a position would surely result in mutual destruction. As expected, once the dog relinquished its grip, it played right into the hands of Tezolo, creating an exceedingly favorable environment for him to launch an attack. Consequently, his fist connected squarely with the dog's mouth, sending it flying through the air, leaving behind several shattered canine teeth in its wake. After finally breaking free from its confinement, Tezolo's thoughts crystallized, and he submerged himself into the liquid gold beneath him. At this moment, he could have made his escape, but having endured such a vicious bite, he felt compelled to avenge the assault. Tezolo vowed he would not rest until this debt was settled. In the next instant, he emerged from the surrounding liquid gold, taking several steps back to distance himself from the masked assailants. With a surge of intent, the ground beneath him shimmered with golden light, swirling in subservience around him. Chapter 108. This young man is infuriating at this juncture. The group of masked men also began to spread apart. One with a half-mask had inadvertently struck a lion due to a lack of balance, yet he showed no intention of apologizing. The lion, well aware of the nature of his companions, chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, a white heron found its beak ensnared by a golden shield wall, struggling to escape. The half-masked individual, unable to bear the sight, launched a kick at the golden barrier, shattering it into fragments. Ironically, a piece of the golden debris remained lodged in the heron's beak, but now the gold had lost the golden emperor's control. With a determined effort, the heron pried open its beak, breaking the remaining piece of gold. The dog, which had just received a golden bomb from Tezolo, approached with its paws covering its mouth. Trembling with each step, its head still spun from the previous blow, which had left it dazed and had knocked out several of its teeth, causing it great distress. The four gathered once more, their gazes fixed upon Tezolo, eyes gleaming with ferocity, mirrored by the fierce light emanating from Tezolo's own eyes. Once again, it is Tezolo who initiates the sequence. Behind him, the ground heaves and swells, giving rise to a fountain-like formation, from which countless golden particles are ejected like droplets of water. These golden specks, under Tezolo's command, incessantly cling to the surfaces of the four masked figures, even attempting to penetrate their very beings. This is the classic technique of Tezolo, the golden splash. Back when Golden City thrived, it was this very maneuver that solidified his absolute dominance over the arena. Upon witnessing this scene, the four masked men instinctively sensed danger and hastily enveloped themselves in armament hockey. However, it was somewhat too late. A small quantity of golden powder had already been inhaled into their bodies. Although the amount was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, it was enough to cause them considerable discomfort. In the next moment, the masked men suddenly felt sharp pains in their lungs and stomachs. While they could endure such agony, it nonetheless affected their movements, and in a duel among masters, even the slightest hindrance could alter the tide of battle. The fountain behind Tezolo ceased its spray of golden powder, only to transform once more, revealing countless weapons that were then launched towards the four adversaries. With no choice but to endure their pain, the four men dodged desperately, and as they evaded, the golden weapons embedded themselves around them. In an instant, those missed golden weapons swiftly melted into liquid gold, surging toward the legs of the four. Startled, they promptly employed moonwalk techniques to leap into the air in an attempt to evade the onslaught. Yet, at that very moment, Tezolo seized the opportunity. He abandoned his simultaneous control over the golden powder within all four and concentrated solely on one target. The fortunate individual selected by Tezolo was none other than the lion. The lion's recent bite was truly ferocious. Now, Taizolo's shoulder still aches, and not only did that brute bite him, it also roared at him. Such a thunderous roar left him dizzy. This creature was exceedingly bothersome. Thus, Taizolo resolved to deal with the lion first. Under Taizolo's focus control, the lion suddenly felt an intense pain erupt within its body. Its movement faltered, and before it could utilize the moonwalk to leave the ground, its legs were ensnared by the encroaching fluid gold. Upon successfully trapping the lion, Taizolo wore a cruel smile. As he exerted his control, several golden pillars surged behind him, swiftly converging to form a shape reminiscent of a missile's head. This missile head retracted slightly as if gathering energy, and the next moment, it struck fiercely towards the lion. Although this appeared to be a seemingly mundane move, the lion sensed an impending threat of death. Its fur stood on end, and it instantly seemed to swell in size. "Help me!" It cried out to its companions hovering in the sky, desperate for rescue. Faced with the specter of death, it could think of nothing else. However, one could always trust in CP0's integrity and principles. They would never risk their lives for a so-called comrade. If it were a casual affair, they might be willing to intervene, as demonstrated when the half-faced mask saved the white crane from the gold. Yet at this moment, even while suspended in midair, their observation haki was on high alert. Although Taizolo's attack appeared ordinary, its power was undoubtedly lethal, thus they had no inclination to save the lion. After all, they were not the ones being attacked, so they remained safely in the air, observing the unfolding drama. In truth, this seemingly simple move was Taizolo's most powerful technique, a culmination of his considerable mastery of armament haki, aptly named Golden Divine Punishment. Witnessing the indifference of the onlookers, the lion could only watch in despair as the Golden Divine Punishment drew ever closer. What could be more despairing than witnessing one's own demise while utterly powerless? In the next instant, the Golden Divine Punishment collided with the trapped lion. Silently, without any earth-shattering explosion, the lion's upper body was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The three masked men in midair trembled inwardly at the display of power, simultaneously feeling a surge of relief that they had not intervened, as the consequences would have been unthinkable. Indeed, that was their initial thought, and upon witnessing the lifeless lion, they felt no emotional disturbance, if anything, a hint of amusement. After executing this maneuver, Taizolo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, panting heavily. At this point, the three masked men no longer wished to continue the battle, as it seemed devoid of purpose. Their mission was to capture Ace. Taizolo was merely a fortunate encounter. And now it appeared that their earlier group attack had resulted in the loss of 2 members, leaving only 3. Although their opponents seemed fatigued as well, they were uncertain of their ability to secure victory, so they decided to retreat. Completing their mission took precedence. They had no desire to follow in the footsteps of the previous half-faced mask. However, while they wished to cease hostilities, Taizolo was unwilling to relent. Having fought to this extent, how could he allow them to depart unscathed? Just then, Taizolo felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, as though the very island was shaking. A golden opportunity. Seizing the moment when Taizolo was momentarily distracted, the swiftest of the group, the white crane, dove down, reaching Ace and clamping him firmly within its nearly 3-meter-long beak. Success. At last, success. Witnessing this scene, the masked men were overwhelmed with emotion, almost moved to tears. And from whence did the tremor arise? Naturally, it was from Whitebeard. This was certainly not a sudden betrayal by Whitebeard against his comrades. Rather, he was simply exasperated by the relentless pursuit of the 3 admirals. In a moment of desperation, he sought to unleash his formidable power. Initially, Akainu was quite pleased when his powerful dog-bite Red Lotus struck Whitebeard's shoulder with tremendous force, believing he had finally achieved a significant blow. However, Whitebeard intentionally took the hit, as he was preparing to unleash a devastating attack. In the next instant, a violent tremor emanated from Whitebeard, expanding outward with terrifying shockwaves that engulfed the surroundings. Akainu, caught directly in the onslaught, was momentarily stunned. He felt as though his teeth might shatter, and his insides were thrown into chaos, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that was instantly reduced to a crimson mist. Both Kizaru and Akiji were not spared from the shockwaves either. Kizaru found himself flickering between his physical and elemental forms, truly embodying the capabilities of the Pika Pika no Mi, while Akiji, despite his ice-cold defenses, felt overwhelmed, as if his very organs might erupt from his throat. The violent tremors continued underground, triggering a seismic quake that shook the entire island. At that moment, Joza was in a particularly uncomfortable position, with his head pressed firmly into the ground by Garp. As the island quaked, his head reverberated painfully, leaving him feeling as though his mind had turned to mush, and nausea washed over him. Meanwhile, the masked men who had captured Ace were retreating from the battlefield, heading towards the warship. Their departure immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Whitebeard, Akainu, Garp, and others all turned their gazes towards the trio of masked men, their expressions varying. Whitebeard was consumed with rage. Akainu and his companions wore expressions of relief as if the ordeal had finally come to an end. While Garp's demeanor was unusually dark and complex, Marco, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, quickly realized that Ace had fallen into enemy hands. Losing all interest in the ongoing battle, he turned to leave. However, Peach Rabbit, noticing his departure, unleashed a flurry of sword energy aimed directly at him. This time, Marco, preoccupied with thoughts of Ace, did not evade the attacks. Several slashes grazed his body, and a few struck his back, leaving crimson trails as blood splattered through the air. Despite the pain, Marco let out a low groan, and in the next moment, brilliant azure flames swirled around him, enveloping the wounds. When the flames receded, the injuries had vanished without a trace, as though he had never been harmed at all. Thus, Marco resolutely continued his flight towards Ace. Upon realizing that Ace had been captured, Whitebeard was filled with fury, not only at those who had taken Ace but also at himself. If only he had been a bit more powerful and dealt with the three admirals sooner, none of this would have transpired. He immediately prepared to charge forward. But although Akainu and Kizaru were in a dire state, Akiji resolutely positioned himself in front of Whitebeard, embodying a fierce determination to stand his ground. Meanwhile, the half-masked men had arrived beside the warship. At that moment, they spotted a young man lounging on a sofa by the dock. Observing them with a relaxed demeanor as if watching a play, he held a glass of juice in one hand, occasionally sipping through a straw. Chapter 109. Rest easy. Upon seeing the young man, the half-masked figure was left utterly perplexed. What is this situation? Can anyone elucidate what is transpiring here? While they were engaged in a fierce struggle, it appears that someone nearby was merely observing them as if it were a spectacle. Furthermore, take a glance at this individual, dressed in a neat shirt, reclining on a cozy sofa, sipping a beverage, embodying an aura of utter leisure. Now, consider their own state. The two of them are hardly resembling humans, and their half-masks are now covered in grime. Their once pristine white suits have morphed into a dull gray. It is evident that there exists a stark contrast in both appearance and demeanor between the two parties. In that moment, the masked figure felt a surge of indignation. Why should this be? One misstep on our part could cost us our lives, and yet, to you, we are merely performers? All for your amusement? Who are we? We are the intelligence agency CP0, operating under the auspices of the celestial dragons within the world government. Outside, who would not tremble at the sight of us, wishing to kneel before us? How dare you regard us as jesters? Having already endured humiliation at the hands of Taizolo, my spirits were low, and now you come to provoke us. This is intolerable. When one feels a sense of injustice, the mind becomes heated. When the mind is aflame, rationality plummets, and with the decline of reason, one may commit unexpected acts. Thus, the masked figure resolved to unleash his fury upon this young man. He intended to brutally eliminate him. With that, he sprang into action, delivering 4 swift slashes aimed at the young man's limbs, not content with a swift demise. He sought first to sever his extremities, then to take him back for a thorough torment. He wished to render him trapped in a state of desperation, ultimately begging at his feet for a merciful end. The half-masked figure was lost in contemplation, devising tortures that could evoke the utmost agony, while behind him, figures such as Whitebeard, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Marco, and Joseph stood frozen, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. They were not concerned for the young man's safety. Rather, they marveled at the audacity of the half-masked figure, realizing that such bravery could indeed be found within the ranks of CP0. Taizolo, who had never witnessed Suyu in action, had heard of him but remained skeptical of the sensationalized accounts, believing only a fraction of the rumors. He now yearned to witness the legendary Suyu's prowess firsthand. Indeed, the young man poised to have his limbs cruelly severed by the half-masked figure's gale kick was none other than Suyu, the formidable boss. He had merely sought a closer vantage point for the spectacle aboard the ship, unaware that his presence would inadvertently provoke the half-masked figure's heightened sensitivity. Yet, unbeknownst to the half-masked figure, as he cruelly gazed upon Suyu, awaiting the moment to execute his brutal strike, the outcome was destined to shatter his expectations. The 4 lethal waves of slashes dissipated into nothingness just 1 meter from Suyu. This scene caught the half-masked figure completely off guard. Surprised, he recognized the formidable opponent before him and was enraged by the unexpected resistance. His fury intensified. and rationality waned as he became consumed with a desire to unleash his pin-up frustration. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 more powerful strikes. And as his adversary dared to counterattack, Whitebeard and his companions couldn't help but gasp in shock, the temperature at the dock rising by a few degrees. Tizolo was equally astonished. He couldn't comprehend CUS methods, yet he knew he could never neutralize an opponent's strikes with such effortless grace. Meanwhile, Siyu sat on the sofa, his expression darkening. What sort of contender was this? The initial attack was dismissed, yet a second followed? Was this truly a deliberate provocation? Did he think that being affiliated with the world government would spare him from retribution? Once again, the strikes vanished without a trace, as if merely a gentle tap on Suyu's shoulder. However, the half-masked figure remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, recklessly launching another kick in Suyu's direction, only to see it dissipate into nothingness as well. The 2 nearby creatures, however, grasped the gravity of the situation. They recognized that this individual was a concealed master, beyond their reach, and slowly began to retreat, only to discover, in sheer terror, that their bodies had become immobile. This realization chilled them to the bone. It wasn't their own doing. It was all the fault of the half-masked figure. If retribution was to be sought, it should be directed at him, not Suyu. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and his allies stood in stunned silence, never having witnessed such audacity before. It was a revelation for them all. Akaina pondered, in terms of courage. I would deem you the strongest. Observing the continued attacks, Suyu's expression darkened further. You should regain your senses, he said, casually flicking a chunk of ice onto the half-masked figure's head, effectively cooling his fiery temperament. The physical chill proved surprisingly effective, restoring a semblance of rationality to the half-masked figure, who suddenly realized that provoking someone capable of effortlessly negating his assaults might have been a grave miscalculation. As fear gripped his heart, he became acutely aware of the primal terror of mortality. Despite a lifetime of indoctrination, the instinctual dread of impending death is a fundamental aspect of humanity, deeply embedded within the soul and impossible to erase unless one were a true automaton. Confronted with the realization that he had provoked an insurmountable foe, he understood that his days were numbered, and the sensation of fear washed over him. Noticing the tremors coursing through the half-masked figure, Suyu inquired, "Are you awake now?" The figure nodded shakily, stammering, "Why, you are. I am Suyu. I trust you have heard of me?" Despite his faltering speech, Suyu understood the question being posed. Upon hearing his name, the dog, bird, and man shared a moment of dread. They had indeed heard of Suyu. The news of his brutal defeat of Kaido echoed in their minds. A figure of unparalleled ferocity whom they could never hope to challenge. Just witness how they had lost the ability to move. Yet, the instinct for survival is one of humanity's most primal impulses, and the half-masked figure was unwilling to concede defeat. Behind him stood the world government and the celestial dragons. He hoped these powerful entities would invoke some measure of fear in Suyu. "Mr. Suyu, I did not recognize you earlier. I mistook you for a pirate under Whitebeard's command. Had I known it was you, I would never have acted so rudely. The world government and the celestial dragons have always held you in high regard. Once I return to Mary Geos to report, I shall make it a point to visit you with sincerity." Trained in the art of diplomacy, the half-masked figure's words flowed more smoothly after the initial stumbles. He emphasized his sincerity, clearly indicating that these were visible gestures of goodwill. However, he understood that such gestures could only be offered if he were permitted to return. And in truth, he merely hoped to deceive Suyu into sparing him. Once back in Mary Geos, he intended to vanish, convinced that Suyu would not dare pursue him there. "Do you have nothing else to say?" Suyu pressed. "You attacked me without provocation. Can you not muster even a single apology?" In truth, the half-masked figure was reluctant to apologize. Although he acknowledged his inability to best Suyu, he harbored an ingrained belief that Suyu was beneath him, a notion buried deep within and never to be voiced. Thus, the thought of apologizing to someone he perceived as a commoner was unfathomable to him. Noticing his hesitation, Suyu interjected, "Enough of this. There is no need to feel troubled. Regardless, even if you did apologize, I have no intention of letting you off the hook. So, do you have any final words?" You intend to kill me? Is that not apparent?" Suyu replied, "You cannot. I serve the celestial dragons directly. If you kill me, neither the world government nor the celestial dragons will spare you." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard and his companions were at a loss for how to respond, while Tizolo nearly burst into laughter. Only moments ago, he had dispatched 2 foes, and now this individual dared to threaten one of unparalleled strength with such empty rhetoric. Moreover, who did he think he was? Did he truly believe the government and the celestial dragons cared for him? How absurd. What is the government? What are the celestial dragons to me? So, is this your final proclamation? Huh, you're finished. You have openly disrespected the government and the celestial dragons. You are doomed. Did you all hear that? He just insulted the celestial dragons. He's done for. The half-mast figure shouted in madness, desperately seeking corroboration from Whitebeard and his allies. However, they turned their backs, feigning disinterest. Since you have nothing further to say, then prepare for your journey. With that, Suyu began to approach the half-mast figure slowly. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. I am a guard of the celestial dragons, you lowly commoner. Stay away from me. The slowly approaching Suyu exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, the palpable sin of death causing the half-mast figure to endure immense torment, leaving him utterly oblivious to his own words. Alas, to slay a madman brings no sense of accomplishment. Suyu ambled deliberately to the half-mast figure. His slow pace intended to instill profound psychological pressure, compelling one to witness their own demise inching closer while feeling utterly powerless, a most exquisite torment. Indeed, the half-mast figure suddenly realized that his body had ceased to respond to his commands. He yearned to flee, to resist, yet his body remained motionless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unfazed by his thoughts, Suyu approached, placing his left hand firmly on the shoulder of the half-mast figure, while raising his right fist in a menacing display. The next moment, that colossal fist crashed violently into the half-mast figure's chest, creating a deep indentation, the ferocious force piercing through his form, leaving a gaping hole in his clothing. Struck by such a blow, the half-mast figure tilted his head back and expelled a copious amount of blood, which danced beautifully in the air, only to evaporate before reaching Suyu. Subsequently, Suyu tightened his grip on the half-mast figure's shoulder, tossing him into the air, and then lifted his right leg, delivering a brutal stomp to his abdomen, forcing him back to the ground with an immense force that cracked the earth beneath, creating fissures resembling a spider's web. The half-mast figure contorted into a U-shape, the bend aligning precisely with where Suyu's foot pressed down. Before the half-mast figure could lie flat, Suyu initiated another assault, raising his massive fist once more to strike the half-mast figure's face, shattering the mask and forcefully driving his head into the ground, creating a deeper pit. Unfulfilled by this single strike, Suyu continued to rain down blows, enlarging the pit further. Throughout this ordeal, the half-mast figure remained silent, not from lack of pain, but because he had been rendered incapable of utterance. Yet, he was not dead. Remarkably, despite the brutal assault, his consciousness remained alert, not due to exceptional physical resilience, but because Suyu deliberately withheld his lethal force, amplifying his sensory perceptions, a truly diabolical maneuver. Observing Suyu's relentless assault, Whitebeard and the others felt a pang of sympathy, their own faces twitching in phantom pain merely by watching. The dog and the bird, immobilized alongside them, found themselves unable to close their eyes. But the torment did not cease. With a mere thought, an unseen force acted upon the half-mast figure, lifting him uncontrollably into the air, positioning him in a humiliating spread-eagle posture before Suyu. Having endured several punches to the face, his features were now a gruesome blur, rendering his features unrecognizable. What do you want from me? The area where his mouth once lay quivered as he emitted a hoarse, feeble voice. Without a word, Suyu's gaze fell upon one of the half-mast figure's feet. In an instant, that foot twisted grotesquely, blood and flesh splattering. The sudden agony caught the half-mast figure off guard, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. The twisting did not confine itself to his foot. It crawled up his leg, and with each tortured scream, his limb contorted further, bones and flesh mingling with blood, dripping to the ground. As the twisting obliterated his entire leg, it came to a halt. At this juncture, the half-mast figure's screams subsided, not because the pain had ceased, but because he had exhausted all strength, his voice rendered hoarse. Even as Suyu's torment paused, a cold sweat broke out upon him, his shirt visibly soaked. The half-mast figure had thought he was on the brink of death, yet here he was, inexplicably alive, his wretched consciousness remaining painfully clear. How he wished to succumb to unconsciousness. Each breath amplified his suffering, encapsulating the essence of a living hell. Now, Suyu shifted his attention to the other foot. The same torment ensued. The twisting began anew, inching upward, consuming his entire leg. The excruciating pain compelled the half-mast figure to emit piercing cries that echoed through the heavens. Finally, as he felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime in those moments, the torment ceased. Yet, devoid of fresh pain, he remained ensnared in an abyss of endless suffering. Kill me. Please, kill me. the half-masked figure rasped, struggling to articulate a few words, each syllable seemingly draining his last reserves of strength. He had once envisioned tormenting Suyu in return, forcing him to experience a fate worse than death, only to find himself in the very position he had wished upon another. Overwhelmed by unbearable agony, he transcended his fear of death, relinquishing his survival instinct and dignity, pleading for mercy from one he deemed beneath him. "Your wish is granted," Suyu replied calmly. To the half-masked figure, these words rang as the sweetest melody, a sigh of relief washing over him as he realized he would no longer endure suffering. In the next moment, his consciousness abruptly ceased, marking the end of his nefarious existence. From an external perspective, the half-masked figure appeared as a painting being wiped clean from existence by an invisible eraser, leaving not a trace behind. Were it not for the gruesome remnants staining the ground, the witnesses might have believed the entire ordeal a mere figment of their imagination. Indeed, even Whitebeard felt shaken by the recent events, the scene too harrowing to bear. Even those who should have relished the sight of the half-masked figure's downfall felt a twinge of sympathy. They silently vowed never to offend Suyu again, lest they invite a fate far worse than death. Akainu, too, felt a pang of anxiety, having previously spoken ill of Suyu, though he had already suffered retribution. Witnessing the half-masked figure's plight ignited a fear within him. What if Suyu decided to unleash such a torment upon him? A shiver ran down his spine. He resolved that from that moment forth, he would steer clear of any encounters with Suyu. Taizayuo's eyes were opened wide, forming a concrete impression of Suyu for the first time. To put it kindly, one might describe him as someone who repays grievances with a vengeance. To be more blunt, he could be seen as rather petty and exceedingly cruel. However, this was a grave misjudgment on Taizayuo's part. For Suyu was not cruel at all. He was, in fact, quite amicable. He simply showed no mercy to those who provoked him. Moreover, having lived for several millennia, Suyu had certainly amassed a wealth of experience. After witnessing Suyu's performance, Taizayuo began to grasp the terrifying extent of his strength. Although Suyu displayed no flamboyant gestures or theatrics throughout, the mere sight of him effortlessly tormenting the half-masked figure to death, while the remaining two individuals sat obediently by like docile creatures, was enough to reveal that Suyu's prowess was anything but ordinary. Taizayuo did not believe that, given the personalities of these individuals, they would passively submit to being tormented without a fight. It was important to note that these people had previously engaged in a fierce back and forth with him, yet now, in the face of Suyu, they resembled mere paper dolls. This alone was a testament to Suyu's formidable nature. However, if one were to consider who felt the most anxious at that moment, it would undoubtedly be a dog and a bird standing to the side, both of whom were in a state of utter panic. After all, they were allies of the half-masked figure, and they had watched helplessly as he foolishly attacked Suyu right before their eyes. At this moment, the half-masked figure had already paid the price. Next, would it be their turn? No, they were not acquainted with the half-masked figure. Meanwhile, Suyu's gaze had shifted in their direction. The mere glance from Suyu was enough to send the souls of the two into a state of sheer terror. Had they not been immobilized at that moment, they would have collapsed onto the ground. "Are you two lingering here with some peculiar intent?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, the dog and the bird suddenly realized that the mysterious force binding their bodies had vanished. Instantly, their legs gave way, and they sank to the ground. However, in the next moment, they mustered the strength to rise again, driven by an urgent desire to escape this horrifying place. They paid no heed to Ace, who was merely a few feet away. In a frantic scramble, the bird even forgot its ability to fly. In a brief while, they had managed to flee back aboard the warship, seeking refuge. Chapter 111, Blackbeard Estuary. At this moment, Ace, who had fainted for the second time, gradually regained consciousness. "Damn it, you scoundrel," he exclaimed, recalling how he had just been struck unconscious once again, a wave of sorrow washing over him as he vented his frustration. However, as he continued to utter his grievances, he suddenly noticed an unusual silence enveloping his surroundings. Moments ago, the air had been filled with the cacophony of a ferocious battle. Yet now it had inexplicably vanished. Had it truly come to an end? Who emerged victorious? Could it be that father had lost? Was he now imprisoned? A torrent of thoughts raced through Ace's mind. Yet, when he painstakingly lifted his head to survey his surroundings, he realized he seemed to still be at the previous dock, and father and the others were still there, with Josu's head pressed firmly to the ground. Why had they suddenly ceased fighting, gazing in his direction? Were they looking at him? At this moment, Ace suddenly noticed someone standing beside him, nervously lifting his head to see who it was. He was relieved to find the man wasn't wearing a mask and quite handsome at that. Unexpectedly, the man spoke in a teasing tone. "Excuse me, young man. Were you talking to me?" Hearing this, Ace remained unfazed, but Whitebeard grew anxious. Having just witnessed Suyu's performance, he recognized the underlying threat in those words. Suyu was clearly preparing to act. "Mr. Suyu, Ace," Whitebeard began, but Ace cut in first. "Ah. My apologies for the disturbance," Ace said politely. "I was knocked unconscious earlier by a despicable masked man, and in my confusion, I mistook you for him. Please forgive my outburst." It must be noted that Ace was remarkably courteous toward strangers, his demeanor gentle and composed. Ironically, as a child, he had been a notoriously hot-tempered troublemaker, hostile to everyone. But after meeting two boys, Luffy and Sabo, he gradually opened his closed heart. Later, as Luffy's sworn brother, Ace wished to personally thank Shanks for looking after Luffy. Since gratitude required manners, he deliberately learned polite speech from Makino, the bartender of Fusha Village. Thus, Ace evolved into a well-mannered troublemaker, though this refinement was reserved for strangers. Among familiar faces like Garp and Luffy, he remained as unrestrained as ever. "Oh, so you weren't talking to me? Never mind then. Wait, why do you sound so disappointed?" Whitebeard and the others collectively retorted, though they sighed in relief. "Excuse me. Sir, have you seen those masked men around?" "Ah, them. They all fled just now. No idea what scared them so badly. They ran like their lives depended on it. TSK. Heh, as if you don't know exactly what terrified them," Whitebeard and his crew silently remarked. Hearing this, Ace glanced around again, realizing no one else remained nearby except this handsome stranger. Then it struck him, who was this man? He didn't recall seeing him before. Was he a new recruit under Whitebeard after Ace left? Or perhaps a Marine? As Ace pondered, Suyu suddenly called out, "Hey, you lot. Are we fighting or not?" At this moment, Whitebeard and his companions finally reacted. It seemed they had just been engaged in battle. The question now was whether to continue fighting. After exchanging glances, Whitebeard and the three admirals reached a unanimous decision. They would fight. These youngsters were obstructing him from rescuing Ace, and he certainly had not forgotten that. It was impossible to quell his anger without giving them a good thrashing. However, Garp expressed his intention to continue holding down Jozu, preferring to spectate, as he felt his old bones could no longer endure the rigors of battle. Suru also mentioned that her blood pressure was elevated and she lacked the desire to fight. Yet, she failed to notice, or perhaps everyone did, that when she appeared, Suyu's gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment, his face adorned with a subtle reminiscence. Meanwhile, Marco soared towards Ace, gracefully landing beside him after retracting his wings. Thus, the battle as catalyst, Ace was formally brought into the fold of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco aided Ace to his feet, exclaiming, "Ace." To which Ace responded, "Marco, by the way, let me introduce you to Mr. Suyu, the proprietor of the Sabaody Archipelago's Wish Bar. Thanks to his assistance, Father has returned to his peak." Returned to his peak? Ace quickly glanced in Whitebeard's direction, previously indifferent. He scrutinized the elder and noticed the stark contrast. Whitebeard was no longer the lifeless figure he once was, but rather radiated vitality. Just look at that powerful punch he dealt to Akainu. It seemed that indeed, Whitebeard had reclaimed his former glory, filling Ace with both shock and elation. However, being somewhat oblivious, he swiftly accepted this new reality and approached Suyu, performing a proper bow. "Thank you." "Oh, it was merely a transaction. No need to be so formal," Suyu replied while patting Ace's shoulder. "Given your courtesy, I shall remove these handcuffs for you at no charge." Before Ace could react, Suyu grasped the sea stone cuffs. Applying a slight pressure, and effortlessly shattered the sea stone, its hardness rivaling that of diamonds, as if it were mere tofu. Suyu's nonchalant action caused Marco's pupils to constrict. He had witnessed Suyu make contact with the sea stone, yet felt no loss of strength. Could it be that Suyu was not a devil fruit user? Where then did his abilities originate? In an instant, Marco felt enveloped by an aura of mystery surrounding this striking man. Ace, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and joyfully expressed his gratitude to Suyu, who nodded before returning to the couch. Now unbound, Ace wished to assist his father in the ongoing battle, but Marco halted his advance. Leave it to Father. In truth, if pitted against the three admirals, Whitebeard would struggle. However, due to their earlier need to impede the wrathful Whitebeard from reaching Ace, Akainu and the others had endured several of Whitebeard's shockwaves, leaving them in less than optimal condition. This led to a precarious balance between the two sides. Marco, that scoundrel should still be on the island," Ace exclaimed. "You mean Blackbeard?" Marco confirmed. "Yes, I lost to him due to carelessness before, but if we confront him together now, We can surely defeat him. Marco hesitated to agree, knowing that it might not be so straightforward. He had never witnessed Blackbeard's true power, only hearing Suyu mention that Blackbeard was stronger than him, though the specifics remained vague. Perhaps with Ace's assistance, they could indeed succeed? Shall we give it a try? Ace, do you know where that scoundrel might be now? Ace faltered. Previously, he had been handed over to a Navy officer by Blackbeard in the town. Not only was it improbable for Blackbeard to remain in one place, but Ace had also forgotten the exact location. Yet sometimes, fate orchestrates the most fortuitous circumstances. When Blackbeard discovered Whitebeard and his crew had arrived, he felt as if the sun had turned against him. However, the Navy contacted him, assuring him not to fear, as reinforcements would soon arrive. Soon after, Blackbeard realized the Navy had not deceived him. They genuinely sent a formidable force, including all 3 admirals and Garp, igniting his ambitions anew. Perhaps the day to fulfill his minor goals was at hand. He believed that even without the Navy laying traps, the combined strength of the 3 admirals and Garp could pose a significant threat to the aging Whitebeard. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to Whitebeard's resurgence to peak strength, thus misjudging the reality of the situation. He envisioned that if he could strike Whitebeard at a crucial moment, he could sway the battle in his favor. At that point, the old man would be finished. The Tremor fruit would belong to him. As for whether the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy would allow him to leave unscathed after seizing the Tremor fruit. He thought that with 2 devil fruits at his disposal, he could withstand the onslaught of these formidable foes. However, causing chaos and then slipping away would pose no issue. The Tremor fruit was perhaps the most effective ability for creating chaos. Just then, Blackbeard, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly noticed that the previously tumultuous stock had fallen eerily silent, prompting him to ponder whether Whitebeard had finally succumbed. How much time has passed? It appears that Whitebeard is faltering. Has age finally caught up with him? Nevertheless, I must hasten to the scene. Otherwise, if the Navy transports Whitebeard's remains away, my plans will be rendered hopeless. With this thought gnawing at him, Blackbeard rushed towards the dock, his short legs propelling him forward in a frenzy. Consumed by urgency, he directed all his focus towards reaching his destination, neglecting to utilize his observation haki to perceive his surroundings. In his desperation, caution was the last thing on his mind. A few minutes later, Blackbeard arrived near the dock, only to hear the sounds of battle once more, though the intensity was diminished compared to before. This brought a sigh of relief to Blackbeard, for it seemed that Whitebeard's saga was far from over. It appeared that he still had an opportunity to deliver the final blow and bid farewell to Whitebeard. Rest easy now, Whitebeard. I shall wield your power in the future. Wahahaha. Enveloped in dreams of grandeur, Blackbeard briskly made his way towards the dock. Split line. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 112. A stalemate with a sense of triumph. Blackbeard strode towards the dock, already envisioning the splendid life that awaited him. He imagined himself wielding darkness in one hand and shockwaves in the other, fearing no one but Suyu. Even the 3 admirals, upon losing their devil fruit powers, would be subjected to his devastating tremors. However, as he sauntered to the edge of the battlefield, he was abruptly struck by the realization that the scene before him differed starkly from his expectations. Why did Whitebeard appear to be in a better state than the 3 admirals? Had he entered the fray incorrectly? Should he retreat and re-enter? Were the 3 admirals truly as weak as they seemed? 3 of them together, and they couldn't even subdue a barely surviving Whitebeard? How pitiful. They ought to retire. If he were in their position, he would feel utterly ashamed to remain in such esteemed ranks. What a disaster. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed an odd atmosphere permeating the battlefield. It was peculiar, as despite the fierce combat, there was an absence of the palpable tension one would expect in such a setting. What was going on with the spectators around? Carp, must you be so blatant in your inaction? Is that brute Jaws worthy of your personal suppression? Moreover, why did the 2 of you remain in that unmoving stance? Even if you knew Ace was your grandson, must you be so overt in your favoritism? And what of the admiral candidate, Momonosuke? Why do you not engage? Did you not witness your predecessor being utterly overwhelmed? Are you waiting for the 3 admirals to dwindle in number so that you might seize the opportunity to ascend? Hiss. In the next moment, Blackbeard suddenly recognized a disconcerting detail. Whitebeard's condition seemed notably different from what he had previously recalled. The formidable presence and the exuberant display of power evoked memories in him of the time when he had just joined the Whitebeard pirates. Back then, Whitebeard resembled a celestial war god, his indomitable spirit capable of clearing all obstacles in his path. In those days, Whitebeard was the true figure whom Blackbeard aspired to follow. There was even a fleeting thought that if he never found the Yami Yami no Mi, following such a person would suffice. Yet, how could that be possible? That was over 20 years ago, and Whitebeard had ceased to engage in battle several years prior. Although he retained his identity as Whitebeard, the aura he exuded had shifted, now embodying a sense of impending twilight. Who could explain why Whitebeard, who had once relied on medical apparatus for mere survival, suddenly appeared revitalized? As if under the influence of some elixir, returning to the pinnacle of his strength? A vivid image flashed through Blackbeard's mind, his recent visit to Sabaody Archipelago, where he had intended to scout out the Sabaody bar, only to unexpectedly encounter Marco there. At that moment, he had been so taken aback by the bar's proprietor that he hadn't given thought to Marco's purpose for being there. Subsequently, absorbed in gathering information about the Pirate King, he had relegated the encounter to the back of his mind. Today, however, upon witnessing the incredible transformation in Whitebeard, the pieces fell into place. Marco's visit to the bar had indeed been for Whitebeard's sake. This revelation left Blackbeard in utter disbelief. Was his minor ambition now in ruins? Uncertain whether Whitebeard's current state was a genuine return to form or a mere temporary enhancement, he pondered the implications. If it were the latter, there remained a glimmer of hope, and Blackbeard was reluctant to believe that such effects came without repercussions. Perhaps Whitebeard's body would deteriorate further after this surge. Yet, if it were the former, then all hope was lost. The peak Whitebeard truly embodied an insurmountable force. If that were indeed the case, he had likely underestimated the bar owner's prowess, capable of rejuvenating a fading Whitebeard, an almost divine intervention. At that moment, Blackbeard found himself wavering, questioning whether he could truly contend with the bar's enigmatic proprietor. Overwhelmed by the sudden predicament, he sank into despair. However, before he could wallow in self-pity, he felt two piercing gazes, sharp as swords, directed at him. Following his instincts, he turned to find Marco glaring at him fiercely, alongside Ace, who had freed himself from his sea-stone cuffs. To his dismay, he also spotted the last person he wished to see, Sue. The mere sight of Sue ignited an instinctual urge to flee within Blackbeard, as their last encounter had left an indelible mark on him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that during their previous meeting, he had maintained a facade of normalcy, merely a curious patron. Logically, there was no substantial enmity between them. Thus, he was merely frightening himself unnecessarily. Resolutely, he quelled the urge to run. No, wait. He still needed to escape, though he bore no grudge against Sue. A deep-seated animosity existed between him and the Whitebeard pirates. If they captured him, it would spell his end. Meanwhile, Ace and Marco were devising a strategy to confront Blackbeard, oblivious to his whereabouts when, to their surprise, he emerged before them. Despite not understanding why he dared to show himself, they recognized an opportunity. As Blackbeard exhibited signs of retreat, Marco flapped his wings and soared toward him, bellowing, "Blackbeard, have the courage not to flee." The mention of Blackbeard captured Whitebeard's attention, who, having already shaken off Akainu and his crew, turned to follow Marco's trajectory. There, he beheld the one figure he would never forget, Blackbeard. In that instant, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted from a deep, oceanic calm to one imbued with lethal intent, akin to a bloodied hammer. The trio of Akainu recoiled at the sight. Previously, they had been distracted by a fool in half a mask, and now, with Ace returned to Whitebeard's side, continuing their battle lost all significance. Recognizing Whitebeard's altered state, they swiftly distanced themselves. Whitebeard, having achieved his objective, no longer focused on Akainu's group. He had no intention of engaging with the Vice Admiral. Even if an opportunity arose, Whitebeard would refrain from such actions, knowing it could incite the world government to retaliate fiercely. As Whitebeard's gaze fell upon him, Blackbeard felt an icy chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end, as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. Whitebeard, a man of action rather than words, raised his fist toward Blackbeard, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered the ground and sent violent tremors racing toward him. The familiar power sent chills down Blackbeard's spine, instantly halting his flight. He summoned the abilities of the dark fruit, and in the next moment, an endless darkness surged from behind him, swirling protectively in front of him. The shockwave from Whitebeard soon followed, crashing against the darkness. However, the formidable shockwave dissipated as if it had plunged into an ocean of mud, causing no disturbance within the shadows. Successfully thwarting an attack that once instilled terror in him, Blackbeard's confidence surged, and he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance that he could prevail. "Father, do you see this? This is the power I have long sought." Haha. Whitebeard, while somewhat astonished by the abilities of the dark fruit, had previously witnessed the might of the Sioux fish, rendering this encounter merely a minor spectacle, unworthy of concern. Even if the fruit's power was countered, he was still Whitebeard. His reputation was not forged solely through the capabilities of a fruit. In his effort to block Whitebeard's furious punch, Blackbeard delayed his escape, allowing Marco to arrive at his side. Observing Blackbeard effortlessly withstand his father's wrathful strike left Marco astonished. He finally comprehended what Ace had meant regarding the countering of fruit users, yet it did not intimidate him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he positioned himself before Blackbeard. Blackbeard, descend to hell and repent before Sachi. You are not my opponent, Captain Marco. Haha. Besides, I've already stated, this fruit chose me. Blame Sachi for obtaining it first. Seeing Blackbeard's utter lack of remorse ignited Marco's fury, prompting him to act decisively. If the opponent could nullify abilities, he would resort to pure physical force. With a vigorous flap of his wings, his legs transformed into sharp bird talons as he lunged at Blackbeard, executing the crane talon. Blackbeard attempted to evade, yet was slightly delayed, resulting in Marco's talons slicing open a gash on his arm. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. In the next moment, the darkness swirled back, absorbing the wound on Blackbeard's arm. Then, extending his large hand, Blackbeard activated the gravitational pull of darkness, drawing the unsuspecting Marco towards him. In the instant Blackbeard seized him, the vibrant flames enveloping Marco extinguished, and his wings and talons vanished, reverting him to human form. However, Marco had no time for astonishment. As Blackbeard's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, propelling Marco backward through the air, from which he coughed up blood. End of section. May everyone have a prosperous year of the tiger. Tomorrow we shall resume double updates. With the sting of pain as his impetus, Blackbeard delivered an exceptionally forceful blow, nearly dislodging Marco's very soul. Following this strike, Blackbeard suddenly crouched down, pressing his right hand against the ground, from which a torrent of darkness surged forth, steadily spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by an overwhelming shroud of shadows. This technique is a manifestation of the dark fruit's terrifying power, known as the dark hole. In the next instant, the buildings enveloped by the spreading darkness began to sink slowly, as though they were being devoured by the very ground beneath them. Alongside this phenomenon, an immense gravitational force emanated from the darkness, prompting Marco, who had just taken a heavy blow, to stabilize himself and swiftly retreat with his wings from the ominous zone. One could say that Blackbeard's special move was fully realized. The scene was overwhelming, akin to an abyss descending upon the world. Although the process appeared slow, its speed was deceptive, as the darkness consumed all structures within its reach, leaving only a roiling sea of blackness on the ground. In the midst of this dark ocean stood Blackbeard, unwavering, exuding an aura of a king crowned by shadows, despite his less than heroic appearance. The dark sea was anything but tranquil, continuously churning and compressing, reducing the recently engulfed buildings to mere rubble. It was evident that being sucked into the darkness would be an unbearable experience. It resembled a miniature black hole. At this moment, Whitebeard and Ace had joined Marco's side, warily observing the dark expanse. Suddenly, the previously spread-out dark sea began to surge towards Blackbeard himself, rapidly coiling behind him into a vortex, which soon unleashed a torrent of debris towards Marco and the others. Marco, Ace, and Whitebeard widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this it? After waiting so long, they had expected an earth-shattering move. Yet all Blackbeard resorted to was hurling fragments of buildings at them. Did he truly believe this would inflict any harm? Ace stepped forward, igniting his right hand in flames, and with a swift motion, conjured a dazzling wall of fire that incinerated the debris raining down upon them. True to his monstrous constitution, Ace had sustained grave injuries but had miraculously recovered within mere days, a feat ordinary individuals would take months to accomplish. It was truly enviable. However, after successfully thwarting Blackbeard's attack, neither Ace, Whitebeard, nor Marco displayed relief. Instead, their expressions grew grim. They suddenly realized that Blackbeard could not possibly be unaware that such an attack was trivial to them. His actions were undoubtedly a ruse to create chaos and divert their attention. He intended to escape. Ace quickly gathered the remaining flames in the air back to himself, and upon clearing his vision, he confirmed that Blackbeard was no longer in his original position, though his silhouette remained visible. The once densely populated town had transformed into an open square due to Blackbeard's earlier move, making his hasty retreat conspicuously clear. Blackbeard was no fool. Although he had been bolstered by the confidence gained from withstanding Whitebeard's tremors, he regained his composure when faced with the combined might of Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco. One Whitebeard was already a formidable threat. Hadn't he nearly brought tears to the eyes of the three admirals? Now, two more, though perhaps not as strong, still posed a significant danger. Confronting such an assembly was a futile endeavor. Thus, it was prudent to make an early exit, not out of cowardice, but rather a strategic retreat. Exchanging glances, Whitebeard and the others pursued Blackbeard, determined not to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Watching the trio chase after Blackbeard, Akainu and his comrades exchanged silent looks. Should we assist Blackbeard? Haven't you had enough of Whitebeard's tremors? But Blackbeard is one of our own, isn't he? Huh. What does that even mean? He's lost all his leverage and has dragged us into this mess. It's merciful enough that we haven't captured him ourselves. Akiji and Kazara nodded in agreement, affirming Akainu's sentiment. Thus, the consensus was reached to allow Blackbeard to fend for himself. Meanwhile, Carp, with an inscrutable expression, finally lifted his hand from Josu's head, granting him a glimpse of freedom. However, Josu's moment of joy was short-lived as he scanned his surroundings, realizing he was alone. Save for Vista, with 3 admirals and a naval hero nearby, including a familiar face, the admiral candidate who had previously inflicted considerable pain upon him. Josu suddenly sensed that his situation was rather precarious. Swallowing hard, Josu tentatively moved his legs, noticing that none of the formidable figures reacted. He took a few cautious steps forward, yet still, no one paid him any mind. Realizing this, Josu breathed a sigh of relief and approached Vista. They exchanged a knowing look and decided to return to their ship and await the return of their father and the others. With Marco and Ace engaged, capturing Blackbeard seemed a certainty. Unbeknownst to anyone, the elusive Tazaro had vanished from sight. Upon witnessing the demise of Half-Face, much of his anger dissipated. Although he lamented not having annihilated him entirely, he found solace in the current circumstances. The Navy had resolved to withdraw. As their mission had ultimately failed, the 3 admirals had endured a senseless beating. This feeling was far from pleasant, though they understood that Blackbeard was not at fault. No one had anticipated Whitebeard's sudden arrival. Nevertheless, they were not inclined to reason, and thus, Blackbeard bore the brunt of their frustrations. Here's to hoping he meets his end at Whitebeard's hands. As everyone returned to their respective ships, a towering pillar of fire erupted in the distance, resembling a fiery tornado, infused with an overwhelming sense of power. This was followed by a resounding bird call that pierced the sky like a shattering silver vessel. Subsequently, a violent tremor emanated from that location, sending ripples across the harbor and rocking the vessels. Finally, an encroaching darkness sought to engulf the radiant flame. From that sight, a cacophony of sounds erupted, a spectacle so grand that one could question whether the beleaguered Water 7 could withstand the pressure and remain intact. Moments later, the tumult subsided, only to erupt again with even greater intensity. Flames, azure fire, bird calls, tremors, and shadows all burst forth, shaking the entirety of Water 7, causing the hearts of the innocent to race in trepidation. However, this final, fierce tremor marked the grand finale, akin to an exclamation point concluding a dramatic performance, signaling the end of the farce. Following this climactic explosion, tranquility enveloped the realm once more. In a short while, 3 figures approached the dock, with the central figure grasping something in hand. Blackbeard, far from being diminutive, was robust and towering, yet in Whitebeard's grip, he resembled a mere child. Such disparities in size often lead one to ponder how these two could possibly be partners or even parent and child. Such perplexity. At this moment, Blackbeard was in a pitiful state, his body marred by severe burns, his face obscured in darkness, which was not particularly conspicuous given his naturally dusky complexion. However, these injuries were merely superficial. The true source of his grievous wounds stemmed from Whitebeard's tremor-inducing powers. Even now, Whitebeard continued to unleash his ability, his grasp on Blackbeard's hand releasing high-frequency shocks that rendered Blackbeard's body numb, sapping him of all strength. Seeing that the situation had settled and witnessing Blackbeard's dismal condition, the 3 admirals felt a measure of relief. Subsequently, the Navy summoned all soldiers still within the city, preparing for their departure. Although the scene was somewhat bizarre, right beside them stood a crew of pirates, while the Navy, led by the 3 admirals, was preparing to retreat. The absurdity of reality often manifests in such ways. There was no choice. They were simply outmatched. Even Akainu, the staunch advocate of absolute justice, had to concede that sometimes compromise was necessary. As the anchor was raised and the warship sliced through the waves, gradually heading into the distance, the faces of the 3 admirals were grim. No one enjoys being bested. Carp's expression was complex, yet he harbored a sliver of relief within. As for Momonosuke, she was relatively content, Having fought with gusto, the mission was not her primary concern. Ace observed Carp's retreating figure upon the warship, his expression fluctuating. Old man. Although Ace's attitude towards Carp could be described as hostile, he internally acknowledged him as family, akin to Whitebeard. He understood that Carp genuinely cared for him, having once wished for him to join the Navy. However, Ace had no regrets about his choice to become a pirate. He believed it was his rightful path. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in the presence of that old man. Chapter 114. The Downfall of Blackbeard after a moment of dejection. This audacious individual regained his composure. His life's ambition was to assist his father in becoming the Pirate King. At this moment, he reaffirmed his dream. Upon seeing Whitebeard's return, Suyu spoke. Whitebeard, it seems you have some family matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Suyu's intention to depart, Whitebeard made no effort to retain him. After all, as Suyu had noted, he had familial affairs to address. While Suyu's strength earned their respect, he remained an outsider, which rendered certain matters somewhat inconvenient. Mr. Suyu, please take care. We truly did not extend proper hospitality this time. Next time, we shall prepare fine wine to entertain you. The mere fact that Whitebeard would utter such words, offering fine wine, revealed the high regard in which Suyu was held. Not at all. It is thanks to you that I witnessed such a splendid performance, Suyu replied, eliciting a wry smile from Whitebeard. You may have enjoyed the show, but we exerted ourselves tremendously. It was a life-and-death performance. Nevertheless, Suyu paid no mind to their reactions. After speaking, he raised his hand and drew a line in the air, creating a portal through which he stepped. However, just as he placed one foot inside, it seemed he recalled something and halted, turning back to Whitebeard. By the way, Whitebeard, have you noticed that Ace calls you old man while referring to Carp as grandpa? Upon uttering this, a mischievous grin spread across Suyu's face before he vanished into the portal. Hearing Suyu's words, a flash of realization struck Whitebeard. Indeed, Ace referred to him as old man but addressed that old fellow Carp as grandpa. Upon reflection, he and Carp were of similar age. Why was he arbitrarily regarded as a generation lower? Moreover, it seemed Roger was also directly a generation beneath Carp. That old scoundrel Carp was truly cunning. Some matters unfold in such a way that, if not specifically mentioned, seem inconsequential. Yet once brought to light, they can never return to their former state. Whitebeard now found himself in this predicament. Recalling Carp, he instinctively sensed something amiss, a peculiar sensation. Ace, too, wore a face of bemusement. He had never contemplated this before, but now, with Suyu's words brought to light, it felt rather awkward. However, he had grown accustomed to calling Whitebeard old man and Carp grandpa. Around them, onlookers either gazed skyward, whistled, or scrutinized their own shoes, as if they bore some world-class secret. Their expressions were somewhat peculiar, caught between laughter and restraint. In truth, they found it most intriguing that despite Suyu's formidable strength, he comported himself like an ordinary person. After a moment of regrouping, Whitebeard cast Blackbeard onto the deck, then seated himself upon his designated throne. At this juncture, a subordinate approached with handcuffs made of sea stone, promptly securing Blackbeard's hands. As a member of the Four Emperors, it was not surprising that they possessed some sea stone. Presently, Whitebeard sat upon his throne, surrounded by a retinue, while the space encircled by them was occupied by the shackled Blackbeard, accentuating the gravity of the final judgment. All eyes were fixed on the still trembling form of Blackbeard. The previously relaxed atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, the sight of this man invoked memories of betrayal and the death of Sachi at his hands, rendering it impossible for their spirits to lift. Whitebeard's gaze bore into Blackbeard, his expression dark enough to drip with malice, while the others glared at Blackbeard with palpable hostility. At this moment, Blackbeard gradually recovered from the incessant high-frequency vibrations. He slowly straightened his body, steadied his balance, only to find himself utterly weak and unable to summon his devil fruit powers. Realizing it was the effect of sea stone, his heart sank, utterly hopeless now. Then, he slowly lifted his head and met Whitebeard's fathomless eyes, deep and turbulent as the ocean itself. Instinctively, Blackbeard shuddered. The next moment, a fawning grin spread across his face. Oh well, old man. And everyone, it's been a while. Zihahaha. Shut your mouth, traitor. You have no right to call him old man. Before Whitebeard could speak, Marco beside him couldn't hold back. Disgusted by the audacity of this betrayer still addressing their captain so familiarly. Zihahaha. Marco, no need to be so worked up. I've come to confess my sins. Haven't I? Hearing Blackbeard's shameless words, those around nearly laughed in disbelief. Confess? His earlier arrogance was hardly the demeanor of a penitent man. Had it not been for Whitebeard and Marco capturing him, who knew where he'd be hiding by now. At this moment, the previously silent Whitebeard finally spoke. Teach, do you still not recognize your mistakes? Before capturing Blackbeard, Whitebeard was engulfed in a furious rage, his sole sentiment towards Blackbeard being one of wrath for his heinous deeds. He was determined to retrieve him and administer familial justice. However, upon actually capturing Blackbeard, Whitebeard's emotions became exceedingly complex. After all, Blackbeard had been aboard his ship for 20 years, having called him father for 2 decades and become a member of his family. It would be unrealistic to claim that Whitebeard felt no affection for him. Yet, why was it this very person? Why, Teach, did you have to cross that irrevocable line? If you had merely taken the dark fruit, I could have forgiven you. But why did you have to kill Sachi? Father, I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I shouldn't have killed Sachi. We are brothers. I genuinely regret it. Father, I am still your son. Please spare me. In his final pleas, whether Blackbeard was genuinely repentant or simply terrified of death, he choked on his words, nearly brought to tears. Blackbeard. What act are you performing here? Did you not claim that the fruit chose you? Ace shouted in fury from the side. Father, do not believe his words. These are mere death throes. Have you forgotten Sachi's tragic fate? Marco, observing Whitebeard's hesitation, hastily addressed him. Indeed, it is all a fade crafted by Teach. Just as he has deceived himself and everyone else aboard his ship for 20 years, never revealing a single crack, though aware of the pretense. Whitebeard found it difficult to resolve himself to kill. After all, he had considered Teach his son for 2 decades. How could he simply decide to take his life? Yet, the thought of Sachi's gruesome death reignited Whitebeard's fury. He understood that Teach, having committed such a crime, was doomed to die today. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard slowly exhaled as if finally resolved. He stood up and approached Blackbeard. Father, please spare me. I truly understand my mistake. I am your son. Witnessing Whitebeard's firm resolve to end his life, Blackbeard begged for mercy, clinging to the hope that their past bond might save him. Even though he knew the likelihood was slim. Although Whitebeard appeared unmoved by Blackbeard's pleas, each of his words struck painfully at Whitebeard's heart. What should have been a mere few steps took Whitebeard an eternity as he stood before Blackbeard, sighing without uttering a word. Finally, he glanced at Teach, closed his eyes, and slowly raised his right fist, a milky aura enveloping it. Father, are you truly going to kill your son? I genuinely understand my mistake. Please spare me. It seemed as though Blackbeard's desperate struggle had indeed made an impact, for Whitebeard's fist did not descend. The milky glow gradually faded, and Whitebeard dejectedly lowered his hand, as if all strength had left him. In that moment, Blackbeard's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that his desperate pleas would yield results. He had underestimated the depth of Whitebeard's emotions and could not believe he had truly been spared. You wait, Whitebeard. I will not relinquish your power. Father. Marco and the others, witnessing this, grew anxious and hurried to dissuade Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard waved them off and turned away, maintaining his back to Blackbeard, and weakly uttered, Ace. It is your turn to act. To personally kill Teach was beyond Whitebeard's capabilities. He could only delegate the task to another, and Ace, once Blackbeard's captain, was undoubtedly the best choice. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's face froze, unable to celebrate his perceived victory. Whitebeard was serious about this. Ace stepped forward, having been unable to endure Blackbeard's nauseating words any longer, and now finally had the chance to act. Ace, do you truly intend to kill me? I genuinely understand my mistake. Let me remain to atone. Ace, however, paid no heed to Blackbeard's words. He had no profound ties to Blackbeard, and without hesitation, flames began to gather in his hands, gradually shaping into a long spear, which he thrust toward Blackbeard's head. Chapter 115. For her, as the flaming spear advanced toward his skull inch by inch, Blackbeard realized that it was all over. He had no chance left. Perhaps due to the imminent threat of death, his senses elongated, and he came to a profound realization: the fleeting moments of life truly existed. He reminisced about the day he joined the Whitebeard pirates 20 years ago, recalling the emotionless joy of achieving a simple goal. Scenes from 2 decades aboard the ship flashed before his eyes. He remembered that fateful night when he had seen the dark fruit in Sachi's hands. It had been a night of torment, for he had finally found what he had desperately sought, yet it was not meant for him. Blackbeard understood that this was his only opportunity and knew that stepping forward would mean there was no turning back. However, for the sake of his 20 years of effort, he had to make a choice. Even now, he bore no regrets for his past decisions, only a tinge of sorrow. Perhaps had he foreseen today's outcome, he might have chosen a different path. He suddenly wished to call out father one last time, but it was too late. He felt something searing pierce through his skull, boiling his very brain. These were Blackbeard's final thoughts. The flaming spear effortlessly penetrated Blackbeard's head, and under Ace's control. It did not explode but extinguished instead. Consequently, the lifeless body of Blackbeard collapsed onto the deck, marking the end of a treacherous little villain. As the sound of his body hitting the deck echoed, Whitebeard trembled, instinctively wanting to turn and look but halting at the last moment. He knew Teach was dead. And without question, he deserved to die. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Whitebeard, particularly poignant for a man who longed for family. Let him return to the sea. After uttering those words, Whitebeard appeared drained, no longer the towering figure he once was, but merely a weary and frail old man. Yes, father, Ace replied. Then lifted Blackbeard's robust corpse and cast it into the sea, where it sank without a splash, disappearing into the depths. The vastness of the sea is truly overwhelming. Perhaps even a figure as formidable as Whitebeard would stir no waves within its depths. Thus, the incident of Blackbeard's betrayal reaches its conclusion. Ace and his companions observe Whitebeard's solitary silhouette, their hearts heavy with sorrow, cognizant that he bears the greatest grief at this moment. In unison, they choose to depart the deck, allowing Whitebeard a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, aboard the naval warship, Carp appears unperturbed, cheerfully savoring the senbei procured from Sengoku. His levity is understandable. Although their mission has faltered, upon returning, he would only face a mild reprimand from Sengoku. Moreover, the blame does not rest upon him, but rather on that half-mast individual whose mental faculties have evidently deteriorated. Most importantly, Ace is now safe. A fact that fills him with elation. However, the sentiments of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji starkly contrast Carp's joviality. While Kizaru and Akiji maintain a semblance of composure, Akainu's countenance is as dark as coal. Not only due to the mission's failure which allows the Pirate King's lineage to remain at large, but also because of the humiliation suffered. He bore the brunt of the attacks during the ensuing battle with Whitebeard. Thus, Carp's demeanor stands in sharp relief to that of the three, revealing the profound disconnect between human joy and sorrow. As for Momonosuke, her indifference to the mission is apparent. Whether it succeeds or fails bears no consequence for her. Amidst the varying emotions of these individuals, the once empty deck is suddenly rent by a pitch-black fissure, which, in the blink of an eye, expands into a shadowy passage wide enough for a person to traverse. The unexpected situation drew the attention of Carp and others. Carp's fists were enveloped in a formidable layer of haki, while Akainu and the others radiated a chilling aura akin to molten lava. Tontada also unsheathed her sword, prepared for any eventuality. The peculiarity of the phenomenon was utterly unprecedented, causing everyone to instinctively overlook their current formation and grow tense. However, they were not kept in suspense for long, and the next moment, a striking young man leisurely emerged from the passage. Upon seeing this individual, Carp and the others instinctively reined in their powers, not because the newcomer belonged to their faction and thus warranted relaxation of vigilance, but rather because he was someone beyond their grasp, making surrender seem far more comfortable. As Suyu stepped out, the passage collapsed into a mere fissure, vanishing into the ether. "Ah, it's Mr. Suyu," Carp boomed with laughter. Theoretically, Ace owed his salvation to this young man, elevating Carp's fondness for Suyu to great heights. "Ah, greetings. I hope you don't mind my abrupt arrival," Suyu cheerfully greeted the assemblage. "Ah, ha, Mr. Suyu, it is our pleasure to welcome you." The others replied, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Even Akainu's face betrayed a barely perceptible, stiff smile. "With your immense strength, you could go anywhere. We would not dare voice any dissent." Carp, the only one audacious enough to speak up, inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here?" "Mr. Suyu?" "Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss," Suyu nodded. Instinctively, the hearts of Akainu and the others quickened. "However, it is nothing grave. So do not be alarmed," Suyu reassured them, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Those endowed with power possess a unique allure. Every gesture and word captivates the minds of all present, perhaps embodying another facet of the charm that power holds. Turning to Tontada, Suyu remarked, "I have come specifically for her." This revelation stunned not only Tontada but also Carp and Akainu. What does it mean to come for Tontada? They hardly had any prior interaction, nor had she offended him like Akainu. They mused. "Mr. Suyu, what business do you have with Tontada?" Carp interjected before Tontada could respond, his concern for his junior evident. "Why are you all so startled?" "I merely said I came to find Tontada. Not that I intended any harm," Suyu replied, exasperated. With his words, the tension dissipated. It was not that they held a deep trust in Suyu, but rather that they understood his prowess rendered deception unnecessary, If he claimed no ill will towards Tontada, it was undoubtedly the truth. Then, what is your purpose in seeking me, Mr. Suyu? Tontada, reassured, returned to her usual composure. There's too much commotion here. Come with me. Trust me. It will be beneficial for you, Suyu stated, as a rift opened beside him, revealing a spatial passageway. Upon the emergence of the passage, Suyu did not await Taotu's words, but rather stepped inside directly. Taotu, intrigued by the advantages spoken of by Suyu, glanced at Carp first. Carp, thinking to himself, wondered why she was looking at him. With Suyu having already spoken, he, as an elder, had little recourse but to nod in agreement. Seeing Carp's assent, Taotu mimicked Suyu and entered the passage, which vanished promptly after her entry. The remaining individuals on the deck exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered. Suyu had arrived suddenly and just as abruptly departed, taking Taotu with him. The swiftness of it all left them powerless to resist. Nevertheless, they believed that Suyu harbored no ill intentions towards Taotu. Otherwise, he could have acted with aggression immediately. Wait a moment, Taotu does seem quite lovely. Doesn't she? This thought sparked a new line of reasoning. Suyu appeared to be a vigorous youth himself, and if he were indeed captivated by Taotu's beauty, well, such a notion could indeed hold some merit. However, if that were the case, Taotu would have quite the advantageous position moving forward. With a figure like Suyu protecting her, who would dare to bully Taotu in the future? Yet, this also posed the question of whether even heroes might falter in the presence of beauty. Could this be a potential weakness for Suyu? Nonetheless, these speculations were merely conjectures among themselves, and it was prudent to await Taotu's return for clarification. Meanwhile, as Taotu stepped through the spatial passage, she found herself in an extraordinary realm, one she had never encountered before. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet not entirely devoid of light. For countless luminous points flickered in the distance, reminiscent of a breathtaking night sky. Nearby, several colossal spheres loomed, varying in size. Even the smallest of these orbs rendered her insignificant in comparison, sending a shiver of awe through her. They appeared quite beautiful, though she was left pondering their true nature. If only Taotu possessed some knowledge of astronomy, she would recognize that she stood in a corner of the universe, surrounded by celestial bodies and distant stars. Beneath the starlight, Suyu awaited her arrival, standing in serene anticipation. Chapter 116. I also find it quite impressive. Such an unprecedented scene rendered Taotu exceedingly anxious. Standing in such an environment, she inevitably felt a sense of insignificance, a sensation she had not experienced since her breakthrough as a grand swordsman. No, it would be more accurate to say this was the second time she had felt something similar when Suyu reprimanded Chi Quan. How to describe it? It was akin to an ant that had lived underground all its life, finally surfacing to gaze at the sky. Since you are here, come closer. Walk without fear. You shall not fall. Suyu's voice snapped the dazed Taotu back to reality. Instinctively, she glanced down, only to discover she stood upon a void, which startled her. She stamped her foot and found it felt no different from standing on solid ground, which eased her trepidation. Taotu tentatively took a step forward. It was indeed steady, and she proceeded to Suyu's side. Suyu turned to face her, gazing at her face with a sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but marvel at the uncanny coincidence. Her face bore an uncanny resemblance to someone significant in his life. It was not merely a matter of beauty, as speculated by Carp and others. Rather, Taotu looked strikingly like a person dear to Suyu, almost indistinguishably so, right down to the placement of a mole on her face. This person was slightly older than Suyu, likely around 10,000 years old. No, more accurately, 18 years and 832 months. Due to being older, Suyu affectionately referred to her as Sister Hua. To summarize, Suyu's parents had perished in an accident during his childhood, leaving no remains, and it was Sister Hua who ensured his survival. Suyu's thoughts drifted back to the past, while from Taotu's perspective, it appeared as though Suyu was intently scrutinizing her face, which made her somewhat self-conscious. She wondered if this formidable figure had summoned her here due to her beauty. It was truly a perplexing situation. If the powerful one were to lose control, where would she stand? Should she fight for her life or flee? Nonetheless, she couldn't help but notice that the esteemed figure was rather handsome. As Taotu's thoughts spiraled, the images in her mind became increasingly difficult to articulate, causing her cheeks to flush. In the next moment, Suyu, lost in his reverie, finally returned to the present and curiously regarded Taotu, whose rosy complexion suggested she was lost in thought. He then inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Suyu's sudden query startled Taotu, clearing her mind of distractions. She quickly reined in her emotions and responded with a flustered, It's nothing. Nothing at all. I wasn't thinking of anything." "You certainly do not seem to be doing nothing," Suyu thought, bemused, but chose not to press the matter further. He raised his hand and reached into the void, subsequently pulling forth a long blade, slightly curved and measuring 1 meter 33 centimeters in length. Upon sighting the blade, Tao Tu's expression transformed into one of pure admiration. For a swordsman, what could be more alluring than a superior sword? Curiously, in the world of pirates, despite the prevalence of swords, the title of swordsman is still used, an intriguing peculiarity. The blade Siyu had drawn from the void was undeniably a divine weapon. All other swords, whether termed great blades or supreme blades, paled in comparison to this one. No. It would be an injustice to even categorize those inferior weapons alongside this magnificent sword. Every curve of this blade, every inch of its intricate patterns, the shimmering luster, the aura of sharpness, and the sense of nobility it exudes, Tao Tu could only conjure two feeble words: perfection. It is akin to the first breath of spring, the initial beam of moonlight as night descends, or the final crest of a wave summoned by the vast ocean. Words fall short, utterly inadequate to encapsulate even a fraction of this knife's essence. It is as if this blade embodies the epitome of perfection existing within the realm of ideals, while all other knives in the world are mere clumsy imitations of it. Tao Tu could not help but draw forth her cherished golden blade, contemplating whether such a trinket could even be deemed a renowned weapon. However, Suyu seemed oblivious to Tao Tu's thoughts, directly stating, "Tao Tu, our meeting is fateful. Now, I shall teach you a set of sword techniques. Allow me to demonstrate." The term sword techniques piqued Tao Tu's interest, momentarily lifting her from her disappointment and disdain for her own blade. At that moment, Siyu had already assumed a stance with his knife and declared, "This technique is called Starfall Blade, consisting of 9 strikes. Here's the first, Starfall like rain." With the matter at hand, Tao Tu focused intently, amplifying her observation haki to its maximum, scrutinizing Suyu's every movement. She watched as Siyu stepped forward. His hand wielding the knife moved with such speed that it left behind an afterimage. In the next moment, countless sharp, minuscule blade energies cascaded forth, frantically slicing through the void before him, resembling a rainfall in the starry sky. Yet, each droplet was lethal, despite their seemingly slow pace. The sheer quantity created an illusion of rapidity. This move is not only exquisite but also breathtaking. Although the Peach Rabbit cannot perceive the power of this technique, the gradually shattering and near-collapsing space speaks volumes. Such a scene filled Tao Tu with trepidation. Her current sensation resembled that of a panicked ant caught in a torrential downpour, helpless. Utterly helpless, profoundly powerless. Likewise, she was beset by confusion. How could this formidable sword technique be imparted to her by a man she had never encountered before? After executing the first strike, Siyu paused for a moment before unleashing the second slash. The second blow left a myriad of star-like scars. Siyu transitioned from a single-handed grip to a double-handed grasp of the blade, raising it high above his head. Suddenly, he delivered a diagonal cut forward, releasing a radiant arc of light that sliced through the void. In the next instant, the dazzling beam shattered, yet the assault did not cease. Instead, the fragmented light transformed into thousands of miniature blades, relentlessly converging upon the center, carving out a spherical array of slashing strikes. One could only imagine the fate of a victim caught within such a tempest. 10 minutes later, Siyu sheathed his sword and remarked, "This is the final strike, rending the void and shattering stars." Meanwhile, Tao Tu stood before the scene, speechless, her expression vacant. The surrounding space was densely littered with shards, and the colossal sphere that had once instilled a sense of insignificance in her now lay in ruins, shattered into fragments or cleaved in twain by an unknown force. This 10-minute experience has fundamentally transformed the worldview of Peach Rabbit. It was her first realization that swordsmanship could reach such extraordinary levels. Indeed, it was astonishingly beyond comprehension. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, pales in comparison. He could not possibly have described the immense, limitless blade aura she witnessed. While she had always known that Siyu was formidable, it had remained a vague impression until now. At this moment, Peach Rabbit finally grasped a more tangible sense of his prowess. It transcended mere strength. It was explosively powerful. She found herself questioning whether Siyu was truly human. Could a human being genuinely possess such overwhelming might? Nevertheless, Peach Rabbit maintained her composure and quickly recalibrated her mindset. As she surveyed the devastation around her, a new concern arose in her mind. Could she truly learn such techniques? It was not a matter of underestimating herself. She genuinely felt that even if she practiced with her head, she would not be able to master it. At that moment, Siyu turned to Tao Tu and inquired, "What do you think?" Tao Tu replied, "What do you mean? Are you actually trying to teach me? Or do you genuinely believe I could master such an absurd technique after merely glancing at it?" Observing the perplexed expression on Tao Tu's face, Suyu realized she had misunderstood, and thus he clarified, "Oh, I wasn't teaching you. I was merely demonstrating the power of this sword technique. So, what do you think of it? Impressive, isn't it?" "Indeed, this is the most formidable sword technique I have ever witnessed," Tao Tu candidly admitted. In fact, after watching Suyu's demonstration, she felt as though she had never encountered any sword technique before today. "I too find it quite remarkable," she added. "Do you wish to learn it?" Suyu asked. "Can I really learn it?" Tao Tu pondered, feeling uncertain as it appeared far beyond human capability. "Forget about everything else. Just follow your true feelings and answer me. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes." This time, Tao Tu did not hesitate. Such a technique was undeniably worth mastering. For a swordsman, aside from renowned swords, sword techniques held the greatest allure. "Very well, step forward and close your eyes." Although Tao Tu found it peculiar, she approached Suyu and obediently shut her eyes. After stealing a glance at her face, Suyu let out a silent sigh. Reflecting on how this sword technique was the first one bestowed upon him by Sister Hua, and now passing it to Tao Tu felt like fulfilling a connection. He then raised his hand, pointing his finger at her forehead. Tao Tu felt a sudden chill at that spot, followed by a surge of information flooding her mind, the methods of practicing the sword technique. Moments later, as the transmission concluded, Suyu withdrew his finger, causing Tao Tu to stagger a few steps before regaining her balance, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of knowledge that left her momentarily dizzy. Once she acclimated to the vast amount of information in her mind, Tao Tu reflected on the elegant and powerful sword technique she had just witnessed. It felt as if she were watching a film unfold in her mind. What is a film? She wondered, puzzled by this odd term that had entered her thoughts. Yet it somehow seemed to describe her experience accurately. Regaining her composure, Tao Tu stepped before Suyu and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for the impartation of knowledge, which was particularly significant for a swordsman. Regardless of Suyu's intentions, the gift he had bestowed upon her was undeniably genuine. Suyu accepted her bow with calmness. After the bow, Tao Tu stood still, awaiting Suyu's next instructions. She did not believe, or rather, she was skeptical that anything could come without a cost. If something appeared to be a free lunch, it was likely a tempting trap that would require a far greater price later. Thus, she suspected that Suyu had some ulterior motives. In truth, when she first heard Suyu offer to teach her the sword technique, she had been inclined to refuse, wanting to assess his intentions before deciding. However, after witnessing his demonstration, she found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. The thought had vanished from her mind entirely. The allure of the technique was simply too enticing, and she felt that any price would be worth it. "What kind of expression is that? You look as though you are prepared to face death," Suyu remarked, bemused by Tao Tu's determined demeanor, as if she were ready to sacrifice herself for a cause. Ahem, I am truly grateful, Mr. Suyu. But I assume you have some purpose in teaching me this sword technique?" It was only natural for Tao Tu to think this way. She did not consider herself vain. She simply believed she was quite attractive, and if Suyu had any designs on her beauty, it seemed perfectly reasonable. A hint of pride flickered within her at this thought. Understanding Tao Tu's implication, Suyu chuckled softly. "Oh, little girl, you think too much. I merely had a sudden whim to teach you a sword technique. You needn't feel burdened." "Really?" A trace of skepticism flickered across Tao Tu's face. "Absolutely," Suyu replied, exasperated as he shrugged his shoulders. "Then, there must be a reason for teaching me this sword technique." Tao Tu persisted, eager to uncover Suyu's true motives. It was well known that curiosity was one of the most challenging desires to overcome. "Well, if you insist on knowing," Suyu said with a sigh, "you remind me of someone very important to me. There is no special intention behind it, you can rest assured." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Tao Tu was momentarily taken aback. This reasoning had never crossed her mind. However, upon gazing into Suyu's eyes, she discerned a genuine sense of nostalgia, which suddenly made everything clear. No wonder she had felt something strange in Suyu's gaze, as if he were looking at her, yet also at someone else. Now, with his explanation, it all made sense. "So, was she someone you cared for?" Tao Tu instinctively inquired. Although she was unsure why she asked, she recognized that she held no special feelings for Suyu, despite acknowledging his handsome appearance. Her question likely stemmed from a human tendency toward rivalry and jealousy. "Oh, no. She is my only remaining family," Suyu replied softly. "Oh, I am sorry." Tao Tu quickly apologized, realizing she had inadvertently touched on a painful subject for Suyu. "It is all right. After so many years, these matters no longer stir any emotions within me," Suyu responded with a calm demeanor, as though discussing a trivial matter. The mundane nature of the situation inexplicably stirred a twinge of sympathy within Tao Tuesday. She felt that Suyu was deliberately concealing his emotions. After all, he was still so young. How could he possibly be indifferent to such matters? Suddenly, it dawned upon Tao Tu that this remarkably powerful young man perhaps honed his formidable skills in a chaotic world in order to protect himself and his only kin, which he had fought so hard to safeguard. The mere thought deepened her concern for him. Unbeknownst to her, Suyu spoke the truth. Having traversed thousands of years, the news of his parents' demise had once inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Yet now, it bore little impact. Observing Tao Tu's increasingly sympathetic expression, Suyu was baffled, his mind swirling with questions. The complexities of a woman's heart are truly unfathomable. What about your only kin? Tao Tu, driven by curiosity, posed the question. According to naval records, Suyu had always appeared alone in the public eye, with only a young armored figure named Meland occasionally by his side, devoid of any female presence. She is no longer in this world. This statement, resonating in Tao Tu's ears, naturally suggested that Suyu's sole relative had perished unexpectedly. How pitiful. Tao Tu had not anticipated that this young man's life was steeped in such tragedy, and her concern for him became even more pronounced. Suyu, disinterested in unraveling the labyrinth of Tao Tu's thoughts, addressed her. Well, since I have imparted the sword technique to you, you may return now. As he spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring a familiar spatial portal from thin air. Tao Tu hesitated, yearning to do something for Suyu, feeling somewhat guilty about receiving without giving, especially after learning of his tragic background. Noticing her hesitation, Suyu understood her thoughts and suggested, if you truly feel indebted to me, then after I depart, please look after my little tavern. You are leaving? With your abilities, you could appear anywhere in this world in an instant. Do you truly need my assistance? Tao Tu responded, glancing perplexedly at the portal beside her. Indeed. I will be leaving. If you desire further details, you may converse with Rayleigh. Now, be quick. You've lingered too long, and Garp will be worried. Suyu stated. Rayleigh? Why does he come into this? Tao Tu pondered, bewildered. Yet, she discerned that even if she pressed for more details, Suyu would remain tight-lipped. Thus, she resolved to comply with his request and leave, planning to seek out Rayleigh on the Sabaody archipelago later, where he was known to reside. After casting one last glance at Suyu, Tao Tu stepped into the portal. Once she vanished, the portal dissipated as suddenly as it had appeared. In a corner of the universe, Suyu gazed into the boundless void and twinkling stars, his thoughts drifting back to the past. It had been 1,000 years since he embarked on his quest for the true God realm. He wondered how Sister Hua was faring. Upon Tao Tu's return to the deck, Garp, Akainu, and the others quickly surrounded her. Garp's concern for her safety contrasted with the curiosity of Akainu and others regarding why Suyu had taken her away. How are you, Tao Tu? Are you all right? Garp scrutinized her, relieved to find she appeared unchanged from when she had departed. I'm fine, Garp-senpai, Tao Tu replied, still somewhat dazed from the surreal experience. She recalled the overwhelming sights that had captivated her upon entering that unfamiliar realm, where her sense of danger had peaked. Now, back in her familiar surroundings, she felt a sense of security, allowing her restless heart to settle. It struck her that she had yet to understand what that extraordinary place truly was. Had she even heard of such a location before? Did such places truly exist upon the sea? Moreover, the sword technique Suyu had taught her was incredibly powerful and magnificent. Such a technique ought to shine brilliantly across the seas, yet she had never encountered any rumors about it. It seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. Could it be that Suyu had created this technique himself? Given his displayed strength, it was not outside the realm of possibility. But the sheer impact on Tao Tu was still staggering. The elegance and potency of the technique were unparalleled. However, in the moment of her initial astonishment, she had failed to inquire further about its origins, leading her to berate herself. Oh, Tao Tu, how utterly useless you are. This relentless curiosity is maddening. The torrent of questions and uncertainties weighed heavily upon her. Then, recalling Suyu's words about seeking Rayleigh for more information, she mused. I wonder if Rayleigh knows about that remarkable place. Meanwhile, Garp observed as Tao Tu fell silent after speaking a single sentence. Standing there as if lost in thought, her changing expressions causing him concern. Tao Tu, are you really all right? He asked. Garp's voice pulled Tao Tu from her reverie, and she was touched by his concern. It warmed her heart to realize that Garp and the others truly regarded her as one of their own. I'm fine, Garp-senpai. I just witnessed something profoundly astonishing, and reflecting on it still stirs my emotions. Profoundly astonishing? Akainu interjected, intrigued. Tao Tu glanced at him, replying, Indeed. It was something truly remarkable. Inwardly, Akiji scoffed at the repetitiveness of their exchange. Garp, what exactly did Mr. Suyu want with Tao Tu? He asked, echoing the curiosity of the others. They had all pondered this but hesitated to voice their inquiries, fearing it might be inappropriate. Mr. Suyu. He taught me a sword technique, Tao Tu said earnestly. A sword technique? Garp and the others echoed instinctively. What kind of sword technique? Akainu pressed. Ah. It's a technique that is utterly breathtaking, Tao Tu replied, throwing Akainu another glance. Akiji found their conversation amusingly absurd. Tao Tu felt exasperated. Mere words could not encapsulate the power and splendor of the technique. Demonstrating it would be futile, having just witnessed Suyu's display and only recently received the method. There was no way she could master it instantly. Moreover, Tao Tu felt that no matter how diligently she practiced until the very last moment of her life, she would never reach the level of Suyu. Regarding the question of whether this sword technique could be passed on to others, Tao Tu believed that although Suyu had not explicitly stated so, she had no intention of sharing this technique with anyone, as it was a unique gift from Suyu meant solely for her. However, upon reflection, Tao Tu realized she was being overly concerned. She thought that even if she meticulously illustrated the method of this sword technique as depicted in the little film playing in her mind, no one would be capable of mastering it. In this world, aside from Suyu, she was likely the only one who could truly comprehend this sword technique. Kapu, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with the intricacies of sword techniques. His sole concern was for Tao Tu herself. He inquired, what was the cost for Mr. Suyu to teach you this sword technique? Tao Tu replied with a look of wonder. Well, there was no cost. Speaking of this, Tao Tu felt as if the preceding events had transpired in a dream. No cost. Kapu and the others were taken aback. Suyu had suddenly appeared on their warship and imparted a sword technique to Tao Tu without any price? How could such an occurrence be so abrupt? They were somewhat familiar with Suyu, well aware that the rules of his bar dictated an exchange of cost for reward. So why had he seemingly shattered his own rules? Could it be true, as they had speculated, that Suyu had taken a fancy to Tao Tu's beauty? At this thought, the expressions of Akainu and his companions grew increasingly peculiar. Tao Tu, is it truly the case that there was no cost? Kapu asked with concern. If Suyu was indeed enamored with Tao Tu's beauty, Kapu found it somewhat acceptable, for Suyu was immensely powerful and possessed commendable looks, making him a suitable match for Tao Tu, who was still single. However, this would ultimately depend on Tao Tu's own feelings. Beyond this, Kapu could not conceive of any other possibilities, primarily because Suyu's strength was so formidable. If he had ulterior motives regarding Tao Tu, he could have simply acted without such complexities. Tao Tu glanced at the peculiar gazes of Akainu and his companions, feeling utterly perplexed. What is going on? Then she told Kapu, there really was no cost. I even specifically asked Mr. Suyu. According to him, I bear a resemblance to a relative of his, so he probably mistook me for her. At this point, Tao Tu recalled Suyu's tragic past, sighing inwardly what a resilient young man he was. As for the strange remarks Suyu had made about leaving, Tao Tu had no intention of discussing them. She planned to visit Rayleigh first to assess the situation. Kapu observed Tao Tu's face and noted that aside from a hint of inexplicable sadness, she did not appear to be under any duress, which put him at ease. Well, since Mr. Suyu said so, it must be the truth. After all, he has no reason to deceive us. Once assured that Tao Tu is unharmed, Kapu felt a profound sense of relief and subsequently rejoiced in her fortuitous opportunity. A person like Suyu would not possess an ordinary sword technique. Even a master swordsman like Tao Tu described it as astonishing, which was enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. Ha ha ha, Tao Tu, you are truly fortunate. If you master the sword technique taught by Mr. Suyu, you might even surpass that fellow Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. If that day ever comes, you could very well be the first woman in history to hold that title. Kapu expressed, showing no doubt in Tao Tu's ability to master this technique. After all, in Kapu's eyes, even if Tao Tu's skill in swordsmanship did not quite match Mihawk's, she was still renowned worldwide, regardless of how impressive the technique was. It was merely a technique. Therefore, Tao Tu would undoubtedly succeed. However, Tao Tu herself lacked confidence. The previous scene had been so extraordinary that it was difficult to fathom without witnessing it firsthand, as it transcended one's worldview. Thus, it was no wonder Kapu held such beliefs. Furthermore, if Tao Tu truly mastered this technique, then, what could the title of the world's greatest swordsman mean to her? She could cut down all who stood in her way. Nearby, Akainu and the others wore expressions of envy. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, A dog and a bird also exhibited looks of envy mixed with jealousy, wishing they could tear off their own faces and replace them with one resembling Taotues. The two creatures were utterly startled when they heard the sudden appearance of Su Yu on the deck, fearing that Su Yu had changed its mind and had come to eliminate them. Consequently, they huddled together in the cabin, trembling with fright. However, to their astonishment, Su Yu was not seeking them out. Rather, it had come in search of the female naval officer known by the nickname Peach Rabbit. This discovery brought them immense relief, only to be swiftly replaced by malicious glee. After all, the animosity between CP0 and the Navy had always been mutual, and witnessing the Navy's misfortune naturally delighted them. However, their joy was short-lived. Momosaji returned unscathed, even enriched by the encounter. Why? Simply because of her beauty? Damn it! How utterly enviable! They had now witnessed Su Yu's formidable power firsthand, an overwhelming force capable of rendering them immobile without warning. If such was his strength, how peerless must his swordsmanship be? The mere thought of it drove them mad with jealousy. As for Su Yu's so-called justification, they dismissed it outright. In their eyes, it was nothing but a flimsy lie concocted to mask his own lust-driven motives while preserving his image. Such was their cynical nature. People often judge others by their own standards, which is why the same action can be interpreted in wildly divergent, even contradictory, ways. Yet, in the next moment, unease crept over them. This mission had ended in utter failure. Even if they shifted all blame onto the Navy, there remained a chance they would face execution upon return. The fate of the previous half-mast agent served as a grim reminder. Despite his attempts to pin responsibility on the Navy, he had been stripped of his position without mercy. At least their predecessor had accomplished part of the mission, securing vast amounts of gold for the five elders. But this time, total defeat. The consequences awaiting them were too dreadful to contemplate. However, they might have stumbled upon a valuable secret: Su Yu's weakness, lust. And currently, it seems Su Yu harbored particular feelings for Momosaji. Where there is desire, there is vulnerability. Perhaps Momosaji herself was Su Yu's Achilles heel. Never mind whether it was true or not. Su Yu had indeed come here specifically for her, and he had undeniably taught her a unique swordsmanship technique. They wouldn't exactly be lying. This is indeed the last lifeline. Once they grasp it, they shall not let go. Don Quixote da Flamingo is on his way back to Dressrosa, having experienced quite a shocking turn of events. However, his fright does not stem from the fierce battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, but rather from witnessing Su Yu and the entire sequence of events involving the masked figure. Initially, he had come to Water 7 in search of clues regarding the design of the Pluton, but upon his arrival, he found himself amidst a cataclysm of flame and darkness. The following day, even the four emperors, Whitebeard, alongside the three admirals and the formidable Garp, made their grand entrance, creating a truly thrilling spectacle. In the end, not only did CP0 make an appearance, but Sueyu, who had not left Sabaody Archipelago since first being noticed by the world, also emerged. And the two factions put on a rather unexpected performance of leg care for Doflamingo. Alas, he felt it futile to pursue the Pluton design now. It was best for him to return to Dressrosa and regain his composure. In Water 7, after the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had departed, the aftermath of their leaving was a scene of utter devastation. The shockwave cannon fired by Whitebeard had merely destroyed a path of houses. But the onslaught from Blackbeard was far more devastating, essentially leveling the area near the docks. Fortunately, amidst this chaos, the island's residents were spared from fatalities, though many suffered injuries from the violent tremors. Once the culprits of the turmoil had vacated, Mayor Isbegu of Water 7 promptly mobilized the citizens for disaster recovery efforts. Meanwhile, the undercover CP9 agents breathed a sigh of relief. Although chaos had erupted, it remained superficial and did not hinder their ongoing missions. While the general populace wore troubled expressions, a group of journalists found themselves in high spirits. They may not have thrived on chaos, but they certainly saw this calamity as a treasure trove of newsworthy material. The larger the spectacle, the greater the impact of the news. The more notable the figures involved, the more attention it garnered. Photos captured on-site and hastily penned articles were swiftly transmitted back to headquarters, where, upon discovering this explosive story, the editorial team promptly scrapped the original headline. Instead, they featured the daring photographer's shots as the front page, showcasing the clear expressions of Whitebeard and the three admirals. Truly commendable was the bravery of that reporter, unflinching in the face of such perilous circumstances. Subsequently, the news agency worked with remarkable speed to print the latest edition of the newspaper for distribution worldwide. The headline read, The four emperors, Whitebeard pirates, and the Navy's three admirals clash. Is this the decline of morality or the distortion of humanity? The global audience, upon reading this news, was left in shock. What was happening? Was war truly brewing between the Navy and the four emperors? An atmosphere of anxiety permeated, particularly among those navigating the Grand Line, as the events unfolded right within their maritime domain. Why were the four emperors, instead of remaining in the New World, causing turmoil in the Grand Line? In truth, the destruction wrought by this battle was relatively minor, as neither party's primary objective was to engage in a full-scale confrontation, both striving to avoid a genuine clash. Had they truly unleashed their full might, the consequences would have obliterated Water 7 entirely. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Akainu and Akiji battled for 10 long days, altering the very climate of the island where they clashed. This was merely the effect of two combatants. One can only imagine the ramifications of a battle involving the three admirals against Whitebeard, especially considering Whitebeard's abilities were more suited to reshaping landscapes than singular assaults. For individuals of their caliber, it is commonplace to demolish islands in the course of a skirmish. While the common folk were consumed with worry, those with vested interests, such as other emperors in the Revolutionary Army, were not merely spectators. They pondered whether the two factions had truly engaged in earnest combat. Could they seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to further their own agendas? Only Shank seemed to have an inkling of the underlying motives, having recently approached Whitebeard regarding Ace, only for Whitebeard to head to the Grand Line and confront the Navy. The connection to Ace was unmistakable. The Navy's mobilization, even at the risk of war with Whitebeard, was quite explicable given the bloodline of the Pirate King. At Mariewa, the residence of the five elders, the blonde-haired elder spoke with an air of calm, though his somber expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. So, you were saying your mission has failed? Yes, I'm truly sorry. Ace was within our grasp. But due to the Navy's incompetence and the sudden interference of the Wishbar owner, Ace was rescued by Whitebeard and his crew. Before the five elders, Dog and White Crane knelt, trembling. Each word from the elders struck them like a piano played upon their hearts. White Crane desperately attempted to mitigate their sense of failure, shifting the blame onto the Navy and Sueyu. You are referring to the owner of the Wishbar at Sabaody Archipelago, Sueyu? Yes, indeed. At the mention of this name, the elders' expressions grew increasingly grave, for it bore considerable weight upon them. He intervened? Yes, he killed our captain, which is why Ace returned to Whitebeard's side. The captain is the one with the half-mask. Thus, you imply that Sueyu is allied with Whitebeard. Was he acting to assist him? This notion is indeed a chilling one. The reason they had not targeted Sueyu until now was due to his unassuming presence on the Chambord Islands, where he operated a bar and exhibited no particular inclination, blending seamlessly with the ordinary populace. However, his recent appearance alongside Whitebeard, coupled with the implication that he had taken action on Whitebeard's behalf, spells troubling news for them. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario, Sueyu aligning with the Revolutionary Army, has not materialized. Although pirates stand in opposition to the world government, they evidently lack the Revolutionary Army's fervent agenda centered around the overthrow of said government. While Sueyu's intervention stemmed from a provocation by the half-mast fool, his actions can indeed be construed as legitimate self-defense. Yet, their aim is to deflect responsibility for their own misdeeds onto others. If the truth were spoken, even though the perpetrator is deceased, they would still face repercussions. Thus, it is better to maintain the faade, as Sueyu's actions have ultimately benefited Whitebeard, rendering their claims not entirely false. Yes, upon receiving affirmation from Baihe, the expressions of the five elders grew increasingly grim. Their fury was fueled not only by Sueyu's unwelcome interference but also by the formidable nature of his capabilities. Frankly, they found themselves lacking a reliable strategy to eliminate him. The emergence of such a formidable character within the pirate ranks has disrupted the balance of power. The world government cannot tolerate the existence of an individual like him among the pirates, yet they find themselves at a loss for how to remove him. It remains uncertain who holds the upper hand, Sueyu or that esteemed individual, and whether the latter could subdue Sueyu with the aid of ancient weaponry. For now, however, they would deal with these two worthless pawns. Curly-haired elder, do you have anything further to say? Considering your long-standing service to us, you may deliver your final words, though it seems you will speak in vain. Hearing this, the bird and the dog realized the gravity of their predicament, cold sweat cascading down their brows. Yet, they still possessed a potential bargaining chip, hoping it might secure their lives. Baihe, Master, I have crucial intelligence to report. It pertains to Sueyu. The five elders perked up at this revelation. The balding elder with a birthmark expressed keen interest. Oh? Pray, enlighten us. Why he hastily continued. So you subsequently visited a naval ship, seeking out Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, presenting her with a unique cultivation method. The mention of Peach Rabbit's beauty prompted an unusual expression among the five elders. Did they imply that Suyu was a lecher? Upon reflection, this notion did not seem implausible. Who decrees that the mighty must be devoid of personal desires? It is quite normal for someone of Suyu's vigorous age to have such inclinations. Moreover, even if Suyu did not conform to their assumptions, his deliberate choice to approach Peach Rabbit and bestow upon her a precious cultivation method signifies that she holds a special place in his esteem. Suyu's bar has always emphasized the principle of equivalent exchange. Thus, someone capable of compelling him to breach his own established rules must hold considerable significance in his eyes. It appears Peach Rabbit may be his Achilles heel. If the need arises, they could exploit this vulnerability. The five elders exchanged glances, confirming their mutual understanding, and nodded in agreement. Truly, great minds think alike. Their gaze shifted back to the dog and Baihe. Unexpectedly, these two wretches might yet prove useful. Perhaps out of mercy, they would grant them a reprieve. Blonde elder, you are no longer needed here. Be gone. Upon hearing this, the bird and the dog exhaled deeply, realizing they had likely escaped with their lives. Yes, they chorused, exiting the room. Once outside, they nearly collapsed onto the floor, having just endured a harrowing brush with death. With their nerves finally unwinding, they felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Within the room, the five elders exchanged their perspectives on the unfolding situation. Blonde elder, I believe we should proceed cautiously with this matter. Curly-haired elder, perhaps we should send Stussy to probe the waters. Long-haired elder, I second that. Sword-bearing bald elder, that sounds reasonable. Bald elder with birthmark, indeed. Blonde elder, I find it agreeable. Chapter 120. Stussy's melancholy. Stussy has recently found herself in a state of discontent. As a figure of immense stature in the underworld, renowned as the queen of the festival, she enjoys both a lofty position and striking beauty, leading one to assume that she would lead a charmed life. Yet, she is beset by a sense of melancholy. In truth, the identities mentioned previously are merely her public persona. Stussy harbors a clandestine identity. She is a member of the CP0, a secret intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. This identity is indeed quite unexpected. However, upon closer reflection, it seems entirely reasonable to attain such a regal status in the underworld, supported by the formidable backing of the government. Just a few days prior, Stussy received a phone call, and it was this very call that shattered her previously buoyant spirits. The call was made by her superior, detailing the specifics of a new mission assigned by the five elders, which left Stussy feeling somewhat despondent. In truth, Stussy had always been a model employee, diligently completing her tasks and exhibiting remarkable capability. Thus one would expect her to embrace such an assignment with enthusiasm rather than trepidation. However, it was not entirely her fault. The difficulty of this new task was akin to navigating a nightmarish abyss. Can you believe it? The five elders had tasked her with seducing the owner of the wish bar, Suyu. Suyu's reputation was well known to all. Just look at how he had previously bested the formidable Kaido. To send her to seduce such a figure? Although she was confident in her own abilities, she certainly could not compare to Kaido. Could her slight frame withstand the same punishment? Did they genuinely believe Suyu's resolve to be so feeble? Or did they perhaps overestimate her allure? By the way, though Stussy appeared youthful and striking, her exact age remained a mystery. But one thing was certain, she was certainly not young. Even as a member of CP0 indoctrinated from childhood, the moment she received the assignment, an urge to express her frustration surged from within, almost compelling her to confront the five elders and question their sanity. Why on earth would these elderly gentlemen provoke someone like Suyu? Yet, despite her impulse, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Undertaking the mission carried significant risks, but refusing it would undoubtedly lead to her demise, with no escape possible from the relentless pursuit. Unless they forgot her existence, the hunt would never cease. Thus, Stussy resigned herself to her fate. After a few days of contemplation, she resolved to venture to the Sabaody archipelago and give it a try. She reasoned that the likelihood of the five elders having lost their wits was minimal, suggesting that they must have uncovered some hidden intelligence or that an unforeseen event had transpired. Regarding the seduction of Suyu, her reluctance stemmed from the intimidating nature of the task. Facing such a formidable individual was undeniably daunting, as her very life seemed to hinge upon his whims, a notion that no one relished. However, concerning the task itself, Stussy found herself not entirely opposed. Rather, she felt a certain eagerness, for Suyu was undeniably handsome. presenting a potent allure for someone of her peculiar disposition. Alas, if only Suyu were not so powerful. Yet, with a mission set before her, she resolved to proceed, leaving the outcome to fate. Even in failure, should Suyu not succumb to her charms, she could at least entertain the notion of being a lovesick maiden drawn by his reputation. Surely, even the most ruthless of individuals would not harm a devoted admirer, right? As for the possibility of Suyu discovering her true identity, that thought never crossed her mind. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Garp and Akainu went to report to Admiral Sengoku, while Momonosuke eagerly rushed into the training grounds, excited to test the swordsmanship techniques Suyu had bestowed upon her. In the presence of Sengoku, Garp and the others spoke candidly about the events that transpired. After hearing the account, Sengoku wore a complex expression, internally berating the inept masked men who had squandered their opportunity, allowing their hard-earned gains to slip away. Suyu had indeed acted in self-defense. So Sengoku placed the blame squarely on the half-masked figure. He also realized that Garp had been merely coasting through the situation. Did Jozu truly require such overwhelming support from a powerhouse like Garp? Had Garp been more proactive, perhaps the outcome could have been different. However, as Sengoku observed his old comrade's innocent demeanor, the reprimands he had prepared faltered on his lips. Perhaps Sengoku himself was unaware that upon learning Ace had not been captured, he felt a sense of relief. After all, given the gravity of the situation, he found it difficult to envision how he would confront Garp. Yet now, with the revelation that Ace had been rescued by Whitebeard, perhaps it was simply fate at play. Nevertheless, had Ace truly been apprehended by the Navy, Sengoku would not have spared him merely due to Garp's influence. Sengoku then turned his attention to the three admirals, inquiring. Whitebeard is quite advanced in age and reportedly relies on medical equipment to maintain his physical condition. Is it truly possible for him to possess such strength to incapacitate all three of you? Sengoku harbored serious doubts that Kazara had not been holding back. While Akiji had refrained from utilizing his full power due to Garp's presence, throughout the battle, it seemed only Akainu had been fully engaged. In fact, Akainu appeared to have sustained the most severe injuries, while Akiji and Kazuru had only minor wounds. At this moment, Garp interjected, Did we not just declare that Whitebeard has returned to his peak? Sengoku was momentarily speechless, questioning whether Garp was aware of his own words. However, in the next second, Sengoku regained his composure and fixed a serious gaze upon Garp, inquiring, Garp, what do you mean by that? What do you mean Whitebeard has returned to his peak? Garp, seemingly indifferent, casually picked his nose and replied, Oh, that old fellow Whitebeard. He paid a certain price and sought the assistance of Mr. Suyu. Now, his strength truly rivals that of the strongest man in the world from years past. He is indeed formidable. Such explosive news left Sengoku utterly astonished. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Whitebeard had returned to his peak, returned to his zenith, to his pinnacle. In an instant, Sengoku's thoughts drifted back to the past, to a time when they were still youthful, when Whitebeard's formidable presence could truly be described as earth-shattering. However, being a commander of his caliber, after a brief moment of shock, Sengoku regained his composure. Although the miraculous resurgence of Whitebeard was indeed astonishing, he had witnessed countless storms in his lifetime. What did it matter if Whitebeard returned to his prime? Hadn't he noticed that even this time, Garp had not intervened, relying solely on the three admirals to hold him at bay? Furthermore, despite their advancing years, both he and Garp still possessed their formidable strength. Thus, Sengoku's attention shifted predominantly to Suyu, who had accomplished such extraordinary feats, almost resembling a deity. However, the fact that Suyu had aided Whitebeard, a pirate, left Sengoku with an uncomfortable feeling, even though he understood that it was merely a transaction. As for Suyu later seeking out Tsuru to impart a set of sword techniques, Sengoku chose to conveniently forget that detail. After all, how could a mere set of sword techniques compare to the notion of rejuvenating one's youth? Yet, unbeknownst to Sengoku, should Tsuru truly master even a single move from those techniques, it would be sufficient for her to contend for the title of the world's strongest. Once Akainu and the others had reported their tasks, they departed, while Garp remained entrenched in Sengoku's office, having keenly spotted the senbei resting on Sengoku's desk. Hey, you old rascal, that's what I was going to eat. Sengoku lamented as he realized that his carefully saved senbei had fallen victim to Garp's greedy hands. Well, I'll give you one piece. Garp, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for consistently pilfering Sengoku's belongings, pulled out 2 pieces of senbei, but after a moment's hesitation, he returned one back to the stash. The actions were so amusing that they could elicit laughter from Sengoku. He stepped forward and snatched the bag of senbei from Garp's hands. Before Garp could react, he opened his mouth wide and poured all the senbei into it, crunching noisily with delight as he cast a smug glance at Garp. "Sengoku, you old rascal, how dare you steal my senbei?" Garp exclaimed, indignantly denouncing Sengoku as treachery. Bits of senbei flying from his mouth. Their playful scuffle, especially at their age, was quite a feat, yet it clearly demonstrated the strong bond between Sengoku and Garp. After a brief bout of playful antics, they eventually came to a halt. With a melancholic expression, Sengoku remarked, "Garp, what do you think Suyu truly means? Must we, the Navy, ultimately confront such individuals?" This is both a casual conversation and an opportunity to hear the perspective of that old fellow, Garp. Although Garp is often unreliable in daily matters, he unexpectedly proves to be remarkably dependable in critical moments. At this juncture, Garp ceased his usual jesting demeanor and adopted a serious tone, saying with profound significance, "Sengoku, regardless of the circumstances, the Navy is essential for the existence of these seas." Sengoku paused momentarily, scrutinizing Garp, an old friend of many years. The unspoken understanding between them allowed Sengoku to instantly grasp Garp's intentions. He felt that Garp was, once again, quite reliable. Indeed, the Navy is indispensable for these waters. Chapter 121. May I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment? On that sunny day in the Sabaody archipelago, the sky was bright and clear, with sunlight glistening upon the gently undulating sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle of shimmering waves. On this splendid day, even Stussy, whose mood was somewhat weighed down, found herself feeling lighter. Given the nature of her special mission, she took particular care with her appearance. Indulging in a fragrant bath and meticulously grooming herself, she adorned herself in attire that she believed would appeal to men. Drawing from her extensive experience that the allure of subtlety, suggesting rather than revealing, akin to the graceful embrace of a lute, was the most enticing. Her efforts bore fruit as she journeyed through the islands of Chambord. The gaze of every man who beheld her lingered, as if they wished to affix their very eyes upon her, while some women exhibited expressions of awe that swiftly morphed into envy and resentment, casting fierce glances at their own partners, who were equally captivated, and stamping their feet in irritation with their high-heeled shoes. Yet, there were those men, oblivious to their own shortcomings, who, feeling confident in their own charms, attempted to approach her for a moment of intimacy. However, such advances clearly held no sway over Stussy. After all, what manner of spectacle had she not witnessed? Decades of life experience were no trifling matter. Nevertheless, this attention did uplift her spirits, reinforcing her belief that her efforts were not in vain and significantly enhancing the likelihood of her mission's success. As she strolled through the streets, Stussy was undeniably the most radiant woman around, attracting glances from all directions, yet she maintained her composure, her face adorned with a youthful shyness as she cast her gaze downward. Since setting foot on this island, she had donned a fade, portraying herself as an innocent, naive girl, believing that this persona would be appealing to Suyu. Soon, Stussy arrived at Suyu's wish bar, hesitating momentarily at the entrance before timidly pushing the door open to step inside. At this moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons. However, despite the presence of pirates who appeared to have gone far too long without a proper wash, the atmosphere within the establishment was devoid of any unpleasant odors. Instead, it was imbued with a faint yet enchanting fragrance that lingered in the air. This took Stussy by surprise. Although she had frequented bars before, those establishments were typically permeated with the stench of sweat and the foul breath of drunken revelers. The repugnant aroma was simply nauseating. However, the scent within this bar was unexpectedly refreshing, leaving her with an exceedingly favorable first impression of Suyu. At that moment, the pirates indulging in their libations within the establishment could not help but notice the entrance of Stussy. It was impossible to overlook, amidst a throng of rugged ruffians. The sudden appearance of a delicate beauty, as enchanting as a flower, was akin to a magnet intruding into a mound of iron filings, irresistibly drawing their gazes. Stussy, already possessing commendable physical allure, had taken great care to adorn herself for her mission, instantly captivating the hearts of these marauders. Despite their notorious and nefarious reputations, they still retained a modicum of aesthetic appreciation. Stussy evidently fulfilled their every fantasy of femininity, rendering them utterly entranced. Witnessing the pirates' grotesque behavior, Stussy felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, wishing she could dispatch them one by one with her flying finger gun. However, in order to maintain her facade, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, timidly surveying the bar's surroundings. "Little lady, what brings you to such a place?" one pirate rasped, his voice a ridiculous attempt at lowering his tone, which instead turned out to be rather menacing. "Come, let this elder enjoy a drink with you," called another, his breath reeking of alcohol as his eyes fixated hungrily on Stussy. "Are you seeking death? How dare you covet my woman?" a fierce-looking pirate bellowed, rising in protest and then turning to Stussy, declaring, "You shall be mine from this day forth. Come here. If you serve me well, I shall provide you with anything your heart desires." Yet, dissent arose from another corner as a burly pirate clad only in a vest roared, "You scoundrel! You've clearly grown weary of life. That woman was first laid eyes upon by me." As soon as he spoke, the murmurs around him quieted significantly. Hiss. This is the infamous face ripper, Rajal, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 245 million berries. It is said that he delights in tearing off others' faces, preserving them as his grotesque trophies, a truly deranged individual. The fearsome pirate nearby clearly recognized Rajal, yet he cast a glance at the alluring visage of Stussy, evidently reluctant to concede defeat. "Ha! What of the face ripper? I am Jackal. My bounty matches yours, if not surpasses it." Another voice joined the conversation. Hiss. Could this be the very pirate with a bounty of 250 million berries, the shield breaker Jackal? What a clash of titans. This woman is truly unfortunate. Caught in the crosshairs of these two formidable foes, what a pity indeed. These two individuals were inherently hot-tempered, easily ignited by the slightest provocation. At this moment, their anger was further fueled by the presence of Stussy, prompting an immediate desire to engage in a violent altercation within the establishment. However, those nearby swiftly intervened, grasping the arms of the agitated duo and exchanging urgent glances, whispering phrases such as "See you forbids fighting." Remarkably, these two pirates, known for their uncontrollable fury, were pacified. The mere mention of Suyu's name doused their fiery tempers with an unexpected chill. Despite their confidence in their own prowess upon the seas, they were acutely aware that they could not compare to Kaido. Suyu, on the other hand, was a formidable force capable of overwhelming Kaido with ease. Ignoring Suyu's rules and disrespecting his authority could very well result in dire consequences, potentially preventing them from ever leaving the hotel. As they regained their composure, a sense of dread washed over them, leading to mutual resentment. They directed their ire not only at each other but also at Stussy, recognizing that it was her presence that had incited their tempers and nearly provoked Suyu's wrath. Alas, such is the nature of pirates, unreasonable beings who steadfastly believe in their own infallibility, attributing blame solely to others. At that moment, the two exchanged a glance before simultaneously turning their gaze towards Stussy, who was trembling in fear at the scene before her. With a menacing demeanor, they demanded, "Woman, will you choose him or me? Make your choice." Regardless of whom she selected, if Stussy was indeed a delicate girl, her fate would not be a favorable one. The two had silently resolved that once she chose one of them, after indulging their desires, they would subject her to torment until her demise. To let this detestable woman die easily would not quell their deep-seated resentment. They were determined to prolong her suffering for months. Furthermore, they had both inscribed each other's names on their personal hit lists, for from that moment forth, only one of their pirate crews would survive. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly defenseless girl before them had also developed a deep-seated hatred for them. What manner of individuals were they? Did these men only think with their loins? In other circumstances, it would not matter. She could simply dispose of these two fools. However, she was on a mission. Her persona was that of a frail and delicate beauty. How dare these two misfits disrupt her plans? If she did not torment them for several months, she would no longer be Stussy. Remarkably, the thoughts of the three individuals aligned at this moment. Stussy was aware of a rule established by Suyu within the bar. No violence was permitted. Therefore, as long as she did not consent, these two imbeciles would not dare to act against her. Trembling, she declared, I choose neither of you. You are both wicked." The quivering tone of her voice was enough to make a man's bones feel weak. This statement ignited the tempers of Jacker and Rajal, nearly rekindling their fury towards one another. However, upon realizing they were in Suyu's establishment, they could only cast a fierce glare at Stussy before relenting. Nevertheless, after such an incident, both men clearly lacked the inclination to continue their revelry, opting instead to exit the bar with their entourage. As they passed by Stussy, the two exchanged a tacit yet menacing glance, conveying the message that once she departed this venue, they would ensure her demise. Furthermore, they mutually resolved to address the matter concerning the woman before settling their own disputes, thus preparing their associates to surveil the vicinity of the bar, awaiting Stussy's emergence. One can only imagine the bewilderment they would feel upon discovering that the seemingly malleable young lady they underestimated had transformed into a formidable opponent. capable of dispatching them with ease, possessing the skills of a seasoned practitioner of the six styles. After the departure of the two groups, the establishment was left with but a handful of patrons. The remaining individuals cast wistful glances at Stussy, lamenting the fleeting opportunity to behold such a rare gem, sighing in regret as they recognized that her allure would soon vanish, leaving them with no chance to engage. With fewer people around, the field of vision widened, and Stussy's gaze shifted to the corner where Suyu was engrossed in his reading, undisturbed even amidst the previous tumult. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. The earlier pirates had been formidable and menacing, their appearances far from flattering, reeking of an unpleasant odor that could only be described as lethal to any young woman. In stark contrast, Suyu presented a refreshing image. His clean, short hair framed a youthful visage, his fair complexion complemented by a crisp white shirt, and his physique boasted an enviable symmetry. Stussy, an unconventional woman, found herself nearly salivating at the sight, particularly after witnessing the jarring presence of the previous crowd. However, being well-trained, she quickly regained her composure and addressed the remaining pirates in a soft, delicate tone. "Gentlemen, might I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with the proprietor." In the slightly empty bar, her melodious voice, tinged with just the right amount of quiver, resonated. "Gentlemen, might I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment? I have some matters to discuss solely with the boss." The impact of those words was evidently profound, as the faces of the pirates visibly displayed an expression of rapture, clearly entranced by Stussy, who had ensnared their very souls. However, they were pirates, after all. While they could be enchanted, to presume that such enchantment would compel them to heed her commands was quite the folly. One brash pirate, lacking any forethought, blurted out a crude expletive, intending to berate this audacious woman. What was she thinking? Did she believe she could act with such impunity, knowing her fate was sealed? How dare she presume to issue orders to me? Though the bar prohibited violence, it certainly did not stifle the exchange of words. He relished the thought of Stussy breaking down in tears under the weight of his insults. It would surely be a sight to behold. A bittersweet satisfaction if he could not partake himself. Yet, before he could unleash his vitriol, a quick-witted companion swiftly covered his mouth, stifling the foul words that threatened to spill forth. The pirate struggled desperately, but his companion's furtive glances compelled him to acquiesce, signaling for his friend to release him. Once freed, he gasped for breath and inquired, "What on earth was that about? You nearly suffocated me. Do not be so ungrateful. I just saved your life." His companion retorted, incredulity etched on his face. The pirate, wearing a bemused expression, shot back, "You nearly choked me to death, and you claim to have saved me? Yet." His companion regarded him as if he were a simpleton. "Think about what that lady just said," he urged. The pirate pondered for a moment, muttering to himself. "She mentioned something about us going out, and that she had something to discuss with the boss." Huh, the boss? Sue. With that realization, the pirate's eyes widened in astonishment.